In the post-apocalyptic game, top player Zhang Yi was betrayed by his closest friend at the pinnacle of his success when he obtained a priceless treasure. Unexpectedly, the wheels of fate turned, and he was reborn just before the disaster struck. This time, he vowed to change his destiny and save humanity from the impending apocalypse. With the pleasant chime of the system's notification, the massive body of the Dark Dragon Emperor Iguno crashed down, unwillingly falling at Zhang Yi's feet. This level 255-star super god level boss was finally defeated by Zhang Yi and his teammates, Mu Chun and Ruo Shi. Zhang Yi bent down to pick up the last piece of the golden scroll from the pile of loot beside the boss's corpse, feeling a surge of excitement. Finally, it's complete! Zhang Yi eagerly took out the other 8 pieces from his spatial backpack and fused them together. In an instant, the 9 fragments transformed into a complete golden scroll in his hands. The system promptly notified, "Congratulations on obtaining the 255-star super artifact Dragon Blood Scroll." As Zhang Yi admired the hard-earned scroll, a sudden sharp pain caused him to freeze. A sword had mercilessly pierced through his chest. In disbelief, Zhang Yi turned around to see his most trusted brother, Mu Chun, holding the blood-stained sword. "Mu Chun, you?" Zhang Yi's words were cut off as Mu Chun coldly interrupted him. "Sorry, brother. I'll take care of the Dragon Blood Scroll and Ruo for you," Mu Chun said, ruthlessly pulling the sword out of Zhang Yi's body. Standing beside Mu Chun, the white-robed mage Ruo, she calmly watched as Zhang Yi collapsed to the ground. The system's cold notification followed. "You have been critically hit by player Mu Chun's skill, losing 32.68 million health points. The system has detected that you have no remaining revival chances. You are dead." Zhang Yi fell into a pool of blood, his eyes slowly closing. However, just as Mu Chun was about to pick up the Dragon Blood Scroll, a strange scene unfolded. The scroll, soaked in Zhang Yi's blood, transformed into specks of golden light and merged into Zhang Yi's body. The next moment, Zhang Yi's body vanished in a flash of white light. How is this possible? Mu Chun stared in shock at the bloodstain on the ground, dumbfounded. At that moment, in a small rental apartment in Linhai City, a young man suddenly sat up in bed. "Mu Chun, Ruo, why did you betray me?" Zhang Yi roared in anger, then realized something was off about his surroundings. "Where am I?" Zhang Yi looked around in confusion, finding himself in a familiar, yet strange small rental apartment. Wasn't this the place he had rented while working after graduation? A bold guess formed in Zhang Yi's mind. He quickly checked the calendar on the bedside table, which clearly showed the date. August 28th, 2025. Have I been reborn? Zhang Yi found it hard to believe and rushed to the living room to turn on the TV. Sure enough, all channels were broadcasting the same shocking news. The gate to the apocalypse world will open in 2 hours and 12 minutes. Are you ready, players from around the world? Zhang Yi opened the window and saw countless vehicles with apocalypse promotional posters slowly driving by, loudspeakers blaring promotional messages. Passers-by were excitedly discussing the apocalypse, and buildings were covered with promotional posters for the game. At this moment, Zhang Yi finally dared to believe. He had truly been reborn. From 8 years after the apocalypse started in 2033, he had returned to 2025, precisely on the day the apocalypse began. In 2025, Tianyan Group, a renowned domestic game company, joined forces with hundreds of listed game companies abroad, gathering thousands of top game designers from around the world. They spent 300 billion renminbi over 5 years to create the large-scale online game Apocalypse, which officially announced its open beta. This game broke traditional boundaries, allowing players to enter the game world mentally and experience 100 virtual thrilling scenarios. More excitingly, the in-game currency could be exchanged for real money. However, no one expected that this highly anticipated game would bring about a global apocalypse. Zhang Yi recalled his past life. On August 28, 2025, the day of the open beta, all players who entered the game could never log out and were forever trapped in the game. Even more terrifying, death in the game meant real death. Humanity faced doomsday. Not entering the game did not mean escaping the disaster. Those who didn't enter the game were the first to perish. Some players discovered that NPCs in the game were strikingly similar to real people, suggesting that those people might have been erased by the apocalypse system and turned into NPCs in the game. In his past life, Zhang Yi struggled in the apocalypse for 8 years, but ultimately died at the hands of his best friend and the woman he loved most. In this new life, Zhang Yi vowed to make those betrayers pay. Looking at the time, it was exactly 6 o'clock in the evening, with only 2 hours left until the apocalypse's 8 o'clock launch. Zhang Yi suddenly remembered something and quickly put on shorts and slippers, rushing out of his apartment. He sprinted to the nearby Lao Li's convenience store. He recalled a sensational piece of news from the last life. A chubby guy in Linhai City found a god-level talent card. one of only 10 worldwide issued by Tianyan Group, inside a packet of instant noodles at Lao Li's convenience store just before the game launched. Apocalypse World, a game centered around a random talent system, is causing a global frenzy among players. Each player is randomly assigned a talent skill upon entering the game, and this initial talent greatly impacts their future development. The difference between players starting with God-tier talents and those with ordinary talents is akin to the gap between top students and underachievers. In the game, talent skills are classified into 6 levels: common, high quality, rare, epic, legendary, and God-tier. Statistics show that in the previous iteration, fewer than 20 players worldwide started with God-tier talents, including 6 lucky individuals who obtained God-tier talent cards before the game began. To promote the game, Tianyan Group distributed 10 God-tier talent cards randomly around the world. These cards were hidden in inconspicuous places in people's daily lives a month before the game's public test, waiting for players to discover them by chance. In the month leading up to the Apocalypse World public test, 5 of the God-tier talent cards had already been found. Due to the ability to trade freely before the game starts, the value of a single God-tier talent card had surpassed 1 billion renminbi. Wealthy players, seeking a dream start, spent lavishly to acquire these rare cards. However, when the Apocalypse World began and the Apocalypse descended, those who had spent fortunes to buy God-tier talent cards were secretly relieved, while those who sold their cards, obtained with odds of 1 in a billion, regretted it to the point of wanting to end their lives. In the world of Apocalypse, money had lost its value. As the lucky person who discovered the 6th God-tier talent card, an ordinary couch potato accidentally found the card while buying instant noodles at Old Lee's convenience store, eventually selling it for a staggering 1.5 billion renminbi. When the location of the God-tier card was announced, Zhang Yi, who lived just a few hundred meters from Old Lee's store, was filled with regret. He couldn't help but imagine how different things would be if he had been the one buying the noodles. Now, Zhang Yi had a chance to change all that and become the one to obtain the 6th God-tier talent card. With excitement, he rushed to Old Lee's convenience store. However, just as he arrived at the entrance, he saw a chubby man in shorts and flip-flops, holding a bucket of Kang Shifu instant noodles and a bottle of iced tea, walking out of the store. Zhang Yi's heart raced as he recognized the chubby man. It was him. The bucket of Kang Shifu noodles in his hand might be the one worth 1.5 billion renminbi. Zhang Yi hurried forward and said urgently, "Bro, sell me your noodles. They'll give you 100 yuan." The chubby man looked puzzled. "What?" Zhang Yi became more anxious. "They'll pay 10 times more, 1,000 yuan for that bucket of noodles in your hand. He'll transfer it to you via WeChat." As he spoke, he had already taken out his phone and opened the ScanPay interface. Although the chubby man was baffled, he still took out his phone and opened the WeChat payment interface. Soon, WeChat notified him of a 1,000 yuan payment. The chubby man thought this guy must be out of his mind, but handed the noodles to Zhang Yi anyway. Zhang Yi impatiently tore open the noodles in front of the chubby man, only to find nothing. Zhang Yi was stunned. Where was the God-tier talent card? Had he remembered wrong? But he clearly remembered the prize-winning time was just after 6 o'clock. It had to be him. While Zhang Yi was in a daze, a delivery guy carrying 2 whole boxes of instant noodles walked out of Old Lee's convenience store and said to the chubby man, "He'll deliver these to your place on my electric bike and leave them at the spot you mentioned." The chubby man gave the delivery guy an okay gesture. Now it was Zhang Yi's turn to be dumbfounded. He couldn't help but ask the chubby man, "Are you crazy? Why are you buying so many instant noodles? With Apocalypse World about to launch, are you planning to live off these for the next week?" The chubby man still looked confused and then asked, "Do you want to buy more? I can give you a discount, 800 yuan per bucket. Buy your sister." Zhang Yi wanted to kick the chubby man. If he had known this guy bought so many, he wouldn't have impulsively spent 1,000 yuan on a single bucket. But then, Zhang Yi suddenly realized that the God-tier talent card must be among these noodles. He gritted his teeth and opened his phone again. 2 boxes of instant noodles, 24 cups in total. The WeChat payment of 24,000 yuan had already been received. The chubby man's eyes widened as he stared at his phone screen in disbelief. His mind raced, thinking that the buyer was either out of their mind or incredibly wealthy. Even the delivery guy was left speechless, his eyes filled with astonishment. The chubby man suddenly felt like he had struck it rich. He raised his half-empty bottle of iced tea and waved it in front of Zhang Yi. "Half a bottle? 500 yuan. Want it?" Zhang Yi declined without hesitation. He quickly took the 2 boxes of instant noodles from the delivery guy and hurried back to his place with a spring in his step. Zhang Yi knew well that he had almost exhausted all his savings from years of working just for these 2 boxes of noodles. But he also understood that compared to a God-tier talent card, even 1.5 billion was insignificant. With a mix of nervousness and excitement, Zhang Yi began to swiftly open the noodles. After opening more than a dozen cups, he finally found the coveted gold card in a cup of pickled vegetable-flavored noodles. Zhang Yi couldn't help but marvel at how the chubby man had managed to open that particular cup just 2 hours before the game launch. His hands trembled with excitement as he carefully held the gold card, fearing any damage to this hard-won treasure. At that moment, news of the sixth god card being found exploded online. Tianyan Group immediately announced this major news, revealing that they had embedded tracking systems in the god cards. The Tianqi forum erupted, with countless players leaving comments, speculating about the card's whereabouts and its future. Meanwhile, the chubby man on his way home was still reveling in the joy of easily cashing out over 20,000 yuan. As he walked and scrolled through his phone, he came across the explosive news. Instantly, his iced tea slipped from his hand and fell to the ground with a thud. He stood there, stunned, his earlier smugness replaced by an indescribable sense of regret and shock. Zhang Yi ignored the outside clamor. He quickly inserted the newly acquired gold card into the slot behind his Tianqi game helmet. Now, all he had to do was patiently wait for an hour and a half until the official launch of Tianqi. The world outside remained bustling. Internet cafes were packed. Countless people were coming home from work, refreshing the Tianqi website while anxiously awaiting the launch. Zhang Yi stood by the window, gazing at the darkening sky, and let out a sigh. Reflecting on his 8 years of survival in the game in his previous life, he still couldn't fathom how Tianqi had come to dominate the world. But one thing he knew for sure: to survive in the world of Tianqi, he had to become stronger. Growing up in an orphanage, Zhang Yi had no attachments, even in his reborn life. At this moment, his mind was consumed with one thought: how to become stronger. As night fell, 8 o'clock finally arrived. Jiang Yi sat at his computer desk, opened the Tianqi game interface, put on his game helmet, and began logging into the game. Ding, game loading, logging into the 8th server. Please wait. Zhang Yi's vision went black, and the system's prompt sounded in his ears. He knew he was about to re-enter the world of Apocalypse. This massive game universe is divided into 34 regions, corresponding to the 34 provincial-level administrative regions in the country. The location where players log in for the first time determines their assigned region. Zhang Yi felt a surge of joy. He had been in the 8th region in his previous life and knew every opportunity here inside out. Ding, please set up your game ID and choose a faction. The system's voice sounded again. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi entered Inuo Qingcheng. This ID carried memories of his past life and had more meaning than any flashy name. When it came to choosing a faction, he selected humans without a second thought. The background of the Apocalypse world is set in the mid-21st century, when a sudden alien invasion drastically altered Earth's landscape. 3 factions: humans, aliens, the invading extraterrestrials, and beasts, Earth creatures that gained intelligence due to environmental changes, fought fiercely over limited resources. In this post-apocalyptic setting, hot weapons failed, and cold weapons once again dominated the battlefield. Each faction had its unique advantages. Aliens gained 20 more money, beasts received 20 more experience, and humans earned 20 more reputation. Zhang Yi knew well that reputation was the most valuable resource in the Apocalypse world. Coupled with his familiarity with human faction quests, this choice was undoubtedly the wisest. The moment Zhang Yi completed his selection, an exciting system prompt sounded. Ding, congratulations, esteemed God-level talent card player. You have been granted the system's random God-level talent, Divine Enhancement. Zhang Yi's heart raced. Divine Enhancement meant he would have a 100 success rate in equipment enhancement. In the Apocalypse world, equipment enhancement was a huge challenge. Each enhancement could increase the base attributes of equipment by 10, up to a maximum of 25 levels. But as the level increased, the success rate plummeted, with the success rate from 24 to 25 being a mere 1. With this talent, Zhang Yi felt like he had wings to soar through the skies. Reflecting on the previous lives' mediocre skill damage 1 talent, Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel grateful. As an archer who relied on basic attacks and speed, that talent was practically useless. However, the surprises were not over. Another system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding, Dragon Blood Scroll has been activated. Congratulations on obtaining Dragon Bloodline. Zhang Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. The Dragon Blood Scroll he had acquired before his death in his previous life had followed him into this rebirth. In the Apocalypse world, there existed a mysterious and powerful race, the Dragons. They stood above the 3 main factions and were known as the strongest race in Apocalypse. The Dragon race was not open to ordinary players and remained neutral. In Zhang Yi's 8-year gaming career in his previous life, only 3 people worldwide had been recognized by the Dragons and became one of them. At this moment, Zhang Yi realized that his journey of rebirth would be extraordinary. He clenched his fists, ready to make a significant impact in this familiar, yet unfamiliar world. The Dragon Clan, a coveted existence in the world of Apocalypse that countless players dream of. In his previous life, Zhang Yi, along with his close friend Mu Chun and beloved Lin Ruo, led a 100-member elite team through a grueling year-long campaign to finally defeat the 9-headed super god-level Dragon Emperor boss. The battle was extremely brutal, and in the end, only the 3 of them survived, barely managing to gather 9 fragments to synthesize the legendary Dragon Blood Scroll. At this moment, Zhang Yi excitedly opened the interface, revealing stunning information before his eyes. Dragon Clan Bloodline LV1. Gain a unique golden skill exclusive to the Dragon Clan with each level up. Passive increase in all attributes growth by 5 stars. Exclusive skill. Hell Dragon Flame LV1 Golden Passive. 0.1 chance to trigger, summoning a Hell Dragon. Release range. 100 meters around the user. Damage. 150 of attack power as true damage. Burning effect. 30 of attack power as true damage per second. Lasting 5 seconds. Cannot be purified. Upgrade requirements. Human reputation 02000. Alien reputation 02000. Demon reputation 02000. Description. The supreme race of the Apocalypse world. Those who possess the Dragon Clan bloodline will gain initial recognition from the Dragon Clan and can use powerful skills. Upon reaching LV10, they qualify to join the Dragon Clan faction. Zhang Yi couldn't contain his excitement, a smug smile forming at the corner of his mouth. This 255-star super artifact lived up to its reputation, granting him the highest quality golden skill in the Apocalypse world right from the start, along with an all-attributes growth bonus. But you didn't see this coming, Mu-chun. The thing you went to such lengths to obtain, I brought it back. Zhang Yi thought to himself with satisfaction. In this life, not only did he possess the Dragon Clan bloodline and god-level talents, but he also had comprehensive knowledge of the Apocalypse world, destined to soar to new heights. Seeing the upgrade requirements for the Dragon Clan bloodline, Zhang Yi felt fortunate for choosing the human faction. Just then, a system notification sounded again. Ding, character creation complete. Player Inua Ching Chung. Welcome to the world of Apocalypse. This week's survival mission has been released. You can view the details in the mission interface. Enjoy your game. As the notification faded, Zhang Yi's vision shifted abruptly, finding himself inside a derailed train carriage. The familiar scene filled him with excitement. The starting location was indeed the same as in his previous life. Looking around, he noticed other players gradually appearing in the same carriage. The Apocalypse world synchronized with real time, and night had already fallen. Through the window, in the flickering streetlight, Zhang Yi saw large spiders and scorpions scattered across the tracks. These horrifying creatures were feasting on animal and human corpses, producing chilling, chewing sounds. In response to the incredibly realistic game environment, dozens of players in the same train carriage pressed against the windows, their eyes gleaming with excitement and awe as they stared at the terrifying biomechanical spiders outside. Expressions of amazement echoed through the carriage. The graphics are insanely realistic. This game is mind-blowingly awesome, one player exclaimed, their voice brimming with admiration. No kidding, another player chimed in. It's just like the real world. Spending $10,000 on this game helmet was totally worth it. However, a slightly timid voice interrupted. Aren't you scared? I find it really frightening. Scared of what? A gruff voice immediately responded. It's just a game. Zhang Yi listened quietly to the players' discussions, shaking his head slightly. These people had yet to realize that the current world had far surpassed the scope of a mere game. Memories of his first survival mission in the Apocalypse world finding a safe zone flashed through his mind. Opening the mission interface, Zhang Yi's suspicions were confirmed. The mission details were clearly displayed before him. Weekly survival mission. Find the safe zone. Nightmare level background. Alien invasion on Earth. Rise of the Beast Tribes. Earth faces an apocalypse. Mission description. Follow the minimap to locate safe zone number 886 in Area 8, Hopetown. In Hopetown, your safety will be greatly assured. Time remaining, 3 hours 58 minutes. Mission reward, 1 resurrection chance. Failure penalty. Death resurrection chance can negate death. Zhang Yi recalled the 2 major survival rules in the Apocalypse world. First, always ensure you have at least 1 resurrection chance. Never take risks without a resurrection chance, as death with a resurrection chance allows for rebirth, but without it, death is permanent. In his previous life, Zhang Yi had exhausted his resurrection chances before battling the Dark Dragon Emperor, Yaguno, leading to his fatal and irreversible defeat by Mu-chun. Second, complete the weekly survival missions issued by the system. In the game Apocalypse, the main storyline revolves around survival missions. Every Monday, the system issues a unified survival mission to all players, who must complete it within the week to earn a resurrection chance reward. Failure to complete the mission results in the loss of a resurrection chance. If a player has no resurrection chances left and fails to complete the mission on time, the system will eliminate them. Players' weekly survival missions are categorized into normal, elite, and nightmare levels. As missions are completed, the difficulty gradually increases. Players must complete all 3 levels each week to ensure their safety, accumulating up to 3 resurrection chances as rewards. Since today was Sunday and the first day of the game launch, this week's survival mission had been directly elevated to the nightmare level and would not increase further. Upon closing the task interface, a translucent attribute panel appeared before Zhang Yi. He carefully examined the information displayed. Eternal Charm. Level 1. Class None. Race, Human. Revival count. 1 accumulable, max 5 times. Talent. God tier Enhancement. God tier attributes. Strength 3 growth 15 stars affects physical attack. 1 point of strength 1.5 physical attack. Intelligence 3 growth 15 stars affects magic attack. Endurance 2 growth 15 stars affects defense. Agility 3 growth 15 stars affects speed, critical hit. Vitality 5 growth 15 stars affects health, and energy 1 point of vitality, 15 health, 7.5 energy. Physical attack 5. Physical defense 3. Magic defense 3. Health 75. Energy 38. Experience 0-100. Life skills. Basic detection can view attributes of monsters up to 3 levels higher than oneself. Consumes 1 energy point. Special status. Dragon Bloodline, LV1. Description. A newcomer to the world of Apocalypse, full of curiosity about everything. Zhang Yi was secretly delighted, realizing that the boost from his Dragon Bloodline gave him an initial growth of 5 stars in all attributes, making his stats significantly higher than other newbies by half. He opened his inventory space. Inside, besides 10 bottles of level 1 red potion that restored 50 health points each, there was only a beginner's greatsword. Beginner's sword. Quality 1 star. Physical attack 3. Class restriction none. Level requirement 0. Description. A weapon suitable for newcomers. Though it doesn't deal much damage, it helps you avoid fighting the grotesque monsters outside barehanded. Zhang Yi regretfully noted that without enhancement stones, he couldn't utilize his god tier enhancement ability. The clock showed 8:03 p.m. Jiang Yi knew that if he couldn't reach a safe zone by midnight, he would waste the initial revival opportunity granted by the system. Reflecting on his previous experiences, he understood that this nightmare-level survival task was no easy feat. Just then, the atmosphere in the carriage became tense. A young man with dyed yellow hair impatiently leaped out of the window, rushing towards a giant spider feasting on an animal carcass nearby. In a flash, a scream pierced the night as the yellow-haired youth was killed by the level 3 giant spider, dropping his beginner's sword and turning into white light, reappearing in the carriage. "Damn, this spider is tough," he exclaimed wide-eyed. A middle-aged male player pointed out. "Why did you go for the level 3 spider when there are so many level 1 spiders around?" Only then did the yellow-haired youth notice the red ID above the spider's head. LV3 Bio Spider. He shrugged it off, saying, "No big deal, it's just a game. We're all level 1 anyway. Dying doesn't matter much. I'll just try again." With that, he jumped out of the window once more. Other players, excited, also rushed out with their great swords to fight the level 1 biospiders. Zhang Yi, however, didn't rush out. He walked to a window and picked up a safety hammer. To his surprise, as soon as it touched his hand, it transformed into a large black iron hammer. A system notification sounded. "Ding, you have obtained a rough iron hammer." Zhang Yi examined his new weapon carefully. Although it was also a 1-star item, it had 5 points of attack power, 2 points higher than the level 0 beginner's sword. He smiled with satisfaction, knowing that in the early stages of the game, such a difference in attack power could provide a significant advantage. Regarding the ability to transform a safety hammer into game equipment, Zhang Yi learned about it in his previous life. He vividly recalls the scene. The only safety hammer in the train carriage was picked up by a player, and it instantly transformed into a weapon gleaming with metallic luster. At that moment, Zhang Yi and the other players looked on with envy in their eyes. The lucky player, armed with this safety hammer that boasted 2 more attack points than a regular novice sword, became the first among the newcomers to fight his way out of the train station. This memory solidified Zhang Yi's determination to get ahead this time around. Now, Zhang Yi gripped the iron hammer he had just obtained, feeling the surge of power coursing through him. His attack power skyrocketed from 5 points to 10 points, boosting his confidence immensely. Calm and composed, he stepped out of the carriage. As he exited the carriage, a strong stench of decay assaulted his senses, causing several female players nearby to wrinkle their noses and cover their mouths. However, Zhang Yi was already accustomed to this smell and didn't even blink. Surveying his surroundings, Zhang Yi noticed that the new players were grappling with level 1 giant spiders. These level 1 biospiders had mediocre stats, 6 attack points, 0 defense points, and 50 health points, and posed no significant threat to cautious players. As long as they didn't recklessly challenge higher-level monsters like the rash Huang Mao, their safety was assured. The system had a feature for these beginner monsters. They wouldn't attack unless provoked. This mechanic greatly ensured the safety of new players in the early stages. However, unlike others who saw these giant spiders as valuable targets, Zhang Yi chose to avoid the spider-infested area. With the iron hammer in hand, Zhang Yi headed straight to the train station's waiting hall. Although the mini-map showed that the shortest route to the safe zone was along the train tracks, Zhang Yi had a different purpose for heading to the waiting hall. At the entrance of the waiting hall, he encountered a red giant spider, distinct from the previous black ones. He quickly used his detection skill. Bio Spider. Physical normal monster, level 2. Ability. Poison normal ability. Bio Spider's attacks have a 1 chance to poison the target, causing them to lose health equal to 10 of the spider's attack power per second for 5 seconds. Physical attack, 10. Physical defense, 2. Magic defense, 1. Health, 90. Description. A spider mutated by the apocalyptic environment, extremely ferocious. However, it won't attack unless provoked. Seeing this unusual spider, Zhang Yi's eyes gleamed with excitement. He recalled his previous life's experience. After struggling for over 2 hours to reach the safe zone in Hopetown, he learned from other players that there was a special monster in the train station's waiting hall that dropped a treasure chest upon defeat. It was said that a lucky player had stumbled upon this special monster by accident, and after dying once, managed to kill it in 2 attempts, ultimately obtaining a treasure chest full of valuable items. This time, Jiang Yi arrived at the waiting hall ahead of everyone else. He felt a surge of joy, knowing this special monster was now his for the taking. While a level 1 player typically found it challenging to solo a level 2 bio spider, Zhang Yi, with his dragon bloodline and powerful iron hammer, faced no such difficulty. His eyes locked onto the resting level 2 bio spider at the entrance of the waiting hall. Taking advantage of the bio spider's passive nature, Zhang Yi stealthily approached. When he was close enough, he swung the iron hammer with all his might, smashing it down on the massive bio spider, which stood at least a meter tall. With a loud clang, a prominent red damage number appeared above the spider's head. The combination of Zhang Yi's dragon bloodline's 5-star growth and the hammer's bonus nearly doubled his attack power compared to other novice players, inflicting significant damage on the level 2 bio spider. The sudden assault caused the bio spider to let out a deafening roar as it quickly turned to face Zhang Yi. Its 8 hairy legs moved swiftly, and it bared its fangs, lunging at Zhang Yi with ferocious intent. Zhang Yi swiftly stepped back to dodge the bio spider's attack, swinging his hammer with precision to land another blow on the creature's head, dealing 8 points of damage. Although he wasn't a top-tier player in his previous life, he had mastered the basics of movement and positioning. He moved nimbly across the battlefield, evading the bio spider's ferocious strikes while searching for opportunities to counterattack. Zhang Yi was acutely aware of his vulnerability, with only 3 points of defense. A single hit would not only cost him 7 health points, but also risk triggering a poison effect, causing an additional 5 points of damage. In this resource-scarce early stage, he couldn't afford to waste the precious potions gifted by the system. Within half a minute, Zhang Yi delivered 10 heavy blows in quick succession, each strike hitting its mark. The bio spider's health dropped by 80 points. With one final, powerful swing, a golden critical damage number flashed, and the bio spider collapsed to the ground with a piercing screech. The system notification chimed. Ding, you have killed the bio spider. Experience points 2. At that moment, a dull thud sounded, and a golden chest fell from the bio spider's corpse. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up as he eagerly crouched down to open the 1-star chest. Ding, congratulations on opening a 1-star chest. You have received 30 level 1 enhancement stones. For Zhang Yi, who possessed a divine enhancement talent, these 30 enhancement stones were a godsend. He couldn't wait to start enhancing his large iron hammer, using 1 level 1 enhancement stone for each attempt. The pleasant system notifications followed one after another. Ding, enhancement successful. Congratulations, your crude iron hammer has been upgraded to 1. Ding, enhancement successful. Congratulations, your crude iron hammer has been upgraded to 2. Ding, enhancement successful. Congratulations, your crude iron hammer has been upgraded to 25. Exclusive talent, heavy wound, unlocked. Zhang Yi quickly checked the attributes of his upgraded hammer. Crude iron hammer 25. Quality, 1 star. Physical attack, 18-13 enhancement bonus. Class restriction, none. Level requirement 1. Exclusive talent. Heavy wound passive. Each attack deals an additional 30 points of damage. Description. Don't underestimate this hammer. It can easily shatter your beginner's sword into pieces. Using just 25 enhancement stones, Zhang Yi upgraded a basic whiteboard equipment to the highest level, 25. This was a coveted ability for top players in his previous life, and now, Reborn, he truly possesses it. Holding the 25 glowing iron hammer, Zhang Yi calculated silently. Although upgrading a level 1, 1-star junk equipment to the max level wasn't very cost-effective, given its low base attributes and limited improvement even at the highest enhancement, it wasn't a concern for someone with his god-tier enhancement talent. This 25 hammer could at least ensure his smooth passage to the safe zone. Jiang Yi remembered that the first player to reach the safe zone in each area would receive generous system rewards. Even if this equipment would soon be obsolete, getting better weapons as he leveled up would only cost him another 25 enhancement stones. With his supreme enhancement ability, he could get as many 25 pieces as he wanted. Moreover, the severe injury talent unlocked at 25 was extraordinary, boosting the user's attack damage by 30 points. This effectively added 30 attack points to Zhang Yi, surpassing the primary attributes of the equipment itself. With this exclusive talent, Zhang Yi's output capability skyrocketed. He quickly opened his status panel and saw his attack power soar to 23 points. Coupled with the severe injury effect, he estimated he could kill a level 2 biochemical spider with just 2 hits. This hammer would be more than sufficient up to level 5, let alone level 10. Besides the 1-star chest, Zhang Yi also found a copper coin beside the corpse of the level 2 biochemical spider. This was the universal currency in the apocalypse world. Though the amount was pitifully small, it was still an important resource. He mentally noted the exchange rate. 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins, which equals 10,000 copper coins. After picking up the lone copper coin, Zhang Yi left the waiting hall. According to the mini-map, heading directly to the safe zone wasn't wise. He recalled that in his previous life, he had spent half an hour farming spiders here before remembering to do survival quests. Zhang Yi opened the map and followed the arrow west along the tracks. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared, and a level 3 biochemical spider materialized at his feet. The refreshed distance was too close for Zhang Yi to react, and he stepped on the spider. The creature, angered by the unintentional stomp, let out a roar and sprayed a glob of green venom at Jiang Yi. With a splat, the venom hit Jiang Yi's chest. The system prompt immediately sounded. Ding were attacked by a biochemical spider and lost 13 HP. The level 3 biochemical spider's attack was formidable. Without any armor, even with his 15-star endurance growth, Zhang Yi couldn't withstand such damage. His health bar instantly dropped by 1/6. With 75 HP, he could only survive 6 more hits from the spider. Behind him, players battling level 1 biochemical spiders noticed the commotion and cast sympathetic glances his way. That guy's got guts, daring to provoke a level 3 spider. Yeah, he's done for now. Amidst the chatter, Zhang Yi unhesitatingly raised his iron hammer and delivered a crushing blow to the level 3 spider's head. With a sharp crack, the damage number that popped up above the spider's head left the onlookers in shock. Zhang Yi's 23 attack points should have only dealt 17 damage to the level 3 spider with 6 defense, but the hammer's severe injury talent added an extra 30 damage. He swiftly dodged the spider's second attack and struck again. This time, a golden critical hit number appeared, and with 2 hits, he instantly killed the level 3 biochemical spider. A piercing wail shattered the night as the seemingly invincible level 3 bio spider crashed to the ground in front of the surrounding players. Its 130 health points were instantly depleted by Zhang Yi's 2 heavy strikes, and after a few spasms, the giant creature lay motionless. The system notification chimed. Ding, you have killed the bio spider. Experience points 6. Zhang Yi felt a surge of joy. The experience points from the level 3 bio spider were indeed generous, 3 times more than those from a level 2 creature. He bent down to inspect his loot. 2 copper coins and a fist-sized silver stonia, level 1 enhancement stone. The description of the enhancement stone appeared before his eyes. Can be used to enhance 1-star quality equipment, increasing the player's combat power. 2 stones of the same level can be combined to form a higher level stone. Not bad luck, Zhang Yi muttered to himself, pocketing the coins and the enhancement stone. He hefted his large iron hammer with one hand and stepped over the spider's corpse, striding towards Hopetown, leaving behind a group of stunned players. Did I just see that right? One player stammered. See it? I must be blind then, another exclaimed. He took down a level 3 bio spider with just 2 hits? Is he even human? He must be cheating, a third player shouted angrily. In his previous life, Jiang Yi might have done just that. But now, with greater ambitions, such small gains no longer interested him. After walking briskly along the train tracks for over 20 minutes, climbing over a fence and crossing a hill, Zhang Yi finally stood at a high vantage point, overlooking Hopetown nestled at the foot of the mountain. The town was surrounded by concrete walls, and inside, it was peaceful and serene. However, outside the walls, in the ruins of the city, countless bio-beasts lurked, ready to attack. Without the walls, the survivors inside the town would have long been in peril. Zhang Yi scanned the area and noticed there had been no regional announcements yet. This meant that no player had entered safe zone 886, and the achievement for being the first to enter the safe zone was still up for grabs. He tightened his grip on his large iron hammer and strode towards Hope Town through the dark night, determined to claim this honor. In addition to its 34 independent regions, each region in the world of Tianqi is divided into over 1,000 smaller safe zones, known as beginner villages. Each of these villages accommodates about 10,000 players, and this is just within the country. The number of regions and international servers is equally impressive. This information only became clear to Zhang Yi in his previous life, years after the launch of Tianqi World, when the regions merged and national wars began. The game's popularity is nothing short of astonishing. Zhang Yi was guided by the system to a safe zone named Hope Town, numbered 886. Players from various birthplaces were swarming towards the safe zone, following the prompts of survival tasks. Zhang Yi had to reach Hope Town before them to trigger an achievement. Although Hope Town was less than a mile away, the real challenge was just beginning. In his previous life, about 1/10 of the players in each safe zone fell on this path. If it weren't for teaming up with other players, Zhang Yi would have also perished here. However, in this life, armed with a reinforced level 25 iron hammer, he needed no assistance. Jumping down a slope, a massive level 2 bioengineered cockroach quickly crawled toward Jiang Yi. He remained calm, waiting for the cockroach to get close before smashing its head into the ground with his hammer. Taking advantage of the cockroach's temporary incapacitation, Zhang Yi struck again, dealing 51 points of damage and killing it completely. A system notification sounded. Ding, you have killed a level 2 bioengineered cockroach. Experience points 2. Zhang Yi picked up the copper coin that dropped and continued on his way. Soon, a level 3 bioengineered rat darted towards him. 3 hammer strikes later, it turned into 6 experience points and another copper coin in Zhang Yi's pocket. There's nothing a couple of hammer strikes can't solve, and if there is, then 3 will do the job, Zhang Yi thought. This level 1, 1-star iron hammer, reinforced to 25, was practically a divine weapon in the early stages. Along the way, Zhang Yi faced almost no obstacles. Even the level 4 and level 5 bioengineered beasts that required teams of 3 or 4 novice players were no match for him, falling after just a few strikes. Ding, you have killed a level 3 bioengineered ant. Experience point 6. Ding, you have killed a level 2 bioengineered spider. Experience points 2. Ding, you have killed a level 4 bioengineered centipede. Experience points 12. When Zhang Yi arrived at the gates of Hope Town, a beam of golden light shone down from above, accompanied by a pleasant system notification. Ding, congratulations, you have leveled up. You have gained 5 free attribute points. You need 250 experience points for the next level. Finally leveling up to level 2, Zhang Yi opened his status panel and allocated all 5 points to stamina. Although the job change at level 10 would affect attribute distribution, the system would grant a one-time opportunity to reset points, so he could freely allocate them for now. The 5 points in stamina, combined with Zhang Yi's 15-star stamina growth, added 75 health points and 37 energy points, effectively doubling his vitality. After completing his point allocation, Zhang Yi stood at the entrance of the safe zone, stepping through the white barrier that monsters couldn't penetrate, and entered the town. The scene before him was like paradise. Clean streets lined with intact houses, bustling with NPCs with blue IDs above their heads. To Zhang Yi, who had just traversed the post-apocalyptic wasteland, this peaceful and serene scene felt like a world apart. Meanwhile, a loud system notification echoed through the sky above Hope Town. Announcement for Area 886 Safe Zone. Ding, congratulations to player Inua Ching for being the first to enter Hope Town in Area 886 Safe Zone, completing the first newbie achievement. Rewards granted, 120 human reputation. Additionally, human faction bonus, 20 silver coins and 10. Zhang Yi felt a surge of joy. A reward of 120 reputation points was indeed substantial. Under normal circumstances, it would take completing several challenging tasks to accumulate that much reputation. As this area announcement spread through the vicinity of Hope Town, all players belonging to Area 886 Safe Zone heard the news. Instantly, those still on their way to Hope Town erupted in excitement, and the regional chat channel buzzed with activity. Wow, that was fast. Already in the safe zone, exclaimed GMO. I just respawned to the starting point. Wait for me, I'll get there in under an hour this time. Is he new a Ching a guy or a girl? Breaking into the safe zone so quickly. That's impressive, wondered Lao Shu AI Mao Mi. Damn, I've been farming rats here and almost forgot about the safe zone mission. Wait up guys, I'm coming, shouted Gao Shou urgently. The chat channel was flooded with notifications, and messages poured in like a tide. Zhang Yi, however, didn't spare them a glance and immediately set the chat to mute. Unlike other players still immersed in the game atmosphere, he had already realized that this was a real post-apocalyptic world and had no time for idle chatter. Soon after, Another private system notification sounded in Zhang Yi's ear. Ding, congratulations on completing the nightmare level survival mission. Find the safe zone. Reward granted. 1 revival chance. All weekly survival missions are now complete. Please wait for the system to release new survival missions at 12 a.m. next Monday. Jiang Yi glanced at the time. It was only 8:30. He had reached the safe zone in just half an hour, much faster than his last life's memory of someone arriving around 9 o'clock. This meant he had at least a half-hour lead over other players, allowing him to fully capitalize on the advantages the safe zone offered. The reborn Zhang Yi has a very clear goal. All his efforts are aimed at making himself stronger and stronger. His ultimate objective is to quickly gain reputation and enhance his Dragon Clan bloodline. He vividly remembers that elevating the Dragon Clan bloodline to LV10 grants the opportunity to join the Dragon Clan faction. This is fundamentally different from merely possessing Dragon Clan blood. Once part of the Dragon Clan faction, players can receive powerful support from the Dragon Clan. Zhang Yi recalls a stunning scene from his previous life. A few years later, when the national districts of the Apocalypse world merged and the National War began, a player from the Dragon Clan faction summoned a dragon cavalry and annihilated a secondary main city in Cloud Capital, which housed 100,000 players. Although this ultimate goal is distant and might take at least a year or more to achieve, Zhang Yi focuses his current attention on a more immediate goal: reaching level 10 and completing a job change. Only after the job change can skills be learned, making level 10 a significant milestone for early-stage players. With his gaming experience, Zhang Yi knows that combining quests and monster grinding is the fastest way to level up. Having been reborn, he is intimately familiar with the layout of Hope Town, the locations of NPCs who give quests, the positions of the pharmacy and equipment shops, and even where the signs saying "no littering" are posted. This knowledge stems from his past experience as an extremely ordinary, even trashy player, who spent a whole month in the beginner village before reaching level 30 and moving to a tier 3 main city. Relying on his memory, Zhang Yi navigates through the bustling crowds of NPCs and soon arrives at the door of a small house with a red roof. Sitting at the entrance is a little girl who looks about 8 or 9 years old with 2 pigtails. She rests her chin on her hands, looking very glum. Above her head is a blue label, Lingling, and a large yellow question mark indicating that she offers a common quest. In the world of Apocalypse, game quests are divided into common and hidden types. Common quests are clearly marked, while hidden quests are hard to trigger but offer unimaginably rich rewards. However, Zhang Yi knows that there are no direct hidden quests in Hope Town. He approaches the girl, squats down, and gently asks, "Little sister, what's wrong? Why are you so sad?" The NPC girl Lingling looks up, her big watery eyes staring at Zhang Yi, and cries, "Big brother, my father was killed by monsters a few days ago. Can you avenge him and kill the monsters that took his life?" As soon as she finishes speaking, a light screen appears in front of Zhang Yi. Ding, do you accept the quest, Avenge the Father? Difficulty level 20, a beginner's quest. The system recommends you take it. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi accepts the quest. Ding, you have accepted the quest, Avenge the Father. Complete the quest according to the rules to receive generous rewards. Good luck, adventurer. Zhang Yi quickly opens the quest interface and browses the quest details. Avenge the Father. Common quest. Quest difficulty 20. Description: with the invasion of alien races, the Beast Clan has risen, plunging the world into an unprecedented apocalyptic crisis. Countless human survivors have perished at the hands of ferocious monsters in the wild. Lingling's father went to the factory 3 days ago to fetch materials for making weapons and has not returned since. It is feared he has met with misfortune. Follow the map to the apocalyptic factory and kill the man-eating bugs inside to avenge Lingling's father. Zhang Yi accepted what appeared to be an ordinary beginner's task, but he knew all too well that the mission was far more complex than it seemed. Unlike the tasks of killing mutated creatures commonly found within the safe zone, this mission concealed secrets not meant for the uninitiated. After bidding farewell to Lingling, Zhang Yi glanced back. The NPC girl was still crouching at the entrance, a question mark hovering above her head, her face etched with sadness, waiting for the next player to take on the task. This sight stirred something in Zhang Yi's heart. He knew that Lingling wasn't just a simple game character. She was a real girl from the outside world who had been erased by the Apocalypse system and transformed into an NPC. Not just her, but all NPCs in the Apocalypse world had the same tragic fate. A shiver ran down Zhang Yi's spine as he dreaded to imagine the horrors unfolding in the real world beyond the game. Looking down at his shorts and slippers, Zhang Yi felt his attire was far from presentable. He decided to visit the town's equipment shop before leaving the safe zone. From the train station to Hope Town, he had collected 21 copper coins from kills and 10 silver coins from achievement rewards, amassing a small fortune of 10 silver and 21 copper coins. In the first hour of the game's launch, this was a considerable amount of wealth. Zhang Yi carefully budgeted and purchased a set of beginner's equipment at the shop. Novice boots, 2 defense, 20 copper coins. Novice pants, 2 defense, 20 copper coins. Novice shirt, 25 health, 25 copper coins. Novice ring, 3 attack, 35 copper coins. Although these level 1, 1-star items had modest attributes, they at least made Zhang Yi look more respectable. After donning his new gear, he opened the simplified status panel and meticulously checked his stats. Inua Qingqing LV2. Revival count, 2. Talent, Divine Enhancement. Physical attack, 26. Physical defense, 7. Magic defense, 7. Health, 175. Energy, 75. Experience, 3,250. Special status, Dragon Bloodline LV1. With his gear in place, Zhang Yi visited the pharmacy, spending 50 copper coins on 50 bottles of level 1 red potion to prepare for the upcoming adventure. Finally, he hefted his heavy iron hammer and, with determined strides, walked out of Hope Town, ready to face the unknown challenges ahead. Darkness enveloped the land, and the stench of death filled the air. Zhang Yi stepped out of the light screen, as if he had fallen from heaven into hell in an instant. Without a trace of fear, he charged into the horde of beasts, wielding a massive iron hammer. As Jiang Yi entered the monster's aggro range, a chorus of roars erupted, and low-level bio-beasts lunged at him one after another. Swinging his iron hammer with the prowess of an unrivaled war god, Zhang Yi struck them down. Thud! 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 One bio-beast after another fell, turning into experience points that he collected. System notifications flashed continuously. Ding, you killed a level 3 bio-cockroach. XP 6. Ding, you killed a level 2 bio-rat. XP 2. The level 5 bio-beasts were more challenging, boasting an attack power of 25 points. Each hit inflicted 18 points of damage on Jiang Yi. With over 240 hit points, even without critical hits, it took Jiang Yi 6 hammer strikes to kill one. Almost every time he took down a level 5 bio-beast, he had to consume a red potion. However, the rewards were substantial, providing 20 XP and at least 1 copper coin each, with a lucky drop of up to 3 copper coins. As Zhang Yi pushed forward beyond the safety zone, he encountered numerous players heading towards it. These players, who had struggled from the spawn point to this area, were astonished to see Zhang Yi moving in the opposite direction. It wasn't until they saw the white ID above his head Inua Qingqing that they understood. No way! Isn't that the player who was just announced by the system as the first to reach the safety zone? Inua Qingqing. Yeah, that's the ID. Amazing, we haven't even reached the safety zone, and he's already fighting outside. Hurry up and get to the safety zone. I heard the quests in the game have a limited number each day, and if you're late, you won't get any. As a large number of players brushed past Zhang Yi, hurrying towards Hope Town, they thought that even the first player to reach the safety zone was courting death by venturing out alone. Just then, a scream rang out from ahead. Zhang Yi looked up to see a girl in a tank top and shorts being pinned down by a level 5 bio spider, her health bar reduced to a quarter. Help! The girl cried out in despair. Don't worry, miss. I'm here to save you. A young guy brandishing a beginner's sword rushed over. However, before he could get close, the bio spider counterattacked, dealing 44 points of critical damage plus 3 points of poison damage per second, killing him instantly. The guy let out a scream and vanished in a flash of white light. Seeing this, the surrounding players were too scared to approach. Having made it this far, none of them wanted to risk everything for a stranger, even if she was attractive. Just as the girl was about to be devoured, Zhang Yi strode over with his iron hammer. The onlookers scoffed and muttered among themselves. Does this guy think he's a hero just because he switched weapons? Watch him get killed. Hopefully he'll drop that hammer, but they were soon left dumbfounded. As Zhang Yi approached, the bio spider lunged at him. He swung his hammer upwards, sending the spider flying, and a golden critical damage number popped up above its head. Without missing a beat, Zhang Yi stepped forward and struck 2 more times, each hit dealing 47 points of damage, killing the not fully healed level 5 bio spider. The crowd was stunned. Oh my god, what insane damage. Is that hammer a legendary weapon? I can't deal as much damage with 10 sword strikes as he does with 1 hammer swing. While the others marveled, Zhang Yi picked up 2 copper coins and quietly left. Following the map's guidance, Zhang Yi spent about 10 minutes fighting his way from Hope Town to the Doomsday Factory. Along the way, the low-level monsters he killed brought his experience points to 70, nearly enough to reach level 3. In his line of sight appeared an abandoned chemical processing plant, standing desolate in the wilderness. Weeds grew wildly around it, vines coiled around the tall chimneys, and the entire scene was filled with a deadly silence, teeming with danger. Ordinary players might not even dare to approach, but Zhang Yi didn't hesitate, dragging his iron hammer as he entered the factory. Inside, the factory was a mess. Barrels of chemical agents were toppled over. Trash and debris littered the floor, and the rotting, stinking corpses of NPC workers were scattered everywhere. Most horrifying of all were the large, six-legged black bugs, resembling beetles, feasting on the corpses, making sickening chewing noises. These terrifying creatures were Zhang Yi's target for this mission: man-eating bugs. The flesh-eating bugs are level 4 common physical monsters with a natural talent for corrosive damage. Their attacks can inject venom into their enemies, causing a corrosive effect that lasts for 3 seconds, draining 5 health points per second. These monsters have the following attributes: physical attack 18, physical defense 9, magic defense 7, and health points 180. Although Jiang Yi is 2 levels lower than the flesh-eating bugs, he wields an early-game artifact, a 25-grade iron hammer, and doesn't take these monsters seriously. His task is to kill 100 flesh-eating bugs, which is purely a matter of endurance. Locking onto the nearest flesh-eating bug, Zhang Yi approaches without hesitation. The bug, which was gnawing on a worker's corpse, notices him and swiftly crawls over. Zhang Yi remains calm, waiting until it charges at him, then slams his hammer down on its head. For an average beginner, the flesh-eating bug's 9 points of defense are quite high. Without a suitable weapon or reaching level 4 with full strength points, challenging it with just a novice sword would be a death wish. But for Zhang Yi, it's just an experience farm. Taking advantage of the bug's slow reaction, Zhang Yi lands another hammer strike, dealing 47 points of damage. He nimbly dodges its attack and finishes it off with 2 more strikes, easily dispatching the bug. He gains 12 experience points and 2 copper coins, progressing his quest to 1100. The flawless kill means Zhang Yi doesn't need to recover, so he immediately locks onto his next target. The entire factory echoes with the sound of hammer blows and the wails of bugs. As he finishes off the 8th flesh-eating bug, a loud rumble suddenly emanates from above. Looking up, Zhang Yi is stunned to see a massive purple rift in the sky above the factory. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a giant dragon wreathed in flames emerges from the rift, opening its maw to unleash a torrent of scorching dragon fire towards the ground. Centered on Jiang Yi, the dragon fire engulfs a 100-meter radius, incinerating the surrounding flesh-eating bugs. Amidst the crackling sounds, countless bugs' heads display white true damage numbers. The dragon and the rift vanish as quickly as they appeared, leaving behind a field of charred corpses. Battle notifications continuously pop up, and Zhang Yi's level jumps from 80 of level 2 to 57 of level 3. Checking the battle log, he realizes that he triggered the exclusive skill granted by his dragon bloodline Infernal Dragon Fire. This golden LV1 skill, with a 9,000 chance of activation, deals true damage equal to 150 of his attack power to all hostile targets within a 100-meter radius, and inflicts a 30 burning effect for 5 seconds that cannot be dispelled. Zhang Yi stood there, stunned for a moment before finally blurting out, "Dragon Bloodline is awesome." Excitement flickered in his eyes. This was just the effect at level 1. He couldn't help but imagine the power when his Infernal Dragon Flame reached level 10. It would be unstoppable. While the newbie players around him were struggling to single-handedly defeat level 3 monsters, Zhang Yi was already wreaking havoc among the level 4 man-eating bugs. He opened the quest interface and saw his progress jump from 8,100 to 55,100. A wave of joy surged through him. That single dragon flame had wiped out 47 man-eating bugs. Zhang Yi's eyes scanned the scattered loot, and they gleamed with excitement. It took him a full 3 minutes to collect all the items dropped by the 47 man-eating bugs. His final haul included 70 copper coins, 5 level 1 enhancement stones, and a 1-star treasure chest. Zhang Yi wasn't surprised by the lack of equipment drops. After all, the drop rate for equipment from Tianqi monsters was notoriously low, a common gripe among countless players. In comparison, the 10 drop rate for enhancement stones was within expectations. What truly delighted Zhang Yi was the 1-star treasure chest. As everyone knew, treasure chests were even harder to come by than equipment. This was a stroke of incredible luck. A 1-star treasure chest guaranteed at least 1-star equipment, and if he was lucky, it could even yield 2-star gear. Eagerly, Zhang Yi opened the chest. Inside were 10 level 1 enhancement stones and a piece of 1-star armor man-eating bug boots. Though these level 4 boots were only 1-star quality, their attributes far surpassed the level 1 starter boots Zhang Yi was currently wearing. Man-eating bug boots. Quality, 1-star. Physical defense, 8. Magic defense, 6. Class restriction, none. Level requirement, 4. Description: crafted from the hard carapace and soft belly of man-eating bugs, these genuine leather boots are tough on the outside and soft on the inside, providing both protection and unparalleled comfort for your feet. Zhang Yi knew that the higher the base attributes, the greater the benefits from enhancement. Without hesitation, he took out the 25 level 1 enhancement stones he had accumulated and used them all on his new boots in one go. Ping, 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 ping. Accompanied by a series of notification sounds, the system finally delivered an exhilarating message. Enhancement successful. Congratulations, your man-eating bug boots have been enhanced to 25, unlocking the exclusive talent, Infinite Evasion. The 30 enhancement stones from the last 1-star treasure chest are almost used up, with only 5 left. Adding the 10 from this chest, and the dozen or so dropped by monsters, Zhang Yi now has a considerable number of enhancement stones. He calculated that these stones are more than enough to upgrade a piece of basic equipment to level 25. However, Zhang Yi believes that divine enhancements are the most powerful. After all, who would risk crazily enhancing a low-level 1-star junk equipment in the early stages of the game? For ordinary players, getting their transitional gear to 10 is already quite an achievement. Reaching 25 would be nearly impossible without 3 to 400 level 1 enhancement stones, unless they are incredibly lucky. Looking down at the 25 infested boots in his hand, Zhang Yi was thrilled. The basic defense of these boots had skyrocketed from 8 to 28 points, an increase of 250. Even more exciting, reaching the highest enhancement level unlocked the infinite dodge talent, granting a 20 dodge rate to the wearer. My second divine artifact is born. Right after the rough iron hammer, Zhang Yi thought to himself with joy. He knew that wearing these boots would make him invulnerable to attacks from level 5 monsters. Unfortunately, the level 4 infested boots couldn't be used yet and had to be stored in his backpack for the time being. Zhang Yi opened his status panel and saw that his experience points were at 456800. He estimated that killing the remaining 45 infested worms would be enough to reach level 4. This realization gave him a surge of motivation, and he gripped his large iron hammer, continuing his slaughter among the infested worms. At that moment, Zhang Yi wished he could trigger the Hellfire Dragon again and instantly reach level 4 to complete the quest. However, reality is often harsh, and the 9,000 chance of Hellfire Dragon was unlikely to occur again. Reluctantly, he continued his solid combat. With his 25 iron hammer, Zhang Yi was almost invincible in the Doomsday Factory. In less than half an hour, he had killed the remaining 45 infested worms and completed the quest. However, when he checked his experience bar, he found he was still 3 points short of leveling up. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi swung his hammer and took down another level 3 infested worm. In an instant, golden light showered down, and the system notification sounded. Ding, congratulations on reaching level 4. You have gained 5 free attribute points. The next level requires 2,000 experience points. Eagerly, Zhang Yi took the infested boots out of his backpack and equipped them. When he checked his status panel, his defense had jumped from 7 to 33 points. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't allocated the 5 points he gained upon reaching level 3. So now he had 10 free attribute points. Considering that his defense was already saturated with the infested boots, Zhang Yi decided to allocate all 10 points to strength. He had no interest in agility for improving movement. In the face of absolute attack and defense, dodging was irrelevant. With a 15-star strength growth, Zhang Yi's attack power increased by 15 points, reaching an astounding total of 41 points. Combined with his critical strike talent, his effective attack power soared to 71 points. Satisfied with his powerful attributes, Zhang Yi nodded. Now I can take on that big guy. He looked into the depths of the factory with a meaningful gaze. But before that, he needed to go back and turn in his quest. Without lingering in the Doomsday Factory, Zhang Yi turned and left. On his way back to Hopetown, he casually swung his hammer with his right hand, easily defeating any monsters that approached, while browsing the regional chat interface with his left hand, glancing through the players' interactions. Seeing is believing, and Zhang Yi was astounded to find out that he had become a minor celebrity in Hopetown. When he opened the chat interface, he was greeted by a flurry of excited discussions. Weak Water 3000 male, level 2 player. Has anyone encountered a guy with the ID, Inua Ching Chung? That guy's damage is insane. He hit a level 5 giant spider for over 40 points with 1 strike. Fallen Angel male, level 1 player. Inua Ching Chung? That ID sounds familiar. Isn't he the first person to enter the safe zone and trigger the area announcement? Oriental Undefeated male, level 2 player. You must be kidding. That's basically cheating. Who can deal that much damage so early in the game? Peppa Pig female, level 1 player. He's telling the truth because he killed that level 5 spider to save me. I saw it with my own eyes. Green Tea female, level 2 player. Oh, come on, little sister. Don't flatter yourself. I was there too. He wasn't saving you. He was just passing by, farming mobs. Didn't you see him walk away, without even glancing at you after killing the spider? Reckless Scholar male, level 2 player. Does he Nua Ching Chung have a big iron hammer? I saw him farming too. He really can deal 4,050 points of damage. Do you think the system gave him a beginner's artifact as a hidden reward for being the first to enter the safe zone? Reading these chat logs from just 20 minutes ago, Zhang Yi couldn't help but shake his head. These people sure love to talk. Or Maybe he was showing off too much. After all, while everyone else was still poking level 1 mobs with their newbie swords, he was casually dealing 4,050 damage to level 5 monsters with a hammer. Who wouldn't be impressed by that? Closing the chat interface, Zhang Yi continued on his way. When he returned to Hope Town, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Compared to an hour ago when he first arrived, the town was now bustling with people, a sea of heads, and a lively atmosphere that resembled a bustling marketplace. Though a safe zone isn't particularly large or small, the sight of over 10,000 players gathered there was indeed spectacular. Most players were busy hunting for NPCs with question marks over their heads, eagerly vying for quests, and no one paid any attention to Jiang Yi. Zhang Yi recalled the settings of Apocalypse. Each quest-giving NPC had a limited number of quests they could distribute daily, refreshing at midnight. He remembered that the maximum number of quests an NPC could give out each day was around 100, and there were about 50 quest-giving NPCs in a safe zone. This meant that at least half of the players wouldn't be able to get a quest. Remembering his experiences from the previous life, Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel nostalgic. Back then, when he first arrived at the safe zone, there were no quests left, and even the low-level monsters around the safe zone were all taken. He recalled that he spent the entire night barely managing to kill a few mutant chickens and pigs, making almost no progress. Those players were like bandits, snatching up monsters faster than they could respawn. Now, while other players were still scrambling for quests, Zhang Yi, having already completed one, had no interest in joining the frenzy. He had more important things to do. Zhang Yi pushed through the crowd and approached the red house. The NPC girl, Ling, was still crouching by the door, looking distressed. The question mark above her head had turned from yellow to gray, indicating that she had exhausted her task limit for the day. Zhang Yi walked up to the lonely girl and initiated a conversation. "Little sister, I've avenged your father and killed those monsters." Ling looked up at Zhang Yi with her clear, bright eyes, her face lighting up with a joyful smile. "Really? Thank you, big brother. Thank you for avenging my father." She pulled out a crystal blue ring from her pocket and handed it to Zhang Yi with both hands. "Big brother, this was a gift from my father. To thank you for avenging him. I want you to have it." As Zhang Yi chose to submit the task, a pleasant notification sound chimed. "Ding, congratulations on completing the task, Father's Revenge. You have received experience 600, copper coins 100, level 1 enhancement stones 10, human reputation 24, equipment lucky ring 1, intimacy with civilians 6. Zhang Yi checked the attributes of the blue ring Ling had given him. Lucky ring, quality 1 star, physical attack 9, class restriction none, level requirement 4. Description: this ring contains the power of luck, bringing good fortune to its wearer. Additionally, it serves as a special token. Zhang Yi knew that the ring had a hidden function beyond its equipment properties, as hinted in the description. However, aside from him, no other player would likely discern this from the description alone. He quickly replaced his novice ring with the lucky ring, boosting his attack power from 41 to 47. Unfortunately, he lacked enough enhancement stones to upgrade the lucky ring to level 25, where the attack bonus would be even more significant. At this point, Zhang Yi had 11 silver coins and over 30 copper coins, making him quite wealthy for a newbie. He immediately headed to the pharmacy, where unlike other players who were reluctant to spend even 1 copper coin on a level 1 health potion, he lavishly spent 90 copper coins to purchase 30 bottles of level 2 health potions, each capable of restoring 100 health points. After restocking his supplies, Zhang Yi stepped out of the safe zone and headed straight for the Doomsday Factory. This time, his target was no longer the man-eating bugs. Skillfully avoiding the battling players and monsters, he made his way directly into the factory's interior. Zhang Yi remembered that in his previous life, a player in Safe Zone 886 had triggered a rare hidden task in the Doomsday Factory. The task involved escorting an NPC hiding in the factory to the safe zone. However, to trigger this task, one needed to find the NPC and meet a special condition. This was why Zhang Yi had chosen the Doomsday Factory task and initially farmed the man-eating bugsto to obtain the lucky ring, which was the key to triggering the hidden task. After searching the factory, which was filled with the stench of harsh chemicals, Zhang Yi found the target NPC in a storage room. It was a middle-aged man with disheveled hair, a scruffy beard, and a missing right hand, slumped weakly in a corner as if awaiting death. Unlike the usual yellow question mark, he had a blue NPC marker labeled IL above his head, indicative of a hidden task. Zhang Yi approached the dying man and initiated a conversation. "It seems you've been trapped here for a long time. Let me take you to a safe place, sir." A sudden voice shattered the silence in the dark corner. Curled up there, Ear slowly lifted his head, surprised to see Zhang Yi standing before him. In a hoarse voice, he asked, How did you find this place?" Zhang Yi wasted no time and got straight to the point. "I met a girl named Ling in Hope Town. She asked me to help find her father. At the mention of Lingling, tears welled up in Ear's eyes. He looked down at his right hand, now just bones after being gnawed by flesh-eating bugs, and shook his head in pain. Forget it. I'm already done for. Even if I go back, I'd be nothing but a cripple. Better to die here and be done with it. Drawing on memories from his past life, Zhang Yi knew that no amount of persuasion could ignite Ear's will to live. Conventional methods wouldn't trigger the hidden mission to escort Ear back to the safe zone. But he had one last card to play. Zhang Yi pulled out a lucky ring from his pocket and placed it in front of Ear. He asked softly, "Do you really want to abandon your daughter?" It wasn't until Ear saw the ring that his emotional defenses completely collapsed. Choking up, he said, "Lingling, my daughter." With great effort, he struggled to his feet. "All right, young man, please take me back to Hopetown." At that moment, a system notification sounded in Jiang Yi's ear. "Ding, congratulations. You have triggered a rare hidden mission. Do you wish to accept it?" "Guardian, this mission has a high difficulty rating." The system advises caution. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi accepted the mission. The system prompted again. "You have accepted the hidden mission, Guardian." As the first player in Save Zone 886 to trigger a hidden mission, the system will make a regional announcement. "Do you wish to reveal or hide your ID?" "Hide it," Zhang Yi decided quickly. Immediately, a regional announcement echoed throughout Safe Zone 886. "Ding, congratulations to player for triggering a hidden mission. As the first player in Safe Zone 886 to do so, you have been awarded Human Race Reputation 1200, Gold 1. As soon as the regional announcement was made, the chat channel of Safe Zone 886 exploded with activity. Messages scrolled rapidly across the screen as players expressed their amazement and speculations. "Who discovered the hidden quest so quickly? That's incredible. Chicken Too Beautiful," a level 2 player, was the first to break the silence. Another level 2 player, "I Want to Be God," quickly joined the discussion. "Didn't they say the probability of triggering a hidden quest is just 1 in 1,000 compared to regular quests? And there's no notification. Even if the NPC with the hidden quest is right next to you, it's hard to notice. But the rewards for hidden quests are so generous that one hidden quest is worth more than 10 regular ones. How lucky is this person to find a hidden quest just a few hours after the server opened?" Mouse Loves Rice, also a level 2 player, exclaimed, "Wow, the rewards for this achievement are amazing. They got a whole gold coin. Unbelievable." Suddenly, a level 3 player named Storm Angel sent multiple messages in quick succession. "Whoever got the hidden quest, please PM me your location. I'll pay you 100,000 to give it up and sell it to me. If you don't believe me, I can meet you in game, transfer the money first, and then do the quest trade." Storm Angel's messages flooded the chat channel until the system muted him. Willing to spend 100,000 on a low-level hidden quest early in the game, it was clear he was a real-life tycoon. Everyone knew that the developers of Apocalypse had heavily promoted the lucrative rewards for hidden quests, encouraging players to discover them. Moreover, all hidden quests in the game were unique and could not be claimed by multiple players. Hence, the value of an early hidden quest was comparable to that of a legendary item. However, what puzzled Storm Angel was that despite spamming the regional channel for several minutes until he was muted, the person who got the hidden quest never contacted him. Could it be that the person who got the quest was also wealthy? In the previous life, Zhang Yi might have considered selling this quest for 100,000, unaware of the future potential. But now, Zhang Yi knew that strength was something money couldn't buy. Zhang Yi opened the quest interface and carefully reviewed the hidden quest titled The Guardian. Quest difficulty, 100. Description: a few days ago, a survivor named IL from Hopetown went out to find materials for forging weapons and got trapped in the monster-infested Doomsday Factory. Escort IL safely back to Hopetown. Before that, you need to escort IL to his old home to retrieve an item. Quest progress: 01. If IL dies during the quest, it fails. No more than 5 people can execute this quest together. Quest rewards: unknown. Remaining time: 6 hours. This quest, with a difficulty rating of 100, was 5 times harder than Zhang Yi's previous quest, which had a difficulty of 20. Zhang Yi recalled that in the previous life, this hidden quest had caused quite a stir in Safe Zone 886 after being discovered. Several players attempted it and failed. Even a team of players couldn't complete it and were wiped out. The ultimate goal of the quest was to kill a high-level elite monster hiding in IL's home. Due to the high difficulty and the fact that it was a hidden quest, it caused a significant commotion. Zhang Yi clearly remembered that this quest was only completed 2 or 3 days after the server opened, when players had leveled up and improved their gear. A few players teamed up and barely managed to kill the elite monster. The combined rewards from the hidden quest and the elite monster's loot significantly boosted the team's power in Safe Zone 886. Now, Zhang Yi planned to solo this hidden quest. Zhang Yi was acutely aware that the generous rewards of this hidden mission were crucial for him. He needed to claim these rewards to significantly enhance his own strength. Based on his past life's experience, he knew that a terrifying nightmare was about to descend not just on him, but on all the players in Safe Zone 886. In this nightmare, players who lacked sufficient power would face relentless torment and slaughter. After accepting the mission, Illinois said to Zhang Yi, "Young man, before we head back, I need to return to my old home to retrieve something. Can you accompany me there first?" Jiang Yi understood that this was an unchangeable part of the game's storyline, so he nodded and agreed. "All right, I'll ensure your safety." "Thank you," IL said gratefully. The system promptly issued a notification. The system reminds you that before safely escorting IL to Hope Town, you must protect IL at all times and ensure he does not suffer fatal injuries, or the mission will fail. With the system's reminder, Zhang Yi followed IL out the back door of the Doomsday Factory. As soon as they stepped out, roars and growls echoed from all directions. Countless monsters began to attack IL, as if he carried some special allure that doubled the attraction radius compared to ordinary players. Zhang Yi vigilantly raised his large iron hammer and walked ahead of IL. Whenever a bio-beast approached, he would unhesitatingly swing the hammer and strike. Fortunately, the monsters they encountered along the way were low-level, mostly around levels 3 or 4. With Zhang Yi's 47 attack points combined with the heavy injury effect, he could generally take down one with 2 or 3 hits. The bio-beast didn't even get a chance to touch IL. 10 minutes later, they arrived at IL's old homie, a dilapidated old-style apartment building with more than 60% damage. IL stopped at the foot of the building and said, "Young man, my home is on the 3rd floor. Wait for me here. I'll be right back after I grab what I need." Zhang Yi knew that letting IL go up alone at this moment could ruin all their efforts, so he decisively refused. "I'll go up with you." With that, he raised his iron hammer and led the way to the door of apartment 302. To ensure IL's safety, Zhang Yi said, "Wait outside for a moment." Before IL could respond, Zhang Yi kicked the door open and barged in. Anticipating what might happen next, he swung his hammer the moment the door flew open, striking a giant bio-spider that leaped out from inside the room. Calmly, Zhang Yi entered the room and closed the door behind him, preparing to deal with the large spider he had knocked onto the living room sofa. However, just then, a loud roar came from the kitchen to his right, and another bio-spider suddenly lunged at him, pinning him to the ground. Staring in shock at the massive spider pressing down on him, Zhang Yi cursed internally. "Damn it, why didn't anyone tell me in my past life that there were 2 elite monsters here?" Anticipating the danger, Zhang Yi made thorough preparations before daring to charge into the room headfirst. Armed with a 25 enhanced hammer and wearing 25 enhanced boots, these beginner-level divine equipment gave him the confidence he needed. However, the moment he pushed open the door, the sight before him made cold sweat break out on his forehead. Inside the room were 2 enormous spider monsters. Zhang Yi quickly assessed the situation. With his gear, he had a fair chance of taking down 1 elite monster, but facing 2 at once would be a death sentence. Just as he was about to turn and flee, a glint of light caught his eye. Focusing intently, he noticed that only 1 spider emitted the distinctive red glow of an elite monster, while the other was merely a level 5 regular monster. In that split second, the regular spider lunged at Zhang Yi. It opened its massive jaws and bit down hard. To Zhang Yi's relief, the bite only took away 1 health point. It turned out that the 25 attack points of the level 5 bio-spider couldn't even break through his 33 defense points. Breathing a sigh of relief, a fierce glint flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. He swung his massive hammer with all his might. With a loud bang, the spider was sent flying, and a prominent 63 appeared above its head, indicating it had lost a quarter of its health. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yi quickly got back on his feet and turned his attention to the larger, red glowing spider on the sofa. He swiftly cast a detection spell, but the results left him puzzled. Bio-spider leader, physical elite monster. Level. Talent. Physical attack. Physical defense. Magic defense. Health points. Skills. Venom spray, pounce. Description. This spider mutated due to environmental pollution. Because it ate more than other spiders, it evolved into a leader. Good grief, Zhang Yi muttered to himself. If I can't even see its stats, it must be at least level 8. He recalled the 4 tiers of monsters in the world of Apocalypse: common, elite, lord, and boss. This one was clearly at the elite level. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yi tightened his grip on his 25 hammer and prepared for the life or death 1v2 battle. He swung his hammer again, landing another 63-point blow on the regular spider, reducing its health to half. At that moment, the spider leader's massive body leaped over the regular spider and pounced on Zhang Yi. Caught off guard, his shoulder was grazed, and a glaring 35 appeared above his head. Even with his 25 boots, the spider leader's powerful strike couldn't be fully mitigated. The spider leader then opened its jaws and sprayed venom, with the regular spider entangling him. Zhang Yi was about to be hit when, at the last moment, his boot's infinite dodge talent activated, and a large miss appeared above his head. Originally planning to deal with the regular spider first, Zhang Yi had a sudden change of strategy. He turned sharply and swung his hammer at the spider leader. With a bang, the leader took a 45-point hit, but its enormous health only decreased by about 1/20th. Zhang Yi quickly estimated that the spider leader's total health was close to 1,000 points. However, Zhang Yi didn't panic. He quickly devised a strategy. Use the regular biospider as cover while continuously engaging the spider leader. With the hammer's reach advantage, Zhang Yi could attack the leader while staying out of range of its melee attacks. As for the regular spider, its negligible damage was completely ignored. Focusing all his attention on the spider leader, Zhang Yi's powerful attacks chipped away at its health, each blow taking 1/20th of its life. After a few minutes of intense battle and 20 hammer strikes, the mighty elite biospider leader finally fell. Using the regular spider as a shield, Zhang Yi had managed to avoid most of the leader's attacks. When the dust settled, his health bar was still above half. Having dealt with the greatest threat, Zhang Yi turned without hesitation to the regular biospider that had unwittingly helped him. 2 hammer blows later, the poor creature also met its end in the world of apocalypse. A pleasant chime sounded, and a system notification echoed in Jiang Yi's ear. Ding, you have killed the level 8 biospider leader. Experience 600. Human reputation 6. Ding, you have killed the level 5 biospider. Experience 20. Zhang Yi felt a surge of joy. Killing elite monsters not only provided substantial experience points, but also boosted his reputation. The experience gained from this level 8 elite monster was comparable to a reward from a difficulty level 20 quest. His experience bar surged forward, bringing him one step closer to leveling up. Squatting down, Zhang Yi carefully searched the spider leader's corpse. His fingers sifted through the remains, quickly finding the spoils. 80 jingling copper coins, 12 glowing level 1 enhancement stones, and most notably, a gleaming 2-star treasure chest. Nice, got lucky this time, Zhang Yi thought with satisfaction. The value of a 2-star chest far exceeded that of a 1-star chest, with equipment of at least 2-star quality and enhancement stones starting at level 2. Unfortunately, the rules of the Apocalypse world required a corresponding key to open chests of 2 stars or higher. Without a 2-star key, Zhang Yi could only stash the tempting chest in his backpack for now. With the spider leader defeated, the Hidden Guardian quest was nearly complete. Zhang Yi recalled how, in his previous life, this seemingly invincible boss for novice players was now easily vanquished. The credit went to his 25 divine hammer and boots. Without these 2 pieces of gear, he wouldn't have dealt enough damage or withstood the ordinary spider's attacks, making the battle a close call. With the quest done, Zhang Yi pushed open the door and stepped out. Il, who was anxiously waiting outside, looked at him. Zhang Yi said, "Go inside and grab the items. I'll wait here." "Oh, okay," Il replied, with a hint of fear, as he stepped into the room. Seeing the 2 enormous spider corpses, he was utterly stunned. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhang Yi opened his backpack to tally his loot, including the 12 enhancement stones obtained from the spider leader, the 10 from quest rewards, and a few dropped by monsters along the way. He had exactly 25 level 1 enhancement stones. Apart from his weapon and shoes, which were already enhanced to level 25, the best piece of equipment Zhang Yi had was a level 4 lucky ring. Confident in his divine enhancement skills, he didn't hesitate to invest all 25 enhancement stones into the lucky ring. Ding, enhancement successful. Congratulations, your lucky ring's enhancement level has reached 25, unlocking the exclusive talent, Lucky Strike. The system notification sounded again, and Zhang Yi couldn't help but smile. Another divine artifact was born. The Lucky Ring 25, quality 1-star, physical attack 32-23, exclusive talent, Lucky Strike. Every third attack by the wearer deals 150 damage to the enemy. No class restrictions. Level requirement. 4. Description. This ring brings fortune to its bearer. Upgrading the Lucky Ring to level 25 boosted Zhang Yi's attack power by 23 points, skyrocketing from 47 to 70. Coupled with the hammer's heavy injury talent, his actual attack power surpassed 3 digits, making him nearly invincible. In the entire safe zone, no player could withstand his 2 strikes. If the third hit triggered the Lucky Strike talent, it could instantly kill a novice. At this moment, Ear emerged from the house with some items. Zhang Yi continued to escort this one-armed NPC back to the safe zone, as the Guardian task wasn't complete before entering Hopetown. To avoid trouble, he concealed his ID and level markers. Along the way, various monsters were everywhere. Players were either soloing or teaming up to grind and level up. Zhang Yi avoided these monsters, only striking when they threatened Ear, smashing them with his large iron hammer. Walking down the road with the blue-named NPC, Zhang Yi attracted many curious glances. Passers-by whispered among themselves, wondering why this one-armed NPC was following a player. After about 10 minutes of walking, they were close to Hope Town when Zhang Yi suddenly stopped. Approaching them were several players he recognized, all too well, 5 young men, each with an ID prefixed by King. As soon as Zhang Yi saw the leader, a young man in his early 20s with the look of a wealthy heir named King Glory, he clenched his fist, his eyes bloodshot with hatred. His reaction startled Ear. "Young man, what's wrong?" Ear asked with concern. Zhang Yi took a deep breath to calm himself. "Nothing, just thought I saw an old acquaintance." "An old acquaintance? Shouldn't that make you happy? Why do you look so angry?" Ear asked, puzzled. Zhang Yi didn't explain, merely saying, "We're almost at Hope Town. I'll take you home first." With that, he deliberately lowered his head and walked past King Glory's group with Ear. However, the blue-named NPC immediately caught their attention. "Is this NPC bug? Why is it wandering around alone?" The level 3 blonde youth named King Return wondered aloud. At that moment, another player named King Supreme stared intently at the lowered head Zhang Yi, suddenly shouting excitedly as if discovering a new continent. "Hammer Bro! Captain, it's Hammer Bro!" With that shout, the eyes of King Glory, King Return, and the rest instantly focused on Jiang Yi. "Stop right there!" King Glory swiftly approached Jiang Yi, blocking his path. He squinted his eyes, scrutinizing Jiang Yi carefully, then suddenly asked, "Are you Hammer Bro? I mean, Inuwa Ching?" Before he could finish, a level 3 player named King Supreme hurriedly interjected, "That's right, Captain, it's him. I've seen him before. Even though he hid his ID, I can recognize him anywhere." Zhang Yi felt a pang of unease, surprised that he was recognized so easily. He stayed silent, implicitly confirming his identity. King Glory laughed heartily at the reaction. "What a coincidence! I was just looking for you. And here you are?" Feigning confusion, Zhang Yi looked up and asked, "Why are you looking for me?" In truth, they had never met in this lifetime. King Glory eyed Zhang Yi with interest and got straight to the point. "I heard you have a legendary hammer that can take down level 5 monsters in a few hits." Unexpectedly, Zhang Yi did not deny it. King Glory's interest piqued even more. "Let's cut to the chase. I want that hammer of yours. Name your price." "I got plenty of money," Zhang Yi responded expressionlessly. "Sorry, it's not for sale." King Glory was unfazed. "You haven't even named a price. How do you know I can't afford it?" Zhang Yi calmly replied, "Even if you offer me 1,000,000, I wouldn't sell it." The smile on King Glory's face froze instantly. "You cheeky brat. Do you even know who I am?" King Glory." Zhang Yi glanced at his ID and responded calmly. "I had the honor of playing King Glory for 3 years, reaching the star level." Laughter erupted from the surrounding players, including King Reborn and King Supreme. "What's so funny?" King Glory scolded his teammates while glaring at Zhang Yi. He threatened, "Don't push your luck. Believe it or not, I can kill you and take that hammer." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud clang. A massive iron hammer appeared in Zhang Yi's hand and crashed heavily to the ground. Zhang Yi leaned on the hammer, looking at King Glory with calm composure. "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Go ahead, try." King Glory, never one to be provoked, was furious. With a swift motion, he drew a silver longsword from his waist. King Supreme quickly warned, "Captain, his hammer deals massive damage, around 40 to 50 points per hit. You can't beat him." Relying on his level 3 armor, King Glory scoffed, "If he can do 40 to 50 points of damage to me, I'll eat my hat on live stream." With that, King Glory slashed at Zhang Yi's chest. A shocking damage number appeared above Zhang Yi's head. "Ding, you have been maliciously attacked by player King Glory. The opponent is now gray-named. Attacking them will not turn you red-named." Seeing King Glory's ID turn from white to gray, Zhang Yi wasted no time. He swung his massive hammer upwards with a bang, sending King Glory flying. As King Glory hit the ground, his body turned into a beam of white light, instantly teleporting him back to the safe zone to respawn. "Ding, you have killed the player King of Glory. Since the opponent was a gray name, your sin value did not increase." The system notification rang in Zhang Yi's ears, plunging the surroundings into a deathly silence. Supreme King, King Returns, and 2 other King players, along with the scattered onlookers, stood in stunned disbelief at what had just transpired. The recent events replayed in slow motion. King of Gloria level 3, full power build player with an upgraded weapon had launched an attack on Zhang Yi, only to inflict a measly 1 point of damage. In response, Zhang Yi's counterattack landed a critical hit of 176 points, instantly killing King of Glory. The stark contrast left all witnesses in shock. An invisible fear permeated the air, especially among the remaining 4 King players. They had just seen their leader get obliterated in an instant, and the terror was almost palpable. Zhang Yi paid no mind to the reactions around him. He walked straight to the spot where King of Glory had died and picked up a pair of black pants equipment dropped by King of Glory. The rules of the world of Apocalypse were well known. Maliciously attacking a white name player would turn one's name gray. Killing 100 players would earn 100 sin points and turn one's name red, while exceeding 1,000 sin points would turn it purple. A white name player had a 50 chance to drop an item upon death, while gray names would certainly drop one item, red names two, and purple names would lose all their equipment. More severely, gray and red name players would also lose levels upon death, with an additional level lost for every 100 sin points. This punitive system was supposed to make players think twice, but King of Glory had clearly underestimated his opponent's strength and resolve. Relying on his status and power, he never expected Zhang Yi to retaliate, let alone kill him in a single blow. Zhang Yi examined the equipment he had picked up. The biochemical pants, though only a level 3, 1-star item, had a base defense of 6 points, significantly better than his starter pants. What was more surprising was that the item had been fortified to 15, giving it a total defense of 15 points. No wonder he was so confident, Zhang Yi thought. Without special items, fortifying a piece of equipment to 15 requires at least 50 or 60 enhancement stones. This guy must be loaded to invest so much in a level 3 item. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi donned the pants in front of King Returns and the others. He felt his defense increase from 33 to 46 points, causing a slight smile to appear on his face. However, when his gaze returned to the spot where King of Glory had vanished, his eyes filled with hatred. His thoughts drifted back to 8 years ago, to memories so painful they still haunted his nightmares. In the previous life in Safe Zone 886, there was a guild of 1,000 players. When they realized this was a world where death was real, they used their numbers to seize control of Hopetown for an entire month. During that time, they committed countless atrocities, bringing a nightmare upon all the town's players. Zhang Yi had been one of their victims. He could never forget the time when, for failing to hand over enough gold, they chopped off his limbs and beat him until he was half dead. In this digitized world, as long as one's health didn't hit 0, they wouldn't truly die, and lost limbs would eventually regenerate. But the pain was unimaginable. Due to system restrictions, players couldn't escape to other safe zones. The only way out was to reach level 30 and activate the teleportation portal to the level 3 main city. However, the guild strictly controlled the leveling speed of solo players, killing anyone who leveled up too quickly. This was why it had taken Zhang Yi an entire month to reach level 30 in his previous life. And the guild that had plunged Safe Zone 886 into darkness and left countless players traumatized was none other than Kings of the World, led by King of Glory. Even though Zhang Yi had just killed King of Glory once, the rage within him was far from quelled. He knew King of Glory would have another chance to revive, and the wounds from his previous lives' torment at the hands of Kings of the World were too deep to heal easily. In this lifetime, if you can still act so arrogantly, I'll take your last name, Zhang Yi said coldly, his gaze as sharp as a blade. He stood up and continued towards the safe zone with NPC ear. The imposing presence of Zhang Yi caused the members of the Supreme King Guild to back off, clearing a path for him. Zhang Yi knew that killing these white-name players would be easy, but he didn't want to become a red-name player and be barred from entering the safe zone. Once Zhang Yi and Ear were far enough away, the members of Supreme King and its allied guilds gathered together, staring at Zhang Yi's retreating figure with a mix of fear and uncertainty. Wow, over 170 damage. Even without a critical hit, it's still over 80. How does he do that? One person whispered. Maybe that hammer he's wielding is some kind of evolving artifact? Its attack power increases as his level goes up, another person speculated. Forget about that. We need to go back and find the captain. He got taken down instantly, so he must be in a bad mood. We should go and console him. Before Zhang Yi even reached the safe zone, he saw the chat channel flooded with curses from Wangzhe Rongyao. Inuwa Qingcheng, you better wait for me. From today onwards, don't let me see you, or I'll kill you every time I do. Unless you come to the Resurrection Spring right now. Kneel before me and apologize, and hand over that weapon of yours. I have 1,000 ways to make sure you can't survive in Apocalypse World. Zhang Yi paid no heed to this, but passersby couldn't help but gossip. I heard that the captain of the Supreme King Guild, Wangzhe Rongyao, is a wealthy young man in real life. His family owns assets worth billions, and he's the richest in Linhai City, one player whispered. Before entering this game, he spent $1 billion hiring 1,000 professional players at a salary of 100,000 each to form a powerful team. Their early game strength is no joke. Yeah, and to be called out like this in the whole server, Inuwa Qingcheng is in big trouble, another player agreed. Daring to provoke the captain of Supreme King, I bet he'll be hunted until he deletes his account. With Wangzhe Rongyao's background, that guy might even face real-world consequences. I feel sorry for him for 3 seconds, a third player sighed, shaking his head. Hearing these discussions, Zhang Yi silently vowed. In this lifetime, as long as he's here, he won't let Safe Zone 886 repeat the tragedies of the past. The sins committed by Supreme King in the previous life will be paid for in blood this time around. Back in Hopetown, Jiang Yi reunited with Lingling. The father and daughter embraced, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Just then, a pleasant system notification sounded in Zhang Yi's ear. Ding, congratulations on completing the hidden quest Guardian. Rewards. Experience 3,000, silver coins 10, human reputation 120, level 1 enhancement stone 100, skill book Fatal Strike 1, equipment Guardian armor 1, intimacy with the blacksmith shop owner 8. Huosha beam of golden light cascaded from above, enveloping Zhang Yi in a warm glow. Instantly, his level shot up to 5. This was the generous reward from a hidden quest, far surpassing the returns of ordinary tasks. Eagerly, Zhang Yi opened his backpack. His eyes were immediately drawn to a lightweight armor glistening with a silver sheen. He carefully took it out and examined it closely. Guardian's armor 2-star. Health 120. Bonus attribute. Agility 3. Class restriction, none. Level requirement 5. Description. This armor symbolizes the honor of the Guardian, representing those who once protected Hopetown's people in peril. May this armor safeguard you as you protect Hopetown. Zhang Yi was ecstatic. The game Apocalypse had only been live for a little over 3 hours, and while over 90% of players worldwide had yet to gather basic gear, he had already acquired a 2-star armor. The base attributes of this armor were far superior to those of the same level. Its health boost was double that of a common 1-star armor. If upgraded to level 25, its attributes would increase by 2.5 times, which was simply unbelievable. Setting the armor aside for the moment, Zhang Yi's attention was drawn to a white book in his bag. In the world of Apocalypse, players could only learn one basic skill per class upon each job change. Most other skills had to be obtained through skill books. Typically, skill books could only be found by defeating monsters or opening chests after reaching level 10 and completing the first job change. This hidden quest, however, granted Zhang Yi a special privilege to receive a skill book before even changing jobs. Although it was just a basic white skill book for a level 5 player like Zhang Yi, it was an unexpected boon. He eagerly checked the information on the skill book. Lethal Strike White. Description. Grants the skill Lethal Strike upon use. Effect. Charges the weapon to deliver a lethal blow, dealing 115 physical damage to the enemy. Energy cost. 2 points at level 1. Increases with user's level. Cooldown. 10 seconds. Class requirement. Assassin usable by non-job change players. If not an assassin, after job change at level 10, the skill will revert to a skill book. Skill slot cost. 1 inch. Though the white skill had the least impressive effect, only boosting damage by 15 without any additional features, it was more than sufficient for Zhang Yi at this stage. Zhang Yi quickly used the skill book. As the book dissolved in a twinkling starlight and merged with his body, the system notification sounded. Ding, congratulations. You have mastered the skill Lethal Strike. Opening his skill list, Zhang Yi noted that with his current level of 5, using Lethal Strike required 5 energy points. With an energy pool of 75 points, he could use it consecutively 15 times. Feeling a sense of pride, Zhang Yi thought he might not be the first player in the entire game to obtain a skill, but he was certainly the first in Safe Zone 886. What made him even more fortunate was that his Dragon Bloodline's additional dragon skills didn't occupy skill slots. Otherwise, the golden skill Infernal Dragon Flame would have posed a tough choice. The 100 level 1 enhancement stones, laid out in front of Zhang Yi, emitted a faint glow. He calculated in his mind that these stones could be combined to form 50 level 2 ones, enough to maximize the enhancement of his 2-star Guardian armor. However, he didn't rush into action, as his backpack still contained a 2-star chest dropped by the spider leader. Zhang Yi's gaze shifted back and forth between the enhancement stones and the chest, his thoughts racing. If the chest contained 3-star equipment, these 100 level 1 enhancement stones could be incredibly useful combining into 25 level 3 stones, which could directly enhance the 3-star equipment to level 25. A slight smile formed on his lips as he murmured to himself, "You never know with luck. Anything could happen." Realizing he couldn't trigger any more quests from Il and his daughter, Zhang Yi bid them farewell and headed cheerfully to the shop in Hopetown. He pulled a silver coin from his pocket and gently placed it on the counter, exchanging it for a 2-star chest key. The moment of truth, Zhang Yi took a deep breath and inserted the key into the chest. With a soft click, the system notification sounded. Ding, congratulations. You have opened a 2-star chest and obtained 50 silver coins. Zhang Yi was momentarily stunned, then chuckled to himself. Although he didn't get any equipment, exchanging 1 silver coin for 50 was a good deal. In the world of Apocalypse, the importance of currency couldn't be overstated. Without it, one couldn't get far, especially when it came to combining enhancement stones, which required a substantial amount of money. Arriving at the blacksmith shop in town, Zhang Yi began combining the enhancement stones. Each level 2 stone required 5 copper coins to forge. He spent 125 copper coins to combine 50 level 1 stones into 25 level 2 ones. The rhythmic clanging of the forge echoed through the shop, setting the stage for the upcoming equipment enhancement. Under the blessing of divine enhancement, Jiang Yi used 10 level 1 stones and 25 level 2 stones to enhance the 15 bio pants from the King of Glory and the Guardian Armor to level 25. System notifications rang out one after another. Ding, enhancement successful. Congratulations. Your bio pants have reached level 25, unlocking the exclusive talent. Defense reinforcement. Ding, enhancement successful. Congratulations. Your Guardian Armor has reached level 25, unlocking the exclusive talent. Angelic Guard. Zhang Yi eagerly checked the equipment attributes. The pants, which originally only added 6 points to defense, now boosted defense by 21 points after enhancement. Additionally, the defense reinforcement talent provided an extra 10 points, skyrocketing Zhang Yi's defense from 46 to 61 points. The transformation of the Guardian Armor was even more astonishing. Its base health surged from 120 to 420, and the added agility increased from 3 to 11 points. The most exciting part was the Angelic Guard effect. When the wearer is attacked, they receive a shield equivalent to 10 of their maximum health, lasting 10 seconds with a 10-second cooldown. Zhang Yi couldn't wait to open his status panel. Seeing his health surpass the 500 mark and soar to 570 points, he nodded in satisfaction. Gazing at his newly upgraded attributes, his eyes gleamed with confidence as he muttered, "Next, it's time for some big moves." Zhang Yi was acutely aware of the advantages his god-level enhancement talent provided. In the early stages of the game, this talent was virtually unbeatable since other players wouldn't waste too many enhancement stones on low-level equipment. However, as the game progressed to the mid and late stages and equipment became more established, ordinary players could more easily create a full set of 20 gear. At that point, the difference between Zhang Yi and other players would narrow to just a few levels of enhancement and some talent advantages, making it difficult for him to maintain his current absolute advantage. Realizing this, Zhang Yi was determined to maximize this advantage in the early stages, fully enhancing his strength to widen the gap between himself and other players. His goal was to expand his lead to such an extent that even in the later stages, others would find it hard to catch up. Time slipped by quietly. Zhang Yi glanced up at the clock in the top right corner of the game interface. It was already 11:50 p.m. Only 10 minutes remained until the end of the week, meaning that the world of Apocalypse was about to unveil a new chapter, issuing new survival tasks to all players. Meanwhile, those who had not reached the safe zone would face obliteration. Seizing the last 10 minutes, Zhang Yi hurried to the pharmacy for supplies. While other players were still hesitant to use level 2 red potions, Zhang Yi didn't hesitate to spend 10 silver coins to buy 100 bottles of level 3 red potions, each restoring 300 health points. He also spent 2 silver coins on 40 bottles of level 2 blue potions, each restoring 40 energy points. This significant expenditure was made possible by the 15 silver coins he had previously earned through hidden quests and 2-star chests. With his supplies restocked, the clock struck midnight. A server-wide announcement echoed throughout the world of Apocalypse. Ding, dear players, a new week has begun. The survival tasks for this week have been released. You can check them in the task interface and complete them within the week to avoid the death penalty. Congratulations to all players for receiving an extra resurrection chance this week. Enjoy your game. As the announcement concluded, numerous players who had failed to complete last week's survival tasks were struck by purple lightning in the wilderness, turning into white light and disappearing. However, their deaths did not attract much attention. Zhang Yi immediately opened the task interface to confirm this week's first survival task. Survival task for this week: Extreme Hunt Normal Level. Background: the safe zone can temporarily ensure your safety, but to survive in this world, you must complete survival tasks according to the rules. Task description: you need to accumulate 1,000 kills of monsters higher in level than yourself within this week. Progress: 0-1-0-0-0. Time remaining: 7 days. Task reward: Resurrection Chance 1. Failure penalty: death can be offset by a resurrection chance. Even though it was already early morning, the streets and alleys of Hopetown were still bustling, as lively as daytime. Countless players were coming and going. Some had just received tasks and were excitedly teaming up to set out, while others were returning from the wilderness to submit completed tasks. Everything seemed normal, with no one yet aware of the impending crisis. Zhang Yi's gaze fell on the logout option in the bottom right corner of the main interface, which had been grayed out since the game began. Understanding the future trajectory, he didn't dwell on it. The next steps were clear: continue leveling up, and strive to reach level 10 for the class change and corresponding achievements. Relying on his memory, Zhang Yi headed to the blacksmith shop in town and received a task from the NPC owner to collect 100 wolf pelts. Collect wolf pelts, normal task. Task difficulty 50. Description: with the outbreak of the apocalypse, countless biobeasts and alien monsters constantly eye the human safe zones, hoping to one day break in and devour the humans inside. As the owner of Hope Town's blacksmith shop, Ear has a heavy responsibility to forge powerful armor and weapons for the guards every day, enabling them to protect their homeland. However, crafting these items requires a large amount of materials. Zhang Yi received a new mission. Head to the dark forest to hunt demonic wolves and collect 100 wolf pelts to deliver to IL. The rewards are substantial: 2,000 experience points, 250 copper coins, 15 level 1 enhancement stones, 1 random piece of equipment, and 30 points of human reputation. The remaining time is only 1 day. IL, the NPC Zhang Yi saved in a previous hidden quest, turns out to be the owner of the blacksmith shop in Hope Town. Despite losing one hand, this top-tier blacksmith still showcases his talent in the shop. On the surface, this seems like an ordinary mission, with a difficulty 30 points higher than Jiang Yi's previous patricide revenge quest. However, Zhang Yi knows this mission has a unique feature. It can be submitted up to 10 times. Each submission yields progressively lower rewards, but after 10 submissions, a grand ultimate prize awaits. In his past life, Zhang Yi missed this opportunity, but this time, he plans to seize it. This mission will not only allow him to focus on grinding in the dark forest, but also help him complete the survival quest, Extreme Hunt. By the time the mission ends, he will likely reach level 10 and be ready for a job change. After accepting the mission, Zhang Yi left the bustling Hope Town and headed towards the dark forest. At that moment, near the Resurrection Spring in Hope Town, a player wearing only red shorts stood there, fuming. This pitiful young man was none other than Wang Yao, who had just been one-shotted by Zhang Yi's hammer. A few players with the Wangzhe prefix in their IDs hurried over. Wang Lai, barely holding back his laughter, asked with concern, "Captain, are you all right?" "All right, my foot." Wang Yao raged. "That punk one-shotted me, dropped my level from 3 to 2, and even my 15 pants exploded." He kicked Wang Lai hard. "Take off your pants and give them to me. Then notify the team that all enhancement stones dropped from grinding are mine. 1,000 coins each. Withdraw your salary in the morning. High-level equipment starts at 10,000. Any good gear goes to me." Wang Lai was stunned, not even reacting before getting kicked again. "Take off your pants and spread the word." Wang Yao snarled. "Inua Qing Chung. You dare kill me, I'll make sure you can't survive in the entire 8th district." Following the map's guidance, Zhang Yi arrived at the dark forest, about a half-hour's journey south of Hope Town. Under the shroud of night, this vast forest by the river appeared especially eerie and forbidding. Countless pairs of blue glowing eyes wandered through the woods, accompanied by chilling wolf howls, sending shivers down Zhang Yi's spine as he stood at the forest's edge. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yi gripped his large iron hammer tightly and resolutely stepped into this unknown territory. Moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting a faint glow on the forest floor, revealing gray-furred wolves with blue eyes roaming around. Zhang Yi cautiously surveyed his surroundings and quickly identified an 8th-level demon wolf that seemed to be the highest-ranking one. He then cast a detection spell. Demonized Wild Wolf Magical Common Monster. Level 8. Talent: Magic Penetration. The demonized wild wolf's attacks can ignore 20 points of the target's magic defense. Magic Attack, 65. Physical Defense, 30. Magic Defense, 22. Health Points, 440. Description: originally living in the woods, these wild wolves mutated due to environmental pollution. They possess strong magic penetration abilities. If you don't have high enough magic resistance, avoid provoking them. Zhang Yi was secretly astonished by the 8th-level wolf's 65-point attack power. Although his physical defense reached 61 points, he only had 45 points of magic resistance against magical attacks. What made it even more challenging was the wolf's magic penetration talent, effectively leaving Zhang Yi with only 25 points of magic resistance. Even equipped with devouring insect boots and biochemical pants, which added 25 to his defense, Zhang Yi didn't dare underestimate the threat. Weighing the pros and cons, Zhang Yi decided to start with the more manageable 6th-level demon wolves. After all, his goal was to collect wolf pelts for a quest, and there was no need to risk challenging stronger foes. The 6th-level wolf's 50-point attack power and magic penetration talent, which ignored only 12 points of magic resistance, posed a much smaller threat to Zhang Yi. Locking onto a nearby 6th-level demon wolf, Zhang Yi cautiously approached. As soon as he entered the 30-meter attack range, the wolf let out a howl and spat a blue magic orb from its mouth. Zhang Yi swiftly dodged to the side, then quickly closed the distance and swung his iron hammer in a powerful strike. Critical hit! With a resounding crash, the iron hammer, glowing red, struck the demon wolf, causing a damage number of 97 to appear above its head. This blow nearly depleted a third of the 6th level wolf's 300 health points, showcasing Zhang Yi's formidable attack power as a 5th level player with a 25 weapon and 25 ring boost. Thanks to the 11-point agility boost from his guardian armor, Zhang Yi moved swiftly. Before the wolf could react, he landed another hammer blow. Although this time it didn't trigger a critical hit, the damage was still significant. Seeing its health drop drastically, the demon wolf lunged desperately, finally sinking its teeth into Zhang Yi's left arm. As pain surged through him, the guardian armor's angelic protection talent activated instantly, enveloping Zhang Yi in a faint energy shield. This shield, equivalent to 10 of his maximum health 57 points, not only completely absorbed the 17 points of damage, but also remained largely intact. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yi swung his hammer again. This strike triggered the Lucky Ring's Lucky Hit talent, dealing 1.5 times the damage. The demon wolf's remaining health was instantly wiped out, and with a final howl, it collapsed lifelessly. Ding! You killed a level 6 demonized wild wolf. Experience points 25. Zhang Yi stood next to the fallen wolf's corpse, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. 3 precise attacks, taking down a level 6 demon wolf without a scratch's efficiency was truly impressive. He crouched down and skillfully searched the loot. 3 copper coins and a gray wolf pelt the exact items required for his quest. His gaze shifted, locking onto the next target. Zhang Yi's battle rhythm was as smooth as flowing water, a deadly strike to start, followed by normal attacks, and finishing with a lucky hit. This 3-hit combo was almost guaranteed to take down any level 6 demon wolf. Although the deadly strike only dealt 9 more damage than a normal attack, that small difference was crucial. A level 6 demon wolf had 315 health points. If he replaced the deadly strike with a normal attack, his 3 hits would only deal 310 damage, forcing Zhang Yi to swing one more time. That seemingly insignificant extra hit could accumulate into a significant time difference when hunting thousands of wolves. For the sake of efficiency, Zhang Yi was willing to expend a bit more energy. The 100 drop rate of wolf pelts quickly boosted his collection progress, and his experience bar steadily rose. When his kill count reached over 40, he was enveloped in a golden light, successfully advancing to level 6. He unhesitatingly allocated all 5 attribute points to strength, and then set his sights on level 7 demon wolves. The extreme hunting mission required killing monsters higher level than himself. Level 7 demon wolves had 50 more health points and slightly higher defense than their level 6 counterparts. It took an average of 4 hits to take one down, but the rewards were also greater, with each level 7 demon wolf giving 30 experience points. From just before 1 a.m. until 8 a.m., Zhang Yi relentlessly hunted, finally gathering 1,000 wolf pelts. This long hunting session saw him soar from level 5 to level 9. However, the progress on his extreme hunting mission stalled at 2/5 complete. The reason was simple. Once he reached level 8, the highest level monsters in the Dark Forest level 8 demon wolves no longer qualified for the extreme hunting criteria. Unknowingly, Zhang Yi had spent the entire night in the Dark Forest. From the pitch-black night to the first light of dawn, his hands tirelessly wielded his weapon, slaying one demonized wolf after another. This intense focus reminded him of the passionate days from his previous life. At first, it seemed like Zhang Yi was fighting alone in the vast forest. However, as time passed, more and more players started to flood into this hunting ground. The once quiet woods gradually became noisy, filled with the sounds of battle cries and wolf howls. Zhang Yi noticed that the surrounding players were generally at level 7 or 8, which surprised him. Out of curiosity, he opened the regional level leaderboard. Safe Zone 886 Hope Town level leaderboard. First, Storm Angel Male, level 9, 72. Second, King's Glory Male, level 9, 50. Third, Don't Make Your Name Too Long Like Mine Male, level 9, 46. Fourth, King's Return Male, level 9, 42. Fifth, King's Supreme Male, level 9, 40. Sixth, King Sky Male, level 9, 37. Seeing this leaderboard, Zhang Yi was momentarily stunned. Despite being at level 9 with 10 progress, he didn't make it to the list. However, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, he had been purely grinding monsters without completing any quests. Meanwhile, other players had likely finished 2 or 3 quests since the server opened, gaining substantial rewards on top of their grinding experience, which naturally sped up their leveling. Even so, reaching level 9 just by grinding was already quite impressive. Zhang Yi calculated that if he returned to the safe zone and submitted the quest for collecting wolf pelts, he would undoubtedly top the leaderboard. and his lead would be substantial. After all, he was about to receive rewards for 10 consecutive quests. As he continued browsing the leaderboard, Zhang Yi noticed that all top 10 players had reached level 9. What surprised him the most was that 5 of them were from the King's World Guild. Even King's Glory, who had lost a level after being killed by Zhang Yi once, was now in second place. If not for that incident, King's Glory might have been the first to reach level 10 and complete his class change. This all confirmed the history from his previous life. A coordinated team of 1,000 players could level up incredibly fast. At this rate, King's World would soon dominate safe zone 886, assuming Zhang Yi did nothing to change the course. Fortunately, no one had yet reached level 10 to complete their class change, and the first class change achievement was still up for grabs. Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. As for the leaderboard's top player, Storm Angel, the name rang a bell. He vaguely recalled seeing it in the regional chat channel. Apparently, this person had offered 100,000 renminbi to buy the hidden quest Zhang Yi possessed. Clearly, Storm Angel wasn't simple, but Zhang Yi didn't remember much about him. Likely, in his previous life, Storm Angel didn't last long after all. King's Glory couldn't stand anyone outshining him. After closing the leaderboard, Zhang Yi looked up at the rising sun and stretched. Just then, a system notification sounded. Ding, system has detected your fatigue level has dropped to 30. Please take a rest. Fatigue is a hidden attribute in the world of Apocalypse, with 100 representing peak condition. It depletes by 1 every 10 minutes, and when it hits 0, the player dies. After nearly 12 hours of continuous fighting since the server opened at 8 p.m. last night, Zhang Yi indeed felt exhausted. His plan was to return to the safe zone, submit his quests, level up to 10, complete his class change, and then rest to recover his fatigue. So, Zhang Yi squatted down to collect the loot from the last demon wolf he had just killed. Suddenly, he heard a rush of footsteps approaching from outside the forest. For some reason, a sense of unease rose within him. Turning around, Zhang Yi's heart skipped a beat. A massive wave of players surged into the dark forest, their banners boldly displaying King's Dominion. He thought to himself, they're not coming for me, are they? At that moment, a young man in black armor, wielding a silver longbow, stepped forward from the crowd. This was Wang Zhongyao. He glanced around at the players battling magic wolves, his gaze finally locking onto Jiang Yi. Pointing a finger, he shouted, "That's him. Surround Inuo Qing Chung." Before the words had fully left his mouth, over 30 players split into 2 groups and quickly encircled Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi thought, damn, they really are coming for me? Wang Zhongyao stared coldly at Jiang Yi and sneered, still grinding levels here? Do you know why I'm looking for you? Jiang Yi carefully examined Wang Zhonyao's equipment. He was fully outfitted with 7 pieces of high-quality gear, especially the black armor and silver longbow, which were top tier for this stage of the game. Feigning nonchalance, Jiang Yi mused, "Here to bring me some gear? Gear my ass." Wang Zhongyao spat, his voice filled with venom. "I'm here to send you to your doom." Jiang Yi looked around and noticed that the other King's Dominion players had clearly inferior gear. With 8 years of survival experience in the world of Apocalypse, he could judge the quality and enhancement levels of equipment by its sheen. Gear enhanced to 25 had a faint golden glow, and the brightness diminished with lower enhancement levels. These regular members were all wearing 1-star gear, with enhancement levels not exceeding 10. "Is this all you got? I'm afraid it won't be enough," Zhang Yi said dismissively. Wang Zhongyao laughed instead of getting angry. "Do you know how many members King's Dominion has? To deal with a nobody like you, we don't need 1,000 people. Just bringing 30-some brothers here is already giving you too much credit. Today, you're dead. I'm going to kill you back to level 0. Zhang Yi slowly lowered the large iron hammer in his hand, its head hitting the ground with a dull thud. He looked Wang Zhongyao in the eye, expressionless, and said calmly, "If you're here to kill me, don't say I didn't give you a chance." "Damn it." A low curse echoed through the dark forest, drawing the attention of nearby solo players farming monsters. Zhang Yi stood at the center of the forest, surrounded by a group of players in matching gear. These individuals were from King's Dominion, a top-tier guild that had gained fame even before the game's launch. Their recruitment post on the official forum, offering a monthly salary of 100,000 renminbi for professional players, had caused a sensation, and they had since gathered over 1,000 elite members. Players around them whispered and gossiped. "This guy dares to challenge King's Dominion? That takes guts." "Yeah, doesn't he know their status? He's not just risking being killed. He'll have a hard time surviving in the 886 safe zone after this. We better not follow his example. Messing with King's Dominion is a surefire way to get into trouble." Without further words, the leader of King's Dominion left a chilling remark, "You'll regret being born," before waving his hand and ordering, "Get him." Upon command, King's Dominion players from all directions raised their weapons and charged at Jiang Yi. The surrounding solo players watched eagerly, as if they could already see Zhang Yi's fate. However, Zhang Yi remained calm and composed, showing no signs of panic. Two players reached him first, their swords slashing towards his shoulders. The blades landed, but only triggered two astonishing damage numbers above Zhang Yi's head. 0. My god! No damage? Is King's Dominion's attack that weak? Or is his defense too high? Even the attackers were dumbfounded. Though not fully optimized, their attack power exceeded 50 points each, yet they couldn't harm this guy. Zhang Yi heard the system notifications. Ding you have been maliciously attacked by player Wang Zhiquanshan. The opponent is now in gray status. Attacking them will not trigger a red name. Ding you have been maliciously attacked by player Wang Zhishilo. The opponent is now in gray status. Attacking them will not trigger a red name. Having waited long enough, Zhang Yi finally made his move. He swung his hammer, smashing it into Wang Zhiquanshan, then followed up with another strike to Wang Zhiyuo's chest. High damage numbers exploded above their heads. Before they could react, Zhang Yi took advantage of his 14 agility points, delivering a fatal blow to Wang Zhiquanshan. With only around 260 HP, Wang Zhiquanshan's health bar was instantly drained. He collapsed to the ground, turning into a beam of white light and leaving behind some copper coins, potions, and a pair of boots. Ding you have killed player Wang Zhiquanshan. Since the opponent was in gray status, you have not gained any sin value. The combination of a critical hit and a lucky strike caused Zhang Yi's hammer to deal an astonishing 195 damage to Wang Zhiquanshan, leaving the surrounding solo players in shock. What kind of damage is that? Nearly 200. Unbelievable. If that hammer hit me, I'd be dead in one shot. I get it now. This guy must be Inua Qingsheng, the one who triggered the first achievement. They say his hammer is a growing artifact. He used it to kill King's Dominion's leader, Wang Zhirongyao, before. They're here for revenge. No wonder King's Dominion sent so many people after him. They must have known his strength and recognized him as a formidable opponent. Even the Yeto attack members of King's Dominion were left in stunned silence, clearly not expecting this turn of events. This kid's damage is insane, exclaimed a member of the King's Realm Guild, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. Didn't you hear the captain? That hammer he's wielding, it's a legendary artifact. Another member quickly explained, a hint of excitement in his voice. It's just a game. Getting killed doesn't mean you actually die, a calm voice interjected. Besides, the captain said there's a $10,000 compensation for each death. These words seemed to bolster the group's courage. Brothers, attack! Help the captain get that legendary hammer from him, someone shouted. Even if we have to chip away at him bit by bit, we'll take him down. With that rallying cry, the members of King's Realm surged towards Jiang Yi, their weapons glinting in the sunlight. Jiang Yi watched the swarm of players rushing at him, a contemptuous smile playing on his lips. He knew full well that no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't touch him. Their attacks couldn't even break through his angelic shield, which activated every 10 seconds, let alone his 570 health points. With that thought, Zhang Yi hesitated no longer. He swung his massive iron hammer, unleashing a brutal massacre within the enemy ranks. As the hammer swept through the air, enemies fell one after another, their screams echoing around him. Despite this, Zhang Yi was acutely aware that his current hammer, a level 1, 1-star weapon, was no longer up to par with his strength. Half of his high damage output was due to the points he had accumulated through leveling up. The 20 points he had gained from reaching levels 5 to 9 were all invested in strength, equating to a 15-star strength growth and granting him an additional 30 attack points. This meant that even with a level 1 hammer, his attack power had soared to an impressive 108 points. Such damage was simply unbearable for the current players, who were mostly under-equipped and around levels 8 or 9. What Zhang Yi needed most now was a weapon that matched his formidable strength. From a distance, the guild leader of King's Realm, known as Wang Zhirongyao, watched Zhang Yi effortlessly dispatch his subordinates. Seeing Zhang Yi take down players with just 2 or 3 swings, he became increasingly convinced that the hammer was a top-tier, evolving artifact. I must get that hammer, Wang Zhirongyao muttered, a greedy gleam in his eyes. Slowly, he raised his expensive silver longbow, aiming carefully at the besieged Zhang Yi. Whoosh! A sharp arrow whizzed through the air, heading straight for Zhang Yi. Thud! The arrow traveled over 30 meters, striking Zhang Yi's guardian armor squarely on the chest. For the first time, a damage number greater than 1 appeared above Zhang Yi's head. The angelic shield, with over 30 shield points remaining, shattered instantly, and Zhang Yi lost an additional 70 health points. Seeing the damage he had taken, Zhang Yi's eyes widened in surprise. He thought to himself, I have a defense stat of 61. This means that King's Glory's attack power must be at least 160. Aside from maxing out his stats, that bow of his must be a top-tier piece of equipment, probably a 2-star enhancement 20 or higher. During the battle, Zhang Yi had been targeting players with gray names, so even after killing 3 King of the World players, he still maintained a white name status. This caused King's Glory, who attacked Zhang Yi, to have his ID turn gray. Zhang Yi's gaze suddenly shifted to King's Glory, who was shooting from a distance. A chill ran down his spine, but he had no time to think as arrows continued to rain down on him. After taking several hits, Zhang Yi's health bar was more than half depleted. The onlookers erupted into animated discussions upon seeing this. No wonder he's the captain of King of the World. King's Glory really knows his stuff. He can dish out such high damage. Yeah, look at that bow in his hands. It's definitely top-notch. I thought Immortal Chronicles might turn the tables, but now it seems hopeless. A few more arrows from King's Glory, and he'll be done for. However, a keen observer noticed something unusual. Is no one paying attention to Immortal Chronicles' health? King's Glory has already hit him 3 times for over 300 damage, and he still has half his health left. At that moment, Jiang Yi, who had broken through the encirclement, locked onto King's Glory. Wielding a massive hammer, he charged towards his opponent. King's Glory, who was firing arrows from a distance, was momentarily stunned when he saw Zhang Yi running at him. He quickly turned and fled, attempting to kite Jiang Yi. As Zhang Yi rapidly closed the distance, he zigzagged to dodge the incoming arrows. The word miss repeatedly flashed above his head, showcasing his agile movements. The 11 agility points from his guardian armor, combined with the initial 3 points, gave Zhang Yi a total of 14 agility points, granting him significant maneuverability. While closing in on King's Glory, Zhang Yi swiftly took out a level 3 red potion from his bag and gulped it down. A green 300 recovery value appeared above his head, instantly restoring his health bar to full. Early on, most players prioritized damage over agility, making Zhang Yi's speed hard to match. Even if the King of the World players managed to catch up, they were quickly dispatched by his hammer, unable to prevent him from reaching King's Glory. Clearly, King's Glory had allocated all his points to attack, leaving him with only the initial 3 agility points. He was no match for Zhang Yi in terms of speed and was soon caught. The outcome was inevitably a thud, and Zhang Yi's hammer sent him sprawling to the ground. Unexpectedly, King's Glory's other attributes were not weak. Zhang Yi's hammer dealt only 90 damage to him, compared to the 110 he dealt to others. King's Glory's health bar only dropped by a quarter. Despite this, King's Glory panicked. As a ranged attacker, he knew he stood no chance in close combat against Jiang Yi. While he hesitated, Jiang Yi landed another hammer blow, dealing another 90 damage. King's Glory hastily drew his bow at close range and fired an arrow while retreating. He reached for a red potion from his bag, but before he could use it, Jiang Yi's hammer struck his head. With a resounding crack, King's Glory's head buzzed. A system notification popped up. Ding, you have been attacked by player Inuo Ching, losing 297 health points. You are dead. King's Glory fell to his knees with a thud, a look of unwillingness on his face, and disappeared in a flash of white light before Zhang Yi. It took 3 hammer strikes to defeat this opponent, compared to the previous 1-hit kills. King's Glory's resilience was indeed impressive. Zhang Yi's final blow, dealing a critical 297 damage due to a lucky strike, left all the onlookers in shock. Passerby A exclaimed, "Oh my god, almost 300 damage. How did he pull that off?" Passerby B questioned in disbelief. Is he cheating? That damage is just insane. Passerby C said in shock. The captain of King's World, Wang Zerangio, got taken out in a second. After killing the gray-named Wang Zerangio, Zhang Yi didn't turn red-named. He looked down at the spot where Wang Zerangio had just vanished, and the sight before him filled him with joy. Amidst the scattered copper coins and potions lay an exquisite silver longbow. He actually dropped the longbow with insane attack power from Wang Zerangio's hands. Zhang Yi thought to himself, delighted by the unexpected gain. As Wang Zerangio fell, the players of King's World didn't seem to care about their captain being killed. Their focus was entirely on the bow. Don't let him pick up that bow. Brothers, charge! Get the captain's bow back. Hurry! Shouted King Supreme. With that command, more than 20 remaining players from King's World sprinted toward Zhang Yi like a 100-meter dash. However, they were a step too late. Zhang Yi quickly bent down, picked up the longbow, and without hesitation, replaced his hammer with it. The moment he completed the switch, the once aggressive players of King's World stopped in their tracks, their faces filled with fear. Zhang Yi didn't have time to inspect the bow's attributes, but he knew that the reason Wang Zerangio could inflict such high damage on him, despite his 61 defense points, had to be because of this bow. Therefore, the bow's attack power was undoubtedly higher than his hammer's. Instantly transformed from a warrior to an archer, Zhang Yi raised the longbow and aimed at the King's World players who were now just 20 to 30 meters away. In the world of Apocalypse, the basic attack range for range classes was 50 meters, meaning these players were well within his range. Seeing Zhang Yi draw the bowstring, the King's World players hesitated momentarily before continuing to charge at him. "Brothers, kill him! Get the captain's bow back from his hands," someone shouted. Their courage was truly remarkable. Knowing they couldn't inflict effective damage on Jiang Yi, they still chose to charge to their deaths. Perhaps it was because they saw it as just a game and would rather sacrifice themselves than be looked down upon by their captain. Besides, the captain had promised a compensation of $10,000 for each death. Just as the shout faded, Zhang Yi released his finger. With a whoosh, an arrow flew through the air, striking an 8th-level man wielding a large blade at the front. His ID was gray. The arrow pierced through his body instantly, draining his full health bar in a flash. The man with the large blade let out a scream and disappeared into a white light, leaving behind a pile of coins and potions. Seeing the damage he caused, even Zhang Yi was taken aback. He stared at the silver longbow in his hands with wide eyes, utterly incredulous. "Wow, switching weapons just double my damage output." Clearly, this bow's value had far exceeded his expectations. Zhang Yi quickly assessed the current situation. At this level, even with a hat and clothes that increase health points, an 8 or 9 level player with low equipment enhancement would have at most 200 to 300 health points. The guy he just one-shotted didn't even have a hat. Despite witnessing their comrade being instantly killed, the remaining members of the Kings of the World Guild charged at Zhang Yi without hesitation. Zhang Yi shook his head, thinking that if they knew this was a real death game, they wouldn't so easily squander their irreplaceable resurrection chances. However, Zhang Yi felt no sympathy for the Kings of the World. He drew his bowstring again, aiming at the incoming enemies. Husher-shwishery arrows were fired in quick succession, each hitting a different target with precision. The onlookers gasped as 3 blinding white flashes lit up, and 3 more members of Kings of the World fell, killed from a distance. Zhang Yi's 14 agility points not only boosted his speed, but also provided a significant critical hit bonus. Some clever opponents tried to dodge his attacks with zigzag movements, but this was futile against Zhang Yi. As a seasoned archer with 8 years of experience in his previous life, Zhang Yi could predict enemy movements with pinpoint accuracy, landing each shot perfectly. Under Zhang Yi's relentless long-range assault, the dark forest was lit up with continuous flashes of white light. Apart from King of Supremacy and King of Return, who took an extra arrow, everyone else was killed in one hit. In just a few minutes, over 30 members of Kings of the World were wiped out without even getting close to Jiang Yi. Since they had all been in a gray name state when they attacked him, Jiang Yi remained a white name with no sin points after killing them. After the battle, the ground was littered with copper coins, potions, enhancement stones, and equipment. The scattered players who witnessed everything were dumbfounded and started to chatter. "Oh my god, it feels like a dream. This guy wiped out the entire Kings of the World team by himself." The scary part is that everyone was one-shotted. His damage is insane. Seriously, who is this guy? How is he so powerful? Could he be an insider from Tianqi? Maybe that's why he's not afraid of Kings of the World, because he's backed by Tianyin Group? You're overthinking it. Bro, Tianyin Group has long issued a statement guaranteeing that Tianqi is completely fair, with no bugs, cheats, or inside operations. This guy probably got a high-level damage-boosting talent at the start, but I think he's completely pissed off Kings of the World. No matter how strong he is, it'll be tough for him to survive in Safe Zone 886, or even the entire 8th Zone from now on. Despite the drooling over the scattered coins and equipment, none of the surrounding players dared to step forward and pick them up. They were all afraid that if they touched the loot, they would be one-shotted by this terrifying player named Inua Ching Chong and become part of the loot themselves. Ignoring the chatter around him, Zhang Yi finally had the time to closely examine the exquisite silver longbow in his hands after the battle. The silver moon bow glimmered coldly under the sunlight. Its attributes were astounding. Silver moon bow 25. Quality 2-star. Level 8. Physical attack 10575. Additional attribute strength 1410. Exclusive talent armor penetration. The wielder's attacks ignore 35 points of the target's physical defense. Class restriction archer can be equipped by unclassed players as well. Description: it is said that this top-tier weapon was forged by a master blacksmith of the human race, using rare silverwhite or under a full moon. The silver moon bow, imbued with moonlight, possesses immense destructive power. Zhang Yi's eyes widened as he marveled. Wow, a 2-star, level 8 weapon. No wonder the damage was so high when the King of Glory used it. Recalling his earlier speculation, he had guessed that the weapon must have been enhanced to at least 20, but he hadn't expected it to reach maximum enhancement. Zhang Yi couldn't help but admire King of Glory's wealth, investing so much in an early-game transitional weapon. Enhancing a 2-star weapon to 25 requires at least 4 to 500 level 2 enhancement stones, which is nearly 1,000 level 1 stones. Zhang Yi calculated. Crazy. The mindset of the rich is truly unfathomable. However, he then thought, for King of Glory, collecting enhancement stones might not be difficult. With over 1,000 subordinates, if each contributes a stone, gathering 1,000 stones would be a piece of cake. Opening his status panel, Jiang Yi found that equipping the Silver Moon Bow had boosted his attack power to 216 points. He realized, no wonder each shot just now dealt 216 damage. With the armor penetration talent, the King's World players had virtually no defense, and I was dealing true damage. Just as Zhang Yi was about to stow away the Silver Moon Bow and collect his loot, a solo player's exclamation reached his ears. Everyone, check the region channel. King of Glory is ranting again. Casually opening the regional chat interface, Zhang Yi saw King of Glory spamming the chat. Immortal, you've killed me twice. Give back the Silver Moon Bow, or I won't let you off. I'll make you crawl in the world of Tianqi. Immortal, return the Silver Moon Bow, and I'll give you a chance to repent. Damn it, Immortal, answer me, are you dead? Far from being angered by these crude insults, Zhang Yi found them amusing. He decided to respond in the chat and attach the Silver Moon Bow's stats. Immortal male, level 9. Thank for the weapon, it's great Silver Moon Bow. As soon as this message was sent, the 886th region chat exploded. Fish memory male, level 7. Holy crap. A 2-star level 8 weapon enhanced to 25. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Stop sending mail, level 8. Wow. You hit the jackpot. This bow is practically a god tier weapon early on. Worth at least 100k, right? Mo Yin male, level 8. Immortal brother, I'll buy that weapon from you. Name your price. Little dummy female, level 6. This bow's attack power is so high. Immortal, darling, give it to me please. It'll be your girlfriend, the real-life kind. The players in the chat were all expressing their amazement and envy over the Silver Moon Bow, causing the entire region to buzz with excitement over this unexpected windfall. Seeing the heated discussions in the chat channel, King of Glory, who had just revived at the Hopetown Fountain, was fuming. He was an 8th level male player and had just finished typing a profanity-laden message, ready to send it when a system prompt suddenly appeared. Ding, the system has detected malicious spamming and explicit language. You have been muted for 1 hour. Damn it! King of Glory gritted his teeth. Just then, his teammates King Supreme and King Return also emerged from the revival fountain. Seeing his entire team wiped out, King of Glory became even more enraged. What the hell? So many of you couldn't take down one opponent? You call yourselves professional players? I pay you a monthly salary of 100,000, and this is what I get? Trash. King Return quickly explained. Calm down, Captain. That guy's stats are just too high. Besides his attack power, his defense and health are off the charts. Didn't you notice? I'm sure he's fully equipped with 25 gear. That's bullshit. King of Glory roared. I had a 1,000-member team grinding all night just to barely get a full set of 25 gear. What does he have? How could one person gather thousands of enhancement stones to fully upgrade his gear? So, what do we do now? King Return lowered his head. He's already killed you twice and looted 2 pieces of your equipment. Everyone knows about it now. King of Glory gritted his teeth. We can level up again, but getting 2-star equipment in the early stages is tough, especially weapons. No matter what, I need to get my Silver Moon Bow back. Damn it, of all things to drop, it had to be my best gear. What rotten luck. Inua Chingcheng, remember this. Within 3 days, if I don't make you delete your account and quit the game, I'll livestream myself eating shit. Captain, King Supreme whispered. The first time we encountered Inua Chingcheng, you said you didn't believe he could hit for 50 damage with 1 strike. You said if he could, you'd livestream eating shit. You bastards. King of Glory kicked King Supreme. Get out of my sight, you're fired. King Supreme silently stepped back, not daring to speak further. Meanwhile, in the Dark Forest, Zhang Yi, who had just killed King of Glory twice, was busy collecting his loot. He ignored the chatter from nearby players, but was curious about how King of Glory's team had found him in the Dark Forest. After reviewing the chat logs in the area channel, Zhang Yi quickly found the answer. It turned out that some solo players in the Dark Forest couldn't resist King of Glory's 100,000 reward and had revealed his location. King of Glory is really loaded. Zhang Yi thought to himself, but didn't dwell on it. He spent a few minutes collecting all the equipment dropped by the 30-plus members of King of Glory's team and took inventory. Zhang Yi planned to return to the safe zone and set up a stall to sell the equipment. Although the gear wasn't useful to him at the moment, other players would surely find it valuable. Among the loot, the Silver Moon Bow was Zhang Yi's greatest prize, validating the worth of the battle. Additionally, he was pleased with the coins and enhancement stones he had collected, a total of 2,000 copper coins equivalent to 20 silver coins and over 60 enhancement stones. Glancing at the time, it was exactly 8 o'clock. Zhang Yi yawned and started heading back to Hopetown. Behind him, a group of solo players who had witnessed him single-handedly slaughter over 30 members of King of Glory's team watched his departing figure with lingering fear. Back in the safe zone, Jiang Yi immediately headed to the blacksmith shop and found the NPC owner, Illinois. Triggering a dialogue, Illinois excitedly said, "Young warrior, I can't believe you actually brought me so many wolf pelts. Thank you so much." He took the 100 wolf pelts that Zhang Yi traded to him. Ding! A pleasant notification sound rang in Zhang Yi's ears, followed by a series of system announcements. Congratulations on completing the task. Collect wolf pelts. Rewards. Experience points 2,000, copper coins 250, level 1 enhancement stones 15, human race reputation 36, equipment wolf pelt coat 1. Intimacy with the blacksmith shop owner 6. Immediately after, another notification came through. Player Inua Ching Chung. Congratulations on exceeding 10 intimacy points with the blacksmith shop owner. Intimacy level has been upgraded to level 1. You now receive a 5 discount on all forging services at the blacksmith shop. Next upgrade requires 50 intimacy points. Zhang Yi was secretly delighted and quickly reviewed the intimacy system in the game Apocalypse. This mechanism was designed to enrich gameplay. Players could increase their intimacy with NPCs by completing tasks, and upon reaching certain levels, they could enjoy various benefits. NPCs were categorized by professions such as civilians, blacksmiths, innkeepers, merchants, appraisers, guards, and city lords, and the intimacy levels were universally applicable throughout the Apocalypse world. For instance, if a player reached level 2 intimacy with a merchant in a safe zone, the same level would apply when they reached the level 30 main city, granting a 10 discount on purchases. The higher the intimacy, the greater the discounts, and there was even a chance to receive hidden quests from NPCs. However, even with the 2,000 experience points, Zhang Yi still hadn't reached level 10. It required 8,000 experience points to level up from 9 to 10, which was no easy feat. As for the level 9, 1-star wolf pelt coat, it was insignificant for Zhang Yi, who already possessed a 2-star guardian armor. After completing the task, the blacksmith ear no longer paid attention to Zhang Yi. Most players would leave at this point to seek the next quest. But Zhang Yi suddenly remembered a phrase he used to have on his QQ profile in his youth. "If you take the initiative, we might have a story." So, he proactively spoke to Ear. "I have some extra wolf pelts. Do you need more?" Ear responded with surprise. "Really, warrior? Do you have 100 wolf pelts?" "Yes," Zhang Yi replied, handing over 100 wolf pelts to Ear. The system prompted again. "Congratulations on completing the task. Collect wolf pelts again. Rewards. Experience points 2,000, copper coins 50. Intimacy with the blacksmith shop owner 2. Zhang Yi repeated this process, submitting 100 wolf pelts each time, until he had handed over all 1,000 wolf pelts in his backpack. Ear was overjoyed and praised him repeatedly. "Young warrior, you have truly amazed me. I never expected you to collect so many wolf pelts for me. I don't even know how to thank you." Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yi made a request. "Can you make me a piece of equipment?" He remembered that the first player to complete this 10-part quest in the previous life had the chance to have a custom-made piece of equipment by the blacksmith. It seemed that only the first player had this privilege. Subsequent players could only receive a rare piece of equipment from Ear. As expected, Ear readily agreed. "No problem, warrior. What kind of equipment would you like me to craft for you?" After a moment of thought, Zhang Yi replied, "Make me a magic staff." From the moment Zhang Yi acquired the divine talent of God-level enhancement, he had a bold idea. He decided to take a unique path in this lifetime by choosing the Beastmaster profession in the world of Tianxia profession that was scorned by countless players and widely regarded as the worst. In Tianxia, players could choose from 7 professions: warrior, assassin, knight, mage, archer, priest, and beastmaster. Each profession had its own unique attributes, but the beastmaster stood out as particularly special. This profession allowed players to summon various magical beasts to fight for them, whether they were tanks, mages, or healers. In theory, a high-level beastmaster could even form a complete team on their own. On the surface, it seemed like the beastmaster had the advantages of all professions in Tianxia. This perfect description led many players in the past to choose this path, only to regret it later. The reality was harsh. The Beastmaster profession was not just a pitfall. It was an endless abyss that left players who chose it full of regret. The unique aspect of Beastmasters was that the magical beasts they summoned had their own independent development system, unrelated to the Beastmaster's attributes. This meant that from the moment a player started nurturing a beast, they had to allocate half of their resources to it. Beasts required equipment, skill books, and even consumed the player's experience points to level up. In short, players needed to use the resources of one account to nurture 2 characters simultaneously. Equipment enhancement and skill upgrades were already resource black holes in the game. Many players struggled to maintain themselves, let alone nurture a beast. Unless one was extremely wealthy, it was challenging to balance both. To make matters worse, for the sake of game balance, the attribute growth of Beastmasters was the lowest among the 7 professions, and their skill damage was negligible. Compared to a real mage, the difference was like night and day. This left players who chose the Beastmaster profession in a difficult position. After realizing the downsides of the profession, they found it impossible to abandon the beast summoning ability and play as a regular mage because the development speed of Beastmasters was too slow. Over time, the Beastmaster profession gradually became obsolete and was shunned by many players. Major teams refused to accept Beastmasters, and ordinary players were reluctant to team up with them. Eventually, it became rare to see even one Beastmaster among 100 players. However, the Beastmaster profession itself was not inherently weak. With sufficient resources, the powerful beasts nurtured by Beastmasters could be as formidable as top-tier players. In the later stages of the previous life, the few surviving Beastmasters could easily crush high-ranking players in the main city with their summoned beasts. Despite knowing that this profession was a massive resource sink, Zhang Yi still chose to be a Beastmaster. His confidence came from the god-level enhancement talent, which could effectively compensate for the shortcomings in equipment enhancement. More importantly, Jiang Yi was confident in his ability to gather enough resources to nurture both himself and his summoned beasts. As a Beastmaster, Jiang Yi's primary weapon was a magic staff. He approached the blacksmith Il for a request to forge a staff. Il readily agreed, saying, "Warrior, considering all the wolf pelts you've collected for me, I'll do my best to forge an exceptional magic staff for you." Il paused and added, "However, crafting a weapon takes time, especially the better the weapon, the longer it takes. Come back around 6 this evening to pick it up." Zhang Yi nodded in understanding. "All right, thank you, Master Il." After completing the task of collecting wolf pelts 10 times in a row, Zhang Yi accumulated 20,000 experience points and successfully reached level 10. With his experience points maxed out, he couldn't level up further until he completed his class change. Bidding farewell to NPC Year, Zhang Yi headed straight to the Minor Hall in the center of Hopetown. As the first player to step into the hall, Zhang Yi drew envious glances from other passing players. The conversation of 3 players reached his ears. "Wow, isn't the Minor Hall only accessible at level 10? How did this guy reach level 10 so quickly?" Player A exclaimed. Player B urged, "Stop wasting time. We need to level up quickly too. I heard that the first 100 players to complete their class change in each safe zone get rewards." "Really? What are we waiting for then? Let's go grind some monsters." Player C immediately responded. Zhang Yi pushed open the door to reveal a grand circular hall. 7 mentors, each dressed distinctively, stood around the hall. As he entered, they all began to invite him to their respective classes. The burly warrior mentor, clad in golden armor and holding a long sword, spoke first. "Young man, join the warrior class. You'll have a physique like mine, and the ladies will be all over you." The mage mentor, dressed in a white robe with a gentle appearance but intense eyes, quickly followed. "Learn powerful magic with me. There's no enemy that a mighty blizzard can't kill. And if there is, 2 blizzards will do the job." However, before the other mentors could finish their introductions, Zhang Yi walked straight to the Beastmaster mentor without hesitation and said, "Hello, mentor. I want to become a Beastmaster." The other 6 mentors looked at Zhang Yi in surprise, as he hadn't even glanced at them. The chosen Beastmaster mentor nodded and calmly said, "Very well, I grant you the qualification to become a Beastmaster." As soon as he finished speaking, the Beastmaster mentor waved his hand in front of Zhang Yi, and a beam of golden light descended upon Zhang Yi's head. The system prompt sounded immediately. "Ding, congratulations, you have acquired the class Beastmaster. Ding, congratulations on becoming the first player in Safe Zone 886 to complete a class change. The system will announce this in the area. Do you wish to reveal or hide your ID?" This time, Zhang Yi chose to reveal his ID without hesitation. Soon, the regional announcement echoed throughout Safe Zone 886. "Ding, congratulations to player Inua Ching-chung for successfully changing to the Beastmaster class. As the first player in Safe Zone 886 to complete a class change, you receive the following rewards. Human Reputation 1200, Gold Coins 1. Just like the Hidden Quest achievement reward earlier, with the 20 reputation gain bonus from the human faction, Zhang Yi once again received a massive 1200 reputation points and a generous reward of 1 gold coin. His eyes sparkled with excitement as his fingers swiftly moved through the air, checking his rapidly increasing stats. In just 1 overnight session since the game started, Zhang Yi's reputation had already soared to an impressive 2,700 points. A satisfied grin crept across his face as he secretly felt proud. While other players were still counting their few silver coins, Zhang Yi already had 2 gold coins, their heavy weight seemingly lingering in his palm. After completing his class change, Zhang Yi, whose experience bar was already full, instantly leveled up to 11. He felt the surge of power within him, making him feel even stronger. Meanwhile, as the system's regional announcement echoed, the chat channel in Safe Zone 886 erupted once again. Player conversations flooded in like a tide. Bad Omen level 8 player. That leveling speed is insane. I'm only level 8, and someone already changed classes. Fallen God level 8 player. The rewards are so generous. I only have a few silver coins in my bag, and he got 1 gold coin. He's at the jackpot. Ascend to Heaven level 9 player. Whoa, it's that Ching Chung again. I remember he was the first to unlock the Safe Zone achievement. I strongly suspect he's also the one who triggered the hidden quest. Mouse Loves Cat, level 8 female player. Ching Chung is so amazing. He's triggered 3 achievements already. I really want to meet him. On the other side, King Glory, who had just received a quest from an NPC in Hopetown and was preparing to level up to 10 to change classes and seek revenge on Ching Chung, heard the regional announcement. His face darkened, and he cursed inwardly. Damn it. If you hadn't killed me twice and dropped my levels, I would have been the first to reach level 10 in Zone 886. At that moment, King Glory's teammate, King Return, said, Captain, he chose the Beastmaster class. Before the server launched, people on the forums were calling it a money-burning class. You need to spend a lot to develop it. King Glory snorted coldly, a hint of disdain in his eyes. That guy looks like a poor loser. There's no way he's rich. Can he afford to play a Beastmaster? Without money, the Beastmaster is trash. Its attribute growth is abysmal, and it's even squishier than a priest. Let's see how he uses that garbage class against me. In the Mentor's Hall, the air was thick with an ancient aura. After completing his class change, the Beastmaster Mentor placed 6 beast eggs in front of Zhang Yi. They corresponded to the warrior, tank, mage, marksman, support, and assassin classes. The Mentor kindly said, you can choose any one of these eggs to hatch a corresponding beginner beast. However, to everyone's surprise, Jiang Yi skipped this step entirely, not choosing a single beast egg. Even the Beastmaster Mentor was taken aback. He frowned and said, Warrior, a Beastmaster's soul lies in their beast. Without a beast to assist you, you will struggle to progress in the world of apocalypse. Zhang Yi remained firm in his decision, politely but resolutely responding, Thank you, Mentor, but I don't need these beasts. He knew that the beginner beasts given by the Mentor were all drat and had sub-50 qualifications, essentially worthless. These so-called assistants would be more of a burden, and Zhang Yi didn't want such a beast to share his resources. Zhang Yi had already made up his mind. Until he reached level 30, he wouldn't use a beast. Unless he could find an exceptional beast during this time, he would focus all his resources on strengthening himself. Once his power was sufficient, he would then consider acquiring a beast. Of course, another reason for Zhang Yi's decision was the knowledge that an extraordinary beast was waiting for him somewhere. Compared to this high-tier beast, these low-level ones were not even worth his attention. However, to capture that exceptional beast, Zhang Yi needed more strength and would have to wait a while. Zhang Yi continued his conversation with the Beastmaster Mentor to learn the basic skills. Every player had access to 3 basic white skill books upon changing classes. In front of Zhang Yi were 3 white Beastmaster skill books. One was a control-type skill, freezing spell, with a 70 damage coefficient and a 1.5-second freeze effect, and a 12-second cooldown. The second defensive magic shield grants an 80 magic attack power shield for 5 seconds, with a 20-second cooldown. There's also a purely offensive fireball spell, with a 110 damage coefficient and a 5-second cooldown. Each of these 3 books costs 10 silver coins. Zhang Yi stood in front of the magic book stall, his eyes scanning back and forth between the 3 skill books. He thought to himself, a Beastmaster is essentially a mage, just with lower attribute growth and skill damage compared to a mage. For example, a mage's white quality fireball spell has a damage coefficient as high as 130. As a player focused on dealing damage, Zhang Yi unhesitatingly chose the fireball spell. He pulled out 10 silver coins from his pouch and completed the transaction under the vendor's surprised gaze. This expenditure was quite significant for players at this stage, but Zhang Yi didn't mind at all. The moment he got the skill book, Zhang Yi eagerly used it. A warm sensation flowed into his mind, and the casting techniques for the fireball spell were instantly imprinted in his memory. At his level 11, casting fireball would consume 7 energy points each time. Just then, 2 system notifications suddenly sounded in Zhang Yi's ears, causing his heart to tighten. Ding, due to a mismatch between your class and equipment, the Silver Moon Bow has been automatically unequipped and placed in your backpack. Ding, due to a mismatch between your class and skills, Deadly Strike has been automatically converted into a skill book and placed in your backpack. Zhang Yi had already anticipated this outcome. After changing his class to Beastmaster, he could no longer use the excellent weapon Silver Moon Bow and the skill Deadly Strike he had just acquired. Losing the white quality skill Deadly Strike didn't matter much, But what pained him the most was the loss of the Silver Moon Bow, a top-tier weapon for the early game. Despite this, Zhang Yi stood by his decision. His past experiences had taught him that in this post-apocalyptic world, no one could be trusted except himself. However, he also knew that in many situations, personal strength alone was not enough. In the absence of reliable players, the Beastmaster's beasts became his only dependable allies. Fortunately, equipment like the Guardian armor, which had no class restrictions, could still be used, even though a Beastmaster wearing armor looked somewhat odd. Besides this, Zhang Yi's attribute growth had also undergone significant changes. First-tier Beastmaster base attribute growth. Intelligence growth, 9 stars. Endurance growth, 7 stars. Agility growth, 6 stars. Vitality growth, 7 stars. First-tier Beastmaster class talent. Every 3 points of intelligence grant an additional 5 energy points. Zhang Yi silently noted these stats, fully preparing himself for the upcoming adventures. The attribute growth of a beast tamer is indeed very low, even lower than that of a priest, and it pales in comparison to a first-class mage. A first-class mage has an intelligence growth of 12 stars, and their stamina, vitality, and agility are each 2 stars higher than those of a beast tamer, leading to an overall advantage of 9 stars. However, for Zhang Yi, who has the added benefit of dragon blood, things are quite different. His growth in all 4 attributes is increased by an additional 5 stars, giving him an astounding intelligence growth of 14 stars, 2 stars higher than a first-class mage. After changing classes, the attribute growth for the 7 main professions generally decreases, but the system compensates with 30 free attribute points. Including the points from resetting his stats, Zhang Yi has 80 free attribute points at his disposal. He made a bold decision to allocate all 80 points to intelligence. This is an unimaginable move for ordinary players, as even mages typically allocate some points to vitality to enhance their survival. However, Zhang Yi relied on the vitality boost from his level 5, 2-star Guardian armor, completely ignoring the vitality attribute. After assigning the points, Zhang Yi eagerly opened his status window. The data that greeted him was astonishing. Inua Qing Chung. Level 11. Class First-class beast tamer. Race human. Revival count 3. Talents: divine enhancement, divine talent. Intelligence 89. Stamina 7. Agility 17. Vitality 7. Magic attack 157. Physical defense 67. Magic defense 60. Health points 504. Energy points 222. Experience 1230-22000. Money 2 gold coins, 62 silver coins, 25 copper coins. Life skills: basic scouting. Reputation 2706. Special status: Dragon Bloodline LV1. Description: a newly advanced beast tamer with burgeoning strength. These stats were jaw-dropping. Even without a weapon equipped, Zhang Yi's attack power had reached 157 points. If he were to equip a weapon like the Silver Moon Bow, his power would be even more terrifying. Next, Zhang Yi equipped the Flame Staff. Flame Staff 25. Quality 1 star. Level 7. Magic attack 49. Exclusive talent: ignite the wielder's attacks can set enemies on fire, causing them to take burn damage equal to 25 of the wielder's attack power per second for 3 seconds. Class restriction: mage, priest, beast tamer. Description: this is no ordinary staff. It's extraordinary. With the Flame Staff equipped, Zhang Yi's magic attack soared to 206 points, a mere 10-point decrease from when he had the Silver Moon Bow. After handling his class-related affairs, Zhang Yi headed to the appraisal shop in town to identify the equipment he had obtained in the Dark Forest. The cost to appraise 1-star equipment under level 10 was not high, averaging just 20 copper coins per item. Then, Zhang Yi, fighting off sleepiness, carried a bag full of equipment to the busiest street in Hopetown. It was already past 8 a.m., and players who had played through the night and were preparing to log off and head to work suddenly noticed something unusual. They couldn't log out. A cry of alarm erupted from the crowd, and the surrounding players quickly opened their game interfaces, discovering that the logout button in the bottom right corner was unresponsive. Instantly, chaos ensued on the street. What's going on? Is there a bug in the game? I have to be at work by 9. How am I supposed to explain being stuck in the game to my boss? Officials, come out and explain what's happening. However, all of this was within Zhang Yi's expectations. In his previous life, they had discovered the logout issue at this exact time. This is a real death game world. A sharp scream pierced through the noisy crowd, causing a stir. People looked at each other in confusion, and someone tried to break the unsettling atmosphere. Stop scaring everyone. However, another trembling voice quickly followed. It's true. A friend of mine has died several times up ahead and used up all his respawns. After dying outside just now, he didn't come back. He's really dead. The weight of those words hit everyone like a sledgehammer. Panic began to spread among the crowd as someone suddenly realized something even more disturbing. Have you noticed? The NPCs in this world seem familiar? They're real people. I saw my mom when I was picking up a quest this morning. I thought I was hallucinating. What is going on here? Amid the chaos, a figure quietly slipped away from the crowd. It was Zhang Yi. Unperturbed, he found a conspicuous spot by the street and spent 10 copper coins to rent a 10-minute stall from the system. As the players grew more anxious, he was already setting up his makeshift shop. Zhang Yi understood human nature well. He knew that the more panicked the players were, the better his equipment would sell. Realizing this was a true death game, players would spare no expense to get good gear to enhance their chances of survival in this perilous world. However, not everyone accepted this harsh reality. Some players chose to believe it was just a game bug and that Tianyin Corporation would fix it soon, allowing them to return to the real world. This belief calmed a portion of the crowd, with some even beginning to feel excited. Great! Now we have an excuse to skip work. Our boss plays this game too, so he's probably stuck here as well. Ha! Before long, a crowd of players had gathered around Jiang Yi's stall. Most of them were drawn by the stall owner himself, as Zhang Yi had deliberately displayed his ID prominently, LV11 Beast Master Inuwa Qingqing in large characters. The onlookers buzzed with conversation. A burly man with a scruffy beard and a large sword recognized Zhang Yi. Isn't this the big shot from District 886, the one who killed King of Glory, the captain of the Kings of the World Guild, twice? A voluptuous female player exclaimed. Yeah, it's my first time seeing him in person. Inuwa Qingqing is so young and handsome. Truly a prodigy. A scholarly-looking guy with glasses analyzed. If this really is the apocalypse, then equipment is the best way to ensure survival. His stall has gear that's level 5 or above, which is very useful for us early on. As soon as the guy with glasses finished speaking, the players rushed towards the stall, eager to buy the equipment. Zhang, he had already priced everything clearly. All he had to do was sit back and watch the players pay for the gear. After checking his gear, Zhang Yi found that after deducting the appraisal costs, he still had 33 silver coins left. He was relieved. This was far more profitable than just dumping the items at the system store, which would have netted him less than 5 silver coins. His gaze fell on a 25 level 1 hammer in his bag, and he felt a twinge of regret. Equipment enhanced with his divine gear enhancement talent was set to non-tradable by the system. Otherwise, this hammer would be worth several gold coins in the current market. Zhang Yi pondered the intentions of the Tianyin Group's design team. They clearly considered various factors and wouldn't allow players to enhance junk equipment into top-tier items and sell them at high prices. Fortunately, Zhang Yi had another piece of 25 enhanced divine gear in his bag, which wasn't bound to him because it wasn't upgraded using his divine ear talent. He carefully took out the Itima 2-star level 8 silver moon bow that glowed with a golden light. As soon as the 25 enhanced silver moon bow appeared at Zhang Yi's stall, the surrounding players erupted in excitement. Exclamations filled the air. Wow! A 25 enhanced weapon, and its 2-star quality. Isn't this the bow Inuwa Qingqing posted about in the regional chat? I heard it dropped from Wangzhe Rongyao. 105 attack power and a 35 armor penetration talent. It's unbeatable. Zhang Yi cleared his throat and loudly announced. The auction starts now, with a starting bid of 1 silver coin. No sooner had he spoken than the players went wild with bids. From 5 silver coins to 20, then to 30, the price skyrocketed. Soon someone shouted a bid of 3 gold coins. Zhang Yi frowned slightly. Even if he took the silver moon bow apart, it would be worth more than that. After all, dismantling equipment returns half of the enhancement stones, and this bow had used at least 4 or 500 level 2 enhancement stones. Just as he was about to pack up, a loud voice rang out. I'll bid 20 gold coins. Everyone turned to see a male player in silver armor, exuding an air of confidence, accompanied by a few teammates. Zhang Yi immediately recognized the ID above his head, Storm Angel, the same player who had been bidding for hidden quests in the regional channel and was the second highest ranked player in Safe Zone 886. The crowd of solo players parted to make way. Storm Angel crouched in front of Zhang Yi's stall, his eyes fixed on the exceptional bow, and asked, 20 gold coins, will you sell? Without hesitation, Zhang Yi replied, 100, non-negotiable. A collective gasp echoed around them. 100 gold coins? This guy must be out of his mind. The surrounding players began to murmur among themselves. Indeed, according to the conversion rates previously announced by the Apocalypse official website, it takes 10,000 renminbi to exchange for 1 gold coin. Even for a top-tier weapon, who would spend 1 million to purchase it. Moreover, this weapon was only level 8, 2-star, and would be obsolete in a day or two. However, standing in the crowd, Angel of Storms had a different perspective. His eyes sparkled with desire, as if he could already see the weapon shining in his hands. If I could gather 100 gold coins right now, I wouldn't hesitate, Angel of Storms muttered to himself. Then he raised his voice and said to Zhang Yi, how about a cash deal? Once the official fixes the logout bug, I'll transfer 1 million renminbi to you immediately after I log off. This statement left the surrounding players stunned. They looked at Jiang Yi with envy, thinking that 1 million was an amount many people could never earn in a lifetime. In reality, this 2-star level 8 longbow wasn't worth much. Its greatest value lay in the fact that it had been upgraded to level 25. In the early stages of the game, resources were extremely scarce, and many items were unavailable even if you had the money. Owning this bow would allow a player to quickly outpace others in the game's early phase. Just when everyone thought Zhang Yi would gladly accept the offer, he surprised them by refusing. I only want gold coins, not cash. Angel of Storms looked troubled. But I really can't come up with that many gold coins. He stared at the silver moon bow with a trace of unwillingness in his eyes. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, he hastily pulled a green book from his bag. How about I add this? Would that work? Zhang Yi took the book and examined it carefully. It was a chain lightning skill book. Quality green. Description. Grants the skill chain lightning upon use. Summons lightning to attack enemies, with the lightning bouncing to up to 2 additional enemies within a 50-meter radius, dealing 90 magic damage to up to 3 targets. Damage increases by 20 for each target less than 3. Cooldown, 12 seconds. Energy cost, 10 points. Class, Mage, Beastmaster. Initial damage reduced to 80 when used by Beastmaster. Skill slot consumption, 2. Zhang Yi was shocked. This was a green quality area effect skill. To be honest, Zhang Yi was tempted when he saw the skill book. Group attack skills for mages were quite rare in the game, and from Storm Angel's disappointed expression, Zhang Yi realized the other party had paid a significant price for it. The value of this green mage group attack skill book was actually comparable to the Silver Moon Bow. After all, equipment could be replaced as levels increased, but skills could accompany a player for life. As an experienced veteran, Zhang Yi didn't show his desire for the skill book on his face. He pretended to hesitate and said, well, 30 gold coins, plus 100 level 1 enhancement stones, and this skill book. How about that? Zhang Yi was prepared to trade the Silver Moon Bow for the Chain Lightning skill if the other party disagreed. Surprisingly, Storm Angel only thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. No problem, I'll get my team to gather the money right away. Give me 10 minutes. No need to rush, Zhang Yi said calmly. I can give you 3 hours. As he spoke, he put away the Silver Moon Bow, leaving Storm Angel puzzled. What? What do you mean by that? Storm Angel asked, confused. Zhang Yi explained. I'll be here at 11 o'clock, 3 hours from now. We'll make the trade then, with the same conditions. Storm Angel was even more baffled. Why? Because I need to sleep, Zhang Yi replied simply. With that, he packed up his stall and left the crowd, leaving Storm Angel's team members looking at each other in confusion. Captain, why does he want to wait 3 hours to trade? One of the team members couldn't help but ask. Storm Angel frowned. I don't know either, but for this equipment we'll wait. Let's go level up first, and come back at 11 o'clock sharp to trade with him. Zhang Yi's fatigue level had dropped to 28. Although he could technically go on for another 4 hours without rest, he decided to replenish his energy since he had important matters to attend to in the afternoon. The reason he wanted to wait until after his nap to trade with Storm Angel was simple. Zhang Yi didn't want the opposing side to develop too quickly while he was resting. If he handed over the 25 Silver Moon Bow with its massive attack power right now, Storm Angel might reach level 15 by the time Zhang Yi woke up. Regarding fatigue recovery, the game offered in rooms ranging from 1 to 5 stars. The higher the star rating, the faster the recovery rate, but also the higher the cost. A 1-star room restored 5 fatigue per hour, while a 5-star room restored 25. For Zhang Yi's current level, a 1-star room cost only 5 copper coins per hour, while a 5-star room cost 20 silver coins. For Zhang Yi, who was about to receive a windfall of 30 gold coins, this expense was negligible. Without hesitation, he booked a 5-star room from the NPC innkeeper. Lying on the comfortable bed, Zhang Yi quickly fell asleep. When he woke up at 11 o'clock on the dot, he found his fatigue level had fully recovered to 100. After paying the 60 silver coin room fee, Zhang Yi left the inn feeling refreshed. Casually opening the leaderboard, Zhang Yi saw that during his few hours of rest, other players had been frantically climbing the ranks. The original first place in the level rankings for the 886 safe zone, which was Zhang Yi, had now dropped to several places below. The new number 1 was none other than a level 12 advanced archer, Storm Angel. Fortunately, Zhang Yi had laid a solid foundation before his rest. Even with no progress for 3 hours, he still ranked 42nd on the level leaderboard, not falling too far behind. Zhang Yi frowned as he looked at the ranking board. noticing how closely the other players were catching up to his level. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Do you guys ever sleep? You're all going to drop dead from exhaustion at this rate." He spat on the ground, thinking that these players probably hadn't realized the severity of the situation yet. Zhang Yi had a premonition that around midnight, a large number of players would suddenly die, without even knowing what had hit them. A quick glance at the time showed it was already 11:06 p.m. He was 6 minutes late for his meeting with Storm Angel. Jiang Yi hurried to the agreed-upon trading spot. However, when he arrived at the street where he had set up his stall that morning, Storm Angel was nowhere to be seen. "Can't wait a few minutes? Left already?" Zhang Yi muttered to himself, frowning. "Forget it. I'll deal with it tonight." Time was of the essence, so Zhang Yi didn't linger. He headed straight to the town shop and reluctantly spent a hefty sum of 1 gold coin to purchase a common quality detection scroll. This magical scroll could bypass level differences to reveal detailed stats of a target, making it an extremely rare one-time use item in the world of Apocalypse. Although it pained him to spend so much, Zhang Yi knew that this scroll was crucial for an upcoming major event. If he succeeded, the rewards would be 100-fold, even 1,000-fold, worth more than the scroll itself. The thought of it made Zhang Yi's excitement hard to contain. The super reward that had been snatched by others in his previous life would belong to him in this one. With the detection scroll in hand, Zhang Yi opened his mini-map and marked a spot south of Hope Town based on his memory, then set off. Just as he was about to leave town, he noticed a large group of players swarming toward the outskirts. Zhang Yi casually grabbed a passerby and asked, "Hey, what's going on?" The level 10 mage he stopped responded urgently. "Check the regional chat channel. Word is that people from the Kingdom of Kings and the Storm Clan are fighting in the forest up ahead. Lots of people have died, and tons of gear have dropped. Hurry up and go loot." Zhang Yi opened the regional chat interface, and the first thing he saw was the conversation that had abruptly stopped half an hour ago. Members of the Kingdom of Kings and the Storm Clan were engaged in a fierce confrontation, the tension palpable. King of Glory, a level 10 archer, was the first to provoke. "Storm Clan trash, come out and face me." Storm Angel, "I heard you bought my Silver Moon Bow from Inua Ching. Storm Angel, a level 12 archer, retorted without hesitation. "Do you even know how to talk? Your words stink worse than crap." King of Glory was furious. "You, a piece of garbage, think you deserve to use the Silver Moon Bow that I upgraded to max level with over 500 level 2 enhancement stones? That's my bow. You have half an hour to return to the safe zone and hand it back, or else the entire Storm Clan will pay dearly in safe zone 886. Storm Dragon King, an 11th level warrior, interjected. "With your attitude, no wonder Inua Ching killed you twice and looted your gear. The moment the bow dropped, it ceased to be yours. What right do you have to demand our leader return it?" King of Glory scoffed. "Who the hell are you? Do you think you have a say here? You worthless nobody? If that's the case, I'll kill Storm Angel myself and take back the Silver Moon Bow. Storm Clan trash, do you dare to challenge us? If you're not cowards, let's set a time and place for a battle. Let's see who really rules safe zone 886. Storm Angel accepted the challenge. "Fine, since you're asking for a beating, the Storm Clan will oblige. Goblin Forest, in half an hour. Anyone who doesn't show up is a coward." King's Return, an 11th level knight, chimed in. "Storm Clan cowards, watch as the Kingdom of Kings beats you to a pulp." Zhang Yi glanced at the tense chat log, then at the Silver Moon Bow in his inventory, lost in thought. Why were these two clans fighting? Clearly, both Storm Angel and King of Glory had chosen the Archer class for the Silver Moon Bow. Storm Angel was prepared to spend 30 gold coins and a green skill book to buy the Silver Moon Bow, naturally opting for the Archer class. King of Glory, on the other hand, was confident he could reclaim the bow from Inua Ching, hence also choosing the Archer class. This was going to be an interesting show. Zhang Yi closed the chat channel and followed the nearby solo players towards Goblin Forest. Coincidentally, that was where he was headed anyway. A few minutes later, Zhang Yi arrived at Goblin Forest. The outskirts were packed with onlookers, and the sounds of intense battle echoed from within. Zhang Yi squeezed through the crowd to see hundreds of players from both clans locked in a fierce battle. Arrows and magic orbs flew through the forest, swords clashed, and battle cries filled the air. Occasionally, a flash of white light signaled another player's death. The ground was littered with coins, enhancement stones, and gear dropped by the fallen players, accumulating as no one paid attention to them. Zhang Yi casually asked a nearby spectator, "Hey, how's the battle going?" The person pointed to the forest and replied, "Just look. The Kingdom of Kings is dominating. They have a 1,000-strong guild, while the Storm Clan has, 300 or 400 people. The numbers are just too overwhelming." A nearby mage player sighed. "The Storm Clan is done for." "Is that so?" "Maybe not," Zhang Yi said, stepping out from the crowd and heading towards the forest. The solo players behind him cast mocking glances and whispered amongst themselves. What's this guy doing? Going to loot or kill? Probably to loot. Do you think a low-level beast master can kill anyone at this stage? He's brave to go in there, not afraid of getting shot down in seconds. There are always a few people who risk their lives for a bit of profit. Just moments ago, several people went in to grab stuff and got killed instantly, yet this guy still dares to enter. Ignoring the murmurs behind him, Zhang Yi resolutely stepped into the danger zone. He slowly raised his head, revealing his previously hidden ID. LV-11 First Stage Beastmaster Inua Qingqing. The white text instantly stunned the whispering players behind him. Inua Qingqing? No way, someone exclaimed. Isn't he the guy who single-handedly wiped out the glory of King's team twice and took down more than 30 members of the Kingdom of Kings? That's right, it's him, another person confirmed. Just a few hours ago, he topped our server's level rankings. All eyes were on Zhang Yi as he gripped a magic wand and confidently walked towards the Goblin Forest. The audience buzzed with renewed excitement. Look at him, he's not here to scavenge. He's here to fight. Awesome. No wonder he's the big shot of our 886 server. Do you think he'll help anyone? Definitely the Storm family. Everyone knows he has a grudge against the Kingdom of Kings. Not necessarily, someone countered. He might be trying to make peace with the Kingdom of Kings to gain their forgiveness. After all, they are the true rulers of our server. As the debate raged on, Zhang Yi had already moved within the effective attack range of the two factions in the forest. He raised the flaming wand in his right hand, and a brilliant red glow began to gather at its taipan indication of the Beastmaster's basic skill, Fireball. However, the onlookers were skeptical about his choice of profession. Why would Inua Qingqing choose a Beastmaster? Their growth and skill damage are so low. Yeah, especially now that he doesn't have that godly hammer anymore. How much damage can he really do? Probably just average. Without the godly hammer, he's no longer invincible. Before the doubts could settle, Zhang Yi swung his wand. A blazing fireball shot out, hurtling through the forest. Boom! The fireball hit a full health, level 11 gray-named mage from the Kingdom of Kings, 50 meters away. The mage's health bar instantly dropped to 0, and he collapsed, turning into a beam of white light and disappearing. One-shot kill. Ding! You have killed the player King's Escape. Since they had a gray name, you did not gain any sin points. Zhang Yi's fireball skill hit its mark with pinpoint accuracy, instantly obliterating the intelligence-maxed mage King's Escape. The strike's power was enough to ensure the enemy couldn't revive. The scattered players on the battlefield were left in awe. Holy crap! How is his damage still so terrifying with a different weapon? One player exclaimed. Another player questioned. No way. Is he an intelligence-maxed mage? But the Beast Masters have such low intelligence growth. Even at level 11 with all 80 points in intelligence, he'd only have 72 attack power. With weapon and ring bonuses, it might be around 100. How is he dealing such high damage? Indeed, Zhang Yi's non-critical damage of over 180 points was unmatched on the battlefield. Other players' damage ranged from 50 to 90 points, with none surpassing 3 figures. In comparison, Zhang Yi's output was ridiculously high. However, Zhang Yi was not satisfied with his performance. He knew his high damage relied heavily on his 80-plus intelligence points and 2 level 25 enhancements. There was still significant room for improvement in his equipment. Without waiting for the enemy to react, Zhang Yi quickly locked onto his next target. A basic attack fireball shot out, dealing 175 damage and instantly killing an 11th level priest with low health. Zhang Yi's strategy was clear. Target gray-named, fragile mages and archers. With his high damage, he could usually kill them in one hit if their health wasn't full. Within just half a minute, Zhang Yi had already taken down 5 enemies with his spells. His explosive output soon caught the attention of several leaders from the King's World Guild. Amid the chaos, the 11th level assassin, King Supreme, suddenly recognized Zhang Yi and shouted, Inua Qingqing. Hearing this, King's Glory was instantly furious. Damn it, it's that brat again. I was just looking for him, and he shows up on his own. He's dead meat. However, one of his subordinates, King's follower, was concerned. But Captain, his damage is insanely high. How can a Beastmaster deal that much damage? Although King's Glory was also shocked, he quickly calmed down. That weakling must be fully intelligence maxed. He has to be squishy. Watch me one-shot him with an arrow. With that, King's Glory adjusted his aim, drew his bow, and fired a flaming arrow toward Jiang Yi. Boom! The flaming arrow hit Jiang Yi squarely, but it triggered the infinite dodge talent of his Devourer boots. A large miss appeared above Jiang Yi's head, leaving him unscathed. Unbelievable. King's Glory was incredulous. Who the hell stacks agility on a mage? Not only did the arrow fail to harm Zhang Yi, but it also revealed King's Glory's position. Zhang Yi's eyes narrowed as he locked onto King's Glory about 40 meters away. He swung his staff, launching a freshly cooled down fireball towards his opponent. Boom! A scorching fireball whizzed through the air, striking King of Glory squarely. The explosion sent sparks flying, causing immense damage. However, King of Glory's defense was extraordinary, with his shoes and pants undoubtedly providing 20 defense or more. The fireball not only inflicted direct damage, but also activated the burning talent of the fire staff. Every second, a 32-point burn damage number appeared above King of Glory's head, like flickering flames. Even more astonishing was King of Glory's incredible health. Roughly estimated, his total health must exceed 700 points, even higher than Zhang Yi, who wore 2-star, level 25 Guardian armor. Clearly, aside from the high-level gear, King of Glory had invested heavily in stamina, likely a lesson from being one-shot by Zhang Yi twice before. After being hit, King of Glory immediately issued orders. Several warriors and assassins from the King's World Guild disengaged from the battlefield and charged toward Jiang Yi on the outskirts. Facing the oncoming enemies, Zhang Yi remained composed. He focused his fire on the more vulnerable assassins, landing several precise attacks. Before the melee players of King's World could reach him, a level 10 assassin had already fallen to his magic. At this critical moment, players from the Storm Clan arrived like a timely rain, intercepting the King's World players approaching Jiang Yi. This unexpected assistance warmed Zhang Yi's heart. Were they protecting him? Suddenly, Storm Angel appeared out of nowhere, excitedly approaching Zhang Yi and exclaimed, "Brother Qingqing, what brings you here? And you're helping us fight against King's World." Storm Angel's voice was filled with gratitude. Zhang Yi calmly took out a silver moon bow from his bag and replied, "I came to deliver some gear." Seeing the coveted 2-star, level 25 silver moon bow in Zhang Yi's hand, Storm Angel's eyes lit up. He had specifically switched to an archer for this bow. Quickly, he took out a green skill book, 100 level 1 enhancement stones, and 30 gold coins from his bag, placing them in the trade window eagerly. "I've got everything you asked for," he said. Zhang Yi smiled slightly. "Pleasure doing business." With that, he placed the silver moon bow in the trade window. Ding! Transaction successful. Congratulations, you've earned 30 gold coins, 100 level 1 enhancement stones, and acquired the skill book chain, Lightning 1. Storm Angel eagerly equipped the silver moon bow, turning to aim at the players from King's Dominion emerging from the forest. Her target was a level 11 warrior. With a swift release of the bowstring, a flaming arrow whistled through the air. The arrow struck true, registering 348 points of damage above the warrior's head. Although it wasn't a lethal blow, it instantly reduced his health to less than a fifth. Even more terrifying was the burning effect of the flaming arrow, dealing 35 points of damage per second for 5 seconds. The unfortunate warrior didn't even have time to use a potion before succumbing to the burn. Storm Angel was in disbelief at the damage she had inflicted, her excitement palpable. The silver moon bow had more than doubled her attack power, far surpassing her previous record of 70 or 80 points of damage. Witnessing this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but regret selling such a powerful weapon. However, there was no time for second thoughts as the battle raged on. With the silver moon bow in hand, Storm Angel unleashed its 35-point armor penetration effect on the players of King's Dominion. Under her rain of arrows, the enemy players had no chance. One arrow severely injured them, 2 arrows killed them, and a critical hit could instantly obliterate them. Even knights fell like paper before the divine bow. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi quickly learned the new chain lightning skill he had just acquired. The system notification confirmed that he had mastered this powerful area effect spell. At level 11, he had 3 skill slots. With one slot already occupied by Fireball, he could perfectly equip Chain Lightning. Eager to test his new skill, Zhang Yi targeted a knight within his attack range. With a wave of his staff, purple lightning crashed down, striking the knight. Astonishingly, the lightning didn't dissipate but bounced to 2 nearby players. With a thunderous roar, massive damage numbers appeared above the heads of 3 players. A flash of white light, and not only the knight, but also 2 severely injured mages and archers fell to the ground. This area effect skill, combined with Zhang Yi's high attack power, was truly formidable. Under the powerful assault of Storm Angel and Zhang Yi, the tides began to turn for the Storm Clan. The combined strength of just 2 players was enough to shift the momentum of a battle involving hundreds, demonstrating the game-changing power of top-tier equipment. Storm Angel was like a moving fortress of firepower, taking lives with every 2 or 3 arrows. Protected by a dozen high-level knights, the players from King's Dominion couldn't get near her. Amidst the intense battle, Zhang Yi quietly withdrew from the battlefield. For him, the skirmish had lost its significance. He had more important tasks to attend to. As for the remaining players from King's Dominion, he left them to the now-empowered Storm Angel. He was confident she wouldn't miss this chance to exact her revenge. After leaving the Goblin Forest, Zhang Yi followed the map's directions and finally arrived at a cemetery south of Hopetown after a full half hour. Even in broad daylight, the place was shrouded in an eerie atmosphere, as if it were perpetually night. Tombs densely populated the area, sending a chill down his spine. Unlike other locations, this place had no level or name marked on the map of the game Apocalypse. Zhang Yi found it purely based on his memories from his previous life. This cemetery was special because it concealed a hidden dragon dungeon. In the world of Apocalypse, dungeons, like quests, were categorized into regular and hidden types. Hidden dungeons were as rare as hidden quests, offering rich rewards upon completion. Zhang Yi clearly remembered that in his past life, it wasn't a player from Safe Zone 886 who discovered and cleared this dungeon, but a powerful team from the neighboring Safe Zone 885. The cemetery was located right at the border between Zones 885 and 886. It said that the team not only acquired an ultra-rare magical beast, but also obtained a trove of top-tier equipment, items, and money. For Zhang Yi, the magical beast was the most crucial. As a beastmaster, he was determined to seize this hidden dungeon ahead of everyone else in this life. However, Jiang Yi didn't plan to act immediately. He recalled the previous team's experience. A 100-man team entered the dungeon, but fewer than 10 barely managed to clear it. Jiang Yi didn't want to share the rewards. He aimed to claim all the gains for himself. To achieve this, he needed a meticulous plan. His current goal was to conduct a preliminary investigation of the dungeon's difficulty for future actions. As Zhang Yi stepped into the cemetery, a cold system notification suddenly sounded. Ding system alert. You have entered the high-risk map, Dragon Emperor's Tomb. The death threat level in this map exceeds 1,000. The system advises you to leave the Dragon Emperor's Tomb immediately and return after significantly increasing your level. Zhang Yi knew that such warnings from the system usually indicated imminent danger of real death for players, like a level 50 player accidentally wandering into a level 100 danger zone. However, he chose to ignore the warning and continued to delve deeper into the Dragon Emperor's Tomb. Opening the map, Zhang Yi saw the description of the Dragon Emperor's Tomb displayed below. It was marked as an unknown level, noting that the dragon race was an immensely powerful species that had survived for billions of years, reigning supreme over humans, demons, and other races. Legend had it that a top-tier dragon emperor lay dormant within this tomb, and its awakening would spell doom for the three major races. Drawing on his 8 years of experience in the world of Apocalypse, Zhang Yi had some understanding of the dragon race. He knew that the Dragon Emperor was the most formidable existence among them, recalling how he, Mu Chun, Lin Ruo, and others had spent a year hunting 9 divine-level Dragon Emperors to obtain the Dragon Blood Scroll before his demise. Upon entering the map, everything was eerily quiet. Zhang Yi knew that apart from the hidden dungeon, there was only one guardian here. Cautiously advancing, he soon discovered a white light curtain between 2 massive mounds the entrance to the dungeon. His heart raced as Zhang Yi realized this was the first hidden dungeon he had seen since his rebirth. Excitement mingled with fear. He knew that entering the dungeon would not be easy. He had to defeat the Guardian first. In his previous life, the elite team from District 885 had spent weeks exhausting their revival chances to barely succeed. Zhang Yi's goal this time was to collect data on the Guardian for future challenges. He took out an investigation scroll he had bought for 1 gold coin from his backpack and slowly approached the light curtain. Just as he was about to touch the light curtain, a hoarse and angry voice echoed around him. Intruders in the Dragon Emperor's Tomb will die. Before the voice faded, a red light shot out from one of the nearby mounds. Zhang Yi hurriedly crushed the investigation scroll, but it was too late. The red light re-entered the mound, followed by a powerful red wave of energy. Caught off guard, Zhang Yi was blasted away, hitting the ground hard and blacking out. The system prompt sounded. Ding, you have been attacked by the Dragon Emperor's Guardian, the Dragon Blood Swordsman, losing 1538 health points. You are dead. When Zhang Yi opened his eyes, he found himself back at the Resurrection Spring in Hopetown. The death penalty had dropped him from level 11 back to level 10, and he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it. He had planned to gather data and then retreat, but he hadn't expected to be killed instantly. His first death since his rebirth had ended just like that. Zhang Yi quickly checked his equipment. Fortunately, as a white name player, he had only lost a small amount of silver and a few enhancement stones. The biggest loss was a reduced revival chance. In his shock, Zhang Yi quickly opened the memory preservation interface. His eyes swiftly scanned the screen, and a wave of relief washed over him just before his death. He had successfully obtained the information he most desired, the detailed data of the Dragon Emperor Guardian, the Dragon Blood Swordsman. The interface clearly displayed the attributes of this physical lord monster. Level 30. Talent. Lifesteal: the Dragonblood Swordsman inherently possesses 25 lifesteal, converting 25 of all attack damage into his own health. Physical attack: 1055. Physical defense: 790. Magic defense: 650. Health points: 55600. Skills: Dragon Emperor Slash, Dragon Blood Slash, Dragon Shadow Kill, Dragon Extinguishing Technique, Dragon Emperor Bloodline. The description read: the Dragonblood Swordsman, an immortal guardian who has protected the greedy Dragon Emperor Shigwola for eons, will kill anyone who attempts to approach the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Zhang Yi felt a sense of relief. The detection scroll had worked. Although his death was frustrating, he had at least obtained crucial data about the guardian of the Dragon Emperor's tomb. His mind raced as he began to devise a plan to conquer the hidden dungeon. As the guardian of the Dragon Emperor's tomb, the Dragonblood Swordsman's strength undoubtedly represented the overall difficulty of the dungeon. Zhang Yi speculated that, aside from the final boss, the other monsters in the dungeon were likely less powerful than the Dragonblood Swordsman. This meant that if he could defeat the Dragonblood Swordsman, he would essentially be able to clear the entire dungeon. However, achieving this goal was no easy task. With the Dragonblood Swordsman's attack power exceeding 1,000, Zhang Yi realized he would need at least an equivalent level of attack power to stand a chance. Glancing down at his own meager 206 attack points, he couldn't help but smile. Riley, the road ahead was long and required much more effort. The clock showed 11:50, and only then did Zhang Yi notice his growling stomach. He walked into a restaurant in Hope Town, pondering the game mechanics while browsing the menu. Players not only had to manage fatigue but also had to be mindful of hunger, a hidden attribute. Both would endanger their lives if they dropped to zero. However, hunger decreased more slowly, at a rate of 1 every 20 minutes, whereas fatigue dropped by 1 every 10 minutes. After calculating, he realized that 16 hours had passed since the server went live at 8 p.m. last night, leaving him with 52 hunger. As a wealthy player with 31 gold coins, he didn't hesitate to order a steak for 50 silver coins and a bottle of wine for the same price. The clock struck noon, and the restaurant in the small town was bustling with activity. Zhang Yi sat in a corner, savoring a fragrant steak with a glass of deep red wine beside it. He glanced around. Most players were enjoying budget-friendly fried rice or noodles, while some were devouring steamed buns. The restaurant offered a wide array of choices, ranging from the 50 silver coin steak in front of Zhang Yi to the 10 copper coin steamed buns. At this moment, most players were low on funds and opted for the 1 silver coin bowls of fried rice or noodles, which were quite cost-effective. A bowl of fried noodles could restore 10 hunger, while the steak Zhang Yi was enjoying could restore 50, with a vastly superior taste. The players around him looked at Zhang Yi with envy. That guy can actually afford a 50 silver coin steak, someone whispered. Stop staring and eat your fried rice. He's got money, we can't compare, another replied. Let's kill more monsters this afternoon, so we can have something better for dinner. Zhang Yi ignored the whispers around him and continued to enjoy his steak while browsing the chat channel of Safe Zone 886. Suddenly, a series of heated messages caught his attention, nearly making him choke. King of Glory level 10 archer. Damn you Storm Clan dogs. You killed half of my king's empire today. They'll remember this. Just wait. They'll make sure Storm Clan won't last 3 days in Zone 886. Storm Dragon King level 11 warrior. All you do is talk big. What else can you do? Today you ran from the Goblin Forest like a scared pony. If you've got guts, don't run next time, coward. King of Glory. Damn it. If it weren't for that Inua Ching Chung helping you and giving your leader Storm shit my Silver Moon bow, could your trash clan even beat us King's Empire? Storm Angel. By the way, didn't you say you'd kill Inua Ching Chung multiple times? Why do you seem to run like a rat every time you see him lately? King of Glory. You son of a... Zhang Yi thought to himself. These two clans really have a lot of free time. But that's good. With the Storm Clan keeping them busy, it will be easier to eliminate King's Empire. Unwittingly, Jiang Yi had used the Storm Clan to alter the course of history. In his previous life, King's Empire had already started oppressing solo players by this time. But now they were too occupied with Jiang Yi and the Storm Clan to focus on dominating the small town. Closing the chat interface, Jiang Yi finished his meal, feeling fully sated and refreshed. He decided to spend the afternoon leveling up by doing some tasks until he could meet IL for his weapon in the evening. With his power further enhanced, he would be ready for the bigger challenges the next day. Zhang Yi recalled that on the 3rd day after the server launch, every district in the entire world of Apocalypse would face a disaster. Overcoming the disaster would offer a chance for significant power boosts. Otherwise, the safe zones would be destroyed and all players would perish. Therefore, he needed to work hard to increase his strength. In Zhang Yi's view, the magic staff IL was forging would be at least a 2-star weapon. A 2-star weapon above level 10, enhanced to level 25, could double his strength. As a Reborn player, Zhang Yi remembered numerous opportunities inside and outside safe zone 886, many of which required specific levels or strength thresholds. With his current strength as a level 10 first-tier beast master, many opportunities were still out of reach. So, Zhang Yi decided to take a straightforward task from the Safe Zones Appraisal Office that afternoon. A difficulty rating of 120 points, hunting mutated octopuses, and collecting 200 octopus illustrations. After stocking up on a large supply of red and blue potions at the store, Jiang Yi followed the map to an area outside the safe zone, near a secluded high school in the suburbs. This school was the lair of the mutated octopuses. When the apocalypse broke out, countless infected and mutated octopuses swarmed down from the hill behind the school, slaughtering all the teachers and students and feeding on their corpses. They've been entrenched there ever since. Standing at the school gate, Zhang Yi took a deep breath and pulled out his flame staff from his bag. As soon as he stepped onto the campus, a pungent smell of blood hit him, making him feel nauseous. The sight before him was chilling. Dilapidated school buildings, bloodstains everywhere, and terrifying octopuses wandering around. With his current attributes, Zhang Yi was confident he could take on level 12 octopuses, which were 2 levels higher than him, and even handle level 13 monsters. However, to maximize the use of his chain lightning skill, which only had an 80 damage coefficient, he decided to start with the lowest level 12 octopuses. Zhang Yi quickly locked onto the 3 nearest level 12 octopuses. These monsters had 120 attack points, 50 magic resistance, and 350 health points. He swung his staff, and a purple lightning bolt shot out, precisely hitting the first target and then bouncing to strike all 3 octopuses. Instantly, damage numbers of 125 points appeared above each monster's head, followed by the activation of his burning talent, which inflicted an additional 39 points of burn damage per second. The attacked octopuses let out ear-piercing screeches and began crawling rapidly towards Zhang Yi with their 8 legs. However, Zhang Yi remained calm and swung his staff again, releasing 3 purple orbs representing his basic attacks, which accurately hit each octopus. The middle one was unlucky enough to trigger a critical hit and died instantly. The other 2 fell to the ground before they could even reach Zhang Yi, succumbing to the ongoing burn damage. The fall of the 3 level 12 octopuses earned Zhang Yi 150 experience points. Cautiously, Zhang Yi approached the octopus corpses to search for loot. To his disappointment, the 3 monsters only dropped an octopus illustration card. He frowned, realizing that the upcoming battle would be a prolonged and grueling one. With his divine enhancement and dragon bloodline, Zhang Yi's attack power at level 10 far surpasses that of other players at the same level. For ordinary level 10 players, a level 12 octopus monster is a formidable challenge, but in Zhang Yi's hands, these creatures are as fragile as paper. Wielding a flaming staff, Zhang Yi stood in the school playground. Before the surrounding octopus monsters could even approach, they were reduced to ashes by his fireball spells. Each strike hit its mark with precision, leaving the monsters no chance to struggle before turning into experience points. The surrounding players watched in stunned silence. An 11th level warrior, who had just managed to kill an octopus monster with great difficulty and was left with half his health, exclaimed, "What the heck? How can a beastmaster deal so much damage? 2 hits to kill an octopus monster. This is unreal." Not far away, a 10th level female priest was healing her teammates. Recognizing Zhang Yi, she excitedly said, "Isn't that Enlightenment? Wow, it's my first time seeing him in person. He's so handsome and powerful." Just as she finished speaking, her teammate, an 11th level male assassin, roared, "Heal me, damn it." A moment later, he let out a scream as he was slain by the claws of a level 13 octopus monster, having not received the healing in time. Zhang Yi remained oblivious to the commotion around him, focused solely on his battle. He continued casting spells and collecting loot, effortlessly mowing down the octopus monsters. His efficient combat style drew envious glances from more players. In the midst of his battle, as a fireball struck an octopus monster, a golden skill with a 9,000 chance was triggered. Hellfire Dragon Flame roared, and ear-splitting dragon's roar echoed across the sky. In an instant, a searing dragon flame descended, engulfing all octopus monsters within a 100-meter radius of Zhang Yi. Each monster took 315 points of true damage, followed by 69 points of burning damage per second. In the blink of an eye, all the octopus monsters touched by the Hellfire Dragon Flame were reduced to ashes. Zhang Yi's experience bar surged, while the surrounding solo players were left in shock. What was that flame just now? Who summoned it? Instantly killing so many monsters, oh my god! No one understood what had just happened, but Zhang Yi nonchalantly continued his hunt. The drop rate for the octopus monsters pictorial was 50, meaning every 2 monsters would drop 1. At Zhang Yi's pace, he had already slain over 400 octopus monsters by 3 p.m., easily completing his task. With time to spare, Zhang Yi decided to keep hunting. After killing another 100 or so octopus monsters, a system notification sounded. Ding, congratulations on completing this week's regular survival task, Infinite Hunt. You have been rewarded with an extra life. The survival task has been upgraded to Advanced Task, Elite. Please complete the task within this week. The Advanced Task required completing 3 tasks with a difficulty exceeding 200 points within the week. Since it was only Monday, Zhang Yi wasn't in a rush and continued his hunt. By around 5 p.m., having exhausted all his mana potions, a golden light enveloped him. Ding, congratulations on reaching level 13. You have gained 5 attribute points. The next level requires 33,000 experience points. Finally reaching level 13, Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief and set off for the safe zone before nightfall. On his way back, he tallied his day's gains. Over 800 octopus monsters slain, earning him over 4,000 copper coins equivalent to 40 silver coins, 100 enhancement stones, 70 dropped by monsters and 30 from a 1-star chest, and 3 skill books, 1 for warriors, 1 for archers, and a white critical strike skill for assassins obtained earlier. For Beastmaster Jiang Yi, these skill books were only good for selling at a market stall. Upon returning to Hope Town, Jiang Yi's first task was to find the appraisal shop owner, Li, and submit his quest. Ding, the system notification sounded. Congratulations on completing the quest to collect the Octopus Monster Guide. You have earned 12,000 experience points, 30 silver coins, 30 level 1 enhancement stones, 48 human reputation points, and received the Eternal Chain equipment. Your familiarity with the appraisal shop owner has increased by 8. Zhang Yi eagerly opened his backpack, where a blue crystal necklace lay quietly. He carefully took it out and examined its attributes. Eternal Chain. Quality, 2 stars. Energy value, 60. Additional attributes, Intelligence 6. Class restriction, Mage, Beastmaster, Priest. Level requirement, 13. Description. This necklace symbolizes eternity. It's a 2-star equipment. Zhang Yi exclaimed in delight, realizing it was exactly what he needed. As a Beastmaster, the 6-point intelligence boost made him ecstatic. As his level increased, so did the number of skills, leading to higher energy consumption. Although Zhang Yi currently had only 2 skills, and his over 200 energy points were sufficient for now, he knew that without a high-energy boosting necklace, he would soon face the predicament of running out of energy mid-fight. This would be disastrous for a mage player who relies heavily on skills. With his god-level enhancement ability, Zhang Yi's first instinct upon acquiring new equipment was always enhance. 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 Even the most ordinary equipment could become top tier after enhancement, let alone a rare 2-star equipment at this stage. However, enhancing 2-star equipment required level 2 enhancement stones, and Zhang Yi only had level 1 stones in his backpack. He decided to head to the blacksmith shop to synthesize the enhancement stones. But before that, he wanted to appraise the few pieces of equipment he had obtained that afternoon to avoid running back and forth. Zhang Yi took out 8 pieces of equipment, each costing 3 silver coins for appraisal. However, when the last item, a level 14 mage pants, was placed on the counter, the appraisal shop owner, Li, quoted an exorbitant price of 50 silver coins. Zhang Yi wasn't shocked, but rather pleased. He thought to himself that a 1-star item couldn't possibly drop to 0 stars. So, without hesitation, he spent 50 silver coins for an advanced appraisal. The appraisal shop owner waved his hand over the black pants, and suddenly, a golden light flashed. The system notification sounded. Ding, appraisal successful. Congratulations. Your 1-star item, Magician's Pants, has been upgraded to 2 stars. Zhang Yi was ecstatic. In this reborn life, he had triggered an advanced appraisal for the first time and successfully upgraded an item. He knew how lucky this was. Players only had a 1 chance to trigger an advanced appraisal, and even then, there was only a 10 chance of upgrading the item, a 40 chance of it staying the same, and a whopping 50 chance of it downgrading. Lady Luck is really on my side, Zhang Yi thought, thrilled to have obtained 2 2-star items so suddenly. He opened his inventory to take stock. Through rewards from quests, monster drops, and the 100 enhancement stones he got from the Storm Angel, he now had 390 level 1 enhancement stones. Given the 2:1 synthesis rate, this was enough to get nearly 200 level 2 enhancement stones, more than enough to enhance all his 2-star items to the maximum level of 25. Although Zhang Yi wanted to enhance all his gear, he didn't have the resources yet. Including the 2 new items, he only had 3 2-star items out of the 7 equipment slots. He couldn't believe how plentiful enhancement stones were in this life, compared to the previous one, where he was always struggling to find them. With these enhancement stones in hand, Zhang Yi headed to the blacksmith shop. Inside, the one-armed blacksmith Il was diligently forging equipment with his left hand, accompanied by the constant ringing of metal. His daughter, Lingling, was by his side, both of them smiling happily. Zhang Yi noticed that Il was working on the custom metal staff he had promised him, and it looked quite impressive. Even though Zhang Yi had saved IL's life in a hidden quest, Illinois still charged him the fee for synthesizing the enhancement stones. However, because Zhang Yi's affinity with the blacksmith shop had reached level 1, he enjoyed a 5 discount on all transactions. Considering that 1-star equipment was about to become obsolete and the era of 2-star equipment was approaching, Zhang Yi decided to synthesize all 390 level 1 enhancement stones, ending up with 195 level 2 enhancement stones. Originally costing 975 copper coins at 5 copper coins per synthesis, the 5 discount reduced it to 926 copper coins. With enough level 2 enhancement stones, Zhang Yi eagerly began enhancing his new items, the Eternal Chain and Magician's Pants. Under the infinite trigger of divine enhancement, the system notifications kept coming. Ding, enhancement successful. Congratulations, your item, Eternal Chain, has reached 8. Ding, enhancement successful. Congratulations, your item, Eternal Chain, has reached 15. Ding, enhancement successful. Congratulations, your item, Eternal Chain, has reached 25 and unlocked its exclusive skill enhancement. Next, the enhancement notifications for the Magician's Pants followed. Ding, enhancement successful. Congratulations, your item, Magician's Pants, has reached 25 and unlocked its exclusive damage reduction talent. At 25, the Eternal Chain's base energy attribute skyrocketed from 60 points to 210 points, and its additional intelligence increased from 6 points to 21 points. Considering Zhang Yi's 14-star intelligence growth, these 21 intelligence points provided an extra 29 attack power and 35 energy bonus. More importantly, the exclusive talent, Invincibility, unlocked at 25, increased the wearer's skill damage by 20 with a 50 reduction for area effect skills. This perfectly compensated for the Beastmaster's low skill damage, making Zhang Yi's fireball skill damage coefficient reach 130, even surpassing that of a mage by 5. The attributes of the Magician's Pants after reaching the maximum level were equally impressive. Magician's Pants, 25. Quality, 2 stars. Level, 14. Physical defense, 70. Magic defense, 56. Additional attribute, 21 stamina. Talent. Damage reduction reduces damage taken by the wearer by 25 points each time. Class restriction, universal for magic classes. With 70 points of defense, these pants alone surpass Zhang Yi's current total defense of 67 points. Adding 25 points of damage reduction made him nearly invincible. Unfortunately, Zhang Yi was only level 13 and couldn't use the level 14 pants yet, so he temporarily stored them in his inventory and equipped the Eternal Chain. This boosted his maximum energy value to 482, almost matching his 504 health points. With his equipment sorted, Zhang Yi turned his attention to Il, who was forging with all his might, and asked, "How much longer until my staff is ready?" As soon as he finished speaking, Illinois put down his hammer, picked up the silver staff from the forge, and said to Zhang Yi, "It's done." Zhang Yi was taken aback, thinking it seemed too quick. Il looked at the staff with a hint of regret and said, "It's good, but not perfect. If you need it now, I can give it to you. However, if you can find me an energy crystal, I can make it even better." Hearing that there was room for improvement, Zhang Yi was overjoyed. "No problem. I'll find an energy crystal for you right away. Please continue working to make this weapon even more perfect." Energy crystals, rare forging materials in the world of Tianqi, can significantly enhance the quality of equipment. Ear's words made Zhang Yi realize that his staff had room for improvement, and that Ear seemed to know how to obtain these crystals. Zhang Yi decided not to rush, and was willing to put in more effort to have Ear perfect the staff. Ear nodded and said, "All right, go to the City of the Undead and find me a Tier 1 energy crystal. There are many crystals buried there, but I don't know the exact location." Zhang Yi felt a chill run through him. The City of the Undead had heard of it in his previous life. It was a dangerous place, filled with high-level, powerful undead monsters. However, it was also known as a treasure trove in the newbie zone, containing countless treasures, including high-star treasure chests and rare equipment sets. Many players had lost their lives there, but some had also struck it rich. "All right, I'll find the crystal. Wait for me to return," Zhang Yi responded. Ear suddenly said, "Warrior, since you're going to the City of the Undead, I have a favor to ask." Zhang Yi was taken aback, sensing an opportunity to trigger a hidden quest. Although there was no question mark above Ear's head, his words clearly hinted at a request. "What is it?" Zhang Yi asked, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Ear explained, "The undead in the City of the Undead carry many materials that can be used for forging. Can you help me hunt those undead and collect some materials?" As soon as he finished speaking, a system prompt sounded. "Ding, congratulations. You have triggered the Guardian's advanced hidden quest, Gather Rare Materials. Do you accept the quest? This quest is highly challenging and will require a significant amount of time and effort. System recommendation. If you are not very patient, do not accept. Failing the quest will result in severe penalties. Zhang Yi's heart raced. This was an unexpected reward. In his previous life, even players who completed the Guardian's hidden quest hadn't discovered this advanced quest. If he had taken the staff and left, he would have missed this opportunity. Filled with excitement, Zhang Yi accepted the quest without hesitation. The system prompt sounded again. Ding, congratulations. You have accepted the advanced hidden quest, gather rare materials. You can view the details in the quest interface. Zhang Yi quickly opened the quest interface and carefully reviewed the quest details. Gather rare materials, advanced hidden quest. Quest difficulty rating, 440. Description. It is said that the undead in the city of the undead possess numerous rare forging materials. Follow the map's guidance to the city of the undead. Hunt the local undead and obtain energy crystals, divine bones, and undead essence. The progress of the quest was displayed in Jiang Yi's view. Tier 1 Energy Crystals 010, Spirit Bones 01000, and Necromancer's Knowledge 01000. These materials had to be collected in the city of the undead, each dropped by different types of monsters. With a difficulty rating of 440, far exceeding the 120 difficulty task Zhang Yi had previously completed, it was undoubtedly a significant challenge. Particularly, the 10 Tier 1 energy crystals were incredibly valuable. Zhang Yi thought to himself that with these crystals and some other materials, he could forge a 4-star piece of equipment at the blacksmith shop. However, such a high investment task would surely come with even richer rewards. Luckily, he had a full 7 days to complete the quest, which should be enough time. After bidding farewell to Il, Zhang Yi didn't set off immediately. By 6 p.m., Hope Town was bustling with activity, filled with players wrapping up their day's adventures. Street vendors lined the roads, with players selling gear and skill books they no longer needed. Zhang Yi also found a busy spot to set up his stall, displaying his 1-star equipment and 3 white skill books for sale. Thanks to the reputation of Inua Ching Chung, he quickly sold items worth 2 gold coins. The skill books were especially popular, as most players in the early stages of the game only had the skills granted during their initial class change. After handling his own items, Zhang Yi began browsing other stalls. He intended to look around casually and buy anything good he found. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a treasury, a mid-level fireball skill green skill book for mages and beastmasters. The intermediate fireball spell, as a core single-target damage skill for both mages and beastmasters, is quite similar to its basic version, but with a 15 increase in damage. Its most notable feature is the brief 5-second cooldown, which allows the caster to use it almost every 2 or 3 attacks, making it a powerful single-target finishing move in the later stages. Zhang Yi's attention was caught by a green intermediate fireball skill book. He squatted down, facing the chubby mage player running the stall. How much for this book? Zhang Yi asked. 10 gold coins, no bargaining, the stall owner replied firmly. Zhang Yi looked up, his gaze shifting from the book to the stall owner. In that instant, they both exclaimed, "It's you." It turned out that the chubby stall owner, whose ID was Happy Fatty, was the same person who had previously given Zhang Yi the divine talent card. Neither of them expected to run into each other here. The chubby man blurted out excitedly, "Damn, you took my divine." Zhang Yi quickly covered his mouth, not wanting others to know he possessed the rare divine talent. The stall owner, with teary eyes, mumbled softly, "Give me back my divine talent." "Let's not talk about that now," Zhang Yi interrupted, pointing to the intermediate fireball skill book. "Do you know why there are so few people around your stall? Because you're robbing them. This book is worth at most 5 gold coins. Consider it compensation. I'll buy it for 10 gold. The stall owner wasn't having it. "A few gold coins to make up for my loss? A divine talent is worth way more. I want 50 gold coins." Zhang Yi frowned. "It wasn't a forced deal, was it? You sold it to me willingly. Your greed isn't my problem." But the chubby man insisted, "I don't care. It's 10 gold for others. But if you want this book, it's 50 gold. Fatty, get lost." Zhang Yi snapped, "If you don't want to sell, keep it for your grave." With that, Zhang Yi stood up and walked away. Happy Fatty glared at Zhang Yi's back, noting the hidden ID and the 13-level Beastmaster tag above his head. He muttered through gritted teeth, "If it weren't for you, that divine talent would be mine. What's wrong with compensating me a bit? Bastard, I won't let you get away with this." Quickly packing up his stall, the chubby man followed Zhang Yi stealthily and opened his friend's list, sending a private message to one of his contacts. "Boss, I got bullied. Come help me get revenge. I'm waiting outside the south gate of Hopetown. Hurry." Before leaving the safe zone, Zhang Yi visited the potion shop. He spent 5 gold coins to buy a large supply of red and blue potions, with blue potions making up 70 and red potions 30. He was prepared to grind in the city of the undead all night and didn't want to waste time running back and forth for supplies. Fully stocked, Zhang Yi followed the map's directions towards the city of the undead, south of Hopetown. Unbeknownst to him, a revenge plot orchestrated by Happy Fatty was quietly unfolding. Constantly analyzing the development trends of Area 886, Zhang Yi opened the regional leaderboard, his eyes quickly scanning row after row of data. Suddenly, his brow furrowed slightly as if he had discovered something important. The top 6 on the leaderboard were prominently displayed. 1. Storm Angel, male, level 15 archer. 2. Storm Dragon King, male, level 14 warrior. 3. Enmushi, female, level 14 mage. 4. King Supreme, male, level 14 assassin. 5. Name shouldn't be too long like mine is fine, male, level 14 knight. 6. Storm Fantasy, female, level 14 mage. Zhang Yi's eyes widened slightly, surprised. The Storm clan had almost monopolized the leaderboard in Area 886, which was vastly different from what he remembered. In his previous life, members of King of the World occupied half of the top 10 positions at this time. Now only King Supreme, ranked 4th, was still holding on. To Jiang Yi, this was an unexpected delight. The rise of the Storm clan had suppressed the development of King of the World, effectively curbing their future arrogance. Particularly noteworthy was Storm Angel, who after acquiring the Silver Moon Bow, had surged to level 15 and firmly held the top spot in Area 886, unmatched by anyone. In comparison, Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel a tinge of shame. As a reborn individual with god-level talent and dragon bloodline, he hadn't even made it into the top 100 of the regional leaderboard. Of course, had he not been killed by the dragon blood swordsman and lost a level, he would at least be in the top 10. But there was no denying that players like Storm Angel and King Supreme had numerous subordinates assisting them in leveling up, making it hard for Zhang Yi to compete, no matter how many shortcuts he took. Closing the leaderboard, Zhang Yi secretly resolved to work twice as hard. Although level wasn't the only measure of strength, falling too far behind was unwise. He continued on his solitary journey toward the city of the undead. Not long after leaving the safe zone, Zhang Yi suddenly felt a chill behind him. He turned around warily to find Happy Fatty had somehow followed him. Accompanying the chubby player were 2 level 14 players, a warrior and an assassin, clearly part of his group. Their eyes were filled with hostility, obviously targeting Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi stopped and stared directly at them, asking, "Why are you following me?" A flash of malice crossed Happy Fatty's eyes as he shouted, "What do you think? Hand over all your money and gear, and we'll call it even." Even? Jiang Yi sneered. "Do I owe you something? Not willing to give it up? Then I'll just take it myself." Happy Fatty's eyes turned cold as he drew out a magic staff and ordered the 2 beside him, "Kill him, and we'll split the loot." Before he had finished speaking, the warrior and assassin had already drawn their weapons and launched an attack on Zhang Yi without hesitation. Happy Fatty thought to himself, "Since I can't reclaim the god-level talent, I'll just destroy it." The level 14 warrior and level 14 assassin, twin brothers who look exactly alike, named Dubu Lingyun and Dubu Tianxia, swiftly closed in on Zhang Yi. Their steps were light, yet resolute, eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. Behind them, the level 14 mage Happy Fatty was casting a spell, his cold gaze sweeping over Zhang Yi as if he were already a corpse. To him, this level 13 Beastmaster was nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter. Onlookers began to gather, their eyes filled with the same disdain. One whispered, "Going 1 against 3, and he's a Beastmaster? He's done for." Another chimed in, "No way he could win, even with a different class." These murmurs reached Happy Fatty's ears, further boosting his arrogance. Happy Fatty smirked internally. "Even with a god-tier talent at the start, you're still so weak. Choosing such a useless class. What a waste." He couldn't resist taunting, "Already scared stiff? What a coward." Before he finished speaking, Happy Fatty swung his staff, sending a fireball hurtling over the twins' heads straight towards Zhang Yi's chest. Flames erupted, and a damage number of over 80 appeared above Zhang Yi's head. Happy Fatty frowned slightly. The damage was lower than he had expected. Zhang Yi stood still, waiting for the twins to get closer. Dubu Tianxia and Dubu Lingyun each unleashed their skills, charge, slash, and assassinate. Amidst the flurry of blades, system notifications sounded. Ding, you have been attacked by player Dubu Lingyun, losing 41 HP. The opponent is now gray-named. Ding, you have been attacked by player Dubu Tianxia, losing 59 HP. The opponent is now gray-named. The combined assault of the 3 only managed to take away 1/3 of Zhang Yi's health. Dubu Lingyun and Dubu Tianxia exchanged glances, clearly not expecting this seemingly fragile Beastmaster to have such high defense. In reality, Zhang Yi's current 67 points of physical defense were comparable to that of knights of the same level. It's worth noting that Beastmasters are the most fragile class among the 7 major classes in Apocalypse, with a base endurance growth of only 7 stars. Such defense was enough to astonish anyone. If Zhang Yi were to reach level 14 and equip the Magician's Pants, those previous attacks might only deal 1 point of mandatory damage. This thought flashed through Zhang Yi's mind, causing the corners of his lips to curl up slightly as he prepared to surprise his opponents. Zhang Yi deliberately stood still, waiting for the opponent's attack. When the IDs of all 3 opponents turned gray, he slowly drew out his flame staff. A sudden flash of killing intent erupted in his previously calm eyes, causing Dubu Lingyun and Dubu Tianxia to feel an inexplicable sense of fear. Zhang Yi locked onto the assassin Dubu Tianxia, stepped back to create distance, and swung his flame staff. A basic attack fireball hit Dubu Tianxia square in the chest. Capitalizing on his 17 agility points, Zhang Yi quickly launched a second attack. 2 damage numbers, each over 200 points, popped up above Dubu Tianxia's head, totaling more than 400 points, instantly killing the level 14 assassin. The warrior Dubu Lingyun, standing nearby, was stunned by the sight of his brother being instantly slain. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yi unleashed a fireball spell on Dubu Lingyun without hesitation. The massive damage number exploded above Dubu Lingyun's head, nearly scaring the fat mage Happy Fat Guy behind him out of his wits. Among level 14 players, hardly any class, except knights, had more than 600 health points. Dubu Lingyun didn't even get a chance to trigger the flame staff's burning talent before being one-shotted by Jiang Yi. Even with basic attacks, Dubu Lingyun and his team couldn't withstand Jiang Yi's 249 attack power. Adding the fireball spell, the 20 skill damage boost, and the critical hit bonus, Jiang Yi's fireball with its 180 damage coefficient set a new record for the highest damage ever seen. As 2 white lights flashed, Dubu Tianxia and Dubu Lingyun were killed by Zhang Yi without any resistance, dropping potions, silver coins, and 2 pieces of equipment before disappearing in a burst of white light. Terrified, Happy Fat Guy retreated, his face filled with disbelief. A Beastmaster with such high damage? How is this possible? Happy Fat Guy thought in shock. In reality, Zhang Yi was a super Beastmaster with full intelligence points and a 14-star intelligence growth rate, making him even stronger than mages. Although he was only level 13, his power, bolstered by enhanced level 25 divine gear, was on par with level 20 players. After killing 2 people, Zhang Yi turned his gaze to the only one left, Happy Fat Guy, and calmly asked, "Do you know who I am?" Happy Fat Guy instinctively looked at Zhang Yi's hidden ID. Just then, Zhang Yi revealed his ID in the settings 13 teach level 1st tier Beastmaster, Inuwa Qingsheng. Inuwa Qingsheng. Seeing the name that had flooded the regional chat channels and system announcements since the previous night, not only Happy Fat Guy, but also the surrounding onlookers were stunned. No way! This low-key guy is Inuwa Qingsheng, the one who triggered the system announcements twice, killed the King of Glory Guild leader twice, and was called out by the entire King of Glory Guild. Happy Fat Guy stammered, "Why Inuwa Qingsheng?" By revealing his identity in front of the chubby guy, Zhang Yi's aim was to ensure that the information about his god-level talent would be spread back to the safe zone. He knew very well that once the people from the King's world got wind of this, they would go to great lengths to cause him trouble. Zhang Yi understood that if we can't have it, we'll destroy it mentality of the King's world all too well. This time, he decided he wouldn't take the initiative. He would sit back and wait for them to come to him. With a cold smile, Zhang Yi thought to himself, "If one comes, I'll kill one. If a group comes, I'll kill a group. In this lifetime, I will never fear the King's world again." The chubby guy had no idea that the seemingly ordinary player in front of him was actually the almost universally known figure in the 886 safe zone in Qingsheng. This fierce character, who had triggered the system announcement twice and was said to possess a mythical hammer from the start, had made the captain of the King's world, Wang Zhirong Yao, both hate and fear him. The chubby guy thought to himself, if I had known he was Inuwa Qingsheng, I wouldn't have dared to provoke him even with 10 times the courage. After all, he's the one who single-handedly took down over 30 members of the King's world, earning the private nickname Bug among 886 players. Just as the chubby guy was about to retreat, he heard footsteps behind him. When he saw the leading figure, a young archer in silver chainmail with a high level of 15, he felt like he had seen his savior and instantly regained his confidence. "Boss, you're finally here," the chubby guy exclaimed in delight. Turning to Zhang Yi, he arrogantly shouted, "My boss is here. Inuwa Qingsheng, you're dead." Zhang Yi glanced over and couldn't help but sneer internally. So the chubby guy's boss turned out to be Storm Angel. A group of well-equipped players, most of whom were at level 14, surrounded a level 15 silver-armored archer, indeed the elite of the Storm family. The leader with the silver longbow was none other than Zhang Yi's former customer, Storm Angel. The appearance of the Storm family caused a stir among the nearby players. Wow, the chubby guy's backer is actually the Storm family. Yeah, the Storm family has surpassed the King's world today, making a grand entrance. That Storm Angel is the top player on the 886 zone leaderboard. Even someone as powerful as Inua Qingcheng won't escape death this time, right? These clueless players had no idea what had happened earlier in the Goblin Forest. Storm Angel walked up to the chubby guy, not yet noticing Zhang Yi on the opposite side, and asked, "What's going on?" The chubby guy hurriedly pointed at Zhang Yi and complained, "Boss, it's this guy who bullied me. He killed Ling Yun and Tianxia. If you had been a moment later, I would have been dead too." "Oh, who's so arrogant?" Storm Angel followed the chubby guy's finger, and upon recognizing Jiang Yi's face, froze in place. After a long pause, he coldly said, "You dare touch my brother? You're asking for death." With the top player of the 886 zone and the massive Storm family backing him, the chubby guy was so pleased that his legs trembled as he taunted, "Inua Qingcheng, did you hear that? Storm Angel and I are brothers. You dare to bully the good brother of the top player on the leaderboard? I'm telling you, you're dead." Before he could finish his sentence, there was a sudden thud as an arrow shot from Storm Angel's bow pierced through the chubby guy's head. The system notification immediately followed. Ding, you have been attacked by player Storm Angel, losing 378 HP. You are dead. The chubby guy looked in disbelief at Storm Angel, who was lowering his bow, and stammered, "Boss." Storm Angel, expressionless, said to the chubby guy, "Sorry. When I said brother, I wasn't referring to you." The fingers of the Storm Angel pointed at Zhang Yi like lightning, causing the surrounding air to seemingly freeze. In the next moment, the body of the happy couch potato suddenly stiffened, his eyes filled with disbelief, before collapsing with a thud and dissolving into a white light that vanished into the sky. This sudden turn of events left the onlookers in an uproar. What just happened? Player A widened his eyes, his voice filled with confusion. Wasn't the Storm Angel on the same team as that guy? Why would he kill his own teammate and still be friendly with Inua Qingcheng? Player B took a sharp breath. Oh my god, that damage is insane. And it wasn't even a critical hit. It's higher than Inua Qingcheng's. The top player on the leaderboard truly lives up to his reputation. Zhang Yi was also stunned by the unexpected scene. Once he regained his composure, he frowned at the Storm Angel, his tone carrying a hint of bewilderment. Killing your own teammate? Isn't that a bit too harsh? The Storm Angel's lips curled into a faint smile as he responded calmly. Teammate? He was just someone I met in an online game before, nothing more. But you, his tone suddenly became serious, are my brother. These words drew envious glances from the surrounding players. Being called a brother by the top player and leader of the Storm family was an honor anyone would be proud of. Zhang Yi responded casually, "Well, thanks, brother." Despite his words, he was deeply shaken inside. The damage the Storm Angel had just dealt to the happy couch potato was 378 points, even without a critical hit. This number was higher than what Zhang Yi could achieve with his fireball spell coupled with a lucky strike on Dubu Ling Yun. A quick mental calculation made Zhang Yi realize that the Storm Angel's attack power must have exceeded 300 points, significantly higher than his own. Such an astonishing growth rate could it be solely because of the 2-star Bao Zhang Yi had given him? Clearly, the ring on the Storm Angel's hand must also be a high-level, enhanced piece of equipment, putting him far ahead of Zhang Yi in terms of gear. As Zhang Yi was lost in thought, the Storm Angel had already approached him. "Thank you for selling the Silver Moon bow to me earlier," the Storm Angel said, sincerely. "It's thanks to that bow that I was able to develop so quickly in the early stages." Zhang Yi nodded. "And thanks for taking care of that problem for me just now." The Storm Angel showed a slightly embarrassed expression. "I thought you'd say I stole your kill. With your strength, taking him down would have been effortless." As he spoke, he suddenly took something out of his backpack and handed it to Zhang Yi. "Sorry for taking your kill. The loot he dropped should rightfully be yours." Zhang Yi looked down and was astonished at it was a skill book emitting a green glow, clearly titled Intermediate Fireball. Wow, Zhang Yi had been planning to spend 10 gold coins to buy the Intermediate Fireball skill from Happy Couch Potato, but it dropped when the latter died. Although he was thrilled, Zhang Yi suppressed his excitement and calmly asked Storm Angel, "What's the meaning of this?" Storm Angel smiled and explained, "It's for you. You're a Beastmaster, right? This skill is perfect for you." Feigning confusion, Zhang Yi asked, "How much?" Storm Angel waved his hand dismissively. "No charge. I told you, without me, you would have been the one to kill him. This should have rightfully been your drop, so it's yours." Zhang Yi didn't hesitate and took the skill book, saying, "Thanks. If I come across any good gear or skill books in the future, they'll consider selling them to you first." Storm Angel responded happily, "Great. As long as it's something I need. Money's not an issue." After a pause, he suggested, "Brother, let's add each other as friends for easier contact in the future." Zhang Yi politely declined. "No need for that. I prefer to be a lone wolf and don't like making friends. The safe zone is small." Well, bump into each other often enough. Storm Angel seemed a bit disappointed. All right then. Zhang Yi turned to leave. I have things to do, so we'll be off. Thanks for the skill book. See you around. With that, he left. In his previous life, Zhang Yi had been betrayed by his close friends Mu Chun and Lin Ruo, who he had known for 8 years. This made him wary of trusting or befriending anyone in this life. As soon as Jiang Yi left, a level 14 female mage in a green robe with a refined appearance, Storm Fantasy, spoke to Storm Angel. Honey, that guy is really ungrateful. Why give him a skill book for free? Storm Angel shook his head, as if he saw through everything. Can't you tell? This guy is no ordinary player. He might have a powerful team backing him, stronger than our Storm family. Otherwise, he couldn't have progressed so smoothly on his own. We need to stay on his good side and make sure kings of the world don't get a chance to ally with the Nuo Ching Chung. He looked at the silver moon bow in his hand, still excited. Besides, what's a green skill book? Do you realize how much impact this bow he sold me has? I'm sure his backers will get him even better gear. When he has stuff he doesn't need, he can sell it to me, which is crucial for my strength. Storm Fantasy suddenly understood. You're always so considerate. Meanwhile, at the Resurrection Spring in Hope Town, the chubby mage Happy Couch Potato, who had just used a resurrection chance, was bewildered. He opened his friend list, found Storm Angel, and angrily sent a message. What's the meaning of this? Ding. Storm Angel replied instantly. Touch my brother, and you die. He added, from today on, our friendship is over. If you ever target Inuwa Ching Ching again, you'll regret it. Happy Couch Potato was fuming, and as he was about to send a furious message, a system notification popped up. Ding. The recipient has blocked you. Message cannot be sent. Damn it. Happy Couch Potato cursed. You bastards won't get away with this. On the other side, as Zhang Yi made his way to the undead city, he looked at the intermediate fireball skill in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. You wouldn't sell it for 10 gold coins but ended up giving it to me for free. What's the point? Without hesitation, he used the intermediate fireball skill to overwrite the fireball skill in his skill list, completing the learning process. Due to the limited skill slots and the rule in the world of Apocalypse that players can't have 2 of the same skill simultaneously, he had to either overwrite the old one or extract the lower level skill to replace it with the higher level one. However, the cost of extracting skills is quite high. Unless it's a very rare skill, it's not worth spending a few gold coins to extract a basic fireball spell. Zhang Yi is currently at level 13 and has 4 skill slots, just enough to accommodate 2 green quality skills, Intermediate Fireball and Chain Lightning. The power of the Intermediate Fireball is astonishing. When used on a Beastmaster, the damage coefficient reaches 125. Coupled with the Eternal Chain Talent Skills Enhancement, Zhang Yi's Fireball spell can deal up to 145 damage. If a lucky strike occurs, it can cause a terrifying 195 damage. Of course, this powerful effect comes with higher consumption. The energy cost per use rises from 7 points to 9 points, though the cooldown time remains at 5 seconds. After more than 20 minutes, Zhang Yi finally arrived at the city of the undead. From a distance, the city is surrounded by a wall that stands tens of meters high, presenting a desolate scene. Countless crows circle above the city, flying even higher than the wall. The once towering buildings within the city are now more than 70% destroyed. According to the detailed description on the map, the city of the undead was formerly known as Cloud City. It was one of the first human main cities to fall when alien races invaded Earth through wormholes over a decade ago. In a week-long battle, millions of humans in Cloud City were massacred by the alien vanguard, turning the bustling city into a dead zone. After capturing Cloud City, the aliens used it as a base for their invasion of Earth. The alien vanguard's leader, Loki, used his mutation powers to transform the city's millions of corpses into skeletons and undead creatures, serving as puppets to guard the base. Since the lowest level monsters in the city of the undead are at level 15 and the average player level is around 13, it has become a suitable leveling spot. At this moment, many players are entering the city of the undead in groups, and solo players are extremely rare. Zhang Yi followed the other players' footsteps towards the city of the undead. His solitary figure stood out among the numerous teams, but this did not affect his determined stride in the slightest. Around the outskirts of the city of the undead, solo players were heading towards their destination, each carrying an air of excitement and chatting animatedly. The atmosphere was a mix of tension and thrill, with voices rising and falling in conversation. I've heard there are countless high-star chests buried in the city of the undead, and there's even a chance to get set equipment. Player A said excitedly, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Player B chimed in immediately. Yeah, I saw the official introduction of the city of the undead map in the announcements long before the server even opened. They say it's a treasure trove for new players. Really? Player C asked in surprise. Then we have to rake in a fortune in the city of the undead today. However, Player D's tone carried a hint of caution. Don't get too ahead of yourselves. I've heard that the monsters in the City of the Undead are much tougher than the same level ones outside. Just surviving in there is an achievement. Amidst the lively atmosphere, some players saw a business opportunity and started advertising at the entrance to the City of the Undead. They shouted loudly, "Need help? For just 2 gold coins, you can join our team. We have 2 spots left, and our team includes the 125th rank 14th level mage and the 99th rank 14th level knight, plus a healer. Loot is distributed by role. Looking for 2 more to join, let's go." Zhang Yi watched these confident players and couldn't help but shake his head. He thought to himself, with their skills, they might not even be able to protect themselves in the City of the Undead, let alone carry others. They have no idea how fierce the skeletons and undead monsters in there are. At the city gates, a mysterious NPC in a black robe caught Zhang Yi's attention. The NPC had a blue ID floating above his head. Undead Merchant Alo. Alo was the key NPC for triggering quests, and each player could only receive 1 quest from him per day. The difficulty was selectable, but it had to be completed within the day, or severe penalties would follow. A crowd of players had already gathered around Alo, all eager to get their quests. Jiang Yi approached Alo and initiated a conversation. "Adventurer from Hope Town, are you ready to enter this perilous city of the undead?" Alo asked. "I'm ready," Zhang Yi replied firmly. Alo nodded. "Very well. Take your quest. Of course, you can choose to enter the city of the undead directly, but doing so will greatly reduce your rewards." After careful consideration, Zhang Yi chose the level 2 difficulty Undead Exorcism quest. The system promptly issued a notification. "Didn't you have received the quest Undead Exorcism at level 2 difficulty? Check the quest interface for details." The quest details appeared. Undead Exorcism level 2 difficulty. Difficulty coefficient 200. Description: after the alien vanguard massacred the city, Yun City became the city of the undead. The souls of the millions who perished there, transformed into skeletons and undead under the alien leader Loki's influence, now guard the city of the undead. Players are tasked with entering the city to exorcise these souls. Quest progress: Skeleton Warriors 090, Skeleton Archers 090, Undead Mages 090, Undead Assassins 090. Note: targets must be at least level 17. Basic rewards: EXP 42,000, Silver 60, Level 2 Enhancement Stones 15, Human Reputation 50, Random Equipment 1. Chance to receive rare Undead set equipment. Time remaining: complete within the day. Zhang Yi understood the challenge ahead. He needed to kill 360 level 17 or higher skeletons and undead within a day. Gripping his flame staff tightly, he joined the crowd entering the city of the undead. Upon entering, Zhang Yi saw many players already battling skeleton monsters. Fireballs from mages and arrows from archers crisscrossed the air, accompanied by players' screams and the flashes of resurrection lights. A level 14 warrior, covered in blood, came running back, gasping for breath. "Damn, these skeletons are insanely strong. A level 17 skeleton is as tough as a level 20 monster outside. I'm out of here," his teammate asked in confusion. "Aren't you going to complete the quest?" The warrior snapped, "Hell no. Staying here any longer and I'll die for real. I'd rather face the quest penalty than waste my resurrection chances and lose my gear." Another solo player fighting a level 15 skeleton warrior sighed in relief. "Good thing I picked a level 1 difficulty quest. Even these level 15 skeletons are tough. Glad I didn't go for a higher difficulty." Seeing the players around him battling fiercely with the skeletons, Zhang Yi began searching for his targets. His eyes scanned the city, looking for the powerful level 17 and above skeletons and undead to start his exorcism quest. As far as the eye could see, the streets and alleyways of the city of the undead were teeming with wandering skeletal monsters. They wielded rusty great swords or skeletal longbows, their bodies devoid of any flesh, exuding an eerie, bone-chilling aura. Not far away, a 4-person team had just been wiped out, leaving behind an elite skeletal warrior with about 2/3 of its health remaining. The surrounding players, having witnessed the gruesome scene of the team sacrificing their lives to reduce the monster's health by only 1/3, were filled with fear and dared not act rashly. At this moment, Zhang Yi, a newcomer, set his sights on the rampaging elite skeletal warrior. He thought to himself, "Well, what a welcome. An elite monster right off the bat. Bring it on." With that, and to the astonishment of the other players, Zhang Yi, wielding a flaming staff, boldly approached the menacing skeletal leader. A wave of murmurs immediately spread through the crowd. A level 13 Beastmaster trying to solo a level 17 elite skeleton? This guy's got guts. He's just asking to die. No teammates, and he's a low-stats Beastmaster at that. How many hits do you think he'll last against the skeleton leader? Hits? That team just now had fully equipped level 14 warriors and knights, and they couldn't take more than 2 or 3 hits. This guy will be down in 1, tops. No one had any faith in Zhang Yi. If Zhang Yi were a bystander, seeing a level 13 Beastmaster with a 1-star staff and no helmet challenging a level 17 elite monster alone, he would think the same. The guy was courting death. As Zhang Yi entered the skeletal leader's 50-meter attack range, he stopped, raised his staff, and cast a spell. A blazing fireball shot forth, striking the roaring skeletal leader with precision. Boom! A blood-red damage number immediately appeared above the skeletal leader's head, over 200 points. The sight left the onlooking players dumbfounded. A level 13 Beastmaster dealing such high damage to an elite monster 4 levels above was simply unbelievable. Even so, the crowd remained skeptical of Zhang Yi's chances. High damage or not, defeating the skeletal leader alone seemed impossible. The only person who thought otherwise was Zhang Yi himself. After all, he'd slain the 9 divine dragon emperors. A mere level 17 elite monster was nothing in comparison. Boom! Another basic attack unleashed a purple energy orb, hitting the skeletal leader for 150 points of damage. The initial fireball had triggered the burning talent of his flaming staff, causing 38 points of burning damage per second to appear above the skeletal leader's head. Roar! Enraged by the attack, the skeletal leader bellowed and charged at Zhang Yi, wielding its massive cleaver. Here it comes, get ready to watch him get one-shotted. That staff of his must be top tier, with such high damage and a burning effect. When he dies and it drops, whoever grabs it keeps it, agreed? Zhang Yi ignored the chatter around him, focusing solely on the battle. As the skeletal leader approached, he continued to swing his staff, chaining lightning and hurling multiple energy orbs, each dealing high damage to the skeletal leader. By the time the skeletal leader had closed the distance from 40 or 50 meters to Zhang Yi, its health bar had plummeted from 2/3 to just 1/3 remaining. Holy crap! This is insane, gasped the onlookers, drawing in sharp breaths. Zhang Yi's eyes were sharp as a hawk, seizing the perfect moment. Just as the skeleton commander launched its charge attack, he decisively abandoned his chance to counterattack, nimbly leaping to the right and narrowly avoiding the enemy. Miss! Flashed across the system notification. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yi cast a fireball spell, the orange-eared flames tracing a graceful arc through the air. He then showcased his extraordinary maneuvering skills again, effortlessly dodging the skeleton commander's blade strike. This scene left the surrounding players in awe. They were astonished to realize that this mage was also a master of agile combat. It's well known that for a mage, evading enemy attacks through movement is no easy feat, but with 17 points in agility, Zhang Yi seemed almost divinely aided. Taking advantage of each successful dodge, Zhang Yi launched continuous counterattacks, with fireballs and ice arrows steadily wearing down the skeleton commander's health. However, achieving a 100 dodge rate is impossible. After 2 successful misses, the skeleton commander's large blade finally struck Zhang Yi's chest armor. With a sharp metallic clang, his angel shield, which had 50 points of shield value, was instantly shattered. Zhang Yi took an additional 178 points of damage, instantly losing 1/3 of his full health bar. The damage from this skeleton commander is insanely high, Zhang Yi thought. No wonder the foreman team before him was wiped out. Yet Zhang Yi remained unflustered, relying on 8 years of accumulated maneuvering skills from his previous life. Combined with the high attribute bonuses from his 4 pieces of level 25 enhanced divine gear, he managed to engage the skeleton commander in a dozen rounds of combat, only needing to consume 1 level 3 health potion. Finally, with an earth-shaking roar, the skeleton commander collapsed to the ground. Ding, congratulations, you have slain the level 17 elite monster, skeleton commander. Experience points 5,000. Human reputation 12. As soon as the system notification ended, the skeleton commander's body exploded with loot, coins, enhancement stones, equipment, skill books, and even a gleaming golden treasure chest. A big haul this time? Zhang Yi thought joyfully as he prepared to collect the spoils. But suddenly, he sensed a disturbance around him. Looking up, he saw the players who had been mere onlookers moments ago were now rushing towards him, clearly eyeing the rich rewards. Everyone charge! The skeleton general dropped so many good items. We can't let that worthless beast master take everything. Hurry and grab the loot! A shout pierced the air, and players surged in from all directions like a tidal wave. Zhang Yi's lips curled into a slight, disdainful smile. Worthless? These people were probably not even worth calling worthless. They could only watch from the sidelines while he single-handedly took down a level 17 elite skeleton general. Zhang Yi quickly crouched and tapped on the virtual interface to activate the ID display function. In an instant, the name Inua Ching Chung flashed above his head. The surrounding players came to an abrupt halt, staring wide-eyed at Zhang Yi's ID, as if they had seen something unbelievable. Inua Ching Chung. Oh my god, it's him! No wonder he could solo a level 17 elite monster. Zhang Yi's name was legendary in Safe Zone 886. From being the first to enter the safe zone and trigger the area announcement, to defeating the captain of the King of the World Guild, Wang Zhirong Yao, his ID, Inua Ching Chung, was known by all. However, most people only knew his name, not his face. As long as Zhang Yi hid his ID, 99 of players wouldn't recognize him even if they passed by. Now, with this legendary ID appearing before them, no one dared to step forward and snatch anything. Zhang Yi casually collected all the loot, 12 silver coins, 8 level 2 enhancement stones, 2 pieces of equipment, and an archer skill book. Zhang Yi was slightly disappointed as he inspected the loot. Aside from the coins and enhancement stones, the other items were useless to him. The level 17 equipment, though rated 2-star, included a knight's helmet and an assassin's outfit. He stashed them in his backpack, planning to auction them later. His last hope lay in the 2-star treasure chest. Zhang Yi had come prepared, using a 2-star key he had bought from the store. He held his breath and opened the chest. With a clang, a silver-gray ring appeared. Zhang Yi picked it up and examined it closely, his face lighting up with joy. Silver bone ring. Quality, 2-star. Attack power, 35. Bonus attribute, 5 stamina. Class restriction, mage, beast master, priest. Level requirement, 14. Description. This ring, crafted from the powdered bones of the skeleton general, is said to bestow its wearer with the general's prowess, making them a formidable force. The attributes of this 2-star mage ring were astonishing. Even without enhancements, its base attack boost surpassed Zhang Yi's current level 25 lucky ring. Once fully enhanced, its attack power would be terrifyingly high. The additional 5 points of stamina could be enhanced to 18, significantly boosting survivability. However, like the magician's pants, the level 14 requirement meant Zhang Yi, at level 13, couldn't use it yet. He placed the silver bone ring alongside the magician's pants and checked his status. The 5,000 experience points from killing the skeleton general had brought his experience to 232, 303, 3000, just 10,000 away from level 14. Zhang Yi scanned the area, his gaze falling on the regular skeleton warriors and skeleton archers. Although they weren't as formidable as the elite skeleton general, they were still formidable. Skeleton warriors had the innate physique talent, reducing damage by 30, while skeleton archers had the innate fury talent, increasing damage and attack speed by 20. Unfortunately, Zhang Yi's level was 4 below that of the skeleton warriors, making his basic detection spell ineffective for detailed data. He had to rely on experience. Time to go all out. Zhang Yi resolved. Gripping his flame staff, he quickly locked onto a level 17 skeleton archer. A scorching fireball shot out, hitting the target squarely. With a boom, the skeleton archer's health bar dropped by a third. The skeleton archer immediately retaliated, drawing its bowstring with lightning speed. Enhanced by its fury talent, its attack speed was astonishing. With a whoosh, an arrow sliced through the air. Zhang Yi tried to dodge, but the archer's rapid fire made it nearly impossible. The arrow struck his shoulder, and even with the Angel Shield's 50-point damage reduction, Zhang Yi still took a hefty 139 points of damage. The skeleton archer's power was almost on par with the elite skeleton general. Zhang Yi couldn't afford to be careless. He quickly cast Chain Lightning in retaliation. Seizing the moment, he followed up with a lucky critical hit from a regular attack. After 3 consecutive hits, the skeleton archer finally fell. However, the battle had taken its toll on Zhang Yi. Hit twice, he had lost over 300 health points. One more arrow, and he might have been done for. No wonder the surrounding players, even in teams, find it hard to defeat these level 17 skeletons. One is too tanky and the other too fierce. It's indeed a tough battle. Zhang Yi had just killed a skeleton archer, earning 100 experience points and 9 copper coins. He quickly took out a red potion from his bag, gulped it down, and restored his lost health. The pace of the battle was becoming increasingly intense. With each skeleton archer he killed, Zhang Yi had to consume a red potion while also using blue potions to maintain his mana. This high-consumption combat style was something most players couldn't sustain. A level 3 red potion cost 10 copper coins, while a skeleton would drop at most 9 copper coins, making it a losing proposition. However, for Zhang Yi, who possessed a fortune of 31 gold coins, this expenditure was insignificant. As long as these high-level skeletons provided higher experience gains and advanced his undead exorcism quest, it was worth it. He chose to deal with the skeleton archers first because their health and defense were relatively low, allowing him to gain experience faster. Zhang Yi was eager to reach level 14, so he could equip the magician's pants and the silver bone ring. which would make dealing with these skeletons much easier. For now, though, he couldn't afford to use chain lightning to target multiple enemies simultaneously. The damage from the skeleton archers was too high, and being surrounded by 3 at once would mean instant death for him. Compared to him, other players were in an even tougher spot. Without the enhanced level 25 divine gear and dragon lineage attributes, they struggled to deal with these high-level skeletons. Yet, due to the severe penalties for failing the quest, they couldn't easily give up and had to grit their teeth and persist. Zhang Yi was multitasking, hunting skeletons while working on 2 quests. The Undead Exorcism quest was relatively straightforward, adding 1 progress for each kill. However, the hidden quest was much more challenging, as he needed to collect 1,000 divine bones, and only 1 had dropped after killing 5 skeleton archers. Focusing on his current target, Zhang Yi continued to farm skeleton archers one by one. Just as he killed the 31st archer with a fireball spell, a loud dragon roar echoed through the sky. Hellfire Dragon's Flame. With a thunderous crash, scorching dragon flames poured down from above, instantly engulfing all skeletons within a 100-meter radius around Jiang Yi. The skeletons caught in the inferno took 375 points of high true damage, followed by 75 points of burn damage every second. In an instant, the health of the surrounding skeleton archers dropped by half. As they approached Zhang Yi, they were burned alive by the sustained 5-second burn damage. System notifications sounded continuously. Ding, you killed a level 17 skeleton archer. Experience 100. Ding, you killed a level 17 skeleton archer. Experience 100. The total health of a level 17 skeleton archer was just over 700, which was just enough to be killed outright by the Hellfire Dragon's Flame. After 5 seconds, the flame subsided, and 42 level 17 skeleton archers were annihilated. Over 50 level 18 skeleton archers and several skeleton warriors were left with just a sliver of health, still advancing towards Zhang Yi. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yi swiftly swung his staff. Utilizing the slight range advantage of his attacks, he picked off the low-health skeleton archers one by one with basic attacks, not giving them a chance to get close. After dealing with the archers, he turned to the skeleton warriors, dispatching them in the same manner with basic attacks. With a casual wave of his hand, Zhang Yi's experience bar instantly shot to full, his head crowned with a radiant golden light. The system notification chimed. Ding, congratulations, you've reached level 14. Around him, players were left stunned and started whispering among themselves. Player A exclaimed, "What the heck? Who just used a magic scroll? That scroll must cost at least 100 gold coins per use." However, no one realized that the devastating dragon flame had actually been triggered by Zhang Yi. Ignoring the commotion around him, Zhang Yi eagerly retrieved the silver bone ring and magician's pants from his backpack. He quickly equipped these precious items and then, without hesitation, took out 25 level 2 enhancement stones to start upgrading the untouched silver bone ring. Ding, ding, ding. Amidst the continuous notification sounds, the system announced, "Congratulations, your silver bone ring has been enhanced to level 25, unlocking the exclusive talent, Advanced Heavy Injury." The attack power of the silver bone ring skyrocketed from 35 to 123 points. The Advanced Heavy Injury talent felt intimately familiar to Zhang Yi. It was an upgraded version of the Heavy Injury talent he had unlocked when enhancing his first weapon, the Great Iron Hammer. Advanced Heavy Injury allowed the wearer to deal an additional 50 points of damage with every attack. Zhang Yi quickly opened his status panel to check. With the powerful boost from the silver bone ring, his attack power surged from 249 to 340 points. The 2-star, level 14 Magician's Pants pushed his defense past the 3-digit mark, reaching 131 points. The 18 points of stamina added by the silver bone ring further elevated his health to 720 points. As Zhang Yi reveled in the joy of his skyrocketing stats, a skeleton warrior, barely alive after being hit by the Hellfire Dragon Flame, staggered towards him. It swung its great iron sword at Zhang Yi, but the damage was negligible, less than half of what it was before. Zhang Yi smirked and casually cast a fireball spell. With a boom, the level 18 skeleton warrior collapsed, instantly turning into 120 experience points that Zhang Yi absorbed. Suddenly, several arrows whistled through the air from all directions, striking Zhang Yi. However, each arrow only dealt just over 90 points of damage, half of the previous 180 points. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi unleashed a few basic attacks, swiftly taking down the level 18 skeleton archers. Awesome, Zhang Yi thought to himself. This is exactly what I wanted. Forget about techniques and positioning, I just want to stack my stats and stand my ground. After equipping a pair of 2-star silver bone rings and magician pants, both enhanced to level 25, Zhang Yi's combat style underwent a dramatic transformation. He no longer needed to maneuver cautiously. Whether facing skeleton warriors or skeleton archers, he could now stand his ground and fight directly. The attacks from level 18 skeletons inflicted no more than 100 points of damage on him, while his basic attacks could easily deal over 300 points of damage to them, allowing him to take down a level 18 skeleton in just 2 or 3 hits. This astounding combat prowess left the nearby players, who were struggling to grind monsters, utterly shocked. A stand-and fight mage, they thought to themselves, Inua Ching Chung is becoming more terrifying by the day. Before long, some players started to gather around, hoping to team up with the incredibly powerful Inua Ching Chung. A voluptuous archer girl, clad in a midriff-bearing leather armor, intentionally walked up to Zhang Yi, swaying her slender waist. In a seductive tone, she said, "Hey there, handsome. Want to team up? I'm single and ready to mingle." Zhang Yi, without hesitation, displayed his straightforward nature. "Move aside, you're blocking my monster grind." After the archer girl was ruthlessly rejected, another girl, who looked like a celebrity and had an incredibly sexy figure, confidently approached Zhang Yi, smiling as she asked, "Hey, handsome, what do you think of me?" Zhang Yi glanced at her and said, "You have a beautiful smile." The girl felt a surge of pride and was about to speak when Zhang Yi added, like a big fool in springtime, "Get lost." The two girls were stunned, not understanding why Zhang Yi had suddenly become so harsh. What they didn't know was that after being betrayed by Lin Ruo, his lover of 8 years, in his previous life, Zhang Yi had lost all trust in others. To him, anyone trying to get close must have ulterior motives, especially women. More importantly, Zhang Yi had no interest in teaming up. Teaming up to grind monsters would mean splitting the experience points, and with his current strength, solo grinding was effortless. So why bother bringing along a burden and sharing the experience? After being scolded by Zhang Yi, the two girls wisely walked away. The surrounding players also dared not approach him. If he could reject such pretty and sexy girls so mercilessly, they, as ordinary guys, would likely face even harsher treatment if they attempted to approach him. Thus, Zhang Yi continued to grind monsters alone. With his enhanced defense, he now felt confident enough to take on multiple skeletons simultaneously. Sizzle boom! A chain of lightning struck from the sky, hitting a skeleton warrior dozens of meters away, then bouncing to 2 nearby level 17 and 18 skeleton warriors. The health of the 3 skeletons was instantly reduced by 1/3 as they dragged their great swords and advanced toward Jiang Yi. Zhang Yi remained calm, quickly wielding his flame staff. Fireball spells combined with basic attacks continuously bombarded the approaching skeletons. Each attack dealt over 300 points of damage, and before the 3 skeletons, with total health just over 1,000, could even get close, they collapsed under the relentless assault of this human artillery, turning into a pile of experience and copper coins scattered on the ground. Zhang Yi didn't immediately collect the loot, but continued attacking the surrounding skeletons. Only when the loot piled up to the point where it was almost impassable did he stop to start cleaning up. After all, if these items weren't picked up within an hour, they would be reclaimed by the system. It took Zhang Yi several minutes to gather all the items dropped by the countless skeleton warriors and skeleton archers he had slain over the past hour. Upon opening the quest interface, Zhang Yi was pleasantly surprised to see that the progress for both skeleton warriors and skeleton archers had reached 100. The efficiency was astounding, almost as if he had used a cheat. However, despite having hunted over 200 skeleton monsters, he had only managed to gather a little over 40 divine bones, far from the 1,000 required for the hidden quest. Zhang Yi wasn't in a rush to complete the hidden quest, as he still had a week left. The immediate priority was to complete the undead exorcism quest, which had to be done today. Players around him were in awe of Zhang Yi's prowess. A level 14 warrior player remarked, "It took me and my teammates working together to barely take down a level 17 skeleton warrior, but this guy could take out an 18 level 1 in just a few hits. It's terrifying." Nearby, an archer player expressed his envy. "I wish I could deal that much damage. I'd love to experience what it's like to be a damage-dealing powerhouse." A female priest, full of admiration, said, "I wish I had a powerful boyfriend like him to protect me. If only Inua Qingqing was my boyfriend, we could fight monsters and level up together." The city of the undead was divided into 3 layers, each further split into the skeleton domain and the undead domain. After passing through the skeleton domain, Zhang Yi arrived at the other half of the city of the undead domain. It was still a desolate, post-apocalyptic landscape, bleak and barren. The difference here was the absence of skeletons, replaced by semi-transparent humanoid monsters that wandered aimlessly through the streets. Some carried staffs, while others wielded short knives. These were Zhang Yi's next targets: undead mages and undead assassins. So, Zhang Yi spent over an hour meticulously clearing out necromancers and undead assassins. His movements were skillful and efficient, and with each swing of his staff, spells hit their targets with precision. As the last undead fell, all 4 necromancy cleansing progress bars hit 100. Night had already fallen, and the city's clock tower struck 9 times, signaling the passage of time. Zhang Yi smiled slightly, realizing he had completed the level 2 necromancy cleansing task with a difficulty rating of 200 in just 2 hours, far exceeding his expectations. However, he didn't rush back to the city to submit the task. Zhang Yi's gaze became resolute because there was a more important goal yet to be achieved: obtaining an energy crystal. He clearly remembered that Yi needed a Tier 1 energy crystal to continue crafting weapons for him. Reflecting on his gains over the past 2 hours, Zhang Yi couldn't help but frown. He had collected over 40 spirit bones and undead essences, but not a single crystal in sight. He had anticipated that obtaining the crystal would be challenging, but not to this extent. Glancing at the time, he saw that he still had 3 hours left. Determined, Zhang Yi vowed to get a Tier 1 energy crystal tonight. He knew that if he delayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to get the superior weapon crafted by Yi in time for the impending disaster that would hit the safe zone the next day. This weapon was crucial for facing the upcoming crisis. Jiang Yi knew that his 25 silver bone ring alone was far from sufficient. So, he continued his relentless hunt for the undead, hoping to make a breakthrough in the remaining time. Time ticked away, from 9 o'clock until 11:30. Zhang Yi tirelessly cleared wave after wave of the undead. Yet, the elusive energy crystal did not appear. Despite this, he wasn't entirely empty-handed. He acquired 2 rare undead set items, though both were 1-star quality and not suitable for his class. One was an undead warrior armor, and the other was an undead assassin necklace. Zhang Yi noted that different class sets had unique effects. Warrior sets increased lifesteal, assassin sets boosted movement speed, while mage and beastmaster sets enhanced casting speed. He calculated that if he could gather all 7 pieces of a mage set, the 50 casting speed increase would be a significant advantage. As time was running out, Zhang Yi had to abandon his search for the energy crystal. To avoid task failure, he hurried to the outskirts of the undead capital, arriving at the city gates where the undead merchant Alo awaited to receive the task submission. Alo exclaimed in surprise, "Young adventurer, I didn't expect you to complete the task so quickly. Your strength is truly impressive. Please accept your well-deserved rewards." Then, a series of system notifications rang in Zhang Yi's ears. "Ding, congratulations on completing the level 2 necromancy cleansing task. Rewards: experience points 42,000, silver coins 60, level 2 enhancement stones 15, human reputation 60, equipment. Magic hat 1, special reward. Tier 1 energy crystal 1. Intimacy with wild travelers 8. Ding, congratulations, you've leveled up. Current level, 15. Hearing the system announcements, Zhang Yi almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. The energy crystal he had been hunting for all night was directly handed to him as a task reward. Although it was somewhat comical, it was ultimately a good thing, saving him the trouble of farming it the next day. As for the equipment reward, while he felt a bit disappointed not to get an undead set item, the magic hat was exactly what he needed at the moment. Zhang Yi opened his backpack to inspect the black mage hat, a level 15 2-star item. Although it only added 130 health points and 6 stamina, far less than the 250 base health of a knight's armor, at the same level it was still a significant upgrade for Zhang Yi, who had been without a hat. So, Zhang Yi took out 25 level 2 enhancement stones from his bag. Under the blessing of divine enhancement, the crisp sound of ding 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 echoed as another level 25 enhanced divine item fell into his handsome magic hat 25. The attributes of this hat were astonishing. 2-star quality, 15 health points, 455,325 additional attributes, and 2,115 stamina. It also possessed a powerful exclusive talent, Life Fortification, which could increase the wearer's maximum health by 100 points. The class restriction was for mages and beast tamers. The hat's description read, "This is a magical hat. Just put it on, and you'll become extraordinary." Zhang Yi carefully put on the hat, immediately feeling a more composed aura about himself. He opened his simplified status bar to carefully check his attributes. Inuachingcheng. Level 15 First Transition Beast Tamer. Magic Attack Power, 340. Physical Defense, 156. Magic Defense, 135. Health Points, 1275. Energy Points, 590. Experience, 142, 704, 5000. Reputation, 2812. Special Status, Dragon Bloodline, LV1. The status bar description read, "A beast tamer who has completed the first transition, just starting to showcase strength." Zhang Yi marveled at his impressive health. This vitality is unbeatable, he thought. In the entire safe zone, aside from warriors and knights, there were probably very few whose health exceeded 500. As a beast tamer, Zhang Yi's total health had already surpassed 4 digits. He compared silently. At this stage, Even a level 15 knight with 3 body and 2 stamina allocation might only be at my level. Their equipment can't possibly reach 15 level 2 star quality, and their enhancement level can't exceed 15 either. Feeling confident, Zhang Yi thought, now, I have both offense and defense, a perfect blend of mage and tank. Once a year finishes making my weapon, my strength will rise another notch. Forget about safe zone 886. I feel invincible in the entire 8th zone. He glanced at the time. It was already 11:30 p.m. Although in just half an hour, the undead exorcism quest would refresh, allowing him to take on the task and continue grinding skeletons and undead in the city of the undead. Jiang Yi decided not to pull an all-nighter like the previous night. After nearly 12 hours of play from noon until now, his fatigue level had dropped to 30 and he was feeling mentally exhausted. It was time to rest. As Zhang Yi was about to leave, he noticed players still arriving in groups outside, ready to grind through the night in the city of the undead. He chose to depart and headed towards Hopetown. On his way back to Hopetown, Zhang Yi casually opened the leaderboard and quickly scanned through a series of data. After a night of relentless grinding in the city of the undead, his level had reached 15 with 32 experience, successfully placing him in the top 10 of the 886 districts leaderboard, firmly holding the 5th spot. This achievement gave Zhang Yi a slight sense of satisfaction, but it didn't stir much excitement within him. He knew that aiming for first place wouldn't be difficult. It just required determination. However, Zhang Yi had little interest in this empty title, as being first on the leaderboard brought no substantial benefits. At the top of the leaderboard was still the Storm Angel, at level 16 with 12 experience. But Zhang Yi keenly noticed that the second place was rapidly catching up, and the gap between them was narrowing. He speculated that Storm Angel might have hit the fatigue limit and temporarily stopped leveling up. Otherwise, given his usual efficiency, it was unlikely that he would have only progressed from 15 level 70 to 16 level 12 and then stalled. After closing the leaderboard, Zhang Yi opened the regional chat channel. As time passed, the discussions among players grew more intense, with words revealing deep worry and panic. What's going on? Why hasn't the logout bug been fixed yet? It's been more than a day since the server opened. Fire Dance Whirlwind, a level 14 assassin, questioned with frustration in his tone. Don't you realize by now? This isn't a bug. We're truly trapped in the apocalyptic world, and death here means real death, replied Junbujian, a level 15 archer, in a message that further unsettled everyone. It's true. Several of my friends used up their revival chances and then disappeared. They're really dead, added Dream Tier, a level 15 knight, delivering a harsh reality check to the group. Stop it. Don't scare me like this. Why is this happening? I want to log out. I want to go home. I want to eat my mom's braised pork, cried out Kawaii, a level 14 mage, her words almost spilling out of the screen. Stop whining. If your mom didn't log into the game last night, she's probably dead by now. Haven't you noticed? The NPCs in this game are all people who didn't enter the game from the real world. This isn't just a game. It's an apocalypse, said Call Me Digga, a level 13 beast tamer, plunging the chat channel into a heavy silence. Reading these messages, Zhang Yi remained expressionless, but his mind was calculating. He knew that the Kingdom of Kings was about to fully implement their plan to take over Hopetown. So far, he had only delayed their progress, not completely altered the course of history. Closing the chat channel, Zhang Yi continued on his way. The surrounding players began to realize that this might be an actual post-apocalyptic world, and they were desperately leveling up to increase their strength, hoping to survive in this perilous environment. As Zhang Yi passed a crossroads, he suddenly heard a fierce argument from the right. He looked over and saw a large group of players forming a circle, surrounding a few others. The air was thick with tension. Zhang Yi quickly assessed the situation. This was likely a robbery, something all too familiar to him after surviving in the apocalyptic world for 8 years. Besides fighting monsters and completing quests, killing other players was an effective way to gain benefits, often yielding better results. What surprised Zhang Yi a bit was that the attackers' IDs all started with Kingdom, indicating they were members of the Kingdom of Kings. It seemed the Kingdom of Kings had already begun their plan to take over Hopetown. Zhang Yi recalled that in his previous life, they did the same thing, only half a day later. They started killing solo players in the wild from noon, looting resources, strengthening their own power, and instilling fear in countless players, gradually eroding their will to resist. At the moment, the group of 15 or 16 Kingdom of Kings players had surrounded 4 players, 3 men and 1 woman, with professions of knight, assassin, archer, and priest, all around level 14, which was mid-level. They were trapped in a circle, looking panicked and shouting. What do you want? Get out of the way. The surrounding players of the game Kingdom of Kings had already reached level 14, with one even reaching level 15 as an assassin known as Kingslayer. In server 886, a level 15 player could easily rank within the top 100. Zhang Yi, with 32 experience at level 15, was already ranked 5th. Clearly, this Kingslayer was the leader of this group of players. Kingslayer toyed with a blood-red dagger in his hand, which shimmered with an extraordinary glow, indicating it was at least a 2-star rare equipment. He looked at the 4 players before him with a contemptuous smile. Hand over everything valuable you have, gear, money, enhancement stones, all of it, Kingslayer arrogantly commanded. Among the 4 surrounded young players, a knight dressed in black armor with the ID Guan Yunchang stepped forward. His eyes were sharp as he stared directly at Kingslayer, his voice unwavering. Why don't you go do quests and hunt monsters for resources? Robbing others, what kind of skill is that? Kingslayer sneered, you've got it wrong. The real skill is being able to rob others. After all, anyone can hunt monsters. The assassin Lu Xuanda, standing beside Guan Yunchang, couldn't help but interject. Aren't you afraid of tarnishing the reputation of your Kingdom of Kings? 1,000-strong team bullying civilian players and extorting resources from them. Reputation? How much is that worth in this post-apocalyptic world? Kingslayer retorted indifferently. Surviving is the most important thing, isn't it? This is no longer just a game world. If you want to live, hand over all your resources, or else don't blame us for being ruthless. The oldest of the 4, an archer named Qing Feng, around 24 or 25 years old, firmly declared, giving up our gear and resources would be a death sentence. It's not happening unless you step over our dead bodies. Hearing this, Kingslayer's face darkened instantly. He snorted coldly. You don't know what's good for you. Fine, then we'll kill you and take your gear. Brothers attack. Kill them all, including the girl. Show no mercy. With Kingslayer's command, the dozen or so players from Kingdom of Kings flashed murderous looks in their eyes, raised their weapons, and charged at Qing Feng and the others. The air was thick with tension, and the battle was about to erupt. Even a pair of fists can't fend off 4 hands. How could 4 people possibly defeat over a dozen? Qing Feng and his companions were quickly overwhelmed, suffering severe beatings and collapsing to the ground in pain. You bunch of trash dare to challenge us, the kings of the world? You're courting death. The leader, Wang Zhishashun, sneered as he approached the barely conscious 4, brandishing a dagger. Qing Feng and the others gritted their teeth in fear, realizing their end was near. Just then, a subordinate of Wang Zhishashun shouted, "Boss, someone's coming." Everyone turned to see a strangely dressed man approaching from the end of the street. He wore a wizard's hat and held a magic staff, yet he was clad in armor. This odd appearance made Wang Zhishashun frown slightly. What the heck is this? A wizard in armor? The 14th level warrior subordinate, Wang Zhishenzhan, looked worried. Boss, that guy doesn't look friendly. Could he be their teammate? Wang Zhishashun glanced at the fallen Qing Feng and his friends, then back at the approaching mage, dismissively saying, so what? He's just another head to add to the count. The approaching man, who had hidden his ID, showed only a 15th level Beastmaster tag above his head. As he got closer, Wang Zhishenzhan stepped forward and called out, "What do you want?" The man didn't respond, continuing to walk forward. This blatant disregard infuriated Wang Zhishenzhan. Damn, just because you're higher level, you think you're all that? Wang Zhishashun remained calm, asking, "Can you handle him? Boss, do you really doubt me?" Wang Zhishenzhan scoffed. "If I can't kill a Beastmaster in newbie gear, I don't deserve to be in Kings of the World." They all noticed the Beastmaster's low-level gear, a sign of weakness to them. Wang Zhishenzhan drew his gleaming silver sword, pointing it at the man. "If you don't summon your beast, you won't even have a chance to fight." Unexpectedly, the man simply replied, "No need." This arrogance enraged Wang Zhishenzhan. He roared, "You're dead, kid," and charged with his sword. Wang Zhishashun and the others watched with pity, convinced the newbie-geared Beastmaster was doomed. Even the 4 fallen players looked on with a mix of worry and confusion. "Who is he, and why is he helping us?" asked Guan Yunchang, a young knight in his early 20s. Lu Xianda, the assassin, was equally puzzled. "Do you know him, Feng?" Qing Feng, the archer, pondered before replying. "If you two don't know him, how could I? It seems like he's got a score to settle with kings of the world. Not here for us." Qing Feng paused, his brow furrowed, and said worriedly, "But him going alone to challenge the king of the realm. Isn't that suicide? What was he thinking?" "Yeah, and he's just a beast tamer." Guan Yun sighed heavily, his voice filled with helplessness. "I thought he was some big shot, but it looks like he'll get wiped out instantly." "Oh man!" Everyone observed a moment of silence, secretly praying for this unknown brave soul. May you rest in peace. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi's eyes were sharp, fixed on the distance. The figure of the king of the realm gradually came into his attack range, and the staff in his hand began to gather magic, emitting a faint glow. As the king of the realm finally stepped into Zhang Yi's effective attack range of 50 meters, he launched into a charge without hesitation, confidently rushing toward Jiang Yi. Everyone in the rear held their breath, certain that Zhang Yi would be doomed if the king of the realm got close. At this critical moment, Zhang Yi lightly waved his staff, and a fireball spell streaked through the night sky like a meteor. Boom! The scorching fireball hit the king of the realm, still 40 meters away, precisely on the head, causing a glaring red damage number to appear in the dark. This scene left both the members of the King's Realm faction and Guan Yun's group stunned, as if they were frozen in place. However, the excited King of the Realm didn't notice the significant damage caused by the useless beast tamer he had underestimated. He continued charging toward Jiang Yi. The flame staff's innate ability burn was triggered, causing the King of the Realm to take an additional 115 points of burn damage per second as he advanced. Zhang Yi crossed his arms, calmly watching the King of the Realm approach. To everyone's surprise, before the King of the Realm could reach Zhang Yi, the continuous burn damage accumulated to 345 points over 3 seconds, completely depleting his health bar. He collapsed in front of Zhang Yi, as if performing a grand salute. Before he could comprehend what had happened, he turned into a beam of white light and vanished. With just a single fireball spell, Zhang Yi instantly killed a level 14 warrior. Since the King of the Realm had previously maliciously attacked Guan Yun's group and was in a gray name state, Zhang Yi's ID remained hidden and did not turn red after the kill. This scene shocked everyone present. The other players in the King's Realm faction were left speechless. Guan Yun and Lu Xuanda, who had thought Zhang Yi would be instantly killed, were now equally astonished. Guan Yun couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god, is this guy cheating? A single fireball doing 400 points of damage?" In utter shock, the players of Kingdom of Conquerors were seething with rage. Their eyes gleamed with fury and greed as they clamored for revenge for their fallen leader. "Brothers, kill him!" One player shouted, eyes fixed on the staff in Zhang Yi's hand. "That staff must be top tier, maybe even a 3-star weapon. How else could he deal so much damage? Let's all attack together and make him drop it." Despite the hostile crowd, Zhang Yi remained unflustered. He casually said, "Come on, all of you at once." Such arrogance enraged the players of Kingdom of Conquerors. Over a dozen of them brandished their weapons and charged at Jiang Yi. Zhang Yi didn't budge. He calmly raised his flaming staff and aimed at a level 14 assassin in the front. With a thunderous roar, a bolt of purple lightning descended from the sky, hitting the assassin and then bouncing to 2 warriors behind him. In a flash of white light, the fragile assassin collapsed instantly. The 2 warriors lost a third of their health. Zhang Yi followed up with 2 basic attacks, taking down one of the warriors. In just 5 seconds, Zhang Yi had killed 2 players in quick succession. This left Guan Yunchang and the others in the back stunned. The ranged players of Kingdom of Conquerors began to focus their attacks. Fireballs, fire arrows, and ice arrows flew towards Zhang Yi, but only triggered 2 miss and 3 negligible damage numbers above his head. "This guy, not only is his attack power high, but his defense is insane too," an enemy exclaimed. "He must be loaded with top-tier gear." Despite their shock, the players of Kingdom of Conquerors were unwilling to give up. They continued to close in on Zhang Yi, only to be bombarded by a relentless barrage of spells. In the flashing white light, a third of them had already fallen. The remaining melee players finally reached Zhang Yi, only to find their attacks were like scratching an itch. Zhang Yi stood his ground, focused on his output, each swing of his staff accompanied by a flash of white light. Watching their comrades fall one by one, the survivors were gripped with fear. Is this really a mage? He's tougher than a knight. How much health does he have? Another chain lightning struck down, instantly taking out 3 low-health players. Only the level 14 priest, Wang Zhenaiba, was left standing, his legs trembling. He stammered, Who are you really?" Zhang Yi smiled calmly. "Want to know? Fine. I'll let you die with that knowledge." He opened the settings and enabled ID display. When the 4 white characters Inua Qing Cheng appeared above Zhang Yi's head, not only Wang Zhenaiba, but also Guan Yunchang and Qing Feng in the back were stunned. "Guan Yunchang!" The shocked exclamation shattered the silence that had settled after the battle. "It's actually the top player from our zone 886. As the dust began to settle on the battlefield, a lone figure emerged. He had single-handedly wiped out the elite team of over a dozen players from the King's Dominion without summoning any battle beasts. This astonishing feat left the other players in awe. Lu Xianda was so excited he could barely speak coherently. "Oh my god, to witness the master in action and even be saved by him. I probably won't be able to sleep tonight from the excitement." At that moment, the last member of King's Dominion, known as King Dad, was about to speak when Zhang Yi hit him with a fireball. The 400-plus damage instantly drained his health bar, sending him back to the safe zone. Silence fell over the area. Zhang Yi, with an impassive expression, began to collect the scattered loot, ignoring the players he had just saved. His purpose was simply to deal with the members of King's Dominion. In this life, he wouldn't let any of them go if he encountered them. As Zhang Yi finished gathering the loot and was about to leave, the players he had saved cautiously approached him. "Master, thank you, Master," one of them said timidly. "No need," Zhang Yi replied coolly, turning to leave. Suddenly, a soft voice called out, "Jiang Yi." Zhang Yi froze and turned around. "How do you know my name?" He trailed off as his eyes landed on the priestess who had called out his name, and he stood there stunned. At the same time, Guan Yunchang, Lu Xianda, and Qing Feng finally got a clear look at Zhang Yi's face, their expressions turning to one of disbelief. "No way! It really is you, Zhang Yi!" The young knight, named Guan Yunchang, ran up to Zhang Yi, excitedly slapping his shoulder. "Zhang Yi da! Ha!" Zhang Yi looked at Guan Yunchang with a blank expression for a long moment before a gentle smile appeared on his face. "Long time no see. I never expected it to be you guys." Zhang Yi stood rooted to the spot, his gaze sweeping over the familiar faces before him. A surge of complex emotions welled up within him. Guan Yunchang, Lu Xuanda, Qing Feng. These IDs and faces were so familiar, yet time had rendered them somewhat strange. He suddenly realized that these were old friends he had never encountered in his previous life. Memories flooded back like a tide, and Zhang Yi's mind filled with moments from his high school days. In Class 305 of Linhai High School in Linhai City, there was once a legend of the three brothers of Peach Garden, and he, Zhang Yi, was Zhang Yi among them. The other two were none other than Guan Yunchang Guan Hao and Lu Xuanda Lu Xing, who stood before him now. Back then, they were inseparable. Whether skipping classes, fighting, eating, or playing games, they did everything together. They shared the same dormitory, used each other's belongings, and were as close as brothers. Zhang Yi even remembered how Guan Hao had taken 2 knife wounds to protect him, ending up in the hospital for half a month. Lu Xing had also stood up for them, fighting until his head was bloody, and even ended up in the police station. When his gaze shifted to the other two, Zhang Yi recognized Han Feng Qing Feng and his sister Han Yero. Yero was still as beautiful as a fairy, once the acknowledged school beauty of Linhai High School, and now even more enchanting. She quietly watched Zhang Yi, her eyes clear as water. Zhang Yi met Yero's eyes for a second before looking away. He then said to Guan Hao and Lu Xing, I have a mission to submit. I'll be going now." "Hey, Zhang Yi." Guan Hao and Lu Xing quickly stopped him. "What's the deal? You disappeared 3 years ago without a word, and now you're pulling the same stunt? Do we mean nothing to you?" Guan Hao pressed further. "What happened 3 years ago? Why did you vanish without a trace?" Zhang Yi was silent for a moment before responding. "What's past is past. Let's not bring it up again." Lu Xing was relentless. "Fine, we won't talk about the past. But we've just reunited after all this time. And now you want to leave again?" Zhang Yi remained indifferent. "I really have a mission I need to submit immediately." Guan Hao suggested, "All right, we're from the same district anyway. We need to head back too. Let's go together." Zhang Yi firmly declined. "No need. Let's go our separate ways." With that, he ignored Guan Hao and the others and walked away alone. Guan Hao watched helplessly as Zhang Yi walked away. He wanted to chase after him, but Lu Xing grabbed his sleeve tightly, his face full of resignation. "Let it go, Haozi," Lu Xing sighed. "Maybe after 3 years, things have changed. He no longer considers us his brothers." Guan Hao spun around, disbelief in his eyes. "That's impossible. Why not?" Lu Xing replied bitterly. "Did you see his strength just now? He's Inua Qing Chung, the legendary player from Zone 886 that even the top players in Wangzhe Tianxia fear. You saw him single-handedly take down an entire team from Wangzhe Tianxia, didn't you?" Lu Xing's voice was filled with resignation and a touch of envy. "We're not in the same league as him anymore. It's impossible for us to be close friends like we used to be." Meanwhile, Yao Ro, the priestess, squatted on the ground, silently crying with her face in her hands. Her shoulders trembled slightly, as if she were trying hard to suppress her emotions. After parting ways with Guan Hao and the others, Zhang Yi continued towards Hope Town. His steps were firm, but his heart was a storm of conflicting emotions. The people he had just met had once been the most important in his life before the world of apocalypse had opened in his previous life. Zhang Yi was torn inside. He desperately wanted to reform the Taoyuan three brothers with Guan Hao and Lu Xing like 3 years ago. But the Zhang Yi of this life was shackled by fear. He was terrified of betrayal, especially by his closest brothers. Recalling the experiences of his past life, Zhang Yi felt a wave of bitterness. Not just Mu Chun and Lin Ruo, but among the friends he had known before, at least 3 out of 10 had betrayed him for various reasons. Whether it was for a rare piece of equipment, money, a skill book, or something else that could make a player stronger, friendship seemed worthless in the face of profit. Mu Chun and Lin Ruo's betrayal was the final straw for Zhang Yi. So, in this life he dared not give his heart to anyone. He was afraid of recognizing Guan Hao and the others, fearing that in the end, even Guan Hao and Lu Xing would betray him. Additionally, the reason for Zhang Yi's resolute attitude just now included the priestess girl, Yao Ro. She stirred countless memories in him. Zhang Yi shook his head, trying to shake off these thoughts. Forget it, it's been so long. Some things shouldn't be remembered, he told himself. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure, and then returned to Hope Town. Despite it being late at night, the town was still bustling with activity. Many players were anxiously trying to log out of the game, all in vain. Ignoring the surrounding commotion, Zhang Yi headed straight to the blacksmith shop. Even at this hour, NPC Air was tirelessly forging equipment. Zhang Yi approached Air and handed over a Tier 1 energy crystal. Perhaps anticipating the disaster that would strike Hope Town tomorrow, Air was working through the night to forge equipment for the guards. When Zhang Yi submitted the energy crystal, Air nodded with satisfaction and praised him. Young adventurer, you didn't disappoint me. You actually found an energy crystal. Zhang Yi placed his hopes on Air, saying, Master Air, it's all up to you now. Air solemnly promised, don't worry. With this crystal, I'll craft an exceptional weapon for you. Come by around noon. It should be ready by then. Hearing that he could get a weapon before the disaster struck, Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel excited. What was a disaster for others was a boon for him. Air suddenly asked, how is the progress on collecting the divine bones and necromancer's knowledge I asked you to gather? Zhang Yi looked at his bag, which contained fewer than 100 items, and replied awkwardly, I'll definitely complete it within a week. Air nodded, good. Bring them to me, and I'll give you a generous reward. After bidding farewell, the exhausted Zhang Yi booked a 5-star room at the inn to rest. At 5 o'clock the next morning, he got up to stock up on potions, and then headed back to the city of the undead. The drop rate for divine bones and necromancer's knowledge was about 1 in 5, making it challenging to collect 1,000 of each. Zhang Yi anticipated spending the next week there. He took on a level 3 exorcism quest with a difficulty rating of 300 points and began his slaughter. From a little after 5 in the morning until 11, Zhang Yi not only completed his quest, but also spent an extra 2 hours farming, leveling up to 16 with 80 experience. Time was tight, so he decided to stop, as he had important matters to attend to at noon. Although Zhang Yi had cleared the first level, he needed to kill more monsters to enter the second level. He had only killed about 400 skeletons and undead each, and needed to kill 1,200 more of each to proceed. That morning, Zhang Yi's haul was substantial. For 1-star chests and 10 pieces of equipment, 3 of which were part of the undead set. Unfortunately, they were all 1-star items. Zhang Yi aimed to obtain a 2-star set and planned to auction off the 1-star pieces once he had a complete set. Leaving the city of the undead, Zhang Yi went to submit his quest to AI Luo. The system immediately issued a notification. Congratulations on completing the level 3 exorcism quest. You've earned 70,000 experience points, 1 gold coin, 15 level 2 enhancement stones, 72 human reputation points. Special rewards: 1 first-grade energy crystal, 1 necromancer's robe, and 10 intimacy with wandering travelers. Congratulations on leveling up to 17. You need 86,000 experience points to reach the next level. Congratulations on raising your intimacy with wandering travelers to level 1, gaining the privilege. Quest rewards from wandering travelers 5. Jiang Yi opened the leaderboard and discovered that he was at the top of the safe zone 886 rankings with a level of 17 and 55 experience, far ahead of the second place, Storm Angel, by a whopping 40 percentage points. This achievement solidified his dominance on the leaderboard. Unlike other players who were teaming up to share experience from level 15-16 monsters, Zhang Yi was already soloing level 18-19 monsters, reaping all the benefits himself. His monster killing speed was several times faster than that of ordinary players, allowing him to easily widen the level gap. News of Zhang Yi reclaiming the top spot quickly sparked heated discussions among players in Zone 886. A level 15 mage named Light Breeze Snow excitedly exclaimed in the chat channel, "Hey everyone, look! Immortal Chronicles is back at the top of our Zone 886 leaderboard." A level 16 archer, Lustful Immortal, chimed in, "Amazing. This morning, he was still in 5th place with just over level 15, and in just one morning he jumped 2 levels. That's insanely fast. Can you help a little brother level up?" However, in a certain outdoor map, Glory King was grinding level 18 mutated black bears with his team when he saw the news. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Inua Ching Chung, if it weren't for you killing me twice and costing me 2 levels, the top spot would be mine." Recalling how Inua Ching Chung had wiped out his team last night, he grew even more furious. "Damn it, Inua Ching Chung, I swear I'll make you disappear from this world." At that moment, A mage teammate suggested, Captain, everyone's farming in the treasure city, city of the undead now. Shouldn't we move there too? I heard the skeletons and undead monsters there have a super high drop rate, and there's even a chance to get set equipment. Glory King seemed to have a plan and calmly replied, no need. Besides the high drop rate, don't you know that the monsters in the city of the undead are much tougher than those in the wild? Why should we risk going in there? Seeing his teammate deep in thought, Glory King chuckled and explained, let them farm for 2 or 3 more days until they've almost completed their sets. Then we'll storm the city of the undead and take the gear from them. Those who resist, we kill. Isn't that an easier way to get set equipment? Meanwhile, at the entrance of the city of the undead, Zhang Yi received a system notification that he had obtained a piece of the undead set equipment. Eagerly, he opened his backpack and took out a black magic robe, the undead robe, part of the mage's undead set. Undead robe. Quality, 2-star. Level, 17. Health, 150. Additional attribute, Intelligence 7. Class restriction, Mage Beastmaster. Description: crafted with the power of the undead, this equipment is much stronger than ordinary gear. Mage's undead set bonus: 2 pieces spell speed 5, 3 pieces spell speed 10, 4 pieces spell speed 20, 5 pieces spell speed 30, 6 pieces spell speed 40, 7 pieces spell speed 50. Zhang Yi was thrilled. This 2-star Mage's undead equipment not only added 7 points of intelligence, but was also the first piece he had obtained since farming all night. For someone who pursued maximum damage output, this was a godsend. Relying on his divine enhancement ability, Jiang Yi wasted no time pulling out 25 level 2 enhancement stones from his bag, instantly upgrading the undead robe to its maximum level. 25 undead robe. Health, 525. Intelligence, 25. Activates exclusive talent Undead Shield. The wearer gains a shield with 10 of their maximum health every 10 seconds. The shield refreshes automatically every 10 seconds. Zhang Yi nodded in satisfaction. The Undead Shield talent was almost identical to the Angel Guard talent of the Guardian Armor, making it a great defensive talent. Having just reached level 17, Zhang Yi immediately equipped the Undead Robe. He then realized that he had accumulated 20 free attribute points from level 13 to 17 that he hadn't allocated yet. Without hesitation, he put all 20 points into intelligence, further boosting his damage output. Since he was aiming for the best, Zhang Yi's Necromancer robe not only added 25 intelligence points, bringing his total to 45, but also provided a significant boost of 63 attack points. Additionally, compared to the 25 Guardian armor, this robe offered an extra 105 health points. Zhang Yi couldn't help but marvel at the fact that armor of the same level could indeed provide twice the base health of mage robes. Unfortunately, the 25 Guardian armor was bound and could not be traded. Zhang Yi had no choice but to take it back for dismantling, consoling himself with the 12 level 2 enhancement stones he would get in return. As for energy crystals, Zhang Yi had spent an entire morning grinding in the city of the undead to drop just one. Including the quest rewards, he only had 2 in hand, still far from the 10 required for the quest. After submitting the quest, Zhang Yi left the eerie city of the undead. Half an hour later, he returned to the familiar Hope Town, and it was already 11:30 a.m. Still have half an hour. No rush, Zhang Yi thought to himself. Let's fill my stomach first. Last night's steak was delicious, but a bit greasy. Today, he decided to change it up, or rather, go for something even greasier. Zhang Yi strode into the restaurant and lavishly spent 1 gold coin on a pot of fragrant grilled bullfrog. Paired with a bottle of fine red wine that had increased in price to 60 silver coins as he leveled up, he sat alone at a table and began his lunch. Around him, players who were enjoying a few silver coins worth of fried rice and noodles cast envious glances his way. A middle-aged warrior eating egg-fried rice couldn't help but mutter, "Damn, this guy is loaded. The money he spends on one meal is more than what I earn in a day doing quests and killing monsters in the wild." A female mage nibbling on a plain bun stared longingly at the pot of bullfrog, murmuring, "That grilled bullfrog looks so delicious. I wish I could have some too." After a satisfying meal, it was exactly 11:55 a.m. Relying on his memory, Zhang Yi quickly made his way to the guard hall of Hopetown. This was the NPC guard station, and a level 20 NPC guard named Moj, clad in armor and holding a spear, was on duty at the entrance. Zhang Yi's target was this very guard Moj. At that moment, Moj was just an ordinary NPC with no quest indicators above his head, unable to trigger any quests. Zhang Yi wasn't in a hurry. He stood at the entrance of the guard hall, quietly waiting, his eyes fixed intently on Moj, making the NPC guard feel a bit uneasy. As time ticked by, finally the clock struck 12. At that very moment, a world-shaking server-wide announcement echoed through the skies of the apocalypse world. A server-wide announcement echoed like a thunderclap, shattering the tranquility of the world of Apocalypse. The system's notification rang in every player's ears 3 times. Ding attention, all players across all servers of Apocalypse World. Darkness descends. The god of death, Golden Skeleton King, will invade all major safe zones in 6 hours. Please prepare to defend your homes. Shortly after, another announcement followed. Ding cross-server chat channel is now open. Players can send cross-server messages by spending a certain amount of money. This is limited to safe zones within the same major server. With these announcements, the entire world of Apocalypse erupted into chaos. The chat channels in the safe zones of all major servers buzzed like a beehive, with players flocking to voice their opinions in the cross-server chat. In the cross-server chat of the 8th major server, voices overlapped. A level 15 mage from server 991, Bukido, asked in confusion, God of Death? Golden Skeleton King? What the heck are those? A level 16 assassin, the top player from server 538, responded immediately. Didn't you read the official announcement? Today is the 3rd day since the server opened, and all newbie villages will face a mandatory boss battle. A level 16 priest from server 69, Jun Maxiao, added excitedly. I heard that the first safe zone to defeat the boss will get generous rewards for all its players. A cautious level 14 archer from server 777, Diao Xiaochan, inquired, does anyone know the specifics? Will every safe zone be attacked by the boss, or will multiple safe zones fight the same boss together? A level 16 warrior from the same server, Lu Xiaobu, quickly replied, don't worry, honey. I'll protect you. A level 15 archer from server 886, Wang Zhirongyao, scoffed, the rest of you losers, the first kill of the Golden Skeleton King is definitely ours in server 886. Just give up already. A level 17 warrior from server 1, Kuku Juesher Qingsheng, warned, be careful not to get wiped out by the boss. I heard if the safe zone is breached, everyone in that server dies. Zhang Yi silently observed the frenzy in the cross-server chat. He noticed that each cross-server message cost 10 silver coins and couldn't help but marvel at the players' extravagance. 5 messages could buy a steak dinner, and yet some were using the chat to flaunt their relationships. Just then, Zhang Yi's attention was drawn to the NPC guard, Mog, at the entrance of the guard hall. A conspicuous yellow question mark suddenly appeared above Mog's head, indicating a new quest had refreshed. Feeling a surge of excitement, Zhang Yi immediately walked towards Mog. As someone who had been reborn with foresight, he knew that at exactly 6 o'clock tonight, all safe zones would face an invasion from the level 20, 1-star boss, the Golden Skeleton King, from the City of the Undead. Players in each safe zone would need to unite to defeat the boss. Successfully defeating the boss would reward all players in the safe zone, with even greater rewards for the first group to kill the boss. More importantly, Jiang Yi knew that on the day the boss battle was announced, a special quest would appear in each safe zone. If a player completed this quest, it would trigger the boss invasion in their safe zone early and weaken the Golden Skeleton King. This would give the players in that safe zone a head start in fighting the boss, significantly increasing their chances of securing the first kill. At this moment, the special quest to trigger the early invasion of the Golden Skeleton King was right in front of Zhang Yi. He knew this quest was unique to each safe zone and could only be triggered within a narrow 30-minute window from 12 to 12:30. If no one claimed the quest within this time frame, it would disappear. Zhang Yi glanced around and noticed that each cross-server message cost 10 silver coins. These players must have money to burn. 5 messages could buy a steak dinner. Some even used the cross-server chat to show off their relationships, which was both amusing and baffling. As the system announcement had just ended, he saw that the NPC guard, Mog at the guard hall entrance, suddenly had a yellow question mark above his head. The quest had refreshed. With a hint of excitement, Zhang Yi headed towards Mog. In a previous life, a player from a safe zone accidentally triggered this quest, resulting in the boss invading their safe zone prematurely. Unfortunately, they couldn't withstand the boss's attack, and the entire area suffered a devastating blow. Zhang Yi vividly remembers the rich rewards for being the first to kill the Golden Skeleton King, which included 10,000 reputation points from the system. This huge reward made him eager to claim the first kill. However, Zhang Yi knew that he couldn't rely on his own strength to shake the entire safe zone. What was coming was a large-scale battle that would require the participation of all players in the zone. To have a chance at the first kill, he needed to find a way to make the boss invade Hopetown early. With this goal in mind, Zhang Yi approached the NPC guard Mog. Feigning concern, he asked, respected guard, you look troubled. Is something bothering you? Mog sighed deeply and said worriedly, disaster is about to strike Hopetown. Who can stop the Golden Skeleton King? Zhang Yi immediately responded, if everyone in Hopetown stands united, we definitely can. Mog shook his head and continued, unless we can prepare in advance before the Golden Skeleton King invades. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yi asked, what can I do to help? A glimmer of hope appeared in Mog's eyes as he said, "The Golden Skeleton King's lair is in the city of the undead. Young man, if you can go there and hunt some skeletons and undead, it might weaken the Golden Skeleton King's combat power." No sooner had Mog finished speaking than a system notification sounded in Zhang Yi's ear. "Ding, would you like to accept the quest, Hunt the Skeletons? Your reputation exceeds 500 points, meeting the requirement to accept the quest." Zhang Yi was secretly delighted. This was precisely the advantage of having high reputation points. In the world of Apocalypse, many advanced and hidden quests required a certain level of reputation to accept. He had seen many players miss out on opportunities due to insufficient reputation, filled with regret. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi chose to accept the quest. However, the next system notification left him stunned. "Ding, the system has detected that your party has fewer than 5 members, so you cannot accept the quest." This unexpected situation caught Zhang Yi off guard. He generally preferred not to team up with others unless absolutely necessary. But since the quest required it, he had no choice but to compromise. Reluctantly, Jiang Yi opened the regional chat interface and edited a message. "Inua Qing Chung Male, level 17 Beastmaster. Looking for a party to farm in the city of the undead. Need 4 more members. I'll lead, you just need to follow." Players were likely busy completing quests and leveling up, so the once quiet chat channel exploded with activity following Zhang Yi's sudden message. "Level 16 Assassin, looking for a team to farm the undead city. Join quickly." Zhang Yi's message flashed in the channel. Instantly, the chat channel went wild. "Wow, it's the first time seeing the legendary Inua Qing Qing speak in the area chat. Let's team up with the pro." An excited player named Xiong Jinan exclaimed. "The top player in Area 880 SXS leaderboard leading a team? Count me in," responded Seiyu Qingtian eagerly. "Qing Qing brother, take me with you. I'm a great healer," offered Lao Shungomi excitedly. Dozens of similar messages flooded in, making Zhang Yi smile. It seemed that his recent high-profile actions, including 2 public announcements without hiding his ID and openly opposing Wang Zhetianxia, had indeed earned him quite a reputation in Area 886. Just as Zhang Yi was about to pick teammates from the numerous applications, an annoying ID suddenly popped up. "Listen up, everyone in Area 886. Anyone who teams up with Inua Qingqing is an enemy of Wang Zhetianxia." Wang Zhongyao shouted angrily. "I swear, if I find anyone siding with Ying, you won't live to see tomorrow." Wang Zhongyao sent 7 or 8 threatening messages in a row, scaring the players into silence. Those who had applied to join the team quickly withdrew their messages. Zhang Yi frowned, thinking, are they all really that afraid of Wang Zhetianxia? But then he remembered how he himself used to avoid Wang Zhetianxia in his past life. This time, however, his smooth progress had made him fearless. Zhang Yi didn't back down and continued to speak in the channel. "Don't worry, join the team. It'll protect you." Wang Zhongyao immediately retorted, "Protect my ass. You can't even protect yourself. Inua Qingqing, next time we meet, you're dead." Time was running out, and Zhang Yi didn't want to waste more time arguing. The most important thing now was to form a team and take the quest before it disappeared at 12:30. He continued to send team invites, but no one responded, not even members of the Storm clan, which left him a bit disappointed. Just then, a friend request popped up. "Ding, player Euro, level 15 priest, has requested to add you as a friend." The ID gave Zhang Yi a jolt. He hesitated for a moment, but then accepted the request. Soon, Euro sent a message. "Where are you?" Before Zhang Yi could reply, she added, "I just saw you in the area chat. You'd rather shout for people there than team up with us?" Zhang Yi glanced at the time. It was already 12:10. He replied, "I'm in the safe zone, near the blacksmith shop." Euro replied almost instantly, "Okay, wait there. We're also in the safe zone and coming over now." Zhang Yi didn't respond further. He wasn't sure how to face this girl. As a friend? Or as an ex-girlfriend? Memories flooded back, pulling Zhang Yi's thoughts to 3 years ago in his Reborn timeline. It was 11 years ago. Back then, Han Yuro, the school beauty of Linhai High School, was Zhang Yi's first love. The two were a perfect match, both in looks and talent. Despite Zhang Yi often skipping classes to play games with Guan Hao and Lu Xing, his academic performance remained top-notch in his grade. Although Han Yuru's academic performance was average, she possessed an extraordinary appearance and aura. More importantly, she came from a wealthy family. Her father was the CEO of a publicly listed company, and their family assets exceeded hundreds of millions. For Zhang Yi, the time spent with Hao Liuxing and Han Yuru during high school was an unforgettable, beautiful memory. However, an unexpected incident forced Zhang Yi to part ways with Han Yuru, his first love who had promised to stay with him forever. This incident also led to him leaving Hao Liuxing and others without saying goodbye. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh. He understood that some things are destined and unavoidable, no matter how hard one tries to escape. Despite having made his position clear before, it was evident that Han Yuru wanted to use his recent team-up announcement to get close to him again. Zhang Yi found himself in a dilemma. He couldn't refuse Han Yuru because, without her help in forming a team, he wouldn't be able to complete the skeleton hunting mission. This mission was crucial, as it involved a substantial reward for being the first to defeat the boss in the Apocalypse world. After careful consideration, Zhang Yi closed the chat interface and decided to head to the blacksmith shop in town. He remembered that Il had mentioned the staff would be ready around noon. It was about that time, so it was time to pick up the equipment. Zhang Yi thought to himself. He had put in a lot of effort to complete the 10-chain quest and had even found a Tier 1 energy crystal. After all this effort, the staff should at least be of 2-star quality. If it turned out to be just a 1-star item, he swore he would send Il back to the Doomsday Factory. Upon arriving at the blacksmith shop, Zhang Yi saw Il still engrossed in forging equipment. He approached and initiated a conversation. Il immediately stopped his work, smiled, and said, "Young man, you're here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. You finally made it." Zhang Yi felt a surge of joy and eagerly asked, "So, Master Il, have you finished crafting my equipment?" Il nodded and said, "It's been ready for a while now. I just hope it meets your expectations." With that, he turned and went back into the shop, returning shortly with a silver staff. Zhang Yi took the staff, and when he saw its stats, he was stunned. Glowing staff, level 18, 3-star quality. This far exceeded his expectations. Zhang Yi didn't harbor high expectations. He knew well that while a first-tier energy crystal was valuable, it could at best forge a 2-star weapon, with a 3-star quality being nearly impossible. Therefore, he would have been content with obtaining a slightly better 2-star staff. However, when Il handed him the finished product, Zhang Yi was stunned to find it was actually a 3-star quality staff. He carefully examined the weapon in his hand, and the information appeared before his eyes. Glowing staff. Quality, 3-star. Level, 18. Magic attack, 85. Additional attributes, intelligence 10, agility 10. Durability, 1515. Class restriction, Mage Beastmaster. Description: crafted with the utmost effort by Grand Blacksmith Il. Those who wield it will become the strongest mages in the world of Apocalypse. Zhang Yi could hardly believe his eyes as he stared at the 3-star staff with dual attributes. At this stage, 2-star equipment was rare across the entire server, and many considered having more than 2 pieces a luxury. Yet here he was, holding a 3-star weapon. Although he couldn't use the staff at his current level, that didn't stop Zhang Yi from immediately starting the enhancement process. Level 2 enhancement stones were insufficient for a 3-star item, so he decided to synthesize enhancement stones at the blacksmith shop. Each level 3 enhancement stone required 2 level 2 stones and cost 50 copper coins per synthesis. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi took out 100 level 2 enhancement stones from his bag, spending 25 silver coins to synthesize 50 level 3 enhancement stones. He kept 25 for future use and used the remaining 25 to enhance the glowing staff. With the divine enhancement, the glowing staff quickly reached the maximum enhancement level of 25. The attack power skyrocketed from 85 to 298, and the dual attributes of intelligence and agility increased to 35. Even more exciting for Zhang Yi was the staff's unique talent, multi-attack. Multi-attack. When the wielder performs a normal attack, they can simultaneously target 2 enemies within effective range, dealing 60 attack damage to each. It can be toggled on-off, dealing 110 damage to a single enemy when off. This talent was a game-changer for Zhang Yi. He could already envision that once he reached level 18 and equipped the staff, he could easily take down knights in a few hits. This weapon would undoubtedly be his ultimate tool for tonight's battle against the Golden Skeleton King boss, provided he reached level 18 by 6 p.m. Just as Zhang Yi stored the glowing staff in his backpack, he heard a shout from behind. Zhang Yi. Turning around, he saw Guan Hao, Lu Xing, Han Feng, and Han Yuru had arrived at some point. They were all level 15, with mismatch gear and overall low combat power. Zhang Yi thought to himself that these teammates, who had been terrible players back in high school, hadn't improved much. "You're here," Zhang Yi greeted coldly, as if addressing strangers. Knight Guan Hao stepped forward, questioning, "Hey, be honest, are you ignoring us because you think we're low-level and weak, pretending not to know us?" Assassin Lu Xing chimed in, "Yeah. Why else would you look for team members in the regional channel, but not team up with us?" After a moment of silence, Zhang Yi responded, "Didn't you see the message in King of Glories?" Guan Hao quickly replied, "Yeah, we saw it." As soon as Lu Xing finished speaking, Zhang Yi retorted coldly, "So what? Should we give him a round of applause?" He turned to the crowd, his eyes filled with provocation. "See? You still dare to team up with me? Aren't you afraid of King's Dominion's retaliation later?" Guan Hao stood tall and proud, responding with boldness, "We, the 3 brothers of Peach Garden, fear no one." Zhang Yi's demeanor grew even colder. He said indifferently, "Fine, consider it me hiring you. Don't worry, You won't be shortchanged. Once you help me complete the mission, each of you will get 5 gold coins. 5 gold coins? Huh, you're quite generous. Guan Hao couldn't help but mock. Suddenly, he pushed Zhang Yi forcefully and roared in anger. What's wrong with you? Do you need me to beat some sense into you? The archer Qing Feng chimed in from the back. Zhang Yi, if you're in trouble, just tell us. We won't stand by and do nothing. Even if it means going against King's dominion with you. We won't back down. Han Yaru stood silently to the side, biting her lip, her gaze fixed on Zhang Yi like the stars. She didn't say a word, but her eyes were filled with longing and sadness. The reason Zhang Yi suddenly abandoned her 3 years ago remained a mystery, and now he acted as if he had never known her. Zhang Yi seemed unwilling to explain further. He simply said, if you don't want to help, I won't force you. With that, he turned and walked towards the guard hall. Guan Hao and the others gritted their teeth, but followed silently. Although Zhang Yi no longer regarded them as brothers, they couldn't let go of their former close friend. At the guard hall, they saw NPC guard Mog surrounded by players. Clearly, everyone had discovered this mission. Fortunately, no one had met the requirements to take it yet. After all, 500 reputation points early on was no easy feat. Most players had only around 200 or 300 at most. Seeing the question mark still above Mog's head, Zhang Yi quickly formed a team, bringing Guan Hao and the others in, making a perfect 5-man squad. He approached Mog again to trigger the dialogue and successfully accepted the mission this time. The system notification sounded. Ding Yu and your teammates Guan Yunchang, Lu Xuanda, Qing Feng, and Yuru have accepted the mission to hunt skeletons. You can view the mission details in the quest interface. After accepting the mission, the yellow mark above Mog's head immediately turned gray. The unique mission had been snatched by Zhang Yi's team, leaving other players enviously watching them. Zhang Yi opened the quest interface to carefully review the mission details. Hunt skeletons. Normal quest, difficulty, 220. Description. Darkness is about to engulf Hope Town. The death god, Golden Skeleton King, will prepare to invade Hope Town at precisely 6 p.m. tonight. Players are tasked with going to his lair, the city of the undead, to hunt marked skeletons and weaken the Golden Skeleton King's combat power. Note, your attacks will also cause the Golden Skeleton King to invade Hope Town earlier, depending on the mission's progress. Mission progress. 0 unlimited. The more marked skeletons killed within the specified time, the more the Golden Skeleton King will be weakened. Mission reward depends on mission completion. Remaining time. The mission ends today at 4 p.m. Finally, Zhang Yi successfully claimed the mission. He felt a surge of joy, but was equally aware of the intense competition. The personal and regional first kill rewards for the boss were calculated on a district-wide basis. With over 1,000 safe zones in the 8th district, many areas could trigger this mission. The key now was which team could complete the task the fastest. At the same time, Guan Hao, Lu Xing, and the others, who had also received the skeleton hunting mission, were both excited and puzzled. They curiously asked, what kind of mission is this? And how can it weaken the boss's attributes? Zhang Yi didn't elaborate much. He simply said, time is of the essence. Get your supplies, and we head out immediately. Once ready, the group of 5 set off towards the city of the undead. Zhang Yi led the way, his expression serious and silent. Following him, Guan Hao and the others couldn't help but feel the weight of the situation. After a long silence, Guan Hao suddenly laughed and broke the tension. Remember back in high school when the 3 of us used to skip classes to play games? Every time we had to rely on our class monitor, Yuro, to cover for us. Poor Yuro. These words brought back memories for Zhang Yi. Back then, Han Yuro was the class monitor, and they weren't together yet. Every time Zhang Yi and Guan Hao skipped class, they would ask Han Yuro to come up with excuses for them. Han Yuro, they got food poisoning at lunch and went to the infirmary. Han Yuro, Guan Hao's house caught fire, and Zhang Yi and Lu Xing went to help put it out. Han Yuro, they went to the hospital to visit their sick grandmothers. Disciplinary director, are you saying they all have the same grandmother? All 3 of their grandmothers are sick and hospitalized. Guan Hao continued to laugh. A different excuse every day, and no repeats. Yuro really had it tough, huh? Until one time, Yuro skipped class with us for the first time and got caught by the director herself. That was thrilling, huh? Zhang Yi remained silent, seemingly unaffected by Guan Hao's words. Lu Xing, noticing the tension, tried to lighten the mood. Zhang, do you know how many people Yuro turned down after you left? All for your sake? How could you be so heartless? Enough! Zhang Yi finally snapped, his voice low but firm. This sudden outburst silenced Guan Hao and Lu Xing. Han Yuro, walking behind, silently shed tears, unnoticed by the others. Zhang Yi thought to himself, it's not that he's heartless, but having been reborn, he no longer wanted to be affected by any attachments. In this life, he didn't need friends, brothers, or lovers. What he needed was unrestrained strength. His 8 years of survival in the world of apocalypse had taught him one thing. Relying on any form of affection or friendship was not as dependable as becoming strong himself. Soon, the group arrived at the city of the undead. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, players were coming and going incessantly. The entire city was filled with teams grinding skeletons and undead, with the first 2 low-level areas almost overcrowded. Standing at the entrance of the city of the undead, Zhang Yi asked, "Have you done your undead exorcism task today?" "No." Guan Hao shook his head. "We are too low-level, and our gear isn't up to par. Even the lowest level 15 skeletons here are too much for us." Pointing to the nearby undead merchant, Alo, Jiang Yi told them, "Go pick up a level 3 difficulty task. I'll help you grind and complete the mission." Although Zhang Yi had never been to the city of the undead, he had learned about its layout from other players in the chat channels. He added, "The first and second level areas are already full. We'll go straight to the third level area. I'll take the lead, and you guys can just follow." Despite Zhang Yi's confidence, Guan Hao and the others hesitated. They had witnessed Zhang Yi single-handedly take down a team of over 10 from the Kings of the World Guild, and his strength was unquestionable. However, they were more concerned about their own safety. Lu Xing whispered, "We've already used up our revival chances. Are we really going straight to the third level? What if?" Before he could finish, Guan Hao firmly said, "I trust Zhang Yi." "I trust him too," the others echoed. Qing Feng agreed. "Indeed, the first and second zones are overcrowded. We can't find a place to stand. How about we directly challenge the third zone instead?" As soon as he finished speaking, Han Yuru walked straight to the undead merchant, Ilua, without hesitation. She touched the merchant and immediately accepted a level 3 undead exorcism quest. This action caused quite a stir among the surrounding players, as most of the level 16 or 17 teams were still debating whether to take on level 2 quests. Yet this level 15 priestess had boldly accepted a level 3 challenge. She's got guts, taking on a level 3 quest. Is she really that strong? A level 16 warrior exclaimed in surprise. "Hey beautiful, want to team up? I can help you with a level 3 quest." A level 17 assassin took the opportunity to chat her up. Seeing a group of male players with dubious intentions surrounding Han Yuru, Zhang Yi instinctively clenched his fist but then suddenly relaxed. He mocked himself inwardly. "Why am I feeling jealous? Han Yuru has nothing to do with me anymore. Whoever pursues her, or who she's with is her own business." Han Feng and Lu Xing quickly stepped in to help. However, their good intentions were met with hostility from the players eyeing Han Yuru. A burly level 16 knight shoved the frail Lu Xing aside, sneering, "With your strength, you think you can protect her? Mind your own business." Stumbling a few steps but still defiant, Lu Xing shouted, "Anyone who dares to touch Yuru, I'll kill them." This rash threat barely left his lips when a murderous glint appeared in the eyes of the players surrounding Han Yuru, and they began closing in on Lu Xing. "Kid, who do you think you're going to kill?" a burly man asked menacingly, clenching his fist. Han Yuru was surrounded and felt utterly tense and frightened. In her helpless state, she could only cast a pleading glance toward Jiang Yi, who stood not far away. Her eyes were full of desperation, but when she saw Zhang Yi's indifferent expression, not even sparing her a glance, her heart sank into despair. Lu Xing and Han Feng faced several fierce-looking men and instinctively stepped back. Their faces were etched with fear as they stammered, "What? What do you want?" Suddenly, a burly warrior named Yimye, with a scruffy beard, drew his long sword from his waist, its blade glinting coldly. He approached Lu Xing and Han Feng, speaking in a chilling tone, "With you lot, that girl is bound to get bullied constantly. You can't protect her. Why not let us take care of her?" Han Feng stopped retreating, planting his feet firmly and glaring at the men. "She's my sister. I'll protect her. We don't need your help." Yimye let out a cold laugh. "You think you can protect her?" As he spoke, several of his companions brandished their weapons, eyeing Han Feng and the others menacingly. Guan Hao rushed over, but even with him, the 3 of them couldn't match the imposing aura of the burly men, let alone reach the besieged Han Yuru. At that critical moment, the group of men suddenly looked terrified, as if they'd seen something horrifying. Their menacing expressions turned to fear, and they started retreating, scattering in an instant. Guan Hao and the others were puzzled, but when they turned around, they saw Zhang Yi, dressed in black mage robes and a matching hat, standing behind them. His stern face and the cold aura of a beast master radiated from him. Guan Hao and Lu Xing exchanged bewildered looks. Were those guys scared off by Zhang Yi? At that moment, Zhang Yi, with his newly activated level 17 Beastmaster ID, Inua Qing Cheng, walked past Guan Hao and the others, heading straight for Han Yuru. Each step he took seemed to carry an invisible pressure, drawing the attention of many nearby players. Only the rogue players surrounding Han Yuru, who had ill intentions, were unaware. It wasn't until Zhang Yi approached closer that one of them noticed his presence. Inua Qing Chung, the person exclaimed, their voice filled with shock and fear. With that shout, the group surrounding Han Yuru turned their attention to Zhang Yi, their faces full of disbelief. Isn't that the top player in our 886 district, Inua Qing Chung? Yeah, he looks so intimidating. What's he planning to do? It seems like he's headed for that girl. Could she be his friend? As the crowd murmured, the rogue players saw Zhang Yi approaching with a hint of menace and began to retreat. Their instincts told them that Inua Qing Chung was there for the priestess named Yuru, and they dared not trouble her further in the presence of the district's top player. Seeing the players disperse, Zhang Yi didn't approach further, but turned and walked into the city of the undead. Han Yuru let out a sigh of relief, feeling both warmth and a bit of sorrow as she watched Zhang Yi's cold figure walk away. She quickly joined Guan Hao and the others, following Zhang Yi's steps. The players left outside the city of the undead burst into animated discussion. Player A excitedly said, the aura of a top player is truly formidable. Just standing there, he scared off a whole group of people. Amazing. Player B nodded in agreement. Absolutely. Everyone in our 886 district knows that Inua Qing Chung is practically a bug. Even dozens of professional players can't beat him. Someone like that is way out of our league. Player C thoughtfully added. But come to think of it, those four seem to be his new teammates. He was just recruiting in the regional chat, and I've heard he usually operates solo, without any team. The Honor of King's team just issued a warning, declaring that anyone teaming up with Inua Qing Chung will become an enemy of the King's realm. However, this hasn't deterred some brave players from choosing to join forces with this top-ranked master. Are these people not afraid of dying? One onlooker murmured, offending the entire King's realm just for the top-ranked Inua Qing Chung. Player D chimed in, a top player is a top player, but the King's realm is a 1,000-strong team. Inua Qing Chung has no backing. In the end, the King's realm will definitely come out on top. These people are in for a rough time, but hey, it's their business, not ours. Let's just mind our own. Ignoring the gossip, Zhang Yi and his group made their way through the first and second difficulty areas of the city of the undead, avoiding the many players leveling up there. As they delved deeper into the city, Han Yuru hurried to catch up with Zhang Yi, who was leading the way, and whispered, Zhang Yi, thanks for helping me out earlier. Without turning his head, Zhang Yi replied indifferently, no problem. I just didn't want them wasting our quest time. Han Yuru wanted to say more, but noticed that Zhang Yi had suddenly stopped. Looking ahead, they had reached the third-level area. The sight before them left Guan Hao and the others stunned. These level 20 skeletons. They are too powerful. Lu Xing gulped, his voice trembling with fear. Maybe we should go back and farm lower-level skeletons. It's not worth risking our lives here. We're too low-level. Those skeletons will kill us in an instant. However, Zhang Yi, standing at the front, remained calm and composed. Don't worry, you don't have to do anything. Just stay behind me. I'll handle the rest. In the disbelieving eyes of Guan Hao and the others, Zhang Yi drew out his flame staff and began selecting targets. Among the countless skeletons around them, many emitted a faint white glow, a special marker visible only to those on the quest. Zhang Yi stepped forward, raised his staff, and aimed at a glowing level 19 skeleton archer. Fireball, he muttered. A scorching fireball shot out, hitting the target squarely. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, a damage number that left Guan Hao and the others slack-jawed appeared above the skeleton archer's head, which had just over 900 health points. With an unwilling roar, the skeleton archer crumbled into a pile of bones, scattering on the ground. With an agility of only 6 points, Zhang Yi landed a critical hit on his first strike, which was truly a stroke of luck. The fireball spell shot out, tracing a blazing arc in the air before accurately hitting the level 19 skeleton archer. With the 25 intelligence boost from his undead robe, Zhang Yi's attack power had surpassed the 400-point mark. The skeleton archer instantly disintegrated into a pile of charred bone fragments scattered on the ground. This scene left Guan Hao and the others behind him in utter shock. Guan Hao gasped, my goodness, his damage has skyrocketed compared to the first time we encountered him this morning. Lu Xing was equally astonished. Incredible. He took down a level 19 skeleton with just one skill. No wonder those guys were so afraid of Zhang Yi earlier. Han Feng muttered to himself. This is terrifying, seriously. Han Yuru was left speechless, her eyes wide open in disbelief at what she was witnessing. Before they could even regain their composure, Zhang Yi had already taken down the second glowing skeleton archer with 2 basic attacks. As the sound of bones shattering faded, the system notifications began to chime in rapid succession. Ding, your party has killed a level 19 skeleton archer. You gain 20 combat experience, EXP 30. Ding, your party has killed a level 20 skeleton archer. You gain 20 combat experience, EXP 34. While party-based monster farming is efficient, the experience is divided among the members. In a 5-person party, each member only receives 20 of the experience, with the person landing the final blow getting an additional 10, totaling 30. This means that each member of Guan Hao's team could get 30 experience points from a level 19 skeleton archer, while Zhang Yi would receive 45 points. The difference between glowing skeletons and regular ones isn't just cosmetic. They come with a powerful passive skill called corrosion. This skill gives glowing skeleton warriors and archers a 0.1 chance to directly damage any piece of equipment the player is wearing, making it unusable until repaired at a blacksmith. This effect is similar to the durability system of 3-star or higher equipment, but far more vicious, effectively wiping out all durability of a piece of gear. Guan Hao and his group had tried to assist, but with little success. Han Feng, being an archer, only managed to deal around 30 damage with a fire arrow on a level 19 skeleton warrior, and almost got killed in the process. They soon abandoned the idea of helping and instead stayed back to leech experience. Even Han Yuru, the priest, was of little help since Zhang Yi barely lost any health. The melee skeleton warriors couldn't get close before being blasted away from a distance. Skeleton archers could only manage a shot or two before dying, which was not enough to break through Zhang Yi's protective barrier. Zhang Yi's health remained full throughout, with his only resource consumption being energy. At level 17, casting a fireball cost him 12 energy points, and a lightning chain cost 15. Luckily, his energy pool was ample, requiring him to drink a mana potion only after killing a dozen or so skeletons. As Zhang Yi continued to slay the glowing skeletons, the task progress quickly climbed. Before long, it had reached over 50, meaning he had already killed more than 50 skeletons. According to the task settings, each glowing skeleton killed would reduce the boss Golden Skeleton King's attributes by 0.01. This meant Zhang Yi had only weakened it by 0.5 so far, but that was just 10 minutes of work. Simultaneously, Zhang Yi was also working on a hidden task to collect rare materials. Occasionally, divine bones would drop as the skeletons fell. Soon, the ground was littered with money, enhancement stones, equipment, divine bones, and even skill books and treasure chests. Zhang Yi didn't have time to pick them up, as his main goal was to kill as many skeletons as possible to weaken the boss and accelerate its attack on Hopetown. Seeing this, Guan Hao and the others took on the task of collecting the loot, intending to hand everything over to Zhang Yi afterward. However, this process was fraught with danger, as they could be killed by stray arrows from the skeleton archers at any moment. Fortunately, the corrosion skill's activation rate was low, and Zhang Yi wasn't getting hit often, so his equipment remained largely intact. From 1 p.m. to 4 p.m., they farmed non-stop until the task time expired, and finally, the system notification rang out. Ding, your task Hunt Skeletons is complete, progress 955. Please return to the safe zone to submit the task and receive generous rewards. Immediately after, a region-wide announcement echoed throughout Area 886. Area 886 Regional Announcement. Ding, attention all players. Due to the completion of the special task Hunt Skeletons by players in Area 886, the boss Death God, Golden Skeleton King's attributes will be reduced by 9.55 during tonight's boss invasion event. Additionally, the boss will invade Area 880 SAXS safe zone 48 minutes earlier than scheduled. The boss will invade at 5:12 p.m. today. Please prepare to defend your home. With the system announcement, the regional chat channel in Area 886 buzzed with activity once again. The male player, Shin Xinju, raised a question in the regional chat, sparking a lively discussion. A level 16 archer was surprised by the special quest and the operation to weaken the boss's attributes, eagerly asking about the quest's origin and how to complete it. Xiong Haizi, a level 16 assassin, responded, "It seems to be a quest that refreshes on a guard at the entrance of the guardhouse. I wanted to take it too, but it requires a reputation of at least 500 points. Jian Tai Mei, a level 16 mage, excitedly exclaimed, "That's awesome, my man, weakening the boss by nearly 10 and invading the safe zone an hour earlier. This time, the first boss kill will definitely be ours in zone 886. However, Lun Yin, a level 17 assassin, calmly pointed out, "Don't get too excited just yet. Since our zone has this special quest to speed up the boss progress, other zones likely have it too. Other zones might have completed the quest faster, leading to a greater boss weakening." Zhang Yi read through the discussion without a hint of worry. He was confident that Zone 886 would have the greatest boss weakening and the earliest invasion time. No one could farm skeletons in the city of the undead faster than him. Even if others formed teams, he nearly soloed them. Zhang Yi was determined to get the first boss kill. When the quest ended, there was still over an hour before the boss would invade the safe zone. Zhang Yi decided to help Guan Hao and his team complete their tasks in the city of the undead. He led the team, continuing to farm undead, while completing a level challenge for himself by killing 1,000 various skeletons and undead. At 5 o'clock, Guan Hao and the others completed their tasks. Zhang Yi prepared to continue farming alone, not in a hurry to return to the safe zone to wait for the boss. He knew the boss battle would last a long time, and he only needed to return when the boss was about to fall. Zhang Yi disbanded the team and headed straight into the depths of the city of the undead. Guan Hao asked painfully, Zhang Yi, do you really have to do this? What's going on with you? Zhang Yi stopped, without turning back, and said calmly, nothing. You guys go turn in the quest, and then head back. Take care. With that, he walked into the group of skeletons alone, raising his staff to start solo farming. Guan Hao, Lu Xing, and the others stood there, watching Zhang Yi's back, filled with reluctance but not daring to disturb his decision. Guan Hao glanced at Han Yuru, a complex look flashing in his eyes. He was well aware of how deep her feelings for Zhang Yi ran, unwavering for 3 years. For Zhang Yi, she had turned down countless suitors, including the exceptional Lu Xing. At this moment, Han Yara's deep eyes were filled with a sense of loss, like a bottomless lake. Maybe it's time to let go. Han Yuru whispered, her voice soft as a murmur. Let's go. With that, she turned and walked away. Guan Hao and the others hesitated between Zhang Yi and Han Yuru, but eventually followed her, their faces full of inner conflict. In the midst of his fierce battle with the necromancer, Zhang Yi seemed to sense the movement behind him. After launching a fireball to kill one of the necromancers, he glanced back at the retreating figures of Han Yuru and the others. His eyes flickered with a surge of hidden emotions. Let it be strangers from now on, Zhang Yi thought to himself. Just like the previous life, I didn't see them again and still lived well for 8 years. As Zhang Yi was momentarily distracted, a cold wind swept past. He quickly turned around to see a massive fireball hurtling towards him. Alarmed, Zhang Yi instinctively raised his staff to block it. Boom! The fireball struck the flame staff heavily. In that instant, Zhang Yi was horrified to discover that his staff had lost its glow, turning into an ordinary, rough stick. Then, the system notification sounded in his ears. Ding, you have been hit by the necromancer's fireball spell, losing 168 health points. Ding, unfortunately, your weapon, the flame staff, has been corroded by the necromancer's attack and is now damaged. You can no longer use this weapon effectively. Damn it! Zhang Yi cursed. His luck was abysmal. After grinding for so long without issue, just as it was about to end, he triggered an effect as rare as Hell Dragon's Flame. What frustrated him even more was that despite all that time, Hell Dragon's Flame had never triggered once. Looking at the now useless flame staff in his hand, Zhang Yi felt a mix of emotions. To make matters worse, he had no backup weapon in his inventory. Meanwhile, the level 20 necromancer that had just attacked him was already preparing for the next assault, waving its staff menacingly. Boom! Another massive spell orb came whistling through the air. Zhang Yi deftly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding it. His gaze locked onto the necromancer, who was relentlessly attacking him, and fury ignited within him. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out the 25 level 1 iron hammer he had acquired at the train station. Despite being a beginner's weapon suitable for those under level 10, it had no class restrictions and was now his only available weapon. Gripping the hammer tightly with both hands, Zhang Yi launched himself towards the necromancer with the speed of an arrow. With a resounding bang, the hammer struck the necromancer, dealing 415 points of damage. The hammer's 18 attack power, combined with the additional 30 points from his heavy injury talent, made its impact rival that of a flame staff. Even without the support of his beast master skills, Zhang Yi relied on his agile movements and precise strikes, relentlessly hammering the necromancer. Finally, with a despairing wail, the necromancer fell, dropping a glowing orb of necromantic knowledge and a few copper coins. Bending down to collect his spoils, Zhang Yi checked his status bar and saw he was only a few hundred experience points away from reaching level 18. Just as he was about to continue hunting undead, a commotion erupted behind him. Turning around, he saw a large group of players swarming from the second zone of the city of the undead, surrounding Guan Hao, Lu Xing, and others who were about to leave. Narrowing his eyes, Zhang Yi scanned the IDs above the players' heads, a sly smile curling on his lips. So, they've finally come? King's Dominion, he thought, showing no signs of panic. Surveying the scene, Zhang Yi quickly identified the leader of King's Dominion Wang, Zhirong Yao. This imposing figure, accompanied by hundreds of subordinates, stormed into the area with a hawk-like gaze, searching the third zone. When his eyes landed on Zhang Yi, a flash of malice appeared. There he is! Wang Zhirong Yao shouted, and the entire King's Dominion force surged towards Zhang Yi like a tidal wave. Zhang Yi calculated quickly, suspecting that his location had been revealed by the group of thugs he had encountered earlier, who had tried to trouble Han Yuru. He glanced at the hammer in his hand with a tinge of regret. Of all times, his flame staff had to break now. Was he really going to face the entire King's Dominion with this crude hammer? Whatever, A hammer it is. Zhang Yi reassured himself. I, Zhang Yi, will take down King's Dominion with this hammer if I have to. As the King's Dominion army closed in, other solo players in the third zone scattered in all directions. Under Wang Zhirong Yao's command, the members of King's Dominion closed in on Zhang Yi like a pack of wolves. The sound of hundreds of weapons being drawn filled the air. Each member of King's Dominion had a vicious look on their face, as if they were ready to tear Zhang Yi apart. They charged forward eagerly, creating a grand, yet intimidating spectacle. Zhang Yi frowned slightly, a wave of confusion washing over him. The scene before him was utterly different from the usual. Those who typically avoided him, like mice avoiding a cat, were now brimming with energy, seemingly ready to risk everything. Was it merely because they had strength in numbers? But as Jiang Yi recalled, their numbers had never been small when they targeted him before. Just as he was puzzling over this, messages in the regional chat channel began to refresh like a waterfall, revealing the truth. Falling Leaf Man, level 16 Archer. Have you seen the Kings of the World? Hundreds of them, looking fierce. Where are they headed? Gray Avatar Man, level 16 Knight. Heard they're heading to the city of the undead. Seems like they're after Inua Qingcheng. Kings of the World have been vowing revenge against Inua Qingcheng, and it looks like they're serious this time. They tried with dozens of people before and got counterkilled. This time, they've brought a massive force. They're dead set on taking Inua Qingcheng down. The chat channel buzzed with discussions, and many were excitedly preparing to head to the city of the undead to watch the spectacle. Some were already on site, describing the grand march of the Kings of the World. Zhang Yi finally understood. The Kings of the World were going all out this time. Such a grand display almost made him feel flattered. Interestingly, the army of the Kings of the World stopped 50 meters away from Zhang Yi, forming a long line. Clearly, they were well aware of Inua Qingcheng's terrifying damage potential and were cautious about being instantly killed. Little did they know, Zhang Yi had lost his long-range attack capabilities and was now reduced to a close combat mage. At this moment, the level 16 archer, Kings of Glory, squeezed through the crowd and shouted, Inua Qingcheng, let's see how capable you are this time. Zhang Yi remained calm, not in a hurry to draw his weapon. He stood there confidently, with a hint of mockery in his voice. Are you so scared of me that you can't even level up? A level 16 captain of the Kings of the World. Isn't that a bit embarrassing? Kings of Glory's face turned red with anger, and he gritted his teeth. Damn it. We're here for revenge today. You've crossed us too many times, and last night you killed over a dozen of my brothers. We're settling all scores today. All right. Zhang Yi responded nonchalantly. Let's settle them then, while I'm still in the mood. Even though he knew it was impossible to defeat the entire army of the Kings of the World alone, Zhang Yi showed no signs of backing down. He was well aware of his 3 resurrection chances, making him fearless of death. More importantly, his bound system equipment, all top-tier level 25 gear, wouldn't drop even if he was killed. The worst-case scenario was losing a level, but killing him once would cost the Kings of the World 100 times the casualties. Zhang Yi slowly drew out his massive black iron hammer, which landed with a heavy thud. He gripped the handle with one hand, his gaze sharp as he scanned the crowd 50 meters away. In a deep voice, he declared, Come kill me. I'll give you one more chance. Upon seeing the hammer in Zhang Yi's hand, the King of Glory players standing at a safe distance exchanged puzzled looks. Why was this Beastmaster holding a hammer? Was he planning something extraordinary again? The players whispered among themselves, recalling Zhang Yi's astonishing performance the previous night when he, clad in level 10 beginner armor, effortlessly defeated a dozen of them. An inexplicable sense of fear began to spread through the crowd. Watch out! That hammer might be a level 10 artifact, someone warned. Zhang Yi felt secretly pleased. His psychological tactics were working. The battle hadn't even begun, and the King of Glory players were already losing their nerve. Meanwhile, countless onlookers gathered from all directions, quickly surrounding the battlefield. Everyone anticipated the thrilling showdown between the top player of Zone 886 and the 1,000-member team. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Some believed the King of Glory would surely defeat Zhang Yi this time, while others sympathized with Zhang Yi for facing such overwhelming odds. A bespectacled mage explained, You don't know how Zhang Yi previously wiped out several small squads of the King of Glory twice in a row. He's a bug in our Zone 886. A fiery archer with a domineering presence analyzed. That hammer must be an artifact. In the early stages of this game, it's all about stats. As long as Zhang Yi's stats are superior, even 1,000 players won't be able to touch him. Listening to the surrounding chatter, King of Glory was brimming with confidence. If I don't kill you today, I'll take your last name. King's Return, standing beside him, reminded, Captain, last time you said you didn't believe Zhang Yi could deal 40 to 50 points of damage, and you'd eat dirt on live stream if he did. You still haven't done that. Screw you. King of Glory, embarrassed and enraged, kicked King's return, and then commanded, "Brothers, kill him. Whoever kills Zhang, he gets 100 gold coins." The crowd erupted. 100 gold coins. That's insane, someone exclaimed, eager to join the fray. I wanted to. If I get lucky and kill Zhang Yi, I can trade it for top-tier gear. Even Zhang, he was taken aback by the bounty. Am I worth that much now? 100 gold coins for my head. He even entertained the absurd idea of committing suicide. With King of Glory's command, countless players rushed forward. Zhang, he stood his ground, gripping his massive hammer, a fierce glint in his eyes. Think you can kill me? It's not that easy. Before he finished speaking, a level 16 warrior, King's general, charged at him. He struck Zhang Yi with his sword, triggering a gray name status. Seizing the moment, Zhang Yi swung his hammer upward with a mighty blow, sending King's general flying with a resounding bang. In the next moment, damage numbers appeared simultaneously above both of their heads. The 1 point of mandatory damage floating above Zhang Yi's head left the warrior player who had been knocked back in utter shock. Despite not being a full-force, high-damage build, the King warrior still boasted an impressive 180 attack points. Confident in his strength, he was stunned to find he couldn't even penetrate Zhang Yi's defenses. This guy's defense is off the charts, the King warrior thought to himself in disbelief. While he was still reeling, Zhang Yi advanced with his iron hammer. With a resounding clang, another heavy blow landed on the King warrior. An enormous critical hit of 884 points instantly popped up, wiping out the remaining third of the King warrior's health. One-shot kill. Accompanied by the system notification, the King warrior's body turned into a beam of white light and vanished. The surrounding players watched in astonishment, but this had no effect on the members of the King's World Guild. Driven by the 100 gold coin bounty, they continued to charge at Zhang Yi relentlessly. Warriors, knights, and assassins, all melee players tried their best to close in, while mages and archers in the backline moved into effective attack range. In an instant, countless arrows and magic orbs rained down from low altitude, making it nearly impossible to dodge. Even with the necromancer's robe and its protective undead aura, Zhang Yi felt immense pressure. Before Zhang Yi could catch his breath, a King's World assassin activated a speed boost and launched a side attack. Zhang Yi swung his iron hammer once more, sending the assassin flying. The hammer was indeed formidable. Almost every melee player from King's World who tried to approach was unable to withstand its power. Bang! 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 The heavy hammer strikes echoed continuously. Assassins fell after 2 hits, warriors collapsed after 3, and even the toughest knights couldn't withstand 4 of Zhang Yi's powerful blows. With just a 25 level 1 iron hammer, Zhang Yi's damage output was utterly insane. Swish! Blinding white light flashed continuously around Zhang Yi as his subordinates fell one after another. In the distance, Glory King was seeking an opportunity to shoot Jiang Yi. Witnessing the scene, he couldn't help but swallow hard, his eyes filled with even more murderous intent. Damn it, attack! All of you, attack! Pile on him until he's dead, Glory King roared. Despite Zhang Yi having killed dozens of Glory World players, his health had dropped significantly due to the overwhelming number of enemies. Most of them could only inflict 1 point of mandatory damage, but the real threat came from the level 10 archers with armor-piercing arrows and assassins with armor-piercing strikes. Zhang Yi consciously targeted gray name players to keep his sin value at 0, minimizing potential losses. Losing the flame staff had turned him from a long-range damage dealer into a melee fighter, greatly restricting his mobility. If he could use the staff, the enemy mages and archers wouldn't dare to harass him from a distance so boldly. Bang! Zhang Yi swung his hammer again, killing a level 16 Glory World warrior. Just then, several figures burst through the crowd, quickly breaking through to Zhang Yi's side. "Brother, we're here," a familiar voice called out. Zhang Yi looked closely and saw that it was Guan Hao, Lu Xing, and Han Feng coming to his aid. Guan Hao, wielding a hammer and shield, stood in front of the heavily injured Zhang Yi. Lu Xing and Han Feng took positions on either side, while Han Yuru immediately began casting healing spells on Jiang Yi. Zhang Yi's heart trembled. "Are you guys crazy?" Guan Hao blocked several fireballs in succession, glanced back at Zhang Yi, and shouted, "Have you forgotten our Peach Garden Brotherhood's oath? We may not be born on the same day, but we will die on the same day." Lu Xing echoed, "Yes, we're brothers." This scene reminded Zhang Yi of their passionate days skipping classes to play games together, stirring his spirit. "Zhang Yi, don't just stand there. I can't hold them off much longer." Guan Hao gritted his teeth. "Heal up fast. Then we either run or fight back hard. If we die, we take a few of them with us." "All right." Zhang Yi nodded, quickly drinking a red potion. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. The sight before him shocked Zhang Yi. Lu Xing had stabbed Guan Hao from behind, coordinating with enemy ranged attacks to kill him. Guan Hao looked at Lu Xing in disbelief, and before he could finish his words, he turned into white light and vanished. Lu Xing's face twisted into a sinister expression, as if he had become a different person. Sorry, brother. Before he finished speaking, he lunged at Han Feng, stabbing repeatedly at his neck. Blood splattered, and Han Feng struggled in a pool of blood before also turning into white light and disappearing. Brother! Han Yaru exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Lu Xing. She had just witnessed Lu Xing kill Guan Hao and Han Feng one after the other, shattering her world in an instant. What are you doing? Why did you kill Guan Hao and my brother? Her voice trembled with shock and fear. Before Lu Xing could explain, the players of King's World suddenly ceased their attack. A round of synchronized applause broke the deathly silence. Well done! From within the crowd, Wang Zhirong Yao strode out, a proud smile on his face. He looked at Lu Xing as if admiring a fine piece of art. Good job, Lu Xuanda. From today on, you are one of us in King's World. Lu Xing bent down to pick up the chainmail that had dropped from Han Feng's body, then walked over to Wang Zhirong Yao. A sinister smile curled his lips. Thank you, Captain. From now on, I'll give my all to the team and won't let you down. Han Yaru was thunderstruck. She finally understood the truth behind it all. You betrayed us and joined King's World. She murmured, her voice filled with pain and despair. At this moment, Lu Xing seemed like a different person. His eyes were cold, and his tone was laced with sarcasm. What did you think? How else would King's World know Zhang Yi was here? So it was you who leaked the information? Han Yaru's voice choked with sobs. Why did you do it? Lu Xing let out a cold laugh, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes. Don't you get it? In this survival-off thefitist world, brotherhood means nothing compared to staying alive. He paused and continued. King's World had already announced that anyone siding with the Nuo Qing Chang would be their enemy. I warned Hao Zi and your brother, but they didn't listen and insisted on helping Zhang Yi. Do you think we can stand up to King's World? Lu Xing's tone was mocking. Sticking with Zhang Yi means certain death. So, I added Yao Gu as a friend and told him I knew Nuo Qing Chang. Yao Gu said if I gave him Nuo Qing Chang's location, he'd give me a chance to join King's World. Lu Xing turned to Wang Zhirong Yao, feigning humility. Yao Gu, did I do well? Not just well, exceptionally well. Wang Zhirong Yao laughed heartily. I only asked you to give me Nuo Qing Chang's location, but you went ahead and killed your two good brothers for me. Ruthless, I admire your decisiveness. I like talents like you. Ha-ha! Han Yaru stood trembling, her heart filled with shock and pain. Yet, what puzzled her even more was Zhang Yi's unusually calm expression, as if he had anticipated everything. Lu Xing also noticed Zhang Yi's reaction and asked in surprise, why are you so calm? Zhang Yi ignored Lu Xing and instead looked at Han Yaru, who was crouching on the ground, her shoulders lightly shaking. His voice was cold and calm. You have one last chance to choose. Join them and become my enemy, and you can avoid dying at their hands. Everyone expected Han Yaru to make the same choice as Lu Xing for the sake of survival. However, to their surprise, Han Yaru slowly stood up, her eyes shining with determination. Then I choose to die with you. Her voice was soft but unwavering. Lu Xing stared at Han Yaru, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he said, Yaru, I talked to Yao Gu. As long as I help him deal with the Nuo Qing Cheng, he agreed to let you join Wang Zhitianxia. He extended his hand, his tone filled with temptation. Join me. From now on, no one in Wang Zhitianxia will be able to bully us. Han Yaru looked at Lu Xing in disbelief, unable to comprehend how he could say such things. Don't you find this disgusting? She asked coldly. You just killed my brother and friends with your own hands. At this moment, Jiang Yi interjected. He's right. Joining Wang Zhitianxia at least ensures your survival for now. You won't have to die with me. Han Yaru turned, her deep gaze fixed on Zhang Yi. 3 years ago, we promised never to betray each other. Have you forgotten? Zhang Yi was silent for a moment before murmuring. You will regret this. I won't. Han Yaru replied firmly. I will never regret it. Seeing Han Yaru's loyalty to Zhang Yi even in such a situation, Lu Xing was furious. He turned to Wang Zhirong Yao, urgently asking, Captain, can I kill Nuo Qingqing now? It turned out that before Zhang Yi and Han Yaru were together, Lu Xing had a crush on Han Yaru. He had always suppressed his resentment toward Zhang Yi. When Zhang Yi suddenly left 3 years ago, Lu Xing thought he had a chance and began to pursue Han Yaru frantically. However, Han Yaru always rejected him, insisting that her heart belonged only to Zhang Yi. This made Lu Xing more determined that only if Zhang Yi disappeared completely, he would have a chance with Han Yaru. Wang Zhirong Yao chuckled lightly. Of course you can. Do you want to kill him yourself? Lu Xing looked at Zhang Yi and suddenly felt a wave of fear. He knew he was no match for Zhang Yi. Wang Zhirong Yao noticed Lu Xing's hesitation and said, "You're not his match. Your task is done. Leave the rest to me. I'll keep my promise. The woman is yours, and Inua Qing Chung will undoubtedly die." Lu Xing nodded gratefully. "Thank you, Captain." Wang Zhirong Yao coldly stared at Zhang Yi and ordered, "Kill him." The surrounding Wang Zhetianxia players immediately launched an attack on Jiang Yi. Zhang Yi remained calm, wielding a large iron hammer and taking down a warrior with a critical hit. He created a path of escape behind him, and to everyone's shock, he abandoned Han Yuru and fled alone. Lu Xing and Wang Zhirong Yao were stunned. Lu Xing seized the opportunity to say to Han Yuru, "Yuru, did you see that? This is the person you've been pining for. In the face of danger, he left you to save himself. Is such a person really worth your devotion?" Han Yuru watched Zhang Yi's retreating figure, her heart filled with disappointment. She never imagined that the person she fought so hard to protect would abandon her like this. Assassin King Supreme urgently said, "Inua Qing Chung is escaping. I'll take people to chase him." "No rush," Wang Zhirong Yao said calmly. "He's heading in the wrong direction. It's a dead end, but just to be safe, go after him. Kill him if you catch up, and at least bring me one piece of his equipment." "Don't worry, Captain. Leave it to me." Assassin King Supreme accepted the order and led a group of Wang Zhetianxia players in pursuit deep into the city of the dead. Lu Xing, still unwilling to give up, tried to persuade Han Yuru, "Yuru, be with me. No matter how strong Zhang Yi is, he can't protect you. He's unreliable. I'll join King's domain now. I can protect you." Having just lost her brother Han Feng and been abandoned by Zhang Yi, Han Yuru was heartbroken and ignored Lu Xing's words. Seeing this, Lu Xing smirked and slowly approached her. "Don't worry, Yuru. From now on, I'll take good care of you." Just then, a deafening roar erupted from ahead. The members of King's Glory were startled. "What the heck was that sound?" one of them exclaimed. Sensing something, King's Glory immediately shouted, "Move! Quickly!" With that, he led the army of King's domain charging toward the depths of the city of the undead. As they turned a corner, they were shocked to see the street on their right in ruins. A large area of the ground was scorched black, and the bodies of countless King's domain players, along with those of undead mages and assassins, were strewn all over. Scattered around were various dropped items, gold, potions, and enhancement stones. At the center of this chaos stood a man dressed in a black robe, holding a glowing silver staff. His ID, brightly displayed above his head, read, "Level 18 Beastmaster, Inua Qing Chung." Around Zhang Yi, in the ruins scorched by hellfire, a few white-named King's Domain players had survived. They had been targeted for protection by Zhang Yi, which explained why he remained a white-named player despite slaughtering so many King's Domain players. His targets were all gray-named players. This astonishing scene left King's Glory and the accompanying King's Domain players dumbfounded. Suddenly, countless white flashes erupted as all the fallen King's Domain players simultaneously respawned, confirming they had all perished at the same moment. Amidst the shock, almost no one noticed that Inua Qing Cheng's level had risen from 17 to 18, and that his weapon had changed from a large iron hammer to a magic staff. The white-named players who had witnessed their companions being wiped out by a single dragon flame were now utterly terrified. The King of Glory stared in disbelief at the scene before him, shocked. How did he manage to kill so many people in an instant? Taking a deep breath, King of Glory's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness. He knew well that this individual had become an undeniable threat to his reign. "We must eliminate him as soon as possible," he thought to himself, "or the consequences will be dire." However, he had to admit that this opponent seemed stronger than ever before. King of Glory felt a wave of fear and trembled as he spoke. "It feels like he's getting stronger all the time. Supreme and the others were wiped out in no time. How are we supposed to kill him?" "Humph." King of Glory snorted, trying to maintain his composure. He pointed to the scorch marks on the ground and analyzed, judging by these marks, he definitely used a magic scroll just now, and it was at least an epic-level rare scroll. "I don't believe he has another one." Continuing with a hint of disdain in his voice, King of Glory said, "Does he really think he's invincible? He almost got killed outside just now if he hadn't run so fast. It's just that his gear is way better than ours. No matter what, he's just one person here. If we can't kill him with so many of us, we might as well eat dirt." After a brief pause, King of Glory raised his voice and commanded, "Kill him. Everyone, attack together. I want all his equipment." At King of Glory's order, the players from King's World surged toward Zhang Yi like a tide. Facing the oncoming enemies, Zhang Yi remained calm and focused. As the frontline players of King's World entered within 50 meters of his effective attack range, Zhang Yi lightly waved his staff. Boom! A bolt of blue lightning descended from the sky, striking the leading level 16, gray-named warrior of King's World. The lightning chain quickly bounced to two others behind him, dealing massive damage to all three. Swish! Swish! Two beams of white light flashed as two of the three players hit by the lightning chain were instantly killed, while the third had most of his health depleted. The system notification sounded. Ding, you have killed player Wang Zhenyo by gray name, no sin value added. Ding, you have killed player Wang Zhide Lao, gray name, no sin value added. Zhang Yi carefully chose gray name targets to avoid becoming a red name himself. Seeing Zhang Yi effortlessly deal 4-digit damage, the charging players from King's World halted in terror. Even King of Glory, who had been dismissive earlier, was stunned and couldn't help but curse, damn it, how did his damage get so high? Is this guy using some kind of cheat? King of Glory couldn't fathom that Zhang Yi was wielding a 25 enhanced, 3-star weapon, the Radiant Staff. In truth, Zhang Yi hadn't abandoned Han Yuru to escape alone, but had temporarily withdrawn from battle to gain a few hundred experience points by killing some monsters. Upon reaching level 18, he could single-handedly face the hundreds of players from King's World. However, plans couldn't keep up with changes. King Supreme had pursued him with a group, and Zhang Yi, now equipped with a Radiant Staff, instantly killed King Supreme with a Fireball spell. The 0.1 chance Hellfire Dragon's Breath was triggered, annihilating dozens of gray-named players from King's World and the undead monsters in the area. This time, it was King's World who had sought him out. Zhang Yi was prepared for the possibility of not leaving the undead city alive, but he was determined to make King's World pay 100-fold. Holding the Radiant Staff, Zhang Yi walked out of the ruins, scorched by Hellfire Dragon's Breath. To the players of King's World, he appeared like a demon from hell. Since King's World players dared not advance, Zhang Yi decided to take control of the battle. As he approached, they involuntarily retreated. At this moment, who wouldn't fear Zhang Yi? Even King of Glory felt a pang of dread. Zhang Yi's damage was astonishingly high, reducing knights to fragile targets that could be killed in just a few hits. Gradually, even bystanders who had come to watch the spectacle from afar began to gather, keeping a safe distance as they observed the unfolding battle. Perhaps fearing to lose face in front of this crowd of bystanders, King of Glory gritted his teeth and issued an order. What's there to be afraid of? Everyone charge. I'll compensate each death with 1 gold coin. King of Glory's players exchanged uncertain glances, but eventually picked up their weapons and charged towards Zhang Yi. To King of Glory, this compensation was trivial. He had grander schemes in mind. Once he eliminated Inua Ching-chung, he planned to fully take over Zone 886 and drain the resources of other players within the safe zone. At that point, a mere gold coin would be nothing compared to the wealth of the entire Zone 886. Zhang Yi gripped his Radiant Staff, the 35 agility points making his movements swift as the wind. He cast a fireball with a flick of his wrist, followed by consecutive basic attacks. The first 2 attacks hit the 2 gray-named players at the front. Boom! A flash of white light, and the 16th level assassin was instantly killed by 925 points of damage. The other knight lost a third of his health. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yi landed 2 more precise basic attacks. The injured knight fell, dissolving into a white light. Emboldened by their chance to respawn, King of Glory's players charged relentlessly. Zhang Yi continued his frenzied assault while steadily advancing. The power of his level 18, 25 enhanced, 3-star Radiant Staff was formidable. Apart from knights, no one could withstand more than 2 of his attacks. Finding single-target attacks too slow, Zhang Yi activated the staff's multi-attack talent. Each basic attack now unleashed 2 fireballs, each dealing 60 of the original damage, still inflicting 300 to 400 points of damage per fireball. 2 to 3 multi-attacks were enough to take down 2 opponents easily. On the battlefield, flashes of white light appeared one after another, while Zhang Yi's ID remained pure white. King of Glory suddenly realized something was amiss. This guy is targeting gray-named players. At that moment, one of King of Glory's minions pointed at King of Glory's head in terror, stammering, "Captain, you're gray-named. Inua Ching-chung is coming for you." King of Glory was shocked and immediately shouted, "Everyone, get out of the way. Let me through." The players of Kingdom of Glory didn't even get a chance to approach Zhang Yi before he obliterated them from dozens of meters away. The bodies were piling up faster than they could respawn, and in no time, the ground was littered with corpses and various loot items. Facing the nearly invincible Zhang Yi, the players of Kingdom of Glory switched from offense to defense, their faces filled with terror as they retreated continuously. No one knew why Inua Ching-chung was so powerful. From the very beginning, he was the leader in Zone 886. The first to enter the safe zone, the first to complete a class change. Some even suspected that the anonymous player who triggered the hidden quest was him. They couldn't have imagined that Zhang Yi came back from 8 years in the future, armed with the consciousness of those years, possessing the ultra-divine dragon bloodline and god-level talents. These advantages gave him an almost cheat-like strength. Zhang Yi was well aware that once he leveled up and entered the main city, things might not go as smoothly. After all, he wasn't the only one in the world with god-level talents and the dragon bloodline. But before that, leveraging his early advantages, he was confident he could become the #1 player in Zone 886. Kingdom of Glory was insignificant in comparison. The battle continued, with Zhang Yi relentlessly slaughtering the players of Kingdom of Glory. Meanwhile, the regional chat channel of Zone 886 was flooded with messages from onlookers. Mola level 17 assassin. OMG, Inua Ching Chung is unbelievable. 1v1000. He's about to wipe out the entire Kingdom of Glory team by himself. Shinzo level 16 mage. Are you kidding me? How can one person take on an entire team? That's impossible. Unless he's hacking. Crayon level 16 warrior. It's true. I'm here right now. I saw a Kingdom of Glory gang up on Inua Ching Chung, only to be countered and slaughtered by him. The bodies are piling up like mountains. Lu Yun level 17 assassin. Holy crap, is it that intense? I should have gone to the City of the Undead to watch. Anyone there who can start a live stream? Crayon. Can you even stream live in this game? Lu Yun. Yeah, but it costs a lot charged by the second. Every second burns money. Huashamai level 17 mage. Money's not an issue. Just start the stream. We'll send you gifts. Hurry up! Tianchi Online Streaming is an entertainment feature launched by Tianyun Group to make money. Players can start a live stream at a per-second fee, with other players sending gifts in the stream, the proceeds of which are split between the streamer and the game. Under the urging in the chat channel, Crayon fumbled with the controls and finally started a live stream at the substantial cost of 1 silver coin per second. She then posted in the regional channel. I only have a few dozen silver coins in my bag. The stream costs 1 silver coin per second. I've started it, but how long it lasts depends on you guys. As soon as the stream started, many players who weren't in the City of the Undead flocked to Crayon's live stream. System messages kept popping up. Player I'm a Fool entered the stream. Player Nuwa Gone Wild entered the stream. Player King Bomb entered the stream. In the live stream, on a deserted city street, a large group of Kingdom of Glory players were retreating under the relentless assault of a Beastmaster. With a casual wave of his hand, the Beastmaster would claim 1 or 2 lives. The prominent white ID Inua Ching Chung above his head stood out strikingly. The spectacular scene had the viewers in the live stream repeatedly exclaiming 666. A gentle exclamation echoed through the live stream. Is it really 1v1000? Holy crap! Inua Ching Chung is amazing. Following closely, players from Sunny Day and King of the World also expressed their shock and admiration. iPhone and Scorpio repeatedly flooded the chat with 666, 666, 6666 to show their respect. The atmosphere in the live stream instantly heated up, and gifts started pouring in like rain. System notifications flashed continuously. Player Feng Qin Yun Dan sent a gift of flowers X1. Price: 1 silver coin. You receive 50 of the earnings. 50 copper coins have been automatically added to your backpack. Player Feng Qin Yun Dan sent a gift of flowers X66. Player Miss Sunny Day sent a gift of fireworks X10. Price: 3 silver coins. Suddenly, a golden notification caught everyone's attention. Player Storm Angel sent a gift of a yacht X1. Price: 10 gold coins. Luo Tianyi exclaimed, "Wow, even Storm Angel is here. They can afford a 10 gold coin yacht. That's some serious wealth." Crayon Shinchan looked at her backpack, watching her funds skyrocket from a few dozen silver coins to over a dozen gold coins, nearly moved to tears. She had never seen so many gold coins, and it was all because she started streaming. Inspired by Crayon Shinchan's live stream success, other players watching the battle also started their own streams. To attract viewers, they brainstormed eye-catching titles. Watch Inua Ching Chung take on 1,000 players from King of the World and dominate. Inua Ching Chung slaughters all in his path. Undefeated, truly the #1 in server 886. On the battlefield, Zhang Yi was indeed as unstoppable as the titles described. His luminous staff had already taken down at least 50 players from King of the World. However, it wasn't because Zhang Yi was invincible, but rather due to the fear that gripped his opponents. In reality, if the players from King of the World could muster the courage, just one round of armor-piercing attacks from a dozen archers and assassins would be enough to defeat Zhang Yi instantly. But fear clouded their judgment, making them see Zhang Yi as an unbeatable force. Thus, Zhang Yi cut through the ranks and reached the spot where Guan Hao and others had fallen. Meanwhile, Lu Xing was still lost in his dreams of winning Han Yeju's favor, completely unaware of the chaos ahead. It wasn't until he saw the King of the World's army retreating and Zhang Yi advancing with his staff that he realized the situation had drastically changed. Lu Xing watched in horror as Zhang Yi cut through the crowd like a hot knife through butter, closing in on him. He looked around in disbelief. Not even the players of the King's Dominion could stop this man. Meanwhile, Han Yuru felt a wave of warmth wash over her. She had thought Zhang Yi had abandoned her to save himself, leaving her in despair. But now, seeing him charge back without hesitation, her eyes glistened with a complex mix of emotions as she gazed at him. Lu Xing stood up abruptly, his voice trembling with fear. Jiang Yi, you've already abandoned Yuru, so why come back? Get lost. You don't deserve her love. From now on, I'll take care of her. Zhang Yi remained silent, advancing slowly. The players of King's Dominion around them were so intimidated that no one dared to intervene. Lu Xing looked around in disbelief, his voice shaking. Damn it. Why are all of you so scared? Are you telling me that none of you can take him on? Lu Xing wanted to flee, but seeing Han Yuru beside him, he gritted his teeth and drew a dagger. Fine, if none of you have the guts, I'll take the lead. He shouted at Zhang Yi, trying to sound confident. As an assassin, Lu Xing had learned a piercing skill and a multi-stab technique. Despite knowing Jiang Yi's high damage output, he wasn't too worried. To him, Jiang Yi was just a beastmaster with low growth and fragile health. Lu Xing believed that with his high agility and nimble movements, he could definitely take Jiang Yi down if he could get close enough. Clenching his dagger, Lu Xing dashed toward Jiang Yi. The surrounding crowd started murmuring, "He's going for it. This guy's going to take down the top player." Just as Lu Xing entered Jiang Yi's 50-meter attack range, Jiang Yi calmly raised his staff and unleashed a fireball spell at his former comrade. With his 3 agility and 2 strength build, Lu Xing had more than 40 agility points. He swiftly dodged, only to perfectly catch Jiang Yi's fireball. Lu Xing's full health bar was instantly emptied, and the level 15 assassin was killed in one hit. He fell to his knees, wide-eyed, before turning into a flash of white light and disappearing. Since Zhang Yi had previously killed Guan Hao and Han Feng, triggering a red name status, he didn't gain any infamy points for killing the red-named Lu Xing. In various live streams, many players burst out laughing. Oh my god, I thought he was some top-tier player. Challenging the #1 player, Inua Ching Chung, and getting one-shotted like that? What a noob! Catching a skill with your face, impressive. In reality, it wasn't that Lu Xing caught the fireball well. Zhang Yi had predicted his movement based on the direction and position of his sudden footwork change. This kind of anticipation was basic for mid-level players and above in the post-apocalypse era. After taking down Lu Xing, Zhang Yi approached Han Yuru. The players of King's Dominion still didn't dare to get too close, but they formed a circle around them at a safe distance of 50 meters. It was clear that escaping from here wouldn't be easy. Zhang Yi pulled out a golden teleportation scroll from his backpack and handed it to Han Yuru. Use this to get back. He had bought it for 1 gold coin in a safe zone, originally for his own emergency use. Han Yuru glanced at the scroll, hesitating. What about you? Let's go back together. I'll cover you. You go first, Zhang Yi said firmly. Don't lie to me. I know the teleportation scroll takes 10 seconds to cast and can be interrupted by attacks. How will you escape? Stop holding me back. Zhang Yi grew impatient and tossed the scroll at her. Go! Han Yuru was startled by a sudden shout, then picked up the scroll, tears streaming down her face. Fine, Zhang Yi, I won't bother you anymore. She crushed the scroll, and a white countdown bar appeared above her head. Seeing this, the leader of King's Dominion, who had been watching from a distance, shouted, Don't let them teleport. Attack! However, the players of King's Dominion exchanged uneasy glances, and no one dared to step forward. King of Glory, enraged and seething with fury, roared, Damn it, you bunch of cowards. If Inua Qingqing escapes today, you're all out of King's realm. His eyes gleamed with a fierce light as he continued through gritted teeth. 1 gold coin not enough? Fine, I'll raise the stakes. Each death will be compensated with 10 gold coins, and whoever kills Inua Qingqing will be rewarded with 1,000 gold coins. I have ways to gather the money. When I, King of Glory, say something, I mean it. His words were like a thunderclap, instantly igniting the passion of the surrounding players. No longer hesitating and confident in their chances to respawn, they picked up their weapons and charged at Zhang Yi, willing to risk losing a level. Zhang Yi frowned slightly, realizing the situation had changed. They no longer feared him, but had launched a full-scale attack. He glanced at the timer above Han Yuru's head, 5 seconds left. At that moment, a dozen mages and archers from King's realm, already within effective range, began casting spells and drawing their bows. They aimed at Zhang Yi and Han Yuru, launching a fierce ranged assault. Whoosh, 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 dozens of arrows and magic projectiles rained down. Han Yuru closed her eyes in fear, but Zhang Yi, who could have dodged the attacks, resolutely shielded Han Yuru with his body. He took all the hits, creating a protective barrier for her. Fireballs and arrows struck Zhang Yi, and damage numbers flew above his head, some as low as 1 point, others as high as 100 points. In no time, his health bar was halved. Seeing this, King of Glory realized something he had overlooked. Excitedly, he shouted, "Looks like he's not invincible after all. Ha guys, focus fire and he's done for." At his words, countless mages and archers from King's realm launched a new wave of long-range attacks on Zhang Yi from all directions. Hanyaru opened her eyes, seeing Zhang Yi standing protectively in front of her. She was overwhelmed with shock and gratitude, her mouth agape. She thought to herself, Zhang Yi is actually using his body to protect me. Zhang Yi quickly took out a high-grade health potion from his bag, restoring his health. However, the next wave of focused attacks from the enemy had already arrived. To ensure Hanyaru's teleportation wasn't interrupted, Zhang Yi once again stood firm, absorbing all the damage. This time, his fully restored health bar was instantly emptied. Zhang Yi! Hanyaru cried out in a heart-wrenching scream. At that moment, the timer above her head completed, and she disappeared in a flash of white light, teleporting out of the city of the undead. Zhang Yi's health bar was instantly depleted, and his seemingly invincible figure dissolved into a beam of white light under the watchful eyes of many Kingdom of Kings and casual players. This sudden event left viewers in various live streams dumbfounded, with bullet comments scrolling rapidly like a blizzard. He's down? What happened? Inua Ching-chung got one-shotted. Wasn't he supposed to be invincible? Invincible my foot. He's human, not a god. No way he could take on 1,000 people alone. Those Kingdom of Kings cowards were just too scared to act before. If they had Inua Ching-chung would have been dead long ago. Didn't you see? Inua Ching-chung was clearly protecting that girl named Yuro. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been killed. So jealous of that girl. Inua Ching-chung sacrificed himself to protect her. My unbeatable hero has fallen. Even the player who landed the final blow, Wang Zhongyao, was in disbelief. He hesitated for a moment before bursting into laughter. What did I say? That guy's human, not a god. With so many of us in Kingdom of Kings, how could he possibly win? I can't believe I got the final hit and saved myself 1,000 gold. Wang Zhongyao excitedly reminded him, Captain, Ching-chung had tons of valuable gear on him. Even one drop could be worth a fortune. Wang Zhongyao snapped back to reality and rushed to where Zhang Yi had disappeared. However, all that remained were a small pile of silver coins, a dozen enhancement stones, and some potions. He spat in frustration. Damn, nothing good dropped. How is his luck so good? Despite the slight disappointment, Wang Zhongyao quickly became excited again. Whatever, killing him once is enough to knock him down a peg. Let's see how that punk dares to act tough in front of us Kingdom of Kings anymore. He seized the opportunity to boast in the 886 Zones regional chat. Inua Ching-chung, you're supposed to be so amazing and invincible, right? So why did you fall to me today? I thought you were something special, but you're just average. Killing you is so easy, it's almost boring. I hope you have a resurrection chance left to see this. Inua Ching-chung, remember this, today was the first time. From now on, every time I see you, I'll kill you. Without a resurrection chance, you'd better stay in the safe zone forever. Understand? Your good days are over. These provocative messages flooded the regional chat, attracting the attention of countless players in the 886 zone. Those who had just witnessed the event via live stream or in person felt indignant for Inua Ching-chung, but feared retaliation from Kingdom of Kings. They only dared to whisper their thoughts privately, avoiding public comments in the zone. Player A's voice rang out in the game channel, dripping with disdain. Kingdom of Glory sending 1,000 people to attack Inua Ching-chung alone. How shameless. Player B chimed in immediately. Exactly. Even though they finally killed Inua Ching-chung, he took down at least 50 or 60 of them by himself before that. Player C's tone grew, even more excited. And don't forget, Inua Ching-chung died trying to save that priestess girl. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have been killed so easily. He's a legend in our 886 server. And look at Kingdom of Glory, acting all smug now. They don't mention how Inua Ching-chung solo killed them several times before, do they? Such cowards, always ganging up on people. However, Player D suddenly lowered his voice, sounding cautious. Should keep it down. Don't let Kingdom of Glory hear us. Otherwise, we might end up like Inua Ching-chung, getting hunted down by them. Meanwhile, some players looking to align with Kingdom of Glory started openly praising them in the regional chat. Wang Laowu, a level 16 assassin, didn't hide his flattery. As expected of Kingdom of Glory's leader, Wang Zhongyao is amazing. Even the top-ranked Inua Ching-chung is no match for you. Soon, our 886 server will be all yours. A level 15 knight named Wolfcha asked flirtatiously, Brother Glory, is Kingdom of Glory still recruiting? I'd love to join your team, and I'm single. Another level 16 knight, Wang Zhiguilai, replied immediately. Of course we are. We welcome everyone to join our Kingdom of Glory. In the City of the Dead, Wang Zhongyao was picking up potions and enhancement stones dropped by Zhang Yi. Seeing the praise in the chat, a smug smile appeared on his face. He muttered to himself, I told you, if you go against me, you'll regret it. Inua Qingcheng, I'll make sure you disappear from this world and regret crossing me. At the same time, a white light flickered at the Resurrection Spring in Hope Town, and Zhang Yi respawned. He quickly checked his equipment and was relieved to find nothing was lost. The benefits of God-level bound enhancements were evident. Otherwise, losing his radiant staff would have been heartbreaking. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yi sent a brief, yet profound message in the regional chat. Inua Qingcheng, level 17 Beastmaster. The game is just beginning. This message stirred up quite a commotion, with many players puzzled by the phrase, just beginning, and asking for clarification. But after sending that message, Inua Qingcheng remained silent. Oddly enough, when Wang Zhongyao saw Inua Qingcheng's message in the regional chat, he felt a chill down his spine. Despite this, he maintained a tough stance in the chat. Oh, you still have a revival chance? If you dare, stay out of the safe zone. Otherwise, I'll hunt you down until you disappear from this world. Zhang Yi had no time to engage in small talk with the others, as time was running out. It was almost 5 p.m., and the invasion of Hope Town by the Skeleton King was just minutes away. He knew very well that to land the final blow on the boss amidst thousands, he had to quickly level back up to 18 and re-equip his glowing staff. With hurried steps, Zhang Yi headed straight to the town's guard hall. The NPC guard, Mog, standing at the entrance, saw him and immediately approached. Zhang Yi triggered the dialogue and submitted the task of hunting skeletons. Mog's eyes gleamed with approval. Young warrior, you did not disappoint me. You have slain those skeletons and undead, significantly weakening the Golden Skeleton King's power. With this, we will surely be able to fend off its invasion, and perhaps even destroy it. Warrior, please accept your well-deserved reward. As soon as Mog finished speaking, a pleasant system notification sounded in Jiang Yi's ear. Then congratulations on completing the special task, hunting skeletons. Based on your completion rate, you receive the following rewards. Experience points, 52,800. Silver coins, 80. Level 2 enhancement stones, 15. Human reputation, 84. Since this task is unique in the entire region, you receive a special reward. Skill book, Blink 1. Intimacy with the guard, 8. Although there was no equipment reward, the rare skill book reward made Zhang Yi overjoyed. He quickly opened his backpack and was thrilled to find that the Blink skill book was of green quality. Blink skill book. Quality green. Description. Allows the user to learn the mage skill Blink. Choose any location within a 20-meter radius as the endpoint for instant teleportation. After blinking, the user's next attack damage is increased by 15. Consumes 3 energy points with a 15-second cooldown. Class restriction. Mage Beastmaster for Beastmasters. The damage boost after blinking is 10. Consumes 2 skill slots. As a mage, a fragile class, Blink was an indispensable survival skill, especially crucial when facing enemy assassins. Unfortunately, Zhang Yi, at level 17, had only unlocked 5 skill slots, with Green Fireball and Chain Lightning occupying 4 of them. He would have to wait until he reached level 18 to unlock the 6th skill slot and learn Blink. Carefully storing the skill book, Zhang Yi opened his status panel to check his experience bar, 72. He calculated that another round in the City of the Undead should be enough to level up to 18 before the boss was taken down. Time was of the essence, so Zhang Yi hurried to the blacksmith shop. Spending a total of 1.9 gold coins, he managed to repair his flame staff that had been damaged by the undead mage. This was even with a 5 discount due to his level 1 intimacy with Il, the blacksmith. Although the flame staff was only 1-star quality, its 25 level enhancement made the repair costs high. Until he reached level 18 and could equip the glowing staff, he couldn't afford to fight the skeletons in the City of the Undead barehanded. After replenishing his potions and spending another gold coin on a teleport scroll, Zhang Yi left Hope Town, setting out for the City of the Undead. At 5:10 p.m., the system's regional announcement sounded again. Ding attention all players in Safe Zone 886. The Death God Golden Skeleton King will begin its invasion of Hope Town in 2 minutes. It is expected to depart from the City of the Undead and arrive no later than 5:30 p.m. All players, please return to the safe zone immediately and prepare to defend Hope Town against the Golden Skeleton King. At this moment, countless players were rushing back from the wilderness, but Zhang Yi alone was moving against the flow, leaving the safe zone. Shortly after leaving the safe zone, Zhang Yi felt the ground shake. From the direction of the City of the Undead, a roar like that of a giant beast echoed. Simultaneously, the system prompt sounded again. Ding, the Death God Golden Skeleton King has awakened and is heading towards Hope Town. All players, please prepare. Inside the safe zone, countless players were fired up and ready for battle. At this very moment, Some players who had not yet returned to the safe zone and were still farming skeletons in the city of the undead witnessed the rise of the Golden Skeleton King. Several players even started live streaming. Zhang Yi quickly opened the live streaming interface and randomly selected a channel of a player streaming from the city of the undead. Whoosh! A light screen instantly appeared in front of Jiang Yi, displaying a breathtaking scene. A gigantic skeleton warrior was emerging from the ground in the city of the undead. This skeletal monstrosity stood a towering 20 to 30 meters tall, wearing a crown and a golden cape, radiating dazzling golden light. Above its head, a striking red ID was clearly visible. Level 20 Death God, Golden Skeleton King 1-star physical boss. Suddenly, the Golden Skeleton King let out a deafening roar. Insignificant humans, bow down before the might of my golden greatsword. Before the echo of its words faded, it swung the shimmering golden sword towards the ground. With a thunderous crash, the screen shook violently, accompanied by the players' screams. Numerous flashes of white light flickered across the screen, and the next moment, the live stream abruptly cut off, leaving only a system message. Streamer has died. Video disconnected. In the safe zone, the players watching the live stream were stunned and started discussing fervently. Holy crap, that Skeleton King is huge, like freaking Godzilla. Did you see how many people it killed with just one swing? That's terrifying. Who can stand up to that? We have to, even if we can't. If we don't, everyone in the safe zone will die. It's coming. Oh my God. I'm so scared. Don't panic, everyone. We need to stay united. Before the boss reaches here, let's set up our defenses. Knights and warriors up front. Don't let the boss enter the safe zone. Mages and archers provide support from the back. While the players in safe zone 886 were fervently discussing their strategies, Zhang Yi, who was on his way to the city of the undead, unexpectedly crossed paths with the Golden Skeleton King, which was advancing towards Hopetown. Boom! Boom! Each step of the Golden Skeleton King was like an earthquake, wielding its golden greatsword. Sparks flew and lightning streaked wherever it went. Any player who tried to stop it was either slashed into white light or crushed into dust under its massive feet. Zhang Yi couldn't help but pause, staring at the terrifying scene and muttering, "Damn, still as fierce as ever." Zhang Yi bypassed the Golden Skeleton King and headed straight for the city of the undead. The vast city was eerily empty, its silence unsettling. Most players were either dead or had retreated to the safe zone, leaving behind nothing but desolation. Zhang Yi silently thanked his luck. The members of King's Dominion would never expect him to return here to level up. After all, who would dare venture into such a perilous place looking for trouble at a time like this? As soon as Zhang Yi stepped into the city of the undead, a regional announcement shattered the deathly silence. Ding, the god of death, Golden Skeleton King, has begun invading the safe zone. From now on, the protection protocol of Safe Zone 886 is cancelled. Players within the safe zone can engage in PK, player kill, and may die, and monsters can freely enter. The announcement continued to detail the special rules. From now until 10 p.m., all players within a 1-kilometer radius of Hopetown will receive special system protection. Death within this range will not consume resurrection chances or cause item drops, but will only result in a loss of 10 of the current level's experience points. Additionally, the red name system will be temporarily disabled, meaning players will not gain sin points during this time. Another important announcement followed. Ding, all players in Zone 886, please be aware of the following rules for the boss invasion battle. If the damage to the safe zone by the Golden Skeleton King exceeds 70, all players within the zone will suffer death penalties. Please protect your home and work together to slay the Golden Skeleton King. Meanwhile, Hopetown descended into chaos. The Golden Skeleton King, dragging its massive sword, had already reached the gates of the safe zone. Countless players gathered there, ready to fend off the boss's invasion. Brothers, charge! Don't let the boss enter the safe zone, someone shouted, igniting everyone's fighting spirit. With the system's special protection in place, the players, who had been waiting for this moment, grabbed their weapons and charged at the Skeleton King without hesitation. Normally, knowing this was a real death game, no one would waste their precious resurrection chances. But now, within the specified time and area, the cost of death was merely a 10 experience loss. More importantly, the system would calculate rewards based on damage output, enough to make the players fight desperately. The battle erupted instantly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless arrows pierced the air. Boom, boom, boom. Magic orbs exploded in succession. Mages and archers from the rear launched a fierce barrage of long-range attacks, with dense arrows and magic balls raining down on the mountain-like Skeleton King. However, when the damage numbers appeared above the Skeleton King's head, everyone gasped. The damage was minimal, with some attacks dealing only single digits, and some even showing no damage. Though expected, the results still weighed heavily on their hearts. After all, the Golden Skeleton King was the first level 20 one-star boss in the world of Apocalypse, far more powerful than anyone could imagine. Meanwhile, melee players weren't idle either. Warriors, knights, and assassins surrounded the Skeleton King, swinging their weapons wildly. Yet, their damage was equally pitiful, ranging from a few points to a dozen at most. Notably, the Skeleton King's attributes had already been weakened by 9.55. When it first approached the safe zone, its health bar was down to around 90. However, despite the concentrated attacks from so many players in Zone 886, they had only managed to chip away 0.1 of its health. According to data obtained by players at level 17 and above using the probing skill, the Skeleton King's total health was a staggering 1.25 million points. In comparison, the damage inflicted by the players was insignificant. At this moment, having endured several rounds of fierce attacks, the Skeleton King finally began to counterattack. Roar! A thunderous roar shook the ground. The Skeleton King slowly raised the golden greatsword in its right hand and struck the ground with a mighty swing. In the area covered by the giant sword, dozens of players were instantly shrouded in the shadow of death. Accompanied by a series of anguished cries, the massive sword cleaved through the air, causing enormous damage numbers to pop up above the players' heads. Swish, swish, swish. Over a dozen flashes of white light appeared simultaneously, as more than 90 of the players touched by the Skeleton King were instantly reduced to nothingness. With an average damage of 1,500 points, even the warriors found it hard to survive, leaving only a few heavily armored knights barely hanging on. The Skeleton King then raised his left foot, slamming his enormous bony foot down on the ground, instantly turning another dozen players in the area into white light. A wave of panic surged through the crowd, with players exclaiming in shock at the boss's high damage, realizing that even a touch meant instant death. However, despite the terrifying boss, the players showed no fear. "It's just a 10 experience loss if you die," someone shouted. "Let's deal as much damage as we can before getting killed. The more we contribute, the better the rewards when the boss is defeated." These words inspired the crowd, and the players charged forward, employing a sheer numbers strategy against the boss. The Golden Skeleton King's power was indeed fearsome, with almost every move triggering massive player casualties. Even so, the players' attacks, although seemingly insignificant individually, collectively began to chip away at the Skeleton King's health at a painfully slow pace. Despite what seemed like a battle involving thousands, the actual number of players fighting the boss simultaneously was far less than imagined. Due to the game's mechanic that prevented player bodies from overlapping, only a few hundred players within a 50-meter radius could effectively attack the Skeleton King. Those outside this range, even mages and archers, couldn't inflict any damage on the boss. Only when the inner circle of players fell could the outer players move in to fill the gaps. If all 10,000 players in the safe zone could attack the Skeleton King at once, the boss battle would likely end in minutes. Even if each player only dealt 10 points of damage, a single collective attack could inflict over 100,000 damage on the boss. While the boss battle raged in the safe zone, Zhang Yi, who was farming skeletons in the undead city, opened the livestream interface. To his surprise, someone was actually broadcasting the boss battle live. Curious, Jiang Yi clicked into the stream to catch up on the latest developments in the boss fight. The player doing the live stream is actually a girl. She must have been impulsive because the cross-region live stream feature isn't available yet. Now, almost every player in Zone 886 is here fighting the boss. Who's she even streaming for? Inside the live stream, just as the girl was about to end her stream, a system message suddenly popped up on the screen, making her eyes widen. Player Inua Ching Chung has entered the live stream. She rubbed her eyes and checked again. Yes, it really was the top player in Zone 886. A wave of excitement instantly washed over her. Then, another message appeared. Player Inua Ching Chung has sent a gift. Yacht X1, a yacht that costs 10 gold coins each. The streamer girl was so excited she nearly jumped up. At this moment, Zhang Yi spoke in the live stream. "Find a safe place and just keep streaming. I'll send you gifts. After this wave, start streaming again when the boss's health is down to 10, and I'll send you 2 more yachts." The level 16 mage girl with the ID, Washihuan and I, quickly followed Zhang Yi's instructions and found a safe spot. She didn't approach the boss but focused solely on providing a live feed for Zhang Yi. Through the perspective of this girl, who couldn't get into the battle zone, Zhang Yi was able to watch the boss fight live. On the screen, the Golden Skeleton King unleashed a sword chi/skill, sweeping a 50-meter radius and instantly killing hundreds of players. Zhang Yi gasped, terrifying. He continued waving his staff to attack skeletons while closely watching the live stream. Although a 10 gold coin yacht was a significant expense for him, it was worth it if he could claim the first kill of the Skeleton King and the loot it dropped. Because live streaming consumed a lot of resources, The girl only streamed for about 3 minutes before ending it. However, she had already agreed with Zhang Yi to start streaming again when the boss's health dropped to 10. Just to be safe, Zhang Yi had a backup plan. Based on the 3-minute live stream, Zhang Yi observed that the Skeleton King's health dropped by 3, averaging 1 per minute. Starting from 90 health, if there were no mutations during the fight, the boss battle would end in about an hour and a half. Zhang Yi just needed to return in an hour and 20 minutes. Jiang Yi knew that every boss-level monster had a chance to mutate when their health dropped to 30, significantly increasing their combat power for a short period. However, after the mutation, the boss would enter a weakened state. After Shi Huan and I ended the live stream, Jiang Yi continued focusing on killing monsters. Meanwhile, countless players in the safe zone were still frantically attacking the boss. However, no one noticed that the two largest factions in Zone 886, King's Glory and Storm Family, were not participating in this battle. Outside the safe zone, behind a section of city ruins about 7 or 8 meters high, nearly 1,000 players were quietly lurking, their eyes fixed on the boss ahead. The group of players hiding here are from the Kingdom of Kings. Under the shadow of the ruins, a cluster of players huddled together, nervously watching the battlefield in the distance. King Supreme anxiously turned to their captain, King Glory, and whispered, "Captain, it seems the rewards for this boss fight are based on damage dealt. Should we charge in now?" King Glory let out a cold laugh, a shrewd glint in their eyes. "Forget it. That participation reward is worth peanuts. Our goal is the first kill reward. That's the real jackpot. Besides, dying once means losing 10 of our experience points, and that's no small loss. We'll wait until the boss is almost dead, and then strike. By then, those solo players will be worn out. Anyone who dares to block our way will be dealt with on the spot." King Return smiled in agreement. "Brilliant plan, captains." However, King Supreme still looked worried. The Storm Clan hasn't joined the fight either. Do you think they might have the same idea and jump in when the boss is near death? Who cares? King Glory waved dismissively. "I've already figured out the Storm Clan's tactics. A measly 400-member team? They have nothing on our 1,000-strong Kingdom of Kings. Last time, they got the better of us in the Goblin Forest and paraded around with my legendary weapon, with the help of Eternal Promise. But things are different now. The gear gap is closed, and we've taken down Eternal Promise once, leaving them almost crippled. If they dare to come for the boss this time, they'll be wiped out, and we'll settle the score from the Goblin Forest." Meanwhile, on the other side of the ruins, the Storm Clan players were also lying in wait. Storm Dragon King, a level 17 warrior, scanned the surroundings and whispered, "Captain, I don't see anyone from the Kingdom of Kings. They must be hiding somewhere, waiting to ambush the boss." Storm Angel stared intently at the Skeleton King in the distance, her expression serious. "It doesn't matter. We must secure the first kill reward and the loot. We can't let the Kingdom of Kings succeed, or our Storm Clan won't have a foothold in Zone 886. At that moment, the Mage Storm Fantasy pointed to another pile of ruins and exclaimed, "Honey, isn't that the Kingdom of Kings over there?" Storm Angel was gazing at the distant ruins, following the direction pointed by the Storm Fantasy's finger. Suddenly, a crisp notification sound interrupted his thoughts. Seeing a friend request from King of Glory, he frowned slightly and hesitated for a moment before clicking accept. Just after the friend request was accepted, an aggressive message popped up. "Storm Angel, listen up. If you dare to compete with us, Kings of the Realm, for the boss, you'll regret it." Storm Angel looked up and saw a shadow in the distance, flipping him the bird from behind the ruins. Clearly, it was King of Glory showing off. Not one to back down, Storm Angel immediately retorted, "Let your skills do the talking. Whoever gets it, gets it. Stop with the tough talk. Then come fight us and see who's better." King of Glory's provocation followed quickly. "Fine, bring it on if you dare." Storm Angel did not flinch. "Come over here, coward. You come here, trash." Back and forth, they exchanged insults in the private chat, each daring the other to make a move. In reality, with the boss possibly being taken down any moment, neither Kings of the Realm nor Storm Clan dared to start a fight, fearing a mistake would let solo players take advantage. Even though they were just a few hundred meters apart, they could only shout insults across the distance, neither side daring to make the first move. Meanwhile, the boss battle at the Hopetown Gate was heating up. As the Skeleton King's health dropped to 70, it suddenly started moving towards the safe zone. "Stop it! Don't let it destroy the safe zone!" A shout erupted from the crowd. Players swarmed forward, some surrounding the Skeleton King, others climbing up its legs like ants, trying to halt its advance. However, their efforts seemed insignificant in the face of the Skeleton King. With a swing of its giant sword, the Golden Skeleton King destroyed the 7 to 8 meter high wall outside the safe zone with a clang and stepped into the safe zone. With a thundering crash, it kicked over an 8-story building, crushing dozens of players and NPCs who couldn't escape in time. Crash, boom, boom, boom. The giant sword swept across, instantly cutting several buildings in half, which then collapsed with a roar. The Skeleton King began to wreak havoc in the safe zone. Simultaneously, all players in Zone 886 heard the system warnings repeatedly. Ding, please note the Golden Skeleton King has invaded the safe zone and is causing damage. Current safe zone destruction level 1. Ding, please note the Golden Skeleton King has invaded the safe zone and is causing damage. Current safe zone destruction level 2. Ding, safe zone destruction level has reached 10. Players, please defend your home. If the destruction level reaches 70, all players in Zone 886 will face death penalties. Damn! Hearing the system alert, Storm Angel's face changed drastically as he hid behind the ruins. At this rate, the safe zone is going to blow up. We need to defend it now. As players from Storm Clan rushed out from behind the ruins, the army of Kings of the Realm also emerged from the opposite ruins. What are you looking at? We don't have time to fight you now, King of Glory shouted. Bah! After we take down the boss, we'll crush you, Kings of the Realm. Storm Dragon King retaliated. The boss belongs to us, Kings of the Realm. Storm Clan trash, stop dreaming. King returns, joined the verbal battle. Ding's safe zone destruction level has reached 15. The system alert sounded again, cutting through the war of words between the two teams. Both Kings of the Realm and Storm Clan, numbering in the thousands, suddenly snapped back to reality and raced towards the safe zone. Despite their rivalry, they knew that compared to solo players, their average strength was much higher. As players from King's Domain and Storm Clan joined the battle, the boss's maneuvering space was quickly compressed. Under the fierce assault from the two major clans and countless solo players, the Golden Skeleton King was forced out of the safe zone. For the next hour, the battle entered a relatively stable phase. The Skeleton King's health continued to drop, soon hitting 29. Everyone held their breath, but the expected mutation did not occur. The battle continued, and the boss's health further decreased to 15-14. At this moment, players from King's Domain suddenly revealed their sinister intentions. Without warning, they launched a fierce attack on the surrounding solo players. In an instant, screams echoed everywhere, and several beams of white light shot up into the sky, players being killed and turning into light. In the chaos, a level 16 warrior holding a long sword looked at Wang Zhizuan in disbelief, his voice trembling as he asked, King's Domain, what are you doing? Wang Zhizuan sneered, what do you think? Sending you to heaven. Before he finished speaking, he had already rushed to the warrior and killed the defenseless player with a few strikes. At this moment, Wang Zhironyao's roar resounded across the battlefield. Anyone who doesn't want to die, get out of here. The boss belongs to King's Domain. Someone protested unwillingly. Why? We fought the boss together. Why should it go to you? Why? Because of strength. Wang Zhirongyao replied, coordinating with his teammates. He shot an arrow that killed the mage who had just spoken. Due to the temporary suspension of the red name system, Wang Zhironyao's ID remained white despite killing multiple players. He continued to draw his bow and shoot, arrows raining down and causing nearby solo players to fall and turn into white light. Under the frenzied slaughter by King's Domain and the continued attacks from the boss, most solo players gave up resisting and scattered to escape. No one wanted to offend a powerful guild like King's Domain for a single boss. After all, even the top-ranked Inua Qingqing had been taken down by Wang Zhirongyao, let alone ordinary players. A few unwilling small clans and teams chose to openly resist, but they were quickly and ruthlessly eliminated by members of King's Domain. While the massacre continued, Wang Zhirongyao kept a close eye on the boss's health. Unnoticed, the Skeleton King's health had dropped to 10. The first kill reward of the level 21 star boss, Golden Skeleton King, seemed within reach. However, at this moment, another powerful force emerged from the safe zone. The players of Storm Clan charged out with murderous intent, changing the situation once again. In the entire 886 zone, only the Storm family has the strength to challenge the Dominator's empire. Players from both families are engaged in a fierce battle in front of the Skeleton King, vying for the first kill. As the first boss in the world of Apocalypse, whoever claims the first kill of the Golden Skeleton King will receive all the rewards and become the overlord of the 886 zone. This contest will determine the future fate of both families. Meanwhile, in the Undead City, Zhang Yi is focused on farming skeletons. Finally, with a flash of golden light, the system notifies him that he has reached level 18. He has paid a great price to return to this level, remembering how the Dominator's empire caused him to lose a resurrection chance and to level. A flicker of killing intent flashes in Jiang Yi's eyes. Dominator's empire, you're finished, Zhang Yi mutters. He quickly equips the glimmering staff from his inventory, and his attack power instantly skyrockets from 400 to 701 points. The invincible war god Inua Qingqing, who can take on thousands single-handedly, has returned. Using his newly acquired skill slot, Zhang Yi learns the green flash skill. The system promptly notifies him that he has mastered the new skill. Just as he is about to open the livestream interface, a notification pops up. The streamer you follow, I love you, has started a live stream. Zhang Yi immediately enters the live stream. Through I love you's perspective, he sees the Golden Skeleton King's health drop to just 10, with players from both factions locked in intense combat. Zhang Yi knows full well that regardless of who wins, the boss will ultimately be his. True to his word, Zhang Yi sends 2 yachts worth a total of 20 gold coins in the live stream, then unfollows and exits. He crushes a pre-prepared return scroll, instantly teleporting from the undead city back to Hopetown. At this moment, the largest exit of the town is teeming with people, and in the distance lies the dying Golden Skeleton King. Players are forced to stay in the safe zone, chattering and complaining about the selfish behavior of the Dominator's empire and the Storm family. Suddenly, a shout erupts from the crowd. Inu Ching is here. Everyone turns to see an 18th level Beastmaster walking slowly. He holds a shimmering silver staff, exuding an aura of lethal intent. This man, named Inua Ching Chung, immediately causes a commotion, drawing the attention of all players around. A young male assassin suddenly spoke up, his voice filled with excitement. Whoa, is the boss planning to take on the 2 rival guilds for the boss? Before he could finish, a middle-aged knight furrowed his brows and pondered. Why do I feel like he's going after the people from King's Glory? Look at the murderous intent in his eyes. He was probably killed by them in the City of the Undead before. Didn't he say something in the district chat later, like the game is just beginning or something? Nearby, a sexy female archer chimed in excitedly. Wow, Ching Ching is so handsome. I can't wait to see him in action. Looks like the people from King's Glory are in trouble. As the crowd was fervently discussing, Zhang Yi's actions left everyone stunned. He suddenly stopped in his tracks, hesitated for a moment, and then turned to walk into a nearby noodle shop. The players were dumbfounded, with some even running to the shop entranced to confirm what they were seeing. Sure enough, there was Zhang Yi, sitting leisurely and enjoying a steaming bowl of beef noodles. This scene left everyone in shock. Outside, the 2 rival guilds were fiercely battling for the boss, while Zhang Yi was calmly eating noodles. People couldn't help but marvel at how relaxed he was. After quickly finishing his beef noodles, Zhang Yi patted his stomach in satisfaction and let out a loud burp. He stood up, looking relaxed, and said, I'm full. Time to get to work. With that, he walked out of the noodle shop with a composed stride, his eyes fixed on the village entrance. At this point, the boss's health bar was down to just 5. Under the watchful eyes of the stunned solo players around him, Zhang Yi raised his glowing staff once more and headed towards the battlefield. Seeing this enigmatic figure, the surrounding players fell silent, making way for him. No one dared to speak or ask questions. They simply watched him leave. Meanwhile, the battle outside had reached a fever pitch. Unlike before, Storm Angels could no longer easily dominate their opponents. Despite having level 25, 2-star top-tier weapons, the players from King's Glory were no longer weaklings with 1-star trash gear. Apart from a level advantage, the Storm family found it hard to suppress their opponents in other aspects and could no longer win with fewer numbers. On the battlefield, most of the Storm family players had been wiped out, and the situation was gradually falling under King's Glory's control. The Golden Skeleton King seemed to be within their grasp. At this moment, a black-clad beast master holding a staff calmly walked out of the safe zone. A player from King's Glory recognized him at a glance and urgently shouted, Captain, Inua Ching is here to steal the boss. Steal the boss? King's Glory, who was in the midst of killing a Storm family player, glanced disdainfully at Zhang Yi and said, That guy was killed by us once. He's done for. I figured out his weakness. A group of mages and archers can take him down in one volley. After a pause, King's Glory continued to order, Ignore that loser for now. Have a few warriors hold him off so he doesn't cause trouble. The rest of you, get ready to take the boss with me. Remember, leave the final blow to me. Following his command, 2 warriors and a knight from King's Glory immediately grabbed their swords and shields, charging towards Jiang Yi. Will Inua Ching Chung get taken out in one round of focus fire again like last time? This worry quietly spread among the spectators. After all, Inua Ching Chung is just a person, not a god. The moment Zhang Yi stepped out of the safe zone, the players behind him closed in like a tide, all eyes firmly locked on him. Zhang Yi remained calm, his gaze sharp, focused on the 3 approaching Kingdom of Kings players. His fingers trembled slightly, ready to attack as soon as his opponents entered the 50-meter effective range. Boom! A chain lightning burst from the tip of Zhang Yi's staff, snaking toward the 3 enemies. In an instant, 3 staggering damage numbers appeared above their heads. One level 16 warrior was critically hit and instantly killed, disappearing in a flash of white light. Zhang Yi moved fluidly, following up with a fireball spell and basic attacks, taking down the remaining injured knight and warrior. This astounding display of power made countless spectators gasp. Although they had witnessed Inua Qingcheng's 1v1000 feet in the Undead City livestream, seeing him kill 3 players in less than 10 seconds in person was still shocking. Wow, Inua Qingcheng's damage is off the charts. He can even one-shot warriors with AoE skills. How high is his attack power? One player exclaimed. Last time in the Undead City, he got taken out because he was protecting that girl. This time, without any distractions, Inua Qingcheng can go all out. We're in for a good show today, another player said excitedly. Seeing his 3 subordinates easily taken down, King of Glory frowned and cursed under his breath. Damn it, this kid. However, when he noticed the Skeleton King's health was down to 3, he had no choice but to refocus on the boss. Hold off, Inua Qingcheng. Don't let him get close. King of Glory ordered sharply. Let me take down the boss first, then we'll deal with him. Before he could finish, dozens of Kingdom of Kings players charged at Zhang Yi like a pack of wolves. Zhang Yi remained unfazed, continuing his advance toward the boss. His flowing light staff shimmered with a silver glow as he activated his multi-attack ability. Boom, 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 boom. Each swing of his staff released 2 magic orbs. Thanks to his 41 points in agility, his attack speed was astonishing and countless orbs rained down on the enemies. It looked like an entire army of mages was attacking, not just Zhang Yi alone. Zhang Yi didn't lock onto specific targets, allowing the splitting orbs to wreak havoc among the enemy ranks. Damage numbers popped up densely above the Kingdom of Kings players. Fragile assassins turned into white light before they could even get close, and the remaining warriors and knights were left severely injured. Zhang Yi mercilessly finished off these stragglers. Even if some managed to get close, their attacks couldn't dent Jiang Yi's 156 points of physical defense. In contrast, they were often one-shotted by Zhang Yi's orbs. Wielding his enhanced level 25 3-star flowing light staff, Zhang Yi was like an invincible war god. Meanwhile, the boss's health dropped to 1. The Storm family was completely wiped out, leaving Zhang Yi as King of Glory's only opponent. Stop him! Stop him! King of Glory shouted desperately. Everyone, hold your attacks. I'm taking the boss down. The final hit is mine. Upon hearing this, the surrounding Kingdom of Kings players ceased their attacks, leaving the Skeleton King with just a sliver of health for their leader. Zhang Yi was about 60 or 70 meters away from the Golden Skeleton King, well beyond his effective attack range. A large group of players from Kingdom of Glory stood like an impenetrable wall in front of him, preventing him from getting closer to the boss. Glory King laughed arrogantly, his voice dripping with contempt. Trying to steal the boss from me? Do you even have what it takes? Inua Qingcheng. Once I secure the first kill of the Skeleton King, all the rewards and loot will be mine. Crushing you will be like squashing a bug. Prepare to be trampled under my feet. Excitedly, Glory King drew his bow and aimed at the Golden Skeleton King, whose health bar was almost depleted. His eyes gleamed with greed, as if he could already see the spoils of victory. Goodbye, darling. The first kill of the level 21-star boss is mine. Just as Glory King's fiery arrow was about to be released, a scorching fireball suddenly flew over his head. The fireball streaked through the air like a meteor and struck the Skeleton King first. The last sliver of the Skeleton King's health was instantly wiped out, and a blood-red damage number flashed above its head. Glory King's arrow was a fraction too late, hitting the already dead Skeleton King and being deemed an invalid attack by the system. The Skeleton King let out a deafening roar. How could I fall to you insignificant ants? This town will eventually become the territory of General Rocky. Roar! With its final roar, the massive body of the Skeleton King collapsed to the ground. Even in death, its falling body crushed dozens of Kingdom of Glory players beneath it. In an instant, golden light rained down like a shower, and all the players who participated in the boss battle received experience rewards. Most players leveled up at least once, with those who contributed more leveling up twice. Above Zhang Yi's head, 3 golden lights flashed in quick succession. Ding, congratulations on landing the final blow on the level 21-star boss Death God Golden Skeleton King, earning 600,000 experience points and 2,400 reputation points as the final blow reward. Ding, congratulations, you have reached level 19. Ding, congratulations, you have reached level 20. Ding, congratulations, you have reached level 21. You need 350,000 experience points to reach the next level. Ding, congratulations on securing the first kill of the Golden Skeleton King across the entire server. The system will announce this to all servers. Would you like to make your ID public or hidden? A server-wide announcement rang out, like a thunderclap breaking the silence of the night. Ding! Congratulations to player from the 886 safe zone in the 8th region for achieving the first kill of the Death God, Golden Skeleton King. The system detailed the generous rewards for the first kill. Level 1, 100 gold coins, 12,000 reputation points, a 5-star treasure chest, and an extra resurrection chance. Immediately following, another series of announcements declared the 886 safe zone in the 8th region as the first to defeat the boss across the entire server, granting all players in that zone rewards. The cross-server chat feature was activated, lasting for 1 hour. Players could spend money to speak in the cross-server channel, but all identity and level information were hidden. Instantly, the chat channel was flooded with messages. Players from the 4th region exclaimed, "Wow, is the 8th region that impressive? They took down the boss within an hour of its appearance? Are you guys cheating?" Players from the 886 safe zone in the 6th region lamented, "Damn it, it was the 886 safe zone in the 8th region, not our zone. We got excited for nothing." Players from other regions expressed their envy, with some marveling that the first kill player hit the jackpot, while others claimed they were so close to getting the first kill themselves. Just then, another announcement declared the first safe zone in the 1st region as the second area across the server to defeat the boss, awarding them the corresponding rewards. Zhang Yi let out a sigh of relief, grateful he had managed to act quickly. He recalled how he had accepted the task at lightning speed and pushed his skeleton hunting progress to an impressive 955 points. His efforts had finally paid off, not only earning him abundant experience points to jump from level 18 to 23, but also securing the server's first kill of the boss. Meanwhile, King of Glory was left stunned by the events. He had been confident that the boss was within his grasp, only to be outpaced by Inuo Qingcheng. Turning around, he saw that Inuo Qingcheng had somehow broken through all obstacles and was now just 50 meters away from the Skeleton King. In his shock, King of Glory quickly realized the key to it all. He must have used Flash. Seeing the treasure slip away and taken by none other than his arch-nemesis, Inuo Qingcheng, Wang Zhirong was furious, almost exploding on the spot. His face turned beet red, fists clenched tightly as he gritted his teeth and growled, "Damn you, Inuo Qingcheng. How dare you steal my boss? You're asking for it." Zhang Yi, standing not far away, glanced disdainfully at the enraged Wang Zhirong, a contemptuous smile playing on his lips. "Oh, your boss is it? Shit." Wang Zhirong roared in frustration, then turned to his team and barked orders. "Everyone attack. Leave the final blow to me, and all the loot is mine. Don't let him get close to the spoils." No sooner had he finished speaking than the players of Wang Zhitianxia surged toward Zhang Yi like a tide. Simultaneously, Wang Zhirong dashed toward the corpse of the Golden Skeleton King. At the spot where the Skeleton King fell, a small mountain of gold coins, equipment, enhancement stones, chests, and skill books stood proudly. Even from a distance, the rare aura of each item could be felt. These spoils were the true value of the Skeleton King boss. Compared to them, the first kill achievement was insignificant. Wang Zhirong rejoiced inwardly, thinking that with these treasures, he could still soar to great heights. However, Zhang Yi was not about to let Wang Zhitianxia's people take what rightfully belonged to him. His eyes sharp, he thought to himself, "The Skeleton King's loot is mine. No one touches it without my permission." With a wave of his glowing staff, Jiang Yi conjured a fireball that instantly formed and shot towards the sprinting Wang Zhirong 50 meters away. Boom! Thanks to precise timing, the fireball struck Wang Zhirong accurately within 40 meters. Despite having recently leveled up to 19 and allocating many points to stamina as an archer, his total health couldn't exceed 1200. Just as Wang Zhirong was about to reach the mountain of loot, Jiang Yi's fireball hit him squarely. With a muffled explosion, Wang Zhirong health bar plummeted to 0. His body trembled, knees buckled, and he collapsed, dissolving into a beam of white light. It was a one-hit kill. After leveling up from 18 to 23, Zhang Yi had allocated all 25 new points to intelligence. Now, his magic attack power had soared to 736 points. Combined with the Silver Bone Ring's advanced heavy injury talent, he dealt 145 damage. To top it off, the attack triggered a critical hit. Such terrifying damage was more than Wang Zhirong could withstand. Ding, you have slain the player King of Glory, who had a white name. Due to system protection, you did not gain any infamy points. Zhang Yi's fireball spell struck with precision, causing King of Glory to vanish in a flash of white light. However, this kill was merely the prelude to an impending chaotic battle. Players from the Kingdom of Glory Guild surged forward like a tidal wave, forming a surround under the command of vice-captains, Return of the King, and Supreme King. Facing enemies from all directions, Zhang Yi remained calm. His gaze was fixed on the Skeleton King's corpse nearby where his true prize lay hidden. With a thunderous roar, A chain lightning spell descended from the sky, severely damaging the three players at the forefront of the assault. Seizing the moment, Zhang Yi unleashed a multi-attack that obliterated them. At this critical juncture, his blink skill had just come off cooldown. In a flash of white light, Zhang Yi disappeared from his original position, leaving the surrounding enemies striking at air. In the next instant, he reappeared closer to the boss. Thanks to the 10 damage boost from his green quality blink, Zhang Yi's fireball spell became even more potent, instantly reducing the level 19 assassin, Supreme King, to a flash of white light. With 1,098 damage dealt, Supreme King didn't even have time to scream before being instantaneously killed. This sight sent a shiver through Return of the King, who quickened his pace toward the boss, thinking it would be worth it even if he got killed, as long as he secured the loot. But Zhang Yi wasn't about to give him that chance. With a flick of his staff, a magic orb precisely struck Return of the King's back, dealing over 700 points of damage. Although it wasn't enough for an instant kill, it pushed Return of the King's health to a dangerously low level. At that critical moment, a deafening dragon roar echoed from the sky. Every player instinctively looked up to see a massive fire dragon tearing through the space, diving down. Boom! The hellish dragon flames erupted, covering a 100-meter radius around Jiang Yi. In the searing blaze, white numbers indicating 1,154 true damage popped up above every player's head. Cries of agony filled the air as over 100 fragile classes were instantly reduced to white light. The remaining players, though barely surviving, couldn't withstand the 271 points of burn damage per second. In the blink of an eye, all enemies, including Return of the King, who was about to reach the loot, were turned to ashes. System notifications rang out continuously. Ding, you have slain the player Valley King. Infamy .0. Ding, you have slain the player Warrior King. Infamy .0. Ding, you have slain the player King Runner. Infamy .0. In an instant, the area within 100 meters around Zhang Yi was barren, and his ID above his head remained a pure white. The players who narrowly escaped looked on in stunned silence, erupting into a chorus of gasps and discussions. Player A's exclamation shattered the brief silence on the battlefield. So, the dragon flame I saw on the high school map was triggered by Inua Chingcheng. No sooner had he finished speaking than Player B chimed in. That's incredible. The damage and the area effect are just unbeatable. A magic scroll like that must cost hundreds of gold coins. How did he afford it? Player C scoffed. Who says it has to be a scroll? Couldn't it be one of his own skills? Impossible. Player D shook his head firmly. A group attack skill that powerful has to be from a high-level magic scroll. There's no way it's a natural player ability. The surrounding players erupted into heated debates, each holding their own opinion. However, their discussions didn't faze the central figure on the battlefield. Seizing the moment when the nearby enemies were cleared, Zhang Yi quickly dashed toward the Skeleton King's corpse. As soon as his fingers touched the mountain of loot, a series of pleasant system notification sounds rang out. Ding, congratulations, you have received 15 gold coins. Ding, congratulations, you have received a 3-star chest 1. Ding, congratulations, you have received 21 gold coins. Ding, congratulations, you have received a skill book. Undead Storm 1. Ding, congratulations, you have received an equipment. Golden Bow of the Fallen 1. At least a dozen notification sounds echoed in Zhang Yi's ears. Just as he scooped up all the loot, players from the Kings of the World Guild surrounded him. Even Kings of Glory, who had been instantly killed by Zhang Yi earlier, had rushed back from the safe zone's resurrection fountain. Due to the system's protection period, dying within 1 kilometer of the safe zone didn't consume revival chances, but only cost 10 of experience points. So, despite dying once, Kings of Glory still maintained his level at 19. Seeing the Skeleton King's loot being swept clean by Zhang Yi, Kings of Glory's face turned livid with rage. He roared, Inua Chingcheng, I advise you to hand over all the boss drops, or you're dead. Zhang Yi calmly stood up, turned to face the furious Kings of Glory, and nonchalantly said, What's the point of asking me to hand it over? If you've got the guts, kill me and take it yourself. Zhang Yi's provocation infuriated Kings of Glory further. He gritted his teeth and said, Even with the system's protection phase, the safe zone won't save you. Today, I'm going to kill you back to level 0. Zhang Yi gripped his silver glowing staff and responded coolly, Come and kill me. This is your last chance. If I don't kill you back to level 0 and make every piece of your equipment drop, I'll take your name. Brothers, attack. Kings of Glory commanded, and countless Kings of the World players charged at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi lifted his staff lightly, and a chain of lightning instantly killed the 3 assassins at the front. Just then, a deafening dragon's roar echoed from the sky. Hellfire Dragon Flame. With Zhang Yi's low shout, a scorching dragon flame swept out, instantly turning hundreds of kings of the world players within 100 meters around him into ashes. Facing the relentless waves of enemies, Zhang Yi continued to wield his staff like a mobile artillery unit. Boom! 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 Multiple attacks triggered dual spell orbs, and the kings of the world players fell one after another, unable to get within 20 or 30 meters of him. Because of the distance, the mages and archers from 40 or 50 meters away found it nearly impossible to hit Jiang Yi. In the world of Tianqi, the hit rate of long-range classes decreases with distance. With 41 points in agility, Zhang Yi dodged their attacks with ghost-like movements, easily evading the mages and archers' fire. This scene was a stark contrast to the earlier instant kill he suffered in the undead city. Watching from 50 meters away, Wang Yao swallowed hard as he witnessed the scene. He murmured in disbelief. How did this guy suddenly become so strong? Why does he seem so different from when we fought in the undead city? Is this even the same person? Wang Zhizuan also sensed something was off. He asked the captain, "Captain, did you notice it too? This Inua Ching Chung. I have a feeling that he let us kill him on purpose in the undead city this afternoon. His movements, his skills. I can't believe he couldn't do this earlier. Did he really let us kill him just to protect that girl?" After a moment of silence, Wang Yao had a sudden realization, his eyes flashing with surprise. The area within 1 kilometer of the safe zone is under protection. Killing won't result in a red name. Damn, this guy did it on purpose. He was afraid of getting a red name this afternoon, so he let us kill him. Did he already know that the system would activate protection when the boss invaded the safe zone? As Wang Yao was deep in thought, Zhang Yi suddenly teleported from 60 or 70 meters away to within 50 meters of him. He shouted, "I told you, the game has just begun." Before the words were fully out of his mouth, a fireball spell was already hurtling towards Wang Yao. He had no time to react and was instantly killed by the attack. Son of... Wang Yao managed to curse before disappearing in a flash of white light, his numerous allies unable to protect him. Zhang Yi's lips curled into a victorious smile. Wang Yao's guess was spot on. Zhang Yi had indeed done it on purpose. In the undead city, Zhang Yi didn't want to go all out, fearing the consequences of a red name. So, he cleverly used the excuse of protecting Han Yuru to give Wang Zetianxia an easy chance to kill him. As a reborn individual from 8 years in the future, Zhang Yi knew that when the boss invasion event started, the system would activate protection in all safe zones, meaning players wouldn't get a red name for killing others. Now, Zhang Yi was finally showcasing his full, unrestrained power. Under Zhang Yi's relentless onslaught, the death toll among Wang Zetianxia's players skyrocketed. White lights flashed continuously, and the spectators watching from afar were thrilled. "Inua Ching Chung is a beast," one player couldn't help but shout. Another player excitedly said, "This is a real 1v1000. I wish I could stream this. Does the game support cross-server streaming now?" Before long, a large number of players poured out from the safe zone, and members of the Storm family joined the fray. Storm Angel commanded, "Brothers, kill them all. This is the system protection phase. Don't be afraid. Take down Wang Zetianxia and send them back to level 0. With this command, the Storm family players immediately engaged Wang Zetianxia's forces in fierce combat. The addition of the Storm family was a huge boost for Zhang Yi. The top players from 886 districts leaderboard teamed up to launch a powerful counterattack against Wang Zetianxia's 1,000-strong team. The battlefield descended into chaos, with screams and flashes of white light everywhere. Swords clashed and spells flew in all directions. Because the system protection greatly reduced the death penalty, players from both sides fought relentlessly, dying and respawning to continue the battle, creating what seemed like an endless war. The sheer intensity of the scene left the onlookers stunned and speechless. Spectators A, B, and C stood at the edge of the battlefield, eagerly discussing the imminent clash. "Who do you think will win this battle?" A asked, his eyes fixed on the two massive armies. B replied confidently, "I'll bet a pack of spicy snacks on Wang Zetianxia. They have the numbers, over 1,000 players. Storm Clan and Inua Ching Chung together don't even have half of that." C, however, seemed uninterested, waving his hand dismissively. "Who cares who wins or loses? It doesn't affect us. No loot drops from this. I'm off to grind and level up." With that, C turned and left the bustling battlefield. The battle erupted with an intensity that exceeded everyone's expectations. Half an hour later, the situation on the battlefield had drastically changed. Players from Wang Zetianxia and Storm Clan fought fiercely, with average levels dropping from 20 to 18. At the core of Inua Ching Chung, the 23-level Beastmaster Zhang Yi stood firm, his staff waving continuously as he had already slain over 400 members of Wang Zetianxia. Zhang Yi's right hand ached from the prolonged casting, but he switched to his left without hesitation, continuing to unleash deadly spells. Another half-hour passed, and the fighting grew even more intense. Wang Zhigui Lai, a member of Wang Zhetianxia, had been reduced to level 16 and couldn't help but complain. Are we still fighting? It's already dark. Don't you guys eat dinner? Before he could finish, Storm Dragon King from Storm Clan, who had dropped from level 20 to 17, cut him down with a single sword strike, turning him into a flash of white light. Standing over Wang Zhigui Lai's body, Storm Dragon King spat and cursed. Eat your dinner, trash. Hatue. 2 hours in, the average level of players from both sides had plummeted to 12. The chat channel in Region 886 was in an uproar. Yamit Otoko, a 19th level knight, exclaimed, "Oh my god! Have Wang Zhetianxia and Storm Clan gone mad? Do they really need to fight this hard? Crazy Flea Man, a 20th level archer sighed, it took me ages to level up after getting the region's first boss kill reward. Look at them, dropping over 10 levels each. Some are even down to single digits. What a waste." Little Bridge Flowing Water, an 18th level mage, keenly observed, have you noticed? Players from Wang Zhetianxia and Storm Clan have each died dozens of times, but he knew Qing Cheng's guy hasn't died once. Supreme Star Glory, a 19th level Beastmaster, agreed. Exactly, his damage output is insane. Anyone from Wang Zhetianxia who gets close to him is dead. He knew Qing Cheng's kill count is easily in the thousands. Miss Neo, an 18th level priest, couldn't help but marvel. Good heavens, without the system's protection, the consequences would be unimaginable. Crazy Flea Man retorted. Would they even dare to fight like this without the system's protection? As the clock ticked to 9:30 p.m., with half an hour left before the system protection ended, Zhang Yi had pushed Wang Zhetianxia back to their revival spring. The freshly revived Wang Zhetianxia players had already fallen to level 1. Zhang Yi stood guard at the spring, casually waving his staff to launch a fireball. Boom! The newly revived Wang Zhetianxia player turned into white light once again, dissipating into the air. A group of players from the Guild Kings of the Realm had gathered around the Resurrection Spring, their levels all having dropped to around level 10. Their high-level gear had been automatically unequipped, and their attributes significantly reduced, making them no match for Jiang Yi. They could only watch helplessly as their leader, King's Glory, was repeatedly killed by Zhang Yi and resurrected by the spring. "Inua Qing Cheng, if you kill me again, I'll find a way to get back at you," King's Glory shouted, only to be struck down by Zhang Yi's spell once more. 3 seconds later, wearing only a pair of shorts, King's Glory emerged from the Resurrection Spring with a contorted face. He was about to speak when Zhang Yi killed him again. After several more resurrections, his curses changed from Inu Qing Cheng to brother, father, and grandfather, causing the surrounding Kings of the Realm players to turn away, unable to bear the sight. At that moment, a system announcement rang out. "Ding attention players, the system protection effect has expired. Safe zones are now back to normal." Zhang Yi's fireball struck the newly resurrected King's Glory, but the damage was completely negated. Regaining his confidence, King's Glory strutted out of the Resurrection Spring, taunting Zhang Yi. "Come on, kill me again. I dare you to do it one more time." Zhang Yi lowered his staff with a cold expression and said, "If you have the guts, stay in the safe zone forever. Otherwise, I'll kill you every time I see you." After a pause, he added, "You probably only have the one resurrection left from the system reward, right?" King's Glory was rendered speechless. Zhang Yi's gaze swept over the surrounding Kings of the Realm players, who had each been killed by him at least 10 times. They all backed away, faces filled with fear. "Remember what I said? The game has just begun." With that, Zhang Yi turned and left. King's Glory, now reduced to level 1, glared at Zhang Yi's retreating figure and gritted his teeth. "One day, I'll make you pay 100-fold. Inua Qing Cheng, as long as I'm alive, this isn't over." The level 12 assassin, King Supreme, quickly tried to calm him down. "Captain, maybe we should stop provoking Inua Qing Cheng. He's terrifying." "Terrify your ass." King's Glory kicked King Supreme and roared. "He killed me down to level 1. How can I just let this go? Give me your pants." "But my pants are new, level 10. You can't wear them," King Supreme replied awkwardly. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi, feeling great after the 3-hour-long battle, entered a street-side restaurant, his stomach growling. The bowl of beef noodles he'd eaten before the fight had long been digested. He ordered a lamb hot pot and a bottle of wine. At his level 23, the meal cost him 1.8 gold coins. For Zhang Yi, who had just received a boss first kill reward of 100 gold, a server-wide reward of 3 gold, plus over 120 gold from the Skeleton King, making his total wealth 227 gold, the nearly 2 gold dinner was a trivial expense. As soon as he sat down, his presence in the restaurant immediately sparked a buzz among the other dining players. Player A's exclamation shattered the silence in the gaming area. "Look, isn't that Inua Qingqing?" He pointed excitedly at the distance. He swept through the entire King's Realm tonight and even knocked the captain, Wang Rongyao, back to level 1. Player B chimed in, eyes gleaming with admiration. Absolutely. He's unbeatable. This is what a true pro looks like. He's the pride of our 886 server. Player C frowned and added more detailed information. But both Storm Family and King's Realm suffered heavy losses tonight. Even Storm Angel dropped to level 15, and he was second on the leaderboard. The average level of both teams has fallen to around 12 or 13. It's terrifying. Player D, however, wore a smug smile. Isn't this a good thing? Now King's Realm can't bully others as they used to. Let's see how they handle it now. The chatter of nearby players rose and fell, but it didn't affect Zhang Yi, who was enjoying his hot pot. While savoring the delicious lamb, he took a moment to check his earnings for the night. Opening his backpack, he was greeted by a plethora of loot, all dropped by the Skeleton King, along with system rewards. Each item was incredibly valuable, and Zhang Yi couldn't help but take stock of his haul. 3 2-star chests, 1 3-star chest, and 1 5-star chest. 3 skill books for pieces of equipment. There were so many enhancement stones that Zhang Yi didn't even bother counting them. Most exciting of all, he had obtained 5 1-star energy crystals. Combined with the 3 he had previously collected, he now had 8 1-star energy crystals, just too short of what he needed for his quest. Zhang Yi decided to set the chests aside for now, as he only had 2-star keys. He hadn't expected to obtain 3-star and 5-star chests so quickly. His attention turned to the 4 pieces of equipment dropped by the Skeleton King, and he was thrilled to see that all of them were 3-star legendary items. Level 22, 3-star archer weapon, Golden Bow of the Dead. Level 20, 3-star warrior knight armor, Skeleton King's battle armor. Level 22, 3-star mage boots, boots of the Reaper. Level 21, 3-star assassin ring, Skeleton King's battle ring. Each piece was an absolute top-tier item for the current stage of the game. Any one of these, when enhanced to level 25, could instantly elevate an ordinary player to the ranks of the elite. However, out of these 4 pieces, Zhang Yi could only use one: the Boots of the Reaper. Boots of the Reaper. Quality, 3 stars. Level 22. Physical defense, 60. Magic defense, 55. Additional attribute, agility 12. Additional attribute, agility 10. Class, Mage Beastmaster. Description: these boots, imbued with the powerful consciousness of the Death God, Golden Skeleton King, grant the wearer the protection of the Reaper. Unified. With double agility bonuses, these boots were the epitome of excellence. Speed has always been a weakness for mages, and the 35 points of agility from the flowing light staff had already given Zhang Yi significant maneuverability. It was thanks to these 35 agility points that he could move freely among so many players in King's Realm tonight. The Boots of the Reaper, with their double agility bonuses, would provide nearly 100 points of agility once identified and enhanced. Zhang Yi couldn't help but look forward to the boost these boots would bring to his capabilities. Zhang Yi glanced at the level 4, 1-star Devourer boots on his feet, and couldn't help but exclaim, these boots came at just the right time. He carefully examined the boots, which emitted a faint green glow, feeling a surge of joy. However, since they were in an unidentified state, he couldn't enhance or use them yet. So he cautiously placed the death boots along with 3 other pieces of equipment into his backpack. As for the 3 other pieces of equipment, Zhang Yi planned to auction them off. He calculated that at this stage, a 3-star item could easily fetch over 200 gold coins, especially weapons and rings, which were highly valuable. Next, Zhang Yi's attention turned to the 3 skill books. His eyes lit up. 12 of them were blue skill books, and even more exciting, one was purple. Eagerly, Zhang Yi picked up the purple skill book and examined its attributes. Necromancer's Storm. Quality, purple. Description: chant a spell, and after 1 second of casting, summon a 20 by 20 rectangular magic array at any location within a 50-meter radius around the user. The array will spawn countless undead, continuously assaulting all hostile targets within the array, dealing 30 magic damage every 0.5 seconds and causing a 30 slow effect for 3 seconds. Cost: 95, calculated based on your level 23. Cooldown: 120 seconds. Class: Mage. Beastmaster. Single hit damage reduced to 25 for Beastmasters. Skill slot cost 4. Wow, a purple AoE skill! Zhang Yi exclaimed in delight. No wonder it's from the Golden Skeleton King. First drops are always amazing. In the world of Apocalypse, AoE skills were already rare, let alone a purple quality Necromancer's Storm. For players at this stage, it was practically a divine skill. Although Zhang Yi was eager to learn it, he quickly calmed down to weigh the pros and cons. The purple skill required a whopping 4 skill slots, and Zhang Yi currently only had 1 slot available. Fireball, Chain Lightning, and Blink were all extremely useful in the early stages. Replacing them with Necromancer's Storm which had a cooldown of 2 minutes, didn't seem worth it. I'll wait until I level up to 30 and unlock enough skill slots, Zhang Yi decided, carefully placing Necromancer's Storm into his backpack. Then he looked at the 2 blue skill books. Although he couldn't use them, they were still quite valuable. One was a Knight's skill, Necromancer's Thrust, and the other was a Priest's skill, Necromancer's Heal. Interestingly, all 3 skill books dropped by the Skeleton King were Necromancer-related. Zhang Yi was thrilled. At this stage, even green skill books were rare and blue quality ones were priceless. In Apocalypse, necromancy skills focused on damage, making them highly sought after by players aiming for high DPS. These 2 skill books could easily sell for over 100 gold coins each. What excited Zhang Yi even more was that every player in Zone 886 had just received a system reward of 3 gold coins for completing the boss invasion event. People had money to spend. Besides the skill books, the Skeleton King had also dropped over 100 level 2 enhancement stones and several valuable high-quality magic scrolls. Attack buff scroll high quality. Increases attack power by 20 for 30 minutes. Effects do not stack. Defense buff scroll high quality. Increases defense by 20 for 30 minutes. Speed buff scroll high quality. Increases attack speed and movement speed by 20 for 30 minutes. Health buff scroll high quality. Increases max health by 20 for 30 minutes. There were 2 of each type, totaling 8 high-quality scrolls. Zhang Yi estimated that each of these high-quality buff scrolls would sell for at least 5 gold coins in the shop, and even then, they might not always be available. The value of these scrolls was immense. Using such rare scrolls for daily grinding would be a waste, Zhang Yi thought to himself. They'll definitely come in handy later. So, he carefully stored the scrolls in his backpack. Finally, Zhang Yi used 3 spare 2-star keys from his bag to open the 3 2-star chests dropped by the Skeleton King and rewarded by the system. From them, he got 3 pieces of 2-star equipment. Although the market value of 2-star equipment had dropped significantly, level 22-star gear could still fetch 5 to 6 gold coins each. Combined, the 3 pieces would bring in at least a dozen gold coins, which was a decent income. The highest hopes now rest on that 3-star treasure chest and the rare 5-star chest from the first kill achievement. Zhang Yi's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he envisioned the gear he was about to acquire. The 3-star chest might contain a top-tier item, and the mysterious 5-star chest was filled with endless possibilities. If I can get a 5-star item, my strength will really skyrocket, Zhang Yi thought to himself, not forgetting the practical preparations. When I go to appraise the Death God's boots, I should also buy a 5-star key. This first kill of the Skeleton King had undoubtedly boosted Zhang Yi's overall strength to a new level. At this moment, he was unmatched in the entire 886 district. Even the entire King's Glory Guild couldn't shake his position. Zhang Yi began planning his next steps, completing several key missions to finish his novice journey in this life. Hidden quests to obtain rare materials, the hidden dungeon Dragon Emperor's Tomb, and the upcoming regional dungeon Energy City were all on his list of must-completes within a week. If conditions allowed, he also planned to forge an undead set in the City of the Undead. Once I reach level 30, I can head to the main city, Zhang Yi calculated silently. After tallying all the gains from this boss invasion, Zhang Yi continued to enjoy his meal. Just then, he overheard whispers and frequent glances from a nearby table full of young girls. I really envy that girl who was protected by Inuwa Qingqing in the City of the Undead, one girl murmured. Yeah, she must be very important to Inuwa Qingqing. He wouldn't risk his life to protect her otherwise, another girl chimed in. Qingqing seems quite young. Doesn't look like he has a wife yet. Probably his girlfriend. Oh, if only I had such a powerful and clean-cut boyfriend. But if she's just his girlfriend, does that mean we still have a chance? One girl's eyes lit up with hope. Come on, his girlfriend is so pretty. Where do we get the confidence to compete with her? Another girl poured cold water on the idea. The girls sighed in unison, sigh. Their conversation inadvertently reminded Zhang Yi of something important. Hanyuro, Zhang Yi muttered. I haven't checked on her since I was killed and returned from the City of the Undead this afternoon. He quickly opened his friends list and saw that the only friend, Yuru, had a red 1 notification indicating an unread message. Zhang Yi clicked on the message, and 4 simple but heartfelt words greeted him. I want to see you. Zhang Yi glanced at his phone screen and was surprised to see a message from Han Yuru sent at 7 p.m., right when he was defeating the Skeleton King boss and slaughtering the players of King's Realm. No wonder he hadn't noticed it at the time. It was already past 10 p.m. now. Zhang Yi didn't want to respond, but after a moment's hesitation, he replied, Where are you? Almost instantly, his phone dinged, as if Han Yuru had been waiting by the screen. I'm at the Hope Inn, room 302. Zhang Yi was taken aback, thinking she had even booked a room. After finishing his meal, he left the restaurant and headed to the Hope Inn in town. As soon as he knocked on the door of room 302, it opened. A familiar figure rushed out, carrying the scent of a young girl, and threw herself into Zhang Yi's arms. Han Yuru hugged him tightly, sobbing. Zhang Yi, please don't leave me again. Zhang Yi's heart trembled, but he still pushed her away coldly. Don't do this. Han Yuru looked at him with tear-filled eyes. I have nothing left. I've lost everything. Zhang Yi glanced around the empty room and asked, where are Haozi and your brother? Han Yuru just cried, not answering. Zhang Yi then realized that when Lu Xing killed them in the afternoon, Guan Hao and Han Feng had already used up their chances to revive. He had thought they could still come back, not knowing they had entered the encirclement of King's realm to support him without any chance of revival. Realizing this, Zhang Yi's eyes welled up, and his heart was filled with mixed emotions. Lu Xing was obviously dead too, and out of the 3 sworn brothers from Taoyuan, he was the only one left. Zhang Yi felt deep regret, thinking he was responsible for Guan Hao and Han Feng's deaths. But in reality, even without today's events, this would have happened sooner or later according to the history of his previous life. The root cause was Lu Xing's betrayal. Zhang Yi had merely accelerated the inevitable. Zhang Yi, you're all I have left. Han Yuru once again threw herself into Zhang Yi's arms, and this time he didn't push her away. After Han Yuru had cried enough and released him, she looked at him with red eyes and asked, why did you leave me 3 years ago? Was it because of my dad? Zhang Yi was stunned, and Han Yuru continued, it must have been my dad who came to see you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been so heartless to abandon me. Indeed, Zhang Yi had left without a word 3 years ago because Han Yuru's father, chairman of the well-known Han Corporation, had secretly approached him, offering him 1,000,000 yuan to leave Han Yuru. In Han's father's eyes, the orphan Jiang Yi, who had no background, was unworthy of his daughter. When Jiang Yi first fell in love with Han Yuru, he didn't know her family was so wealthy. By the time he found out, he was already deeply in love with her. In the end, Zhang Yi agreed to Han's father's demand and left Han Yuru and Guan Hao quietly. However, he didn't take the 1,000,000 yuan, though he often regretted it later. Zhang Yi sighed, it's all in the past. But I still love you, Han Yuru said passionately. You're the only person I've ever loved, Zhang Yi. I can't forget you, and you still love me too, don't you? She looked up into Zhang Yi's eyes, tears streaming down again. Zhang Yi, please don't leave me again. Zhang Yi's heart wavered. After all, Han Yuru was his first love. But he restrained himself and said softly, you're tired. Let me help you back to rest. After speaking, Zhang Yi carefully helped Han Yuru to the bedside. She looked so fragile, as if a gentle breeze could blow her away. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he felt a light grasp on his arm. Before he could react, Han Yara's soft lips pressed against his, and her arms wrapped tightly around him. With a swift turn, she pushed Zhang Yi onto the bed. Zhang Yi momentarily lost control, instinctively running his fingers through Han Yuru's silky hair. He rolled over, pinning her beneath him, feeling the warmth of her body. Their breathing grew rapid, and their clothes rustled as they slipped off the edge of the bed. The morning sunlight filtered through the curtains, waking Zhang Yi from his sleep. He opened his eyes to find the space beside him empty. His arm, draped over the other pillow, felt numb, and a faint, sweet scent lingered in the air. Han Yuru was gone. Zhang Yi sat up abruptly and threw back the covers. The stark red stain on the white sheets made everything clear in an instant. Han Yuru had been a virgin. This meant that for the past 3 years, she had never had another boyfriend. Zhang Yi recalled what Guan Hao and Lu Xing had said. Han Yuru only had eyes and heart for him. Despite her favorable conditions and numerous suitors, she had rejected them all. In her world, there was no room for anyone but Zhang Yi. Looking at the empty space beside him, Zhang Yi felt a wave of loss. He hurriedly opened his friend's list, about to ask where Han Yuru had gone, only to see a message from her. Sorry, Jiang Yi. I promised not to bother you again, but I couldn't help it yesterday. Thank you for spending one last night with me. I'm satisfied now. I won't bother you or burden you anymore. Goodbye forever. Zhang Yi quickly typed a reply. Where are you? However, the system prompt immediately popped up. Ding, the user is not your friend. Unable to send private messages. Han Yuru had deleted him. Zhang Yi sat on the bed, stunned and at a loss. Zhang Yi removed Han Yuru from his friends list, only to search for her ID and read her immediately. However, the system chimed repeatedly. Ding, your friend request has been declined. After several failed attempts, Zhang Yi grew anxious and posted a message in the regional chat. Han Yuru, you have 1 minute to come back to me. Having just spent the previous night with Han Yuru, Zhang Yi felt a mix of responsibility and confusion. Yet his call did not bring Han Yuru out. Instead, it sparked a flurry of discussion among other players in Zone 886. Players like Xiao Wenwen, Poor Sweetie, Gentle, and Little Tangled Sister started chatting in the channel, discussing the relationship between Han Yuru and Inua Qingqing. Some admired Han Yara's luck, some praised her beauty, and others reminisced about the scenes they witnessed in the city of the undead the previous day. Seeing no response from Han Yuru, Zhang Yi searched around Hopetown, but found nothing. He realized that if Han Yuru was deliberately avoiding him, finding her would be challenging. Nevertheless, Zhang Yi did not give up. He posted a bounty in the regional chat every 10 minutes, offering 100 gold coins to anyone who could locate Han Yuru. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi did not neglect his daily tasks. In this survival-off Thefitist world, he needed to continuously strengthen himself to prepare for the impending cross-regional war known as the Energy Battle. Zhang Yi visited the appraisal center, spending 5 gold coins to appraise the death boots. A flash of golden light indicated success on the first try, though without triggering a high-level appraisal, leaving Zhang Yi slightly disappointed. The appraisal increased the death boots' base defense from 60 to 70 points. Next, Zhang Yi took out 25 level 3 enhancement stones to strengthen the death boots. With a series of dings, the enhancement was successfully completed. The system notified, "Congratulations. Your equipment death boots has reached enhancement level 25, unlocking the exclusive talent, Godspeed." Unexpectedly, the newly unlocked exclusive talent was an active skill Godspeed. When used, it increased movement speed by 50 for 10 seconds, with a cooldown time of 10 minutes. Unlocking max-level enhancements usually grants passive abilities, while the chance of activating an active skill is extremely rare. However, once an active skill is unlocked, the value of the equipment skyrockets tenfold. Zhang Yi couldn't wait to swap his centipede boots for the Reaper's boots. When he opened his status panel, the numbers made him gasp. His defense had soared, with physical defense at 373 and magic defense at 342. In the entire safe zone, this level of defense was unbeatable unless opponents wielded 3-star weapons, which would be the only way to break through. Additionally, his agility had skyrocketed to 132 points, making it possible to trigger a critical hit almost every 2 strikes. He was practically a walking fortress. Of course, Zhang Yi knew that these stats were still insufficient to face the guardian of the hidden dungeon Dragon King's tomb, the Dragon Blood Swordsman. He reminded himself to keep striving for greater strength. Next, Zhang Yi spent 18 gold coins to appraise the 3 other items dropped by the Skeleton King: the Golden Bow of the Dead, the Skeleton King's armor, and the Skeleton King's war ring. Although he didn't trigger a high-level appraisal, the base attributes of these 3-star items were significantly enhanced. Looking at the mountain of equipment and items piling up in his inventory, Zhang Yi decided against wasting time setting up a stall. Instead, he headed straight to the town's auction house. He placed all the items he wanted to sell in the auction house, letting the system handle the transactions. Though this method was convenient, the system charged a 5 fee on each successful sale. After careful consideration, Zhang Yi listed the Golden Bow of the Dead, the Skeleton King's armor, and the Skeleton King's war ring at a starting bid of 50 gold coins each, using the auction mode. In this mode, players bid against each other, with the highest bidder winning, but the system's commission increased to 10. He also listed the skill book Necrotic Thrust at a starting bid of 50 gold coins. As for the priest skill book Necrotic Healing, Zhang Yi hesitated for a long time and ultimately decided to keep it in his inventory. With these tasks completed, Zhang Yi hurried to the shop. He was shocked to find that the price of a 5-star key was 50 gold coins, while a 3-star key was 5 gold coins. The shopkeeper eyed Zhang Yi greedily and coaxed, "Young man, you have to spend money to make money." Although Zhang Yi knew that high-star chess keys could also be obtained by defeating elite bosses, he couldn't wait. He glanced at his 210 gold coins in his inventory and reluctantly took out 55 gold coins to purchase a 5-star key and a 3-star key. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yi first opened the 5-star chest. "Ding, congratulations! You've obtained the orange skill book Sword Shadow Storm 1. Immediately, another system notification sounded. "Ding, congratulations on becoming the first player in the 8th district to obtain an orange skill book. The system will announce this to the entire district. Please choose to reveal or hide your ID." The public announcement of the district, whether it's for a small neighborhood or the entire server, is crucial. Suddenly, the system of the 8th district issued an all-district announcement, and a crisp notification sound echoed in every player's ear. "Ding, congratulations to player for acquiring the orange skill book Sword Shadow Storm, achieving the strongest skill milestone, and earning rewards: 1200 reputation for the human race, and 10 gold coins." Zhang Yi's heart raced as he eagerly opened his inventory. There it was, an orange skill book quietly lying there, Sword Shadow Storm. He carefully examined the skill description. Quality: orange. Description: briefly charge the blade, then release a sword formation within a 35-meter radius around the user, splitting into hundreds of sword shadows. Deals 20 physical damage every 0.33 seconds, lasting for 3 seconds. Enemies cannot leave the formation once it's formed. During this time, the user gains an invincible state, reducing damage taken by 80, but cannot perform other actions. Cost: 122. Cooldown: 110 seconds. Class, Warrior. Skill slot consumption, 5. Zhang Yi was overwhelmed with excitement. In his previous life, it had taken him 3 months to get his first orange skill, yet now, just 4 days into the game's launch, he had won already. The system announcement caused an uproar in the regional chat interface. Xiaoyao Zizai from District 452 male, level 20 archer. Oh my god, I don't even have a green skill, and someone got an orange skill book. Who's so awesome? Moshi from District 498 male, level 19 assassin. I bet it's the guy from District 886 who got the first kill on the Skeleton King boss. The system must have rewarded him with a 5-star chest. And he probably got it from there. Aoshi Chuanxiong from District 885 male, level 22 archer started spamming the chat. To the brother who got the orange skill book, please PM me. Price is not an issue, starting at 1,000 gold coins. Players from other districts expressed their amazement. Tinyo from District 800 female, level 20 priest. Wow, that dude from District 885 is loaded. 1,000 gold coins. If I had the skill book, I'd definitely sell it to you. Dideo Ro from District 12 male, level 20 knight. Looks like another top-tier team leader. Respect. Even though 1,000 gold coins could easily buy a full set of top-tier equipment and several blue and purple skills at this stage, Zhang Yi was unmoved. Even if the offer was 10,000 gold coins, he wouldn't sell it. Although he couldn't use this warrior skill as a beastmaster, Zhang Yi remembered that the top-tier beast rewarded for clearing the Dragon King's tomb was a warrior type. He planned to save this area effect skill for his future beast partner. The ID Aoshi Chuanxiong brought back memories from his previous life. He was the leader of the strongest team in District 885, the one who cleared the hidden dungeon Dragon King's tomb in both Districts 885 and 886, and the biggest rival in the upcoming energy struggle in District 886. This only strengthened Jiang Yi's resolve to keep the skill book. Comparing Sword Shadow Storm to Undead Storm, Zhang Yi noticed that although both were area effect skills, the difference in quality made a huge difference in their power. Sword Shadow Storm not only immobilized enemies, but also had a much higher damage coefficient than Undead Storm. The power of the 5-star chest was indeed well-deserved. Finally, Zhang Yi opened a remaining 3-star chest. This time, luck was average, yielding only 50 gold coins. Despite this, his excitement was still palpable, thrilled by the unexpected surprise. After spending 5 gold coins on the key, Zhang Yi still made a profit of 45 gold coins, which was quite a decent gain. He calculated that earning this amount through tasks and monster hunting would have taken him an entire week. Having dealt with these trivial matters, Zhang Yi didn't linger in the safe zone to take on more tasks. His eyes were already set on the distant necropolis. At this moment, he had a more important mission to conquer the necropolis, obtain the rare undead set, and complete a hidden quest. In his view, other tasks were just a waste of his precious time. On his way to the necropolis, Zhang Yi habitually opened the chat interface. A quick glance showed no private messages. Undeterred, he posted another message in the regional channel, looking for Han Yuru. He then opened his friends list and tried to add Han Yuru again. However, this time, his request was flatly ignored. Zhang Yi sighed lightly, realizing he could only wait for Han Yuru to calm down and reach out to him. As he focused on his journey, an unexpected scene unfolded. In a level 15 wild zone, Zhang Yi stumbled upon a group of players from the King's Glory Guild, who were grinding biomonsters for experience. Since last night, after Zhang Yi and the Storm Guild had pushed their average level to 11 or 12, the Storm Guild players had been grinding non-stop. Now, they had barely managed to bring their average level back up to around 14. Seeing the dozen or so King's Glory players grinding monsters, Zhang Yi couldn't help but smirk mischievously. He slowly raised his radiant staff and approached them. In no time, a series of agonized screams pierced the sky. Ding, you have killed player King's Piggy, sin value 100. Ding, you have killed player King's Awesome, sin value 100. In just a few seconds, a dozen white flashes lit up the map. The King's Glory grinding party was wiped out, leaving behind a pile of loot. Zhang Yi didn't even bother to look at it. What good items could players of level 13 or 14 possibly drop? With a glaring purple ID above his head, Zhang Yi nonchalantly put away his staff and walked away. This scene left the nearby solo players utterly shocked. Has Inuwa Chincheng gone on a killing spree since last night? A random player exclaimed. King's Glory brought this upon themselves, another player sneered. They've been bullying casual players everywhere. Now they're getting their comeuppance. The map of the Undead City follows a progressive rule. Players must start from the first floor and complete each floor's challenges to move on to the next. Zhang Yi glanced at his challenge progress. The number of skeleton warriors, skeleton archers, undead mages, and undead assassins he had killed was nearing 800, almost complete. The results of an entire day of grinding were evident. Considering that the task of exorcising the undead could only be received once a day, Zhang Yi decided not to waste this precious opportunity on a low difficulty. He directly chose a level 5 difficulty task with a coefficient of 500. Head to the second floor of the undead city within the day and hunt 400 skeleton shield guards and 400 undead paladins, both above level 24. After accepting the task, Zhang Yi, with his purple ID, stepped into the undead city under the watchful eyes of many players. According to the Iron Law of Apocalypse, a purple-named player will drop all their equipment upon death. Players in Zone 886 all knew that the top-ranked player, Inua Ching, had equipment worth a fortune. While some uninformed players drooled at the sight, most dared not act rashly. A few players, driven by greed, tried to take Zhang Yi down to loot his gear. Without exception, they only ended up increasing Zhang Yi's infamy. Zhang Yi's current attributes made him nearly invincible. Even archers and assassins with armor-piercing attacks could barely scratch him. The effect of basic armor-piercing skills was limited, and against Zhang Yi's defense of over 370 points, their attacks were like scratching an itch through a boot. Entering the first floor of the undead city, Zhang Yi encountered a group of level 14 or 15 players from the King's World Guild, who were teaming up to farm level 15 or 16 skeletons and undead. Without a word, Zhang Yi sent them back to Hope Town. What the heck just happened? At the Resurrection Spring in Hope Town, the newly revived King's World players were bewildered. It wasn't until they checked the battle logs that they realized. Inua Ching, returning to the level 3 area of the first floor of the undead city. Despite the level increase, those players still struggled to farm high-level skeletons and undead due to their inadequate gear. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi, wielding his radiant staff, began his solo farming show. Boom! A fireball spell accurately hit a level 20 skeleton archer, dealing 963 points of damage and killing it instantly. Due to the level difference, the experience points and money Zhang Yi earned were significantly reduced, but he didn't mind, treating it as a way to increase his infamy. Finding solo farming inefficient, Zhang Yi decisively activated the multi-attack ability of his radiant staff and unleashed an astonishing massacre in the level 3 area. Boom, 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 boom. The surrounding players, who were struggling to deal with just 2 monsters, watched in shock. Oh my god, how can there be such a huge gap between peoples? Inua Ching must be the favored child of Tianyan Group. Stay away from him. Don't get accidentally killed. With Zhang Yi's explosive output, he completed the 4 kill challenges of the first floor in just 1 hour. When the kill progress reached 1000, the system prompt arrived as expected. Ding, congratulations on completing the first floor challenge of the undead city. The second floor teleportation array is now open. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi stepped into the light curtain that appeared before him, instantly arriving on the second floor of the undead city. Glancing around, the layout was identical to the first floor, but the monsters had changed to skeleton shield guards wielding large shields and swords, and undead paladins riding undead warhorses and holding skeleton longbows. Compared to Zhang Yi's attributes, the level 25 shield guards and paladins were not too strong. However, each had a troublesome talent. Skeleton shield guard physical common monster. Level 25. Talent. Reflect damage reflects 10 of the damage taken back to the attacker. Physical attack. 390. Physical defense. 280. Magic defense. 240. Health. 3,250. Skills. Shield bash slash. Description. Similar to human knights, these skeleton shield guards have strong defensive capabilities. If you don't have high enough attack power, it's best not to challenge them. Undead paladin physical common monster. Level 25. Talent. Undead shot arrows imbued with undead power. Each attack deals an additional 10 of the target's max health as damage. Physical attack. 485. Physical defense. 220. Magic defense. 185. Health. 1980. Skills. Rapid fire. Undead arrow. Description. Compared to skeleton shield guards, undead paladins have strong attack power, but lower health. The undead shot talent grants them powerful output capabilities. Level 25 monsters seemed quite challenging. Currently, Zhang Yi is the only player who has reached the second level of the city of the undead. He took a deep breath, gripped his shimmering staff tightly, and locked his gaze on the enemies ahead. Let's do this, Zhang Yi muttered, launching a multi-attack. In an instant, his basic attack split into 2 dazzling orbs, shooting forward like meteors towards the 2 skeletal shield guards. Boom! With a deafening explosion, 2 golden critical damage numbers appeared above the skeletal shield guards' heads. Zhang Yi felt a surge of pride. 132 points of agility gave him a critical hit rate that even a level 20 full agility assassin would envy. And he was just a mage. Thanks to his first transition to Beastmaster with a 6-star agility growth, combined with a 5-star boost from his dragon lineage, Zhang Yi had an 11-star agility growth. Though 1 star lower than an assassin, it was enough to make him a terrifying blend of a powerful assassin and a mage. However, his victory was short-lived. Zhang Yi felt a sharp pain as the 2 skeletal shield guards' Thorn's ability activated, causing 245-point damage numbers to appear above his head. Fortunately, his magician's pants provided a damage reduction talent, mitigating 25 points of damage each time, or the situation would have been worse. Taking advantage of the skeletal shield guard's slow approach, Zhang Yi unleashed a barrage of rapid attacks, courtesy of his 132 agility. Like a machine gun, he fired continuously, landing a critical hit every 2 attacks. The explosive damage took down the skeletal shield guards before they could get close. Despite easily defeating the enemies, the Thorn's ability had cost Zhang Yi over 400 health points. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain, not healing immediately, but instead targeting his next enemies. A chain lightning spell streaked through the air, drawing in 2 undead paladins and a skeletal shield guard. Zhang Yi wasted no time, casting multi-attack in combination with fireball spells, dealing a series of explosive damage to his foes. A piercing wail echoed as one of the undead paladins fell dead on the spot. The other 2, though badly wounded, launched a desperate counterattack. An arrow of the undead shot through the air, hitting Zhang Yi and reducing his health by nearly 300 points. The pain made Zhang Yi wince, but he did not retreat. Instead, he continued his onslaught, quickly finishing off the remaining enemies. With the battle over, Zhang Yi's health was critically low. He quickly retrieved a level 5 health potion from his bag and drank it, instantly recovering 1,000 health points. These skeletal shield guards and undead paladins aren't too dangerous, Zhang Yi thought. Their talents are the real issue. Each fight with 3 monsters nearly required a level 5 health potion to recover. At 40 copper coins per bottle, Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh. The money I earn is mostly spent on potions. He couldn't help but wish he had a healer by his side. But after glancing at his ample supply of potions, Zhang Yi regained his confidence, had enough to sustain him for a long while. So, he continued his monster-killing spree. The challenge to clear the 2nd level required killing 1,000 skeletal shield guards and 1,000 undead paladins. At his current pace, Zhang Yi estimated it would take him a day and a half to 2 days to complete. In the vast city of the undead, Zhang Yi was the only living being. The time spent grinding monsters felt especially long and monotonous. As he methodically slaughtered the endless waves of skeletal shield guards and undead paladins, he opened the chat interface, hoping to see a message about Han Yaru's whereabouts. There were no private messages, but Zhang Yi's attention was caught by a lively conversation in the regional chat channel. Gui Jin Luo Yi Nan, level 17 Beastmaster, excitedly exclaimed, 3 pieces of 3-star equipment have been put up for auction. Has everyone seen that? Xiaoqi Nan, level 19 Assassin, coldly responded, yeah, I saw it. So what? The starting bid is 50 gold coins. Can you even afford it? Wokeo Nan, level 20 Archer, chimed in, damn, I saw it too. There's even a top-tier archer weapon, the Golden Bow of the Dead. I really want it. Tian NV, level 18 Mage, curiously asked, who do you think put those 3-star items up for auction? Even 2-star equipment is rare these days. Someone actually got 3-star gear and didn't use it, but put it up for auction instead. Xiaoqi, seemingly well-informed, said, who else could it be? It's definitely Inua Ching Chung, the big shot. All 3 pieces are related to the undead, clearly dropped by the Skeleton King. Yesterday, Inua Ching Chung got the first kill on the Skeleton King and took all the loot. Those items must be his, including that Blue Knight skill book. Ian Jioding Nan, level 20 Assassin, suddenly appeared, asking for help. Seriously, lend me some money, guys. I want to buy the Skeleton King's ring. I promise to pay you back double when I make some money. Lu Meng Nan, level 20 Priest, threw a bucket of cold water on the idea. We might as well forget about it. I'm at the auction house right now, and the bids for those 3 items have already surpassed 100 gold coins. Even if you borrow money, you can't afford it. It's the Storm Clan and Kingdom of Kings people who are bidding. Seeing this lively discussion, Zhang Yi felt a surge of joy. It had only been a few hours since he put those 3 items up for auction, and the prices had already soared to over 100 gold coins. Who knows what the final bid would be when the auction ends in 24 hours. Zhang Yi could almost see the immense wealth coming his way. But now wasn't the time to get complacent. Zhang Yi decided to continue his challenges and quests in the city of the undead. Time flew by as he tirelessly slaughtered countless skeleton shield guards and undead paladins from morning until 2 p.m. When he opened his quest interface again, he was thrilled to see that the level 5 undead exorcism quest was completed. He had single-handedly taken down 400 skeleton shield guards and undead paladins. Such efficiency was astonishing. With his potion supply running low, Zhang Yi decided to head back to town. He went to the outskirts of the city of the undead and found the undead merchant, Alo, to submit his quest. The system notification sounded. Ding, congratulations on completing the level 5 Undead Exorcism quest. You've been awarded 180,000 experience points, 2 gold coins, 15 level 2 enhancement stones, 168 human reputation, 1 tier 1 energy crystal, and 1 piece of undead necklace equipment. Ding, congratulations on completing the weekly Elite Survival Advanced quest. You've been awarded 1 revival chance. The survival quest has been upgraded to extreme nightmare level. You can view the details in the quest interface. Zhang Yi looked at the generous rewards with satisfaction, fully prepared for the adventures that lay ahead. A nightmare-level survival quest suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Yi, demanding that he level up by at least 5 levels by the end of the week. The reward for completing the quest was a valuable resurrection opportunity, but for Zhang Yi, who was already at level 23, this task was no small feat. Standing on the streets of Hopetown, Zhang Yi recalled his solo adventure in the level 25 map earlier that morning. From dawn until now, even with the quest rewards, his experience bar had only reached 95. He couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. If this quest had appeared before he defeated the Skeleton King, the rich rewards from that battle would have made the task much easier. Nevertheless, Zhang Yi quickly pulled himself together. It was only Wednesday, and with 4 days left, he just needed to level up once a day to complete the quest. His ambition was even greater, aimed to reach level 30 by the end of the week. The most enticing part of the quest reward for Zhang Yi was a level 23, 2-star undead necklace. Eagerly, he took out 25 level 2 enhancement stones and began a round of divine enhancements. Ding, ding, ding. The system notification sounded. Enhancement successful. Congratulations. Your undead necklace has reached enhancement level 25, unlocking the exclusive talent Energy Attack. Energy Attack was a powerful passive talent, adding extra damage equal to 8 of his maximum energy with each attack. Even with Zhang Yi's current energy cap of 795 points, each attack would deal an additional 64 points of damage, surpassing even high-level critical hits. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Yi decided to replace his Eternal Chain with the Undead Necklace. Although the Eternal Chain's 20 skill damage boost was tempting, he valued the potential of the Undead Necklace more. Ding! The system prompted again. Congratulations, you have activated the 2-piece set bonus of the Undead Mage set, granting a 5 increase in casting speed. Equipping the Undead Necklace boosted Zhang Yi's energy cap to 900 points, meaning each energy attack would now deal an extra 72 points of damage. This was his second piece of the 2-star Undead Mage set obtained from the Undead City map, significantly better than the 1-star gear dropped by ordinary skeletons on the lower floors. After extensive grinding, Zhang Yi's sin value had reset to 0, restoring his white name status. Using a return scroll, he teleported back to Hopetown, grabbed a meal at the restaurant, and headed straight to the auction house. To his delight, the 3 pieces of 3-star gear dropped by the Skeleton King had already reached auction prices of 170 gold, 180 gold, and 250 gold. All other 2-star items had also sold out. After deducting the 5 transaction fee, Zhang Yi netted a profit of 25 gold coins. Even more surprisingly, the highest bidders for the 3 items were all from the King's Glory Guild. Despite suffering heavy losses in the boss battle, Kingdom of Heaven still held the upper hand with a massive 3,000 gold coin reward from the system. After some thought, Zhang Yi decided to shorten the auction time from 24 hours to 12 hours. This would not only speed up the transactions, but also reduce the system fees. He quickly adjusted the auction settings on the screen, eagerly anticipating the additional profits this trade would bring. Zhang Yi was well aware that no one could outbid him now. The Storm family had suffered significant losses, and the gold coins rewarded by the system should be used for the overall improvement of the team. Spending them on these 3 pieces of equipment would be tantamount to cutting off their future prospects. As for these 3-star items falling into the hands of the Kings of Glory, Zhang Yi wasn't worried about them making a comeback, as he had a plan in mind. As Zhang Yi adjusted the auction time, the Kings of Glory were struggling to level up with the help of teammates on a level 12 map. Suddenly, he received a system notification that startled him. Ding, the auction time for the equipment you bid on Golden Bow of the Dead, Skeleton King Armor, and Skeleton King Ring has been changed by the seller. The auction end time has been moved from tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. to tonight at 8 p.m. If no higher bids are placed by tonight at 8 p.m., the items will be automatically sent to your inventory, and the corresponding gold coins will be deducted from you. Damn, that scared the hell out of me. I thought someone had outbid me. The Kings of Glory exclaimed. The King Supreme asked in confusion, why would that guy change the auction time? The Kings of Glory replied dismissively, who cares? This is even better. I'll get the items sooner. The 15th level knight, the Return of the King, interjected, but I've heard that the seller of these items is Inuo Ching Chung, and they all drop from the Skeleton King. Who cares whose they are? Once I buy them, they're mine. Heroes don't ask about origins, and legendary gear doesn't need a backstory. The Kings of Glory declared boldly. Great words, Captain. The King Supreme applauded, then suddenly remembered something and said urgently, by the way, Captain, some of our guys said they've been attacked by Inua Ching Chung while out in the wild today. That Inua Ching Chung will kill any of us he encounters outside. He's getting more and more arrogant after taking the boss' first kill. Grinding his teeth, the Kings of Glory said, once I get that 3-star weapon, the Golden Bow of the Dead, I'll make him pay. Inua Ching Chung. I'll make you experience what it's like to be killed down to level 0. Before he could finish, the Return of the King couldn't help but correct him. Captain, the lowest level in this game is 1, not 0. Shut up. The Kings of Glory snapped, kicking the Return of the King in embarrassment. He then ordered, send someone to watch the auction house. Keep an eye on that Storm one piece of crap guy to prevent him from sniping at the last second. Besides him, I'm not afraid of anyone. No one can outbid me. This Golden Bow of the Dead is mine. After finishing lunch in the safe zone, Zhang Yi walked into a luxurious hotel and booked a 5-star suite. He comfortably lay down on the soft bed and closed his eyes to rest. At this moment, he no longer needed to be frugal with his gold coins. As the clock ticked closer to 8 p.m., the 3 pieces of 3-star equipment and the skill book Undead Thrust were about to be auctioned off. By then, he would become a major player with over 800 gold coins. After resting until around 4 p.m., Zhang Yi, feeling refreshed, returned to the city of the undead. He continued to grind challenges on the second floor while meticulously collecting divine bones and undead essence in preparation for his next phase of development. Meanwhile, the team led by Glory King endured a grueling afternoon. Finally, by a little past 7 p.m., they managed to level up to 14. Eagerly, Glory King led his group back to the safe zone, heading straight to the auction house. The auction house was bustling with activity, players coming and going in a steady stream. Glory King quickly approached the auction points for the Undead Golden Bow, Skeleton King's Armor, and Skeleton King's Battle Ring. The area was already crowded, with countless independent players eyeing these 3-star elite items with envy written all over their faces. A level 21 warrior uncle stared intensely at the level 23-star Skeleton King's Armor in the auction cabinet, muttering to himself, if I had that armor, my health would double at least. Nearby, a level 20 assassin was practically drooling over the level 21 3-star Skeleton King's Battle Ring in a transparent display case. It's so tempting. I really want that ring. If I equip it, I could one-shot Inua Ching Chung with a combo. Believe me? The crowd collectively let out a derisive chuckle at his words. At this moment, a tall, level 20 archer girl in a crop top coquettishly said, I really want that bow. Whoever buys it for me, I'll be their girlfriend. Okay. Seeing the surrounding players so eager for these items, Glory King, about to become the owner of these 3 pieces of equipment, cleared his throat proudly and strode to the counter. Envious gazes immediately turned towards him. That's Glory King, the highest bidder. He bid for all 3 items. No wonder he's the captain of King's Realm. So rich. Over 600 gold coins without batting an eye. Feeling smug, Glory King began scanning the crowd for Storm Angel. Not finding his rival, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, it seems Storm Angel doesn't have the financial means to compete with me. Just as Glory King was basking in his triumph, his attention was drawn to a figure in a black cloak, pacing back and forth near the counter with an odd demeanor. Supreme King whispered, Captain, that guy looks suspicious. Glory King glanced at the cloaked player, noting the ID above his head. Level 18 Beast Master Squirrel. Unfazed, he replied, don't worry, unless they're from the Storm family. No one can afford these 3 items. The clock had just struck 8, and King of Glory was gearing up to collect some equipment when a system notification suddenly chimed. Ding, the bid for the Reaper's Golden Bow has been surpassed by another player. Please return to the auction house to place a new bid. King of Glory was startled, his eyes scanning the auction house like lightning. He saw Beastmaster Jiang Yi rapidly operating at the auction counter, his fingers dancing across the screen. King of Glory's heart tightened, and he immediately dashed over to outbid him. However, halfway there, another notification rang out. Ding, the bidding time for the Reaper's Golden Bow has ended. Unfortunately, you did not win the item. It has been successfully purchased by player Jiang Yi for 251 gold coins. King of Glory watched helplessly as Jiang Yi walked out of the auction house with the Reaper's Golden Bow. Outside the auction house, Storm Angel was already waiting. As soon as Jiang Yi stepped out, he handed the bow to Storm Angel. Careless. King of Glory pounded his chest in frustration. That Jiang Yi is actually one of Storm's minions. Furious, King of Glory stormed to the auction house entrance and yelled at Storm Angel, Storm, you dirty cheat. Sniping at the last second. Storm Angel smirked coldly and replied calmly, the last second is still within the bidding time, isn't it? He then deliberately waved the Reaper's Golden Bow, This bow is mine now. It would be wasted in your hands. Only with me can it reach its full potential. King of Glory's face turned ashen with anger, but he was powerless. This was a safe zone. He couldn't attack Storm Angel. Fortunately, the Skeleton King's armor and Skeleton King's ring were still available. King of Glory successfully won these two items for 170 and 180 gold coins, respectively. Clearly, the Storm family's funds weren't as robust as the King's Dominion, only daring to go after the most valuable golden bow. King of Glory was planning to have someone tail Storm Angel, ready to strike and steal the treasure. To his dismay, Storm Angel took his wife, Storm Fantasy, off to a hotel room after acquiring the bow. This move infuriated King of Glory even more, but left him with no options. Grinding his teeth, King of Glory handed the Skeleton King's armor and Skeleton King's ring to Night King Returns and Assassin King Supreme. He solemnly said, "You two better not let me down. I'm putting all my hopes on you. Develop well and level up quickly. Once you equip these, King's Dominion will rise through you." King Returns and King Supreme nodded excitedly. "Thank you, Captain. Even if we have to pull an all-nighter, we will level up quickly." King of Glory suddenly realized his own level was too low and decided, "No, I need to join you in grinding all night. Otherwise, who knows when I'll catch up to Inuwa Chingcheng. Call all the brothers below level 15. We're grinding all night till our fatigue is maxed out." King Supreme cautiously reminded, "Captain, you're the only one in the team below level 15. Embarrassed and furious, King of Glory kicked King Supreme hard. "Call everyone, get out there and help me level up. No more nonsense." After resupplying and having dinner, King of Glory led King Returns and others, along with dozens of players from King's Dominion, out of the safe zone. Just as they stepped out, a mysterious figure quietly followed them. Locked onto an 18th level map called Death Canyon as their training ground for the night, the group from Kings of Glory set off towards their destination. Along the way, the unusual behavior of King Supreme caught Kings of Glory's attention. "What are you looking at?" Kings of Glory asked, following King Supreme's gaze only to see random players passing by. King Supreme furrowed his brow and, after another glance, whispered, "Captain, that guy back there has been following us ever since we left the safe zone." A chill ran down Kings of Glory's spine as he turned again to check. Sure enough, a black-clad mage with a low-pulled magic hat, concealing his ID, was trailing them stealthily. Kings of Glory stopped in his tracks, turned around, and shouted at the mage, "Hey, why are you following us? Do you have a death wish?" Before the words had even fully left his mouth, the mage, standing dozens of meters away, slowly raised his head, revealing a face that left the group in shock. It was Inuwa Chingcheng. Instantly, the members of Kings of Glory recoiled as if they'd seen a ghost. Kings of Glory was particularly alarmed because he had made sure there was no sign of Inuwa Chingcheng when they left the safe zone. Despite his precautions, they were still being tailed. If it hadn't been for King Supreme's alertness, they might have remained oblivious. The players of Kings of Glory immediately readied themselves for battle, aware that even combined, they were no match for Zhang Yi, who had already reached level 24, while their average level was only around 16. "What do you want?" Kings of Glory stammered, his voice trembling as he stared at Jiang Yi. "What do you think?" Zhang Yi's smile looked particularly sinister under the moonlight. Kings of Glory swallowed hard, trying to explain, "The ones who killed your two friends yesterday were your other friend Lu Xuanda, not me." "So?" Zhang Yi replied calmly, drawing out his glowing staff and advancing step by step toward the players of Kings of Glory. "Captain, this maniac has been killing our Kings of Glory members on sight for the past 2 days, no matter who they are. We need to run." King's Return urgently advised. "Hold him off while I make a run for it." Kings of Glory decided swiftly, turning and sprinting away, with the others quickly following suit, not daring to stay behind. However, they had barely taken a few steps when Zhang Yi appeared before them like a phantom. "How is he so fast?" King's Return exclaimed. Even with Blink, he shouldn't cover that distance. In reality, Zhang Yi had used the active skill Godspeed from his Death God boots to gain a 50 movement speed boost, chasing them for a bit before using Blink to teleport in front of the Kings of Glory players. Without giving them a chance to catch their breath, Zhang Yi stood a dozen meters away and began to remove his equipment in front of Kings of Glory and the surrounding onlookers. "To avoid being accused of bullying, I'll make it fair. I'll take off all my gear except for my boots and fight you. How about that?" Zhang Yi's actions left not only Kings of Glory, but also the surrounding spectators dumbfounded. What's Inuwa Chingcheng doing? Taking off all his gear? Isn't he just asking to get killed? One onlooker wondered aloud. Yeah, without the gear bonuses, his defense is 0, and his health must be just a couple of hundred points. Anyone from Kings of Glory could take him down in a hit or two, another player agreed. He's still wearing boots though. Boots do add to his defense. a third player pointed out. Relying on just a pair of boots for defense? What's the difference? Wearing them or not? It doesn't make much of a difference, a fourth player countered. Despite Zhang Yi's seemingly vulnerable state, the members of Kings of Glory remained suspicious and dared not approach him. What on earth is he up to now? Wang Zhiguilai wondered aloud, his eyes fixed on Zhang Yi's every move. Who knows? Wang Zhizuan shrugged, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. But he's taken off all his gear. Even if he's trying to trick us, putting everything back on will take time. And that time is all we need to take him down. Wang Zhizuan's voice grew louder with excitement. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even if we're only around level 10, we can easily handle a defenseless Inua Qingcheng. Brothers, let's go. Take down Inua Qingcheng. With Wang Zhizuan's command, the surrounding Wang Zhitianxiao players hesitated no more. They grabbed their weapons, eyes gleaming with greed, and charged at Jiang Yi. The air was thick with tension, ready to explode at any moment. Being scared of someone without equipment is just cowardly, someone shouted, trying to bolster their courage. But in that critical moment, Wang Zhirongyao stood still, deep in thought. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with realization, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Brothers, fall back. Don't attack him, we've been tricked." Unfortunately, his warning was drowned out by the roars of the charging crowd. Wang Zhizuan and the others were already committed, oblivious to the danger. Assassin Wang Zhizuan, like an arrow released from a bow, was the first to reach Zhang Yi. His blade struck out, coordinated with the long-range attacks from mages and archers behind him, all focusing their fire on Zhang Yi. But what happened next left everyone stunned. Except for Wang Zhizuan's armor-piercing attack, the other strikes only inflicted a mandatory 1 point of damage on Zhang Yi. How? How is this possible? The Wang Zhitianxiao players were dumbfounded, staring in disbelief. He doesn't have a single piece of equipment on. How can he have such high defense? Amid the chaos, Zhang Yi heard the combat notifications in his ear, a slight smile playing on his lips. The system prompts kept coming. Ding player Wang Zhizuan has launched a malicious attack on you, causing 42 points of damage. The player is now gray-named. Ding player Wang Zhifajian has launched a malicious attack on you, causing 1 point of damage. The player is now gray-named. Ding. Seeing the sea of gray names before him, Zhang Yi swiftly equipped his radiant staff. Utilizing the full attack power bonus from the ring he never took off, he launched an attack at the nearest Wang Zhizuan without hesitation. A blazing fireball shot out, hitting Wang Zhizuan squarely instant kill. With a thud, Wang Zhizuan's body hit the ground, dropping an item before dissipating into white light. Zhang Yi's gaze fell on the dropped item, his pupils narrowing slightly. Skull King's battle ring. Ding, you have killed the player, King of Supremacy. Due to their gray name status, no sin points were added. Zhang Yi's lips curled into a slight smile, a fleeting joy of success flashing across his face. He had anticipated this moment, luring opponents into attacking first, causing them to turn gray, and then taking them out without accruing any sin points, ensuring a 100 drop rate for their gear. The night King Returns arrived late, finally realizing Zhang Yi's cunning plan. But it was too late. Like a runaway bull, he couldn't stop his charge. His shield struck Zhang Yi heavily, pushing him back several steps. At the same time, a mandatory 1 point damage appeared above King Returns, marking him as gray named 2. Fear crept onto King Returns' face as he watched Zhang Yi swiftly make his move. The chain lightning struck precisely, its damage coefficient soaring to 120. Following up with basic attacks, 2 critical hits of 1600 and 700 regular damage burst above King Returns' head, instantly killing him. With a clatter, an item dropped from King Returns' body, a skeleton king's armor. Zhang Yi felt a secret thrill. His luck couldn't have come at a better time. The game's mechanics ensured that gray-named players would drop items upon death, prioritizing and used ones. 2 valuable pieces of equipment lay on the ground. A 3-star Skeleton King's armor and a Skeleton King's battle ring, worth a total of 350 gold coins. In the distance, Glory of Kings watched with wide eyes, shouting as he ran, "Pick up the gear quick!" Players from King's World swarmed forward, trying to snatch the gear before Zhang Yi could. But Zhang Yi wasn't about to let his hard-earned loot slip away. Swinging his radiant staff, the bonus from his silver bone ring made each strike powerful. Orbs of magic rained down like a storm, wreaking havoc among the gray-named enemies. Flash after flash of white light signaled the downfall of King's World players under the fierce assault of the 24th level Beastmaster Zhang Yi. They were only around levels 15 or 16, unable to withstand such a torrential onslaught. In the back, Glory of Kings stood dumbfounded, muttering to himself, "That speed, those crit rates. Is he even a mage?" In no time, over 20 King's World players lay defeated, reduced to piles of gold, enhancement stones, and equipment. Zhang Yi calmly re-equipped himself before leisurely picking up the Skeleton King's armor and battle ring. 350 gold coins, effortlessly earned. Glory of Kings was on the verge of tears, realizing the gap in power. He could only humbly plead, "Bro, can I have my gear back?" I paid for it." "Sure," Jiang Yi responded cheerfully. "How much did you pay?" "I'll sell it back to you." "Are you kidding me?" Glory of Kings gritted his teeth in anger. "Fine, put it back on the auction house and I'll buy it." "All right, I'll do it tonight or maybe tomorrow morning," Zhang Yi said, suddenly advancing towards Glory of Kings with his staff. "What are you doing? Don't push me too far." Glory of Kings panicked. "What do you think?" Zhang Yi's words were barely out when a fireball spell struck. A critical hit of over 1900 damage instantly killed Glory of Kings. As the only white-named player, Zhang Yi's action added 100 sin points to his tally, turning his ID red again. He couldn't be bothered to pick up the other items scattered on the ground, considering them insignificant compared to the prized Skeleton King's armor and battle ring. Zhang Yi turned and left, leaving behind a battlefield in ruins as if nothing had happened. Though the items scattered on the ground held no value for Zhang Yi, they were a treasure trove for other players. As soon as Zhang Yi left, the surrounding players swarmed in, scrambling to collect the spoils. Meanwhile, at the revival fountain in Hope Town, King of Glory had just used up his last revival chance and respawned. His hard-earned level 14 had dropped back to 13, leaving him extremely frustrated. "Inua Ching Chung, you're my nemesis," he muttered to himself. "How unlucky can I get, ending up in the same safe zone as him?" Little did King of Glory know, Zhang Yi had felt the same way in his previous life. King of Supremacy and King Returns followed him out of the fountain, gritting their teeth. "Captain, this Inua Ching Chung is infuriating. Should we regroup the whole team and ambush him again?" they suggested. "Are you out of your mind?" King of Glory snapped. "Haven't you realized that the gap between us can't be bridged by numbers alone? So what do we do?" King Returns asked, unwilling to give up. "We lost our 350 gold equipment to him, and he wiped us out? Are we just going to let it slide?" King of Glory pondered for a moment, seemingly coming up with a new strategy. "Of course not. If we can't deal with him directly, we'll have to change our target." He quickly opened the regional chat channel, found Inua Ching Cheng's ID, and blocked it. Then he sent out several messages in quick succession. "I'm offering double what Inua Ching Cheng offers, 200 gold, to anyone who finds Yao Ro. PM me. I'm offering double what Inua Ching Cheng offers, 200 gold, to anyone who finds Yao Ro. PM me." Time flew by, and before anyone realized, it was already 9 p.m. Zhang Yi arrived at the City of the Undead and immediately headed to the second floor to start farming monsters. With his hunger, fatigue, and supplies all well managed, he powered through the entire night without a break. At precisely 8 a.m. the next morning, just as Zhang Yi was still engrossed in farming, a server-wide announcement suddenly flashed across the sky. A crisp ding echoed throughout the game world as the server-wide announcement rang out. The system notification repeated, "Attention all players, a new challenge is about to begin. To enhance the gaming experience, the system will open the regional dungeon City of Energy this weekend. For more details, please check the game homepage." Immediately following, another announcement came through. The Dual Zone chat channel is now temporarily open for every 2 adjacent safe zones. This will remain active until the City of Energy dungeon concludes. Hearing the announcements repeatedly, Zhang Yi couldn't help but murmur, "Is the final challenge of the newbie zone finally about to start?" The Dual Zone chat channels of all major zones erupted in excitement, with players fervently discussing the upcoming City of Energy dungeon. Jiang Yi's zone, 886, was no exception, facing off against their neighboring 885 zone. The 885886 Dual Zone chat channel buzzed with activity. Sure Wu Qianli 885 zone male, level 21 mage. City of Energy? What's that? Can someone explain? Little Red Riding Hood 885 zone, female, level 21 assassin quickly responded. "Isn't there an introduction on the game homepage? Just check it out." "But I did see something about this event on the official TNG site. Think of the City of Energy as a battlefield that opens between every 2 adjacent safe zones. Defeating dungeon monsters earns you energy points, and killing players from the opposing zone lets you steal their energy. At the end of the dungeon, the accumulated energy of all players from each zone is tallied, and the zone with more energy gets rewards for all its players. Also, players can exchange their energy for top-tier equipment and items in the energy shop after the dungeon ends." Sweetie 886 zone, female, level 20 mage playfully said, "This sounds so thrilling. I hope the big brothers and sisters from 885 zone will go easy on us." Rogue 886 zone male, level 21 priest immediately stepped up. "What are you talking about? You think 886 zone can be beaten by 885 zone? Don't worry, sweetie. Just stick close to Rogue in the dungeon, and I'll protect you. Iron Man 885 zone male, level 20 Knight taunted. You 886 zone weaklings, get ready to be crushed. This sparked an instant explosion in the dual zone chat. Storm Dragon King 886 zone, male, level 17 warrior immediately retorted. Watch your mouth. We'll see who's weak once the City of Energy dungeon opens. Spider-Man 885 zone, male, level 20 warrior mocked. Oh, not happy being called weak? What's this? You still have level 17 players? Huh, and you dare say you're not weak? Glory of Kings 886 zone male, level 15 archer shot back. Losers, stop yapping. Wait till our top team, King's World, wrecks you in the dungeon. Iron Man chimed in again. Oh, my level 15 player too? You 886 zone folks sure know how to hide your talents. Shadow 885 zone male, level 22 assassin sneered. King's World? What's that? Ever heard of our mythical clan from 885 zone? Believe it or not, our single mythical clan can wipe out your entire 886 zone. Meteor Shower 885 zone, male, level 21 archer agreed. Our top player on the 885 zone leaderboard. Overwhelming hero, can obliterate all of you. Dancing Miracle 886 zone, female, level 20 mage fired back. Huh, you think only your zone has top players? Our top player, Unrivaled Beauty, can take on 1,000 opponents alone. Meteor Shower replied with a single word. Pathetic. Seeing the players from both zones arguing fiercely in the chat channel, Zhang Yi expressionlessly closed the chat interface. To him, this kind of verbal spat was utterly pointless. In Tianqi, your skills spoke louder than words. However, the mention of the mythical clan in the chat did catch his attention. Recalling his past experiences, he remembered how King's World, the dominant team in 886 zone, was utterly crushed by the mythical clan from 885 zone in the City of Energy dungeon. This memory made Zhang Yi frown, realizing that the upcoming challenge might be tougher than he had anticipated. The AO Sure family, as the backbone of server 885, later made a remarkable feat by conquering the hidden dungeon, Dragon Emperor's Tomb, proving their extraordinary strength. However, Zhang Yi, who had been reborn, was indifferent to this. His gaze had long surpassed these former powerhouses. Opening the main game interface, Zhang Yi carefully reviewed the introduction to the Energy City dungeon. The dungeon would open on Saturday, September 3rd, 2025, at 10 a.m., which was 2 days away. The entry requirement was to reach level 20, and the dungeon would last for 3 days and 2 nights, ending at 10 p.m. the following Monday. In Energy City, players could gain energy by killing monsters and could also seize 10 of the energy from players from rival servers. After the dungeon ended, players could exchange their accumulated energy in the energy shop for generous rewards, including a large amount of experience points, money, reputation, and even rare equipment and skill books. Today was only Thursday, so there were still 2 full days before the dungeon opened. Jiang Yi decided to stick to his plan and proceed methodically. At 8 a.m., Zhang Yi had already reached 80 progress on the 2nd floor of the Undead City, and his level was about to break through the level 25 barrier. However, the prolonged battles had reduced his fatigue level to a dangerous 10, forcing him to stop grinding. Crushing a return scroll, Zhang Yi instantly teleported back to Hopetown. Although exhausted, he didn't rest immediately, but headed straight to the auction house. He discovered that the blue skill book, Undead Thrust, he had listed 24 hours earlier had sold for a high price of 80 gold coins. After deducting a 5 handling fee, Zhang Yi netted 76 gold coins, bringing his total assets to 830 gold coins. Striking while the iron was hot, Zhang Yi immediately relisted the Skeleton King armor and Skeleton King ring, both priced at 200 gold coins, opting for a direct sale rather than an auction. He knew these 2 pieces of equipment were tailor-made for the king's glory, and the other party would definitely make a move. Sure enough, just as Zhang Yi finished his meal and was preparing to rest at the inn, the system sent 2 consecutive messages. Ding, the Skeleton King armor you consigned at the auction house has been purchased by a player. After a 5 handling fee, you received 190 gold coins. Ding, the Skeleton King ring you consigned at the auction house has been purchased by a player. After a 5 handling fee, you received 190 gold coins. Another 380 gold coins in hand, and Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. This unexpected windfall gave him immense satisfaction, especially knowing that players in King of Glory had paid more than twice the price for the same gear. It made his success even sweeter. After dinner, Zhang Yi once again posted a message in the regional channel, seeking Han Yuru, but still received no response. He couldn't help but feel a bit worried, unsure if it was out of sympathy or lingering feelings. Without the protection of Han Feng and Guan Hao, Han Yuru was vulnerable in this world. As she had said before, apart from Zhang Yi, she had nothing left, and now, even Zhang Yi was gone. Han Yuru, where are you? Zhang Yi murmured to himself. With his fatigue level down to 7, Zhang Yi decided to take a break. He booked a 5-star room at the Hope Inn, costing 50 silver coins per hour, which was a trivial expense for someone with over 1,200 gold coins. From around 8 p.m. to noon the next day, Zhang Yi's fatigue level fully recovered, much faster than in a 1-star room. Upon waking, Zhang Yi checked his messages but found nothing new. Despite thousands of players in Zone 886 seeing his bounty, no one had spotted Han Yuru. Zhang Yi speculated that either Han Yuru had hidden her ID or she had left Zone 886. He hoped it was the former. With his thoughts organized, Zhang Yi's goals remained clear. The 1-star undead gear he had farmed on the first and second floors had piled up, and he was just a few pieces short of completing a full set for both a warrior and an assassin. At 1 p.m., Zhang Yi arrived at the second floor of the City of the Undead and began farming. The entire second floor was deserted, with no other players in sight, indicating that no one else had completed the first floor's challenge yet. After a full afternoon of effort, Zhang Yi finally completed the second floor's challenge. Around 4 p.m., he successfully leveled up to 25, and the system promptly issued a notification. Ding, congratulations on completing the second floor challenge of the City of the Undead. The portal to the third floor is now open. At that moment, a couple of player teams who had just cleared the first floor arrived on the second floor, only to see Zhang Yi stepping through the portal to the third floor. The sight left them in shock. Holy crap! Did someone just open the portal to the third floor and go through? Oh my god, we just got to the second floor, and someone's already completed the challenge. It must be Inua Ching Chung, and he's always soloing. It's terrifying, just insane. The monsters on the third floor were significantly stronger. Skeleton guards and undead protectors possess superior talents. The skeleton guard's guard talent increased damage reduction by 15 and reduced enemies' attack speed by 20. The undead protector's attack talent increased damage by 15 and reduced enemies' movement speed by 20. These monsters were formidable enough to require a level 25 5-player team to barely manage. Zhang Yi, wielding his glimmering staff, began farming on the third floor. Despite reaching level 25 and being equipped with 25 enhanced gear, including 2 3-star items, soloing the level 26 skeleton guards and undead protectors was still quite challenging. At 4 p.m., Zhang Yi embarked on a 6-hour monster grinding marathon. It wasn't until 10 p.m. that he finally completed the level 6 undead exorcism quest. After submitting the quest, he didn't rest. Instead, he used his remaining stamina to return to the third level of the undead city to continue grinding. The afternoon's haul left Zhang Yi thrilled. 5 pieces of 2-star equipment, 3 of which were part of the undead set. These generous spoils whetted his appetite, driving his desire to keep grinding. Zhang Yi calculated that if he could grind here for a week, not only would he be able to complete a 2-star mage undead set, but he might also collect the undead sets for all 7 of the apocalypse classes. Despite already owning 3-star weapons and shoes, Zhang Yi was still eager for the 2-star set. The reason was simple. The base attributes of set equipment far surpassed those of regular gear of the same level and star rating. A level 30, 2-star undead staff had a cost-performance ratio and attributes that even exceeded his current level 18, 3-star glowing staff. More importantly, the 7-piece mage undead set offered a 50 attack speed bonus. This explained why, even as he began pursuing 3-star gear, Zhang Yi remained fixated on collecting the 2-star set. With a firm resolve to quickly gather a complete level 30, 2-star mage undead set, Zhang Yi was ready to pull an all-nighter. As night fell, Hope Town remained brightly lit and bustling with activity. Players were coming and going. Some were winding down after a day's adventure, while others were gearing up to head out in teams. At that moment, Glory King and his companions, including Return of the King, returned from the wilderness. Suddenly, Glory King received a friend request. Ding player Liang Shambua requests to add you as a friend. Glory King accepted the request and immediately received an exciting message. I found the player with the ID Yaren. King of Glory was startled and quickly sent a message back. His fingers flew across the screen as he urgently asked, "Where? Are you sure it's her?" The reply came swiftly. "I'm sure. She tried to hide her ID, but I saw her in the City of the Undead before, where Inua Ching risked his life to protect her." King of Glory's heart raced, but the other person didn't immediately disclose the location. Instead, he asked, "Yao Gu, does what you said in the regional channel earlier still stand?" "It does," King of Glory responded without hesitation, then added, "Tell me the location, and once I find her, I'll give you 200 gold coins." "All right, I trust you, Yao Gu," replied the level 22 archer player named Liang Shambua, who then sent a location pin. Excited, King of Glory said, "Brother, keep following her and send me real-time updates." "I'm heading there right now." "No problem, okay." Liang Shambua agreed readily. After ending the conversation, King of Glory immediately opened the location sent by Liang Shambua. The map showed the target was currently in the wild, quite a distance from the safe zone. Without further ado, he gathered his subordinates, and they hurriedly headed towards the wild. As King of Glory's group rushed out of the safe zone, they were spotted by a player from the Storm clan who was wandering around. Storm Dragon King asked curiously, "What's up with King of Glory's people? They seem to be up to something sneaky." Storm Angel thought for a moment and speculated. It looks like they received some kind of message before rushing out. Maybe they found an elite monster or a boss monster in the wild. Pausing, he suggested, "Let's follow them. We can't let them have all the benefits." Meanwhile, on a desolate city road in the wild, a girl dressed in a light blue mage robe walked alone. She had hidden her ID, and it was Hanyaru. Her eyes were vacant, as if she had lost her soul, and she walked weakly along the road. Nevertheless, her stunning beauty and ethereal demeanor attracted the attention of many passing solo players. "Look at that girl. She's so beautiful," one passerby exclaimed. "Why is she walking alone at night? Isn't she afraid of perverts?" "She is beautiful," another agreed. "Hey, should we go and talk to her?" The third person advised, "I think we should forget it. We should know our limits. A girl like her wouldn't be interested in us. Unless we're someone powerful like King of Glory or a top player like Inua Qingsheng, we wouldn't stand a chance." Hanyaru ignored the chatter around her. Just then, a friend request notification popped up. "Player Inua Qingsheng has requested to add you as a friend through ID search." Seeing the friend request that had appeared dozens of times today, Hanyaru painfully declined it again. She whispered to herself in anguish, "Hanyaru, can't you see? He doesn't love you anymore. All he feels is pity. He's now the top player. And what are you? You're just a burden, dragging him down. Let it go, Hanyaru. Don't bother him anymore." Tears blurred her vision as she walked aimlessly in an unknown direction. In the darkness, a man silently followed her from several dozen meters away. His ID displayed above his head read, "Level 22 Archer Liang Shambua." Following Hanyaru, they eventually reached the boundary between Area 886 and Area 885. When Hanyaru unhesitatingly crossed the boundary into Area 885, the Archer Liang Shambua hesitated. He quickly sent a message to the King of Glory. "Yao Go, she's entered Zone 885. What should I do? Should I follow her?" The King of Glory almost instantly replied, "Follow her. Keep tracking her, and send me another location update." "I'm almost there." Liang Shambua hesitated. "But the zone restrictions. If I go into Zone 885, my identity will be exposed, and I'll be subject to attribute suppression. Right now, Zones 885 and 886 are at the center of the Energy City dungeon conflict. If I go into their zone, I'm afraid." "What are you afraid of? You don't have any revival chances left." The King of Glory interrupted impatiently. "I do have revival chances, it's just..." Liang Shambua was still conflicted. The King of Glory's voice suddenly became firm. "Isn't that enough? If their people kill you, I'll mobilize the entire King's domain to avenge you and compensate you with an additional 100 gold coins." These words instantly gave Liang Shambua confidence. He took a deep breath and replied, "All right, Yao Ge, I'll keep following her." With that, Liang Shambua quickened his pace, closely following Hanyaru. Hanyaru had just passed through the white light curtain that marked the boundary between zones, entering another ruined city. Here, the destruction rate was over 80%, with traces of biomutants everywhere. At that moment, a system notification sounded in her ear. As the notification ended, an ID suddenly appeared above Hanyaru's head. Zone 886 Level 19 Priest Yuru. The Zone 886 label was in striking red, contrasting sharply with the white standard ID that followed. In the ruins at the border between the two zones, numerous Level 22 advanced biomutants roamed. With her lower level and a 30 attribute suppression, Hanyaru didn't dare to move forward alone and had to stop in place. She opened her friend list and sent a message to her only friend online at the moment. "Cousin, I'm here. Where are you?" A minute later, he replied, "Sorry, Yuru. I was busy grinding and didn't see your message." "It's okay. Have you arrived? Send me your location and don't move. I'll be there soon." "Got it." Hanyaru immediately sent her current location to her cousin. After closing the friend interface, a cold wind blew, making Hanyaru shiver and wrap her arms around herself for warmth. Just then, several Zone 885 players who were grinding in the nearby, wild area seemed to notice Hanyaru. They stopped what they were doing, exchanged glances, and began walking towards her with knowing smiles on their faces. 3 players approached, all men around 25 or 26 years old. Leading the group was a level 22 warrior, flanked by a similarly leveled archer and a level 21 priest, forming a standard leveling trio. Hanyaru instinctively stepped back until her back touched the boundary between zones 885 and 886. The boundary, like an invisible wall, kept her confined inside. Ding zone boundary cooling down. You can pass through again in 8 minutes and 32 seconds. The system notification sounded in Han Yuru's ear, causing her heart to tighten. The three players were now right in front of her, their eyes scanning her with ill intentions. The silver-armored warrior, ID Sky Rebel, flashed a meaningful smile. "Hey little girl, what are you doing out here alone so late at night?" he asked, feigning concern. "It's dangerous out here with all the monsters around. How about we escort you back to the safe zone?" Han Yuru felt a chill run down her spine and lowered her head to avoid their gaze, her voice trembling. "No need, I'm waiting for someone." "Waiting for who?" The level 22 archer, Galactic Strike, chuckled. "Could it be you're waiting for me?" The shortest and most sleazy-looking of the trio, the level 21 priest, World Breaker, wouldn't be outdone. "Galactic, you shameless fool, she's obviously waiting for me. Right, little sisters?" The three exchanged a glance, and then World Breaker lowered his voice. "It's been a while since we've seen such a high-quality girl. She's not from our zone anyway, boys, let's have some fun." Before he finished speaking, the three reached out to grab Han Yuru. Meanwhile, behind a large stone slab not far away, Liang Shanbo watched the scene tensely. He quickly opened his friends list and sent a message to Wang Zhirong Yao. "Yao bro, how much longer until you get here? She's being targeted by some thugs from zone 885, and it's getting dangerous." Wang Zhirong Yao, rushing to the scene, cursed under his breath. This woman, what was she thinking, coming to zone 885 alone at night? That's like walking into a lion's den. He replied immediately, "I'll be there in a few minutes. Try to stall them. Don't let them hurt her." Liang Shanbo replied helplessly, "There are three of them. How am I supposed to stall all three? Without the zone suppression, maybe, but I'm under a 30 attribute debuff here. Fighting them would be like a kid fighting adults." Wang Zhirong Yao upped the stakes. "Brother, by any means necessary, stall them. I'll raise the reward to 300. You have to protect her. Don't let them harm her. Just hold on for 5 minutes. I'll be there." He closed the chat. Beside him, Wang Zhige Lai saw the conversation and asked, puzzled, "Captain, wasn't our plan to capture Han Yuru and use her to threaten Inua Qing Chung? If that's the goal, what does it matter if she's bullied, as long as she's alive when we get there?" "You don't understand a thing." Wang Zhirong Yao snapped, kicking Wang Zhige Lai into a roadside ditch. Climbing out of the ditch, Wang Zhige Lai was bewildered. "What the hell? Are we changing the plan again?" Back in zone 885, Han Yuru, trembling under the pressure of the three sleazy men, drew her magic staff in an attempt to defend herself. Her eyes were filled with fear. She hadn't expected to encounter such danger so soon after arriving in zone 885. At this moment, Liang Shanbo, hiding behind a nearby stone slab, mustered up his courage and took down a fiery longbow from his back. He took a deep breath and silently recited to himself, "Birds may die facing the sky, but those who survive live on forever. For 300 gold coins, I'll risk it all." Just as Liang Shanbo was about to charge out with his bow, a sudden, piercing scream echoed from ahead. This scream did not come from Han Yuru, but from the most despicable priestly Zhang Tiandi. Liang Shanbo cautiously peered out and saw a flash of white light ahead. In an instant, only two of the three players near Han Yuru were left. The priestly Zhang Tiandi had vanished. "Damn it!" Liang Shanbo cursed under his breath. With Li Zhang Tiandi's death, and I Zhang Sangqiong, and Zhu Zhan Yin, he simultaneously turned around, their eyes landing on a figure approaching slowly. It was an archer dressed in a silver chainmail suit, exuding an overwhelming aura. He held a golden longbow, and above his head floated a bright red, Ida level 24 archer L. Shirkunxiong. And I Zhan Sangqiong and Zhu Zhan Yin, he were so terrified by the sudden appearance of this high-level player that they staggered backward. Ao Shirkunxiong stopped in his tracks, his gaze as sharp as a knife, sweeping over the two of them, and coldly shouted, "Are you courting death?" The two seemed to realize something suddenly, glanced back at Han Yuru behind them, and then fell to their knees with a thud. "Spare us. Mighty Ao. Spare us," they pleaded frantically. "We didn't know she was your friend. If we had known, we wouldn't have dared to offend her even if we had 10 times the courage." Not far away, Liang Shanbo almost spat out his water when he heard the title Mighty Ao, thinking to himself, "Mighty Bear? What the heck?" However, the level 24 archer Ao, Shi Kun Xiong, who ranked at least second on the leaderboard in zone 886, seemed uninterested in accepting their apology. He slowly raised his golden longbow, aiming at the two kneeling figures. "Spare you? Not a chance. Repent with your deaths." As soon as he finished speaking, Ao Shi Kun Xiong unleashed a rapid volley of arrows. In mere seconds, a dozen sharp arrows rained down, turning in I Zhan Sangqiong and Zhu Zhan Yin into pincushions. The arrows flew with such speed that it was almost impossible to follow them with the naked eye. The two players didn't even have time to react. High damage numbers, ranging from 2 to 300 points, continuously popped up above their heads. In the blink of an eye, their health bars were completely drained, leaving them no chance to fight back. Double kill. The system notification announced, marking the end of this brief but intense battle. Swish. Two beams of white light flashed in front of Han Yuru, leaving Liang Shanbua, who was hiding behind a nearby stone slab, utterly dumbfounded. Reverse Warrior and Galactic Conqueror, both level 22 players with top-tier gear, were defeated in less than a second by Proud Champion. Even more terrifying was Proud Champion's attack speed, a blistering 10 shots per second, almost like he was using a speed hack. On the battlefield, after effortlessly taking down 3 players, Proud Champion's ID turned a deep red. Ignoring the loot on the ground, he walked straight to Han Yuru. Yuru, I'm sorry I'm late. Are you okay? Did they hurt you? Proud Champion asked with concern. Han Yuru shook her head, looking at him gratefully. No, they didn't. Thank you for saving me, cousin. Proud Champion smiled. No problem, it's my duty to protect you. Those fools dared to bully my cousin. They were asking for it. A flash of anger crossed his eyes, but seeing Han Yuru's silence, he quickly calmed down. Yuru, I'm really glad you reached out to me. Han Yuru felt a bit guilty. I'm sorry to trouble you, cousin. My brother and Mouse are both dead. I had nowhere else to turn. Her eyes welled up at the thought of Han Foam. Proud Champion's anger flared up. Who killed your brother? Tell me, and I'll avenge him. Han Yuru shook her head and then asked, Cousin, can I move to Zone 885 for a while? I'll go back to Zone 886 in a few days. In truth, she just wanted to avoid Zhang Yi. Proud Champion was delighted. Of course. Stay as long as you want. As long as I'm here, no one in Zone 885 will dare to bully you. Thank you, cousin, Han Yuru said gratefully, then curiously added, How are you so powerful? You took down those 3 players in an instant. Proud Champion, excited, said, Yuru, let me take you back to the safe zone first. I'll explain everything on the way. Han Yuru nodded in agreement, and the two of them left. Liang Shanbua, who had been hiding nearby, was about to contact King Glory when he suddenly saw a group of players break through the area barrier. It was King World's 7 or 8 members, including King Glory. Liang Shanbua quickly ran to meet them. Brother Glory, you finally made it, Liang Shanbua said urgently. King Glory looked around and saw the loot on the ground, surprised. Didn't I tell you to protect her? She still got taken down? Liang Shanbua explained. No, Brother Glory, those were the players bullying her that got taken down. I was just about to message you and try to hold them off when suddenly an archer appeared and took them out in 3 seconds. Then he took Yuru away. What? King Glory was astonished. Was it coercion? No, Liang Shanbua replied. Yuru called him cousin. It seemed like she was looking for him. Cousin? And he's that strong, taking on 3 at once? Liang Shanbua, still shaken, said, Yeah, his skill level seemed on par with our zone's top player, Supreme One. His attack speed was insane, like his hand was on fire, and his damage was off the charts. I was stunned. King Glory dismissed this and asked directly, which way did they go? That way, Liang Shanbua pointed into the distance. Liang Shanbua pointed in the direction where Ao, Shi Kun Xiong, and Han Yuru had departed, then turned to King of Glory and said, Yao Go, my task is complete. So, about the 200 gold coins we agreed on. Unexpectedly, King of Glory didn't hesitate. He immediately pulled out 200 gleaming gold coins from his bag and handed them to Liang Shanbua. As Liang Shanbua was about to count the coins, King of Glory and a few members of his team swiftly headed in the indicated direction. Watching them disappear into the distance, Liang Shanbua suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. He called out loudly, Yao Go, that archer is too strong. You guys won't stand a chance against him. Don't go. However, King of Glory ignored him and continued leading his team in pursuit of Ao, Shi Kun Xiong. Liang Shanbua shook his head in resignation and muttered to himself, They never listened to the old man's advice, and they'll soon regret it. Just as Liang Shanbua was about to leave Area 885 and return to his own territory, the barrier in front of him began to ripple. A large group of players burst in. It was the Storm Clan. Stunned, Liang Shanbua stood frozen, bewildered by the scene before him. Storm Angel rushed up to Liang Shanbua and urgently asked, Where is King of Glory? Liang Shanbua hesitated for a moment, not wanting to offend anyone, and reluctantly pointed in the direction King of Glory had gone. That way. Before he could finish his sentence, Storm Angel had already led her team in pursuit, leaving Liang Shanbua standing there, more confused than ever. He thought to himself, What's going on? Are King of Glory and the Storm Clan really going to fight Inua Qingqing over a girl? Meanwhile, Ao Shi Kun Xiong was escorting Han Yuru to the safety of Area 885. He turned to the silent Han Yuru and gently said, Yuru, don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one will bully you. As if brought back to reality, Han Yuru looked up at Ao, Shi Kun Xiong, and managed a faint smile. Thank you, cousin. Seeing this, Ao, Shi Kun Xiong couldn't help but start boasting. I'm now the top player in Area 885's leaderboards, and I command a top-tier guild with 2,000 members, the AO Shur clan. In the entire Area 885, no one can match me. Everyone steps aside when they see me. He looked at Han Yuru expectantly, waiting for her admiration. However, Han Yuru just kept her head down, seemingly lost in thought again, ignoring his words. Ao Shirkun Xiong felt a bit embarrassed and fell silent. They walked in silence for a while until suddenly, Ao Shirkun Xiong stopped and pulled Han Yuru into his arms. Yuru, stay with me. From now on, let me protect you, he said firmly, his eyes burning as he gazed into hers. Hey, what are you doing, cousin? Han Yuru exclaimed, quickly breaking free from Ao Shirkun Xiong's embrace and stumbling back a few steps. She stared at him in disbelief, her eyes wide open. Ao Shirkun Xiong, however, remained calm and composed. He took a slow step forward, his voice low and tender. Yuru, after all this time, don't you know how I feel about you? Han Yuru looked even more confused. She stammered, but you're my cousin. Exactly, Ao Shirkun Xiong chuckled softly. You said it yourself. I'm your cousin, not your brother. He continued to approach her, his eyes burning with intensity. Yuru, I've liked you for a long time. I never expressed my feelings because I thought you understood. Before Han Yuru could respond, he added, and you even remember my game ID and searched for it to add me as a friend. Wasn't that to get closer to me? Han Yuru was stunned by his self-assured words and took a moment to find her voice. You sent me your ID before you joined the game, saying to contact you if I needed anything in the game. I didn't plan to find you. But you reached out to me. Ao Shirkun Xiong seemed unfazed by her explanation. He paused for a moment and then continued, let's not dwell on that. Let's talk about what's important. You know how the world is now. Without enough power, you can't survive. His tone grew more resolute. I have the strength to protect you. If you agree to be with me, Yuru, I promise no one will ever bully you. No, no way. Han Yuru shook her head repeatedly, her face filled with disbelief. She turned to run, but Ao Shirkun Xiong grabbed her and pulled her back into his arms. Yuru, I really like you. Give me a chance, please. Ao Shirkun Xiong's voice was close to her ear. Han Yuru struggled desperately, but couldn't break free from his strong embrace. Let go of me. Han Yuru shouted in despair, her struggle seeming futile against Ao Shirkun Xiong's strength. At that moment, a shout pierced the air. Stop. Let go of that girl. Ao Shirkun Xiong looked in the direction of the voice and saw a group of players quickly approaching. All their IDs started with King and had a prominent red Zone 886 tag in front of them. Ao Shirkun Xiong didn't release Han Yuru. Instead, he showed a disdainful expression. Trash from Zone 886, daring to come to Zone 885 and pick a fight? The leader, Wang Zhongyao, pointed at Han Yuru and shouted at Ao Shirkun Xiong, Kid, you're messing with my girl. Are you looking for death? This immediately caught Ao Shirkun Xiong's attention. He pulled Han Yuru behind him and coldly stared at Wang Zhongyao. So, you're the ex-boyfriend Yuru has been hung up on for the past 3 years? Han Yuru was also stunned by this sudden turn of events. She didn't understand why Wang Zhongyao had followed her from Zone 886 to Zone 885 and why he said such things. Wang Zhongyao didn't answer Ao Shirkun Xiong's question. Instead, he threatened, Who do you think you are? I'll give you 3 seconds to let go of Yuru if you don't want to die a miserable death in your own territory. He scoffed. I guess you haven't heard of the kings of Zone 886. Ao Shirkun Xiong sneered. It seems you haven't heard of the Ao Shur family from Zone 885 either. Fine. Let's see who's stronger. Wang Zhongyao commanded, Brothers, attack. Grab her. As soon as he gave the order, the players from Wang Zhetianxia raised their weapons and charged at Ao Shirkun Xiong. Despite the enemy's higher levels, Wang Zhongyao was confident in their numbers. They had 8 people, while Ao Shirkun Xiong was alone. Could he really have the skill of a top-tier player? However, Ao Shirkun Xiong moved even faster. He swiftly drew the longbow from his back, gripped it with his left hand, and his eyes filled with killing intent. You're courting death. Before his words even faded, Ao Shirkun Xiong had already knocked an arrow and, with incredible speed, unleashed a barrage of arrows. The rain of arrows fell densely upon Wang Zhetianxia's group. Screams echoed as each arrow inflicted hundreds of points of continuous damage. In the blink of an eye, the 2 level 17 warriors at the front were killed instantly. The others were left with low health, unable to even get close before losing half their strength. King of Glory was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief at the scene before him. The speed of Overlord's attacks was incredible, at least 4 or 5 times faster than an average person. In the brief moment that King of Glory was distracted, all 5 of his King's Domain teammates, except for King Supreme and King Returns, had already fallen to Overlord's onslaught. Overlord's ID above his head turned a menacing shade of red, radiating an intimidating aura. The three remaining members of King's domain dared not approach and took a step back. Overlord let out a chuckle and taunted. What's wrong? Getting scared? Didn't you say King's domain is the top team in server 886? Looks like everyone from your server is trash. Even worse than you guys. King of Glory clenched his teeth in anger. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. This guy really needs a beating. He turned to King Supreme, and King returns, shouting, "You two go get him." However, both of them quickly retreated, shaking their heads frantically. Captain, that's Overlord. He's the top player in server 885. Only then did King of Glory realize the situation, his face turning pale. He's on the same level as Inua Qingcheng. I didn't notice. No wonder he's so powerful. He was filled with regret, realizing he had come all this way just to die, and he had no more revival chances left. As he regretted his decisions, he cursed inwardly. Damn Qingcheng. Can't even protect his own woman. Now I have to do it. In a desperate attempt, King of Glory tried one last threat. I'm warning you, the woman behind you is the wife of Inua Qingcheng, the top player in our server 886. If you harm her, our top player will come and wipe out your entire safe zone. However, Overlord remained unfazed, coldly replying, "Let him come." Before he finished speaking, a burst of rapid-fire shooting instantly took down King Returns and King Supreme. Overlord's gaze locked onto the last remaining King of Glory. Just as he drew his bowstring, a large group of players suddenly emerged from the surrounding ruins. It was the Storm Clan. Seeing the group of players with the Storm prefix in their IDs and the red 886 mark before each name, Ao Shirkunxiong was intrigued. He squinted his eyes, carefully observing the unexpected team, pondering. Is your Rose status in the 886 zone really that high? Are two teams willing to go all out to protect her? Hanya Ro was equally shocked, utterly unprepared for the appearance of the Storm Clan and King's Glory members here. Her eyes scanned the surroundings, a thought flashing through her mind. Could it be because of the bounty message that Zhang Yi had been spamming in the regional channel earlier? In that split second, the Storm Clan players had silently surrounded Ao Shirkunxiong. It seemed premeditated, and upon a command, they launched a fierce, concentrated attack. Although the archers and mages were only around level 17 or 18, their sheer numbers made up for it. Their first round of attacks knocked out more than half of the health of the level 24 archer Ao Shirkunxiong. Despite the fierce assault, Ao Shirkunxiong remained calm. He quickly took out a bottle of red potion and drank it, instantly restoring his health to over 80. Immediately, he drew his longbow and began a fierce counterattack. Swish, swish, swish. Ao Shirkunxiong's attack speed was astonishing, at least 5 times faster than an average person. Countless arrows rained down from his hands, seemingly chaotic yet deadly accurate, hitting the Storm Clan players around him. In an instant, blinding white lights flashed in all directions. The Storm Clan players couldn't withstand Ao Shirkunxiong's terrifying damage and fell one after another, just like the members of King's Glory before them. Storm Angel's pupils contracted as he witnessed this scene. He quickly reacted and shouted, he must have at least a legendary level attack, speed talent. Ranged units, don't get close. Concentrate your fire and suppress him. Give Hanyuro a chance. Following Storm Angel's command, the Storm Clan players adjusted their tactics. They no longer approached Ao Shirkunxiong recklessly, but increased their firepower from a distance, creating an impenetrable web of attacks. Fortunately, the Storm Clan had brought over 50 players on this mission. They initially believed King's Glory was up to something secretive, so they sent a large force to follow. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be Hanya Ro, Inua Qingcheng's girlfriend, in distress. Storm Angel naturally wouldn't stand by, especially since he had always wanted to get closer to Inua Qingcheng. Despite the overwhelming number of players, each one was as fragile as cannon fodder before Ao Shirkunxiong, easily taken down in a few arrows. However, their sheer number was enough to keep Ao Shirkunxiong busy. Protected behind Ao Shirkunxiong, Hanya Ro felt both touched and anxious seeing the efforts of King's Glory and the Storm Clan to rescue her. She seized the opportunity created by the Storm Clan's distraction and quietly slipped away from Ao Shirkunxiong. King's Glory, quick on his feet, rushed over to assist Hanya Ro. Without a word, he grabbed her hand and sprinted towards the regional barrier. Damn you, King's Glory! Trying to steal my credit. Seeing King's Glory running off with Hanya Ro, Storm Angel stomped his foot in frustration and shouted, "Stop fighting. Retreat. Chase King's Glory and don't let him take Hanya Ro away." As soon as he finished speaking, the Storm Clan players withdrew, creating chaos. Ao Shirkunxiong watched the fleeing Storm Clan players, but didn't pursue. His health bar was half from the earlier battle, but he gritted his teeth, eyes flashing with determination. Yuro, wait for me. I will get you. Meanwhile, just as King's Glory crossed the barrier with Han Yuro back into the 886 zone, he felt a sharp pain in his butt. Turning around, he saw an arrow lodged in his rear. What the hell? King's Glory winced in pain, turning to glare at Storm Angel, who had just crossed the barrier. Are you crazy? Why are you attacking me now? Storm Angel dropped his bow and rushed forward. Any time is a good time to attack you. Without another word, he started grappling with King's Glory. Han Yuro was saved by me, and this credit belongs to the Storm clan. That's bullshit. King's Glory retorted while fighting back. Without the sacrifices of King's Glory, she would have been killed by Ao Shirkun Xiong long before you arrived. Han Yuro is mine. Get lost. She's mine. 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 The two fought fiercely, exchanging punches and kicks. Suddenly, Storm Angel remembered something and sneered. I haven't even begun to settle the score for you sniping my golden bow of the dead. While the two were engrossed in their brawl over the credit, Han Yuro, overwhelmed by everything, squatted down silently, tears streaming down her cheeks. The loss of Zhang Yi's love, Lu Xing's betrayal, Han Feng's death, and her cousin's sudden change had completely shattered Han Yuru's last glimmer of hope in the world. She stood there in a daze, staring blankly into the distance. After a long while, she took a deep breath, slowly got up, and turned to Storm Angel and King of Glory. Thank you, Han Yuru said softly, her voice filled with exhaustion and despair. With that, she began to walk towards Hope Town, her steps heavy as if she were carrying the weight of the entire world. Storm Angel and King of Glory stopped their argument and followed her at a distance. They carefully observed their surroundings, ensuring Han Yuru's safe arrival. When Han Yuru finally entered the safety zone of Hope Town, they both breathed a sigh of relief. They stood at the town gate, speechless. After a moment, King of Glory broke the silence, asking, "What are you doing here?" Storm Angel retorted, "Didn't you go to great lengths to find Han Yuru just to use her to threaten and retaliate against Inua Ching? I didn't expect you to rescue her. Have you turned over a new leaf? None of your business." King of Glory snapped back angrily. "Next time you follow me, I'll break all three of your legs." He paused, then softened his tone. "But honestly, thanks for saving my life back there." With that, King of Glory swaggered into the town. Passers-by watched the scene unfold, whispering among themselves. Wasn't the Storm family at odds with the King family before? How did they suddenly get along? Who knows? Maybe it's because the Energy City dungeon is about to open. At times like this, everyone in Zone 886 is on the same side. Infighting would be pointless. After returning to the safe zone, King of Glory quickly reunited with the revived King Returns and others. King Supreme looked puzzled and asked, "Captain, why do we save Han Yuru and then just let her go?" King of Glory shook his head and explained, "Are you really that dense? Using Han Yuru to threaten Inua Ching is only a temporary solution. Even if we kill Inua Ching again, he still has resurrection chances. For the long term, it's best to turn him from an enemy into an ally." King Supreme and King Returns suddenly understood, but still had doubts. "We just don't know if he'll appreciate it. If he doesn't, all our efforts will be for nothing. Whether he appreciates it or not is up to him. We've done all we can. The rest is up to fate." King of Glory sighed, a hint of regret in his eyes. Suddenly remembering something, he asked urgently, "What about the gear? Did it drop?" "No, the armor and ring are still intact," King Returns replied. "That's good." King of Glory breathed a sigh of relief. "We need those to take revenge on Proud and Arrogant in Energy City." Meanwhile, Han Yuru had already returned to Hope Town. She found a secluded alley and curled up in a corner, sobbing uncontrollably. Her tears blurred her vision, and time seemed to stand still. After what felt like an eternity, when she finally looked up, she found Zhang Yi standing beside her, silently watching. Upon seeing Zhang Yi, Han Yuru stood up, her eyes swollen from crying, staring directly at him. Her voice was hoarse and tinged with uncertainty. "Zhang Yi, are you here because you pity me?" Zhang Yi didn't answer right away. He frowned slightly, recalling the message he had seen in the regional chat channel. A player had witnessed Han Yuru returning to the safe zone, prompting him to rush back from the city of the undead. Taking a deep breath, he countered, "Why did you leave without a word this morning? And why have you been rejecting my friend requests? Is it because you think I was with you last night out of pity?" There was a hint of frustration in Zhang Yi's voice. "But you should at least give me a chance to answer that question." He paused, locking eyes with Han Yuru, and pressed on, "I heard you went to Area 885. Why?" Han Yuru stared blankly at Jiang Yi, ready to explain, when her stomach growled at an inopportune moment. She bit her lip and lowered her head like a child caught doing something wrong. Zhang Yi sighed helplessly. "Let's get you something to eat first." He led Han Yuru to a Western restaurant in town. Before she could say anything, Zhang Yi took the initiative to call over an NPC waiter. 2 steaks, 1 medium rare, and 1 well done, and 2 glasses of red wine, 1 diluted with a 3rd Sprite. Han Yaru watched Zhang Yi order with her clear, beautiful eyes. She was surprised that he remembered she liked her steak well done and her wine diluted with Sprite. But she said nothing, afraid that her feelings might be one-sided and would push him away again. Soon, the waiter brought their steaks and wine. They ate in silence, heads down. It wasn't until they were almost done that Zhang Yi broke the silence. Next time, don't leave without saying anything. Han Yaru, in the midst of cutting her steak, paused and nodded gently. At that moment, the conversations of other players in the restaurant reached Zhang Yi's ears. Hey, check out the merge chat channel between our area and area 885. That top player from 885 is spamming the chat. Wow, he's openly saying he wants Han Yaru. Isn't she Inua Ching Cheng's girlfriend? This guy is blatantly challenging Inua Ching Cheng. Hearing this, Zhang Yi continued eating his steak while opening the dual area chat interface. Sure enough, a player with the ID AO Shirkun Xiong was spamming the chat. 886 can't protect you. Only by my side will you be safe. Han Yaru. I will get you. Remember this, Wang Zhetian Xia and Feng Bao Jiazu. Wait for AO Shi Jiazu's massacre in the Energy City. AO Shirkun Xiong's provocative messages instantly ignited the anger of 886 players. Hey Ma, a level 22 assassin, immediately fired back, Pa, 885 is the real trash. Your so-called AO Shi Jiazu will be crushed. As the regional chat erupted, Han Yaru quickly explained to Zhang Yi. He's my cousin. Zhang Yi didn't respond, but the other players in the restaurant started whispering. That AO Shirkun Xiong is openly challenging Inua Ching Cheng. If my girl was being harassed like that, I'd definitely fight back. Yeah, even if I can't physically reach AO Shirkun Xiong, I'd at least trash talk him in the chat. By staying silent, it looks like we're scared of him. Han Yaru stole a glance at Zhang Yi but said nothing. Zhang Yi, seeing the fear and anxiety on Han Yaru's tired face, calmly said, as long as I'm here, no one can hurt you. With that, Zhang Yi resumed eating his steak, while Han Yaru looked at him deeply and nodded gently. After a while, Zhang Yi added, after we finish eating, I'll take you to the inn to rest. What about you? Han Yaru asked. It's late. I'll rest too. After finishing their meal, Zhang Yi took Han Yaru to the Hope Inn and booked 2 5-star rooms. Zhang Yi escorted Han Yaru to her door and was about to leave when he heard her soft voice behind him. Zhang Yi. He stopped and turned to look at her. I'm sorry, Zhang Yi said sincerely. I lost control last night. Han Yaru shook her head gently, biting her lip as she responded quietly. It was my own impulsiveness. Zhang Yi, get some rest. Just as he was about to leave, Han Yaru called out to him again, her voice tinged with a hint of unease. Zhang Yi, can I see you again tomorrow? Get some rest tonight. Zhang Yi said warmly. I'll take you to level up in the morning. With that, he went into his room, standing at her door. Han Yaru's face lit up with a relieved smile before she also returned to her room. After taking a shower, Zhang Yi lay down on his bed when his phone suddenly vibrated. He checked it and saw a friend request notification. Ding, player Yaru has accepted your friend request. Shortly after, Han Yaru sent a message. Good night. In the next room, Han Yaru lay on her bed, staring at the chat interface with Zhang Yi, tossing and turning. It wasn't until much later that she finally saw Zhang Yi's simple reply, night, and was able to fall asleep peacefully. In the middle of the night, Zhang Yi woke up after only 2 hours of sleep. He left the inn, first visiting the blacksmith to repair his heavily worn glimmering staff and reaper boots, and then headed back alone to the city of the dead. Time was of the essence, and Zhang Yi had a plan. Complete the regional dungeon City of Energy, solve the hidden quest to obtain rare materials, and then immediately tackle the hidden dungeon Dragon Emperor's tomb. By then, he should be close to reaching level 30, allowing him to proceed to the second class change in the main city. To complete these tasks as quickly as possible, Zhang Yi tirelessly farmed monsters until 7 in the morning. A flash of golden light signaled that he had finally reached level 26. Stretching his arms, Zhang Yi habitually opened his friend list, only to find that Han Yaru had sent him 12 unread messages. On the morning of September 2nd, 2025, at 5:32 a.m., Han Yaru sent her first message. Good morning, Jiang Yi, accompanied by a heart emoji. At 5:40 a.m., she sent another message. Zhang Yi, you must still be asleep, right? I dreamed about you last night, followed by a sad face emoji. At 5:41 a.m., sleep a bit more, I won't disturb you. At 6:20 a.m., Han Yaru continued messaging. What do you want to eat when you wake up? I'll go get it for you. At 6:21 a.m., she changed her mind. Never mind, I'll wait for you to wake up. If I buy it too early, it'll get cold and won't taste good. At 6:30 a.m., she started to get anxious. Zhang Yi, are you still not awake? At 6:45 a.m., Her tone became frantic. Zhang Yi, where did you go? Why didn't I see you when I went to your room? She quickly followed up with another message. Are you leaving me again? With a crying emoji. At 6:46 a.m., her messages were filled with unease. Zhang Yi, where are you? Don't leave me alone. I'm scared. Another crying emoji. Zhang Yi stared at the series of messages in a daze. He didn't reply immediately. Instead, he went to find the spirit merchant to submit his quest. After completing it, he crushed a return scroll and teleported back to Hopetown. By 7, Hopetown was already bustling. Many players, refreshed after a night's rest, were eagerly accepting quests from NPCs and heading out into the wild, chatting and laughing along the way. Today marked the 6th day since the server launch and the 6th day since the apocalypse began, and players were gradually adapting to this new world. It's worth noting that aside from the world being digitized, the apocalypse world was almost indistinguishable from the real world. Jiang Yi arrived at the breakfast shop, spent 10 silver coins on a basket of soup dumplings, 2 meat buns, and 2 cups of soy milk, then returned to Hope Inn. Opening the door, he saw Han Yuru sitting on the bed, hugging her knees, looking despondent. Hearing the door, she immediately looked up, and upon seeing Zhang Yi, she jumped off the bed and ran to hug him tightly, crying, "Where did you go? I thought you were leaving me again." Zhang Yi gently comforted her. "Silly, I went out to buy breakfast." Han Yuru released her grip, and, seeing the breakfast in Zhang Yi's hands, her anxiety instantly faded. "You remembered I like soup dumplings." "Yeah, eat up. After breakfast, I'll take you out to level up." "Okay." Han Yuru wiped away her tears, took the breakfast, and quietly started eating on the bed. Zhang Yi also began enjoying his 2 silver coin meat buns. Zhang Yi recalled that as the average player level increased, the prices in the apocalypse world would also rise. In the previous life, many max-level players rented shops in the main cities to run restaurants to support their families. After breakfast, Zhang Yi took Han Yuru to the auction house. Over the past few days in the City of the Undead, he had accumulated a large number of 1-star equipment, white skill books, and even a complete 1-star undead set. He had also captured a few low-star, low-quality undead beasts. These were now useless to Zhang Yi, so he listed them all for sale at the market price set by the system. Han Yuru was currently only level 18, with rather basic equipment, making her more of a burden by Zhang Yi's side. However, Zhang Yi valued her priest class. With proper modifications and gear, Han Yuru had the potential to become a powerful healer in their daily battles. At the auction house, Zhang Yi selected a full set of 20 level 1-star priest undead gear for Han Yuru, totaling 30 gold coins. Although only a few levels apart, the difference was significant. The quality of the set was also crucial. A full 1-star priest undead set increased the wearer's healing by 30, a full 2-star set by 50, and a full 3-star set by a staggering 80. For Zhang Yi, who had assets of over 1,200 gold coins, 30 gold coins were nothing. But for ordinary players and Han Yuru, it was a fortune. When Zhang Yi was about to finalize the purchase at a total of 31.2 gold coins, Han Yuru quickly stopped him. "Don't buy me equipment. I can't pay you back." Zhang Yi calmly replied, "It's okay, I never said you had to." Zhang Yi decisively emptied his shopping cart, and a brand new priest set instantly appeared in his inventory. Han Yuru watched in shock, calculating in her mind. 30 gold coins, she couldn't save up that much in even 2 weeks. Yet Zhang Yi didn't hesitate to spend such a large amount on her. Zhang Yi took out the undead set from his bag and carefully handed it to Han Yuru. He noticed that most of his enhancement stones were already level 2 or higher, leaving him with very few level 1 stones. Next, Zhang Yi turned his attention to the auction house. He swiftly operated the interface and bought 3,000 level 1 enhancement stones at an average price of 3 silver coins each, spending a total of 90 gold coins. This action immediately caused a stir in the auction house. Enhancing equipment is something you have to do yourself. You can't rely on my god-level enhancements, Zhang Yi explained. Based on the normal success rate, one piece of equipment requires about 400 enhancement stones. To enhance an entire set to 25, 3,000 stones are essential. As Zhang Yi emptied his shopping cart, enhancement stones almost instantly disappeared from the auction house. The players were in an uproar. The auction house was bustling with people. A level 22 warrior uncle was staring at a batch of 100 level 1 enhancement stones priced at 2.6 gold coins, ready to make the purchase, when the items suddenly vanished. He couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, who has such fast hands?" A young archer who had just listed 50 level 1 enhancement stones suddenly received a system notification. "Your listing of 50 level 1 enhancement stones has sold, earning you 1.35 gold coins." Players around who were browsing for enhancement stones exclaimed, "What the heck? Which tycoon bought all the enhancement stones? The entire auction house is out of them now, that's insane. How much did they spend?" Zhang Yi's actions left Han Yuru, who had been following closely behind him to avoid getting lost in the crowd, stunned. She widened her clear eyes in disbelief and asked, Zhang Yi, why did you buy so many enhancement stones? How much did that cost? For you, Zhang Yi replied succinctly, then transferred all 3,000 level 1 enhancement stones to Han Yuru. The system immediately issued a notification. Ding, you have received a gift of 3,000 level 1 enhancement stones from player Inuo Chingcheng. Han Yuru stood frozen, her eyes filled with disbelief. Seeing her reaction, Zhang Yi calmly said, if you don't want to be a burden, you need to keep up in terms of strength. With that, he turned and walked out of the auction house, leaving Han Yuru still in a daze. I'm going to take a nap and recover my fatigue. You should work on enhancing your equipment. Zhang Yi's voice trailed off as he disappeared into the noisy crowd. Last night, 2 hours of rest at the inn only restored 70 of Zhang Yi's fatigue. The subsequent exertion brought it down to 45, forcing Zhang Yi and Han Yuru to return to the inn. As Zhang Yi was about to book 2 rooms, Han Yuru suddenly spoke up, I won't sleep. Just get 1 room. Don't waste money. No worries, I have money. Zhang Yi blurted out, his straightforward answer leaving Han Yuru momentarily speechless. After a moment's hesitation, Han Yuru softly said, I want to stay in the same room with you. Seeing Zhang Yi about to speak, she quickly added, but don't worry, I won't bother you. I just want to be with you. After a brief thought, Zhang Yi finally nodded. All right. The two entered the double room they had booked. Zhang Yi immediately collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Han Yuru sat on the other bed, focusing on enhancing her equipment. The system notifications kept popping up, and within a few minutes, she used 2,000 enhancement stones to upgrade her full set of 7-piece undead gear to 25. Despite her good luck, Han Yuru, who was only level 18, couldn't equip the level 20 top-tier priest set, so she temporarily stored it in her bag. She turned to look at the sleeping Zhang Yi, carefully climbed into her bed, and lay on her side, quietly gazing at his figure on the opposite bed, afraid to disturb his rest. 2 hours later, Zhang Yi's fatigue was fully recovered. At 9 in the morning, the two set off for the undead city. In the world of apocalypse, the concept of time seemed irrelevant as long as their fatigue didn't drop to 0, making it possible to stay up all night without consequence. Han Yuru's involvement forced Zhang Yi to adjust his plans temporarily. The primary goal was to help her level up to at least 20, so she could equip the undead set and genuinely assist Zhang Yi. Otherwise, as Zhang Yi had mentioned, Han Yuru's current strength would only be a burden, unable to contribute effectively in battles. Upon reaching the undead city, Han Yuru re-accepted a level 3 difficulty undead exorcism quest from the undead merchant, one she had previously completed. Since she hadn't finished the first floor challenge, she wasn't even qualified to enter the second floor. The two teamed up and entered the bustling undead city, heading straight for the level 3 area on the first floor. The surroundings were filled with players teaming up to hunt skeleton warriors and undead. To ensure Han Yuru gained more experience, Zhang Yi handed over the team leader position to her. This way, Zhang Yi would receive 50 of the experience while Han Yuru, as the team leader, would get 60. For Zhang Yi, who had already reached level 26, the experience gained from these low-level 18-19 monsters was negligible, and he no longer cared about how minimal it would be. They chose a spot dense with skeletons and undead. Zhang Yi raised his radiant staff and began efficiently clearing the mobs. He activated multiple attacks, and the roaring orbs of magic left no skeleton or undead standing under the power of just 3 ordinary attack orbs. Due to her slower speed, Han Yuru had just caught up and hadn't had the chance to join the fight when a series of system notifications rang in her ears. Ding, your teammate has killed a level 19 skeleton archer, experience 60. Ding, your teammate has killed a level 20 undead mage, experience 72. The system notifications kept popping up almost every second, and Han Yuru's experience bar was rapidly filling up. Other players nearby, who were also leveling up, watched in astonishment as Zhang Yi's output left them speechless. Wow, this kill efficiency is insane. No wonder he's the top player in our 886 server, one player exclaimed. Another player enviously added, that girl, Yuru, is so lucky to have the top-ranked player, Inuo Chingcheng, personally helping her level up. She doesn't have to do anything and just racks up the experience points. I wish Chingcheng would help me level up too, a third player couldn't help but shout. A few players did try to join Zhang Yi's party, but he politely declined them all. His exclusive dedication to helping Han Yuru made many female players even more envious. For Zhang Yi, who needed 520,000 experience points to level up from 26 to 27, the experience gained from killing monsters was negligible, no matter how fast he was. Furthermore, due to his high level, these low-level skeletons and undead hardly dropped any equipment or money. Even the drop rates for rare items like divine bones and undead knowledge had decreased tenfold. What used to drop 1 item every 5 kills now required Zhang Yi to kill 50 skeletons for a single divine bone. With Zhang Yi's explosive damage output, the level 18 Han Yuru had no chance to contribute. Any target she locked onto was already dead by the time she tried to attack. She could only follow behind and passively gain experience. Suddenly, Zhang Yi cast a chain lightning, instantly killing 3 skeleton warriors. Then, a thunderous dragon roar echoed through the sky, and hellfire dragon flames poured down like a torrential rain. Within seconds, hundreds of skeletons and undead within a 100-meter radius were turned to ashes, leaving nothing behind. The surrounding solo players were left speechless, stunned by the spectacle. At that moment, a beam of golden light descended on Han Yuru, and she leveled up from 18 to 19 instantly. Feeling a bit embarrassed that Zhang Yi was getting almost no benefit while helping her level up, Han Yuru started picking up the occasional items that the monsters dropped. After an hour of continuous rapid kills, another golden beam descended, and Han Yuru successfully reached level 20. Simultaneously, she received a system notification. Congratulations, you have completed the first floor challenge of the Undead City. The teleportation array to the second floor has been activated. Han Yuru finally completed the first level's challenge. She followed the teleportation array to the second level and quickly donned her necromancer set from her bag. The dark death aura emanating from the dark-themed hat, robe, and staff transformed her from a sweet girl into a captivating, powerful presence. Zhang Yi was taken aback by Han Yuru's new appearance. In his memory, Han Yuru always preferred the JK style, and her perfect figure and sweet looks made her the envy of many girls. However, this time, the necromancer set was a stark contrast but suited her surprisingly well, showcasing a different kind of charm. Han Yuru's new look immediately caught the attention of the male players on the second level, who were grinding monsters. They stopped to watch, whispering among themselves. Look at that girl. She has such an amazing presence. Other girls wearing the necromancer set look like landlords, but she looks stunning. Well, she's naturally beautiful. She looks good in anything. With looks like hers, she'd look good even without clothes. She's got the looks and the body. If I had a girlfriend like her, I'd treat her like a queen. Dream on. Look at the guy next to her. He's Inua Ching Chung, the top player in our 886 district. They're a perfect match. Inua Ching Chung has a girlfriend like that because he's got the skills. I'm not jealous at all. I know I don't have what it takes. Check out her gear. A full 1-star necromancer set at this stage costs at least 20 or 30 gold coins, and every piece is enhanced to 25. This set is worth at least 100 gold coins. No wonder the enhancement stones in the auction house were all bought up. It was probably Inua Ching Chung, enhancing his girlfriend's gear. That's the difference between the rich who end up together and the rest of us who can only watch. Han Yuru ignored the surrounding chatter, her focus entirely on Zhang Yi. She spun around and smiled, asking, "Do I look good?" Without hesitation, Zhang Yi replied, "You look great." This scene brought Zhang Yi back to the times he spent with Han Yuru. Every time she bought new clothes, she would be the first to show him and ask the same question. After learning his lesson from answering just okay the first time and getting his ear pulled, Zhang Yi always answered with, "You look great, super pretty, very good, or fantastic" from then on. Han Yuru's smile brightened, and Zhang Yi's reaction made her feel like it was 3 years ago again. With the necromancer set, Han Yuru's attributes significantly improved. Zhang Yi had her tested out, and a single white healing spell, combined with the set's 30 healing boost, restored nearly 300 health points to Zhang Yi. Moreover, the priest's healing spell had only a 4-second cooldown, which meant Han Yuru could now genuinely contribute to the battles ahead, rather than just tagging along for experience. Suddenly, Zhang Yi remembered something and asked, "How many skills do you have?" Han Yuru checked her skill list and replied, 6. Zhang Yi was surprised. "You learned 6 white skills?" Han Yuru, puzzled, said, "Are more skills better?" Zhang Yi explained, "Quality over quantity. Having lots of white skills doesn't help much." With that, he took out a blue skill book, Necromancer's Healing, dropped by the Skeleton King, and handed it to Han Yuru. Han Yuru stared at the blue skill book in surprise. Zhang Yi continued, "Replace any 3 skills with this. A few white skills are nothing compared to a single blue one." He had intentionally saved Necromancer's Healing for Han Yuru. Following Zhang Yi's instructions, Han Yuru chose 3 less useful white skills and replaced them with Necromancer's Healing. The system notification chimed. "Ding, congratulations, you have learned a new skill. Necromancer's Healing Blue." Zhang Yi encouraged her, "Go ahead, try it out." As soon as Zhang Yi finished speaking, Han Yuru lightly waved her staff. After a brief incantation, a dark light descended upon Zhang Yi's head. Instantly, a green recovery value of over 200 points appeared, and a skull icon showed up next to his ID. Han Yuru pursed her lips, clearly unimpressed with the effect of this blue skill. "This healing isn't even as good as my basic white healing spell." "Just wait a moment," she muttered, not bothering to read the skill description carefully. Zhang Yi, however, merely smiled. With the skull icon over his head, He quickly cast a fireball spell aimed at a nearby level 25 undead paladin. With a thunderous boom, the fireball landed a critical hit of over 1,700 points, nearly one-shotting the undead knight. Then, Zhang Yi deliberately stopped attacking. The nearly defeated undead paladin drew its bow and shot an arrow, striking the stationary Zhang Yi. Following the red damage number, another green recovery value of 239 popped up above Zhang Yi's head, identical to the one Han Yuru had cast earlier. This scene repeated 3 times. Zhang Yi took 3 hits, and each time, a new recovery value of 239 points appeared above his head. After the third recovery, the skull icon next to his ID finally vanished. Witnessing the whole process, Han Yuru suddenly realized. So the real power of undead healing is its subsequent healing effect, she exclaimed, finally understanding the skill's true potential. Zhang Yi explained. Undead healing instantly restores health equal to 95 of the caster's attack power and applies an undead mark. This mark allows the target to recover additional health equal to 95 of the caster's attack power each time they are hit within 10 seconds, up to 3 times. Han Yuru's mouth formed an O in surprise, her eyes gleaming with excitement. So, that means the undead healing I cast just restored a total of 956 health points for you? Exactly, Zhang Yi confirmed with a nod. Now, do you still think there's a big difference between blue and white skills? Han Yuru first shook her head, then nodded vigorously, her face lighting up with a joyful smile. This skill's continuous healing effect is amazing, she exclaimed. Zhang Yi's expression turned serious. We need to hurry. Let's finish your second floor challenge first, then I'll start mob farming. Make sure to keep me healed. With that, Zhang Yi swung his glowing staff, sending out a chain lightning that immediately drew the aggro of 3 skeleton shield guards and an undead paladin. With the powerful healer Han Yuru, clad in her 25 undead set, supporting him from the rear, Zhang Yi faced the oncoming battle with fearless determination, ready for the intense fight ahead. Boom, boom, boom. Zhang Yi unleashed a flurry of attacks, his rapid assault raining magical orbs down on the level 25 skeleton shield guards and undead paladins around him. The flashes from the orb impacts lit up the dark necropolis, and with the cracking sounds of bones shattering, one shield guard after another fell under the relentless strikes from his radiant staff. However, the battle was not without its costs. The skeleton shield guard's retaliation ability and the undead paladin's undead shot skill steadily drained Zhang Yi's health, with his health bar visibly dropping. Just as the situation grew dire, Han Yuru, positioned in the rear, demonstrated her worth as a healer. Heal! Han Yuru's clear voice rang out, and green lights enveloped Zhang Yi. Ding system notifications chimed in quick succession. You have received healing from your teammate Yuru. Health 296. You have received continuous healing from your teammate Yuru. Health 148. Additionally, health 49 per second for 5 seconds. Thanks to Han Yuru's powerful healing, Zhang Yi's health remained above 60, allowing him to focus entirely on his attacks without worrying about his safety. Watching this level 20 healer, equipped with just 1-star low-tier gear, perform so effectively, Zhang Yi felt a surge of joy, reassured that his investment of over 120 gold coins in her training was worth it. Around them, other players cast envious glances, witnessing this perfectly coordinated duo effortlessly clearing high-level monsters. Despite being just 1 level lower than Jiang Yi, the level 25 skeleton shield guards and undead paladins couldn't withstand their onslaught, providing Zhang Yi with substantial experience points. The duo fought tirelessly in the necropolis for an entire day. By 10 p.m., the system notification finally announced that Han Yuru had completed the second floor challenge. With the generous experience rewards, Han Yuru's level soared to 22, an impressive leap of 4 levels in a single day, leaving others in awe of her rapid progress. Although Zhang Yi was still full of energy and ready to continue fighting, he noticed that Han Yuru was visibly exhausted. Despite her efforts to hide her fatigue, Zhang Yi decided to call it a day. Let's go back, have a meal, and rest, Zhang Yi suggested. Han Yuru shook her head, trying to push through. No need, let's keep going a bit longer. We can return later. Don't push yourself, Zhang Yi insisted. He then led Han Yuru to the undead merchant to submit their quests. Handing her a teleport scroll, they each used one and instantly returned to the city. Back in the city, Han Yuru immediately opened her backpack and handed Zhang Yi all the money they had earned from their battles and quest rewards. You spent so much on me, I can't pay it all back at once. Don't be silly, Zhang Yi smiled, refusing her money. Instead, he took her to a restaurant for a lavish dinner. After their meal, he booked 2 rooms, ensuring Han Yuru got some proper rest. While Han Yuru slept, Zhang Yi only rested for 2 hours. Once he had recovered a bit, he quietly left at midnight, heading back to the necropolis to continue his training alone. Time flew by, and soon it was Saturday. The much-anticipated regional dungeon City of Energy was set to open at 10 a.m., and the entire game world was buzzing with excitement and anticipation. At 7 a.m., Zhang Yi, who had just returned from the necropolis to rest, was awakened by the commotion outside the inn. Countless players were eagerly discussing strategies for the City of Energy. Meanwhile, the Storm Clan and King's Glory were also gearing up for battle. After several days of effort, both teams had managed to catch up to the average level of Zone 886, reaching level 23. In contrast, Jiang Yi had already reached level 27, maintaining his position at the top of Zone 880 SXS leaderboard and leaving the second-place player 3 levels behind. His astonishing growth rate had earned him the nickname Bug among the players in Zone 886. Interestingly, over the past 2 days, King's Glory players had not been subjected to any more ambushes from Inua Ching Chung, reinforcing King's Glory's belief that their turning enemies into friends strategy was far more effective than simple retaliation against Inua Ching Chung. The temporary dual zone chat channels for regions 885 and 886 are in an uproar, with players hurling insults and boasting in an attempt to gain a psychological advantage before the dungeon opens. Meanwhile, the 8th Major Zones chat, which requires a fee to participate, is buzzing with activity. Players from various safe zones are eagerly discussing Energy City. Some are asking about the fastest ways to acquire energy, others are sharing their thoughts, and some are even trying to sell so-called dungeon guides, which is clearly a scam, given that the dungeon hasn't opened yet. The real guide exists only in the mind of Zhang Yi, who experienced it in a previous life. The entire world of Apocalypse is focused on Energy City. Online forums are filled with trending posts on the topic, even pushing the recent Skeleton King's invasion defense battle off the charts. Players see this as a major opportunity, especially since the level 20 entry requirement allows nearly everyone to participate. However, to Zhang Yi, this commotion is like child's play. After having breakfast with Han Yuru, he set off for the necropolis. On the way, Han Yuru couldn't help but ask, Zhang Yi, everyone is preparing for the Energy City dungeon. Aren't we going? There's no rush, Zhang Yi replied calmly. Let's continue with our plans. Although she didn't understand Zhang Yi's reasoning, Han Yuru didn't ask further. She now followed Zhang Yi's lead, simply enjoying their time together. The wilderness was unusually quiet along the way. As it neared 8 o'clock, with only 2 hours until the dungeon opened, players had gathered in safe zones, ready to rush into the dungeon and seize resources the moment it launched. Finally, at exactly 10 in the morning, a loud system notification echoed across the sky. Ding global announcement. Attention all players, the Energy City dungeon is now open. Players can enter the dungeon through the teleportation arrays in various safe zones. Enjoy your dungeon journey. Swish, swish, swish. In the safe zones of various regions within the world of Apocalypse, countless beams of white light suddenly shot up into the sky, signaling the activation of the teleportation arrays leading to the dungeon, the City of Energy. Simultaneously, a system-wide announcement echoed throughout the server, and a dungeon introduction and rules interface forcibly popped up in front of all players. They had to carefully read and click confirm before stepping into this unknown battlefield. The dungeon information was clear. City of Energy. Dungeon level, 30. Entry requirements. Level 20. First entry costs 3 gold coins. The introduction revealed the tragic fate of humanity. 3 years ago, extraterrestrial invaders attacked Earth. After a half-month-long war, humans were forced to retreat from the City of Energy. Once a bustling metropolis, it had now become a stronghold for the invaders, with countless precious resources falling into enemy hands. The system assigned players from 2 adjacent regions to the same dungeon. The top 100 energy collectors would receive additional rewards. There was an energy shop within the dungeon where collected energy could be exchanged for various treasures. To encourage players to press forward, the system provided special protections. No red names, no item drops upon death, no consumption of revival chances, and only a 10 loss of current level experience. Players could choose to wait in the safe zone for 1 hour before re-entering, or pay to revive on the spot. Additionally, the rate of fatigue decrease was slowed by 50, greatly extending combat time. The most enticing part was that each City of Energy hid an ultimate treasure. Finding it would not only bring massive rewards but also release a mysterious treasure guardian, adding an element of unknown excitement to the dungeon. As the countdown began, players eagerly paid their 3 gold coins and stepped through the teleportation arrays into the dungeon. Even the typically stingy players, who wouldn't spend extra for an egg in their fried rice, did not hesitate to pay the entry fee. They knew well that the gains from the City of Energy would far exceed the mere 3 gold coins. Once the teleportation completed, players opened their eyes to find themselves in a metropolis transformed by extraterrestrials. Skyscrapers stood tall, and the streets were filled with various alien creatures, seemingly waiting for something. In the next instant, countless white lights flashed, and players from regions 885 and 886 were randomly distributed throughout the city. Some appeared inside buildings, others in basements, and the lucky ones on open streets. The unluckiest were those transported to the rooftops of 20-story buildings, who could only express their frustration with a resounding damn. Everyone's first reaction was to locate targets and start hunting alien monsters. On a street filled with level 20 alien creatures, a level 23 archer named Storm Angel silently emerged. A system prompt notified him that he had received 100 initial energy points. Storm Angel quickly locked onto a level 25 deformed alien and unhesitatingly drew his bow, releasing a flaming arrow. Notably, the City of Energy featured a beginner-friendly mechanic. Only attack monsters would fight back, while others would ignore the players. The four-armed deformed alien, enraged, immediately charged at Storm Angel. As a melee-type deformed alien, it had formidable attack power but weak defense. Storm Angel knew that an intense battle was about to begin. Before the mutated creature of level 25 could get close, Storm Angel had already taken it down with a few high-damage arrows. The system alert chimed in. Ding, you have killed a level 25 mutated creature. Experience points 220, energy points 5. Storm Angel glanced at his weapon, a level 22, 3-star golden bow of the dead, which he had bought for 251 gold coins, and then spent over 100 more coins on level 3 enhancement stones to boost it to 25. With a confident smile, he murmured to himself, "All right, this dungeon run is all on you." Just as Storm Angel was about to seek his next target, a system announcement suddenly came through. Regional battle announcement. Ding, player AO Shirkun Xiong from area 885 has killed player Gu Ji from area 886, stealing 10 energy points. First Blood achievement unlocked, energy points 50. Meanwhile, on another street in Energy City, Wang Zhirong Yao, a level 21 archer who had just entered the dungeon, heard the announcement and couldn't help but curse. Damn it. The battle's already started? AO Shirkun Xiong, you bastard. No sooner had he finished speaking than another system alert sounded. Ding, player Storm Angel from area 886 has killed player AO Shir Shui from area 885, stealing 11 energy points. Although Wang Zhirong Yao didn't particularly like Storm Angel, he still typed in the regional channel, "Nice job." However, at that moment, Wang Zhirong Yao felt a chill behind him. As he turned around, a figure suddenly attacked. Seconds later, a white flash appeared, and the system announced once more. Ding, player AO Shirquang Shun from area 885 has killed player Wang Zhirong Yao from area 886. Energy points 10. Wang Zhirong Yao chose not to spend gold to revive and was directly transported to the Resurrection Spring in Hopetown. Furious, he quickly opened the dual area chat and typed, "Wang Zhirong Yao, area 886 male, level 21 archer. Some sneaky AO, sure bastard ambushed me. Brothers from Wang, Zhetian Xia, avenge me." AO Shirquang Shin quickly responded, "Area 885 male, level 24 assassin. Didn't you say Wang Zhetian Xia is the top guild in area 886? Is this all you've got? You couldn't even last 5 seconds against me." Wang Zhirong Yao shot back, "You only beat me because you're 3 levels higher. Could you take me at the same level?" Shun Jian Shou joined in. Area 885 male, level 23 archer. "Trash is trash. Stop whining and come back if you dare." Wang Zhirong Yao, seething with anger, replied, "Just you wait. I'll be back in an hour, and I'll take you down." With that, he angrily closed the chat channel. The battle raged on in Energy City, known among players as the Land of Slaughter. Resurrection flashes appeared incessantly, and countless combat announcements continuously scrolled across the dungeon interface, marking the intensity of this cross-region clash. City of the Undead. While players in the 2 major safe zones of the City of Energy were embroiled in intense battles, Zhang Yi and Han Yuru were leisurely grinding monsters in this quiet place. In the vast City of the Undead, apart from the 2 of them and the undead merchant at the entrance, there wasn't a single other player in sight. Han Yuru's support was like divine intervention, doubling Zhang Yi's speed in defeating skeleton guards and undead protectors on the 3rd level. With the advantage of his 25 armor, this beast master turned mage was playing like a tank, eliminating the need for extensive dodging and focusing solely on output. The 3rd level no longer posed a challenge. The duo's main goal was to level up and complete the level 7 difficulty Undead Purification quest. Zhang Yi had additional objectives, completing a week-long hidden quest, acquiring rare materials, and collecting a 2-star Undead set. The difficulty of this hidden quest was beyond imagination. After 5 days of almost constant effort in the City of the Undead, his progress was only at 90. Clearly, it was a task that ordinary players couldn't complete, promising rich rewards. After a whole day of fighting, at around 6 in the evening, Zhang Yi and Han Yuru, now with fatigue levels down to around 30, prepared to leave the city and turn in their quest. On the way, Zhang Yi tallied their loot. Nearly 10 hours of effort had yielded over 20 pieces of equipment, including 8 2-star items and 13 1-star items. Among the 2-star items were 4 pieces of the undead set, but unfortunately, the only mage set piece was a duplicate level 30 necklace. It seemed that collecting a complete 2-star mage undead set would be quite challenging. Passing through the previously bustling second and first levels, now eerily empty like a ghost town, they reached the outskirts and submitted their quest to the ever-present undead merchant, Alo. System notifications sounded in quick succession. Completed the level 7 difficulty undead purification quest, received rich rewards. Intimacy level with the wandering merchant increased to level 3, unlocking privileges. Leveled up to 28, completed the extreme survival task on nightmare difficulty, earned a chance at the grand prize wheel. A golden prize wheel materialized before Zhang Yi, and he could hardly contain his excitement. In his past life, he was almost constantly teetering between death and resurrection, never reaching the peak of 5 revival chances, let alone touching this mysterious prize wheel. Zhang Yi had a thorough understanding of the mechanics behind the big wheel. Although the current level 1 wheel wasn't of high grade, each spin granted 1 experience point, gradually increasing the wheel's level. As the level rose, the rewards would become more and more lucrative. Even this level 1 wheel had prizes that were highly tempting: a 2-star undead set, a blue skill book, 50 gold coins, a 2-star treasure chest. Each one was a rare treasure at this stage. After all, these were rewards equivalent to a precious resurrection chance. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and spun the wheel. The pointer whirled rapidly, finally stopping with a crisp ding. Congratulations, you've obtained the blue skill book. Advanced Lightning Chain 1. Will Experience 1. The wheel now requires 3 experience points to reach level 2. The system notification sounded, and Zhang Yi felt a surge of joy. A blue lightning chain, not a bad haul. He quickly compared it with the green lightning chain in his skill list. The green one could attack up to 3 targets simultaneously with an 80 damage coefficient, while the blue version increased the damage coefficient by 15, boosting single target damage to 95. Even though Zhang Yi had 3 empty skill slots, he didn't immediately learn this skill. His plan was to unlock the 4th skill slot at level 30 and equip the purple undead storm. If he learned the blue lightning chain now, he wouldn't have enough skill slots at level 30. He decided to put the skill on hold until he reached level 33 in the main city. The quest also rewarded him with a pair of level 28, 2-star undead mage pants. Zhang Yi, being level 28, immediately swapped out his level 14, 2-star magician pants for the new ones. Ding, congratulations on activating the 3-piece undead mage set, granting a set attribute bonus, 10 casting speed. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi took out 25 level 2 enhancement stones and upgraded the undead pants to the maximum level. Besides unlocking the advanced damage reduction equipment talent reducing damage by 50 points per hit, his base defense also saw a significant boost. Watching Zhang Yi effortlessly enhance his equipment to 25, Han Yuru couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why do you never fail when enhancing equipment?" Zhang Yi leaned in close to Han Yuru's ear and whispered mysteriously, "Here's the secret. Next time you enhance equipment, just silently chant Heavenly Protection, Open Sesame in your mind." Seeing the skeptical look on Han Yuru's face, Zhang Yi asked, "What gear did you get as a quest reward?" Han Yuru's eyes lit up as she eagerly opened her backpack to check the newly acquired gear. "A level 24 2-star priest undead ring," she exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. Zhang Yi nodded but then cautioned, "That's good, but don't equip it just yet. Stick with your 1-star gear for now. Wait until you have a complete set of 2-star gear before you switch. Otherwise, it'll be too costly to upgrade." As he spoke, he retrieved a 2-star priest undead robe from his backpack, which he had just obtained earlier that day, and handed it to Han Yuru. Han Yuru accepted the robe, gently stroking the fabric to feel its texture. "All right," she replied simply, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. With a shared understanding, they both pulled out their return scrolls and crushed them. In a flash of white light, they were back in Hopetown. The scene before them left them both momentarily stunned. Hopetown was bustling with activity, the streets and alleys packed with people, and the air filled with a cacophony of noise. Zhang Yi glanced around, realizing that since the game's launch, he had never seen so many players in the safe zone at once. It was clear that these players had been recently killed in the City of Energy dungeon. When players died in the dungeon, they had the option to spend 10 gold coins to revive on the spot or return to the safe zone for a free revival, though they would have to wait an hour before re-entering the dungeon. The surrounding players were animatedly discussing the dungeon's challenges. "Damn it, this dungeon is a slaughterhouse," one player complained angrily. "I get killed as soon as I enter. I barely have time to kill any monsters. The players from 885 are ruthless." Why are they going all out in this dungeon? Another player responded, what do you think? Didn't you read the dungeon description? The top 3 individual energy rankings get a full set of level 32-star undead gear. No way. Really? Let me check. A third player quickly pulled up the dungeon description. Oh my god, it's true. The top 3 get a full set of level 32-star undead gear. No wonder those lunatics from 885 are killing everyone on sight. The rewards are insane. And the rewards are calculated based on energy at the end of the dungeon. Even the participation rewards for the winning side are pretty good, a more knowledgeable player explained. Come on, guys. Let's crush those 885 bastards. We can't let 886 lose to them. These words seemed to ignite a spark, and the players who had finished their cooldowns rushed towards the teleportation array, eager to re-enter the dungeon. At this stage, where 2-star gear was still relatively rare, the allure of a full set of level 32-star undead gear was irresistible. Meanwhile, many players still in the dungeon had started live streaming. There were at least dozens of live streams running simultaneously, each one attracting a large audience. The players who had been eliminated and were waiting out their cooldowns flocked to the live streams to watch the action. Among them, Storm Angel's live stream was the most popular, with viewership exceeding 450,000 and over 300,000 active viewers. In the stream, Storm Angel was engaged in a fierce battle, and the audience was fervently cheering him on. The chat was flooded with messages of support, and virtual gifts were being sent continuously. Those who had been killed by players from 885 found solace and excitement in watching Storm Angel take down their enemies. Zhang Yi didn't immediately join in the frenzy. He first sent Han Yaru to the restaurant, and then made a quick trip to the blacksmith to repair his gear. After that, he stopped by the pharmacy to stock up on a large supply of potions, preparing for the all-night battle ahead. With these tasks completed, Jiang Yi headed to the restaurant to join Han Yaru for dinner. As the wealthier player now, he didn't hesitate to splurge, ordering 2 beef hot pots at 5 gold coins each. While enjoying the delicious hot pot, Zhang Yi noticed that other players dining around them were all engrossed in watching live streams, the atmosphere buzzing with excitement. He casually opened the live stream interface and entered the most popular stream, Storm Angel STO, see what all the fuss was about. As soon as they entered the dungeon, a third-person live stream centered on Storm Angel came into view. Storm Angel moved swiftly, the bowstring vibrating, and 2 arrows shot out like lightning, instantly taking down 2 enemy players on the screen. Whoosh! Whoosh! Accompanied by 2 blinding flashes of white light, the dungeon announcements rang out. Ding, player Storm Angel from Zone 886 has killed player 666 from Zone 885, energy points 142. Ding, player Storm Angel from Zone 886 has killed player Eternal Diamond from Zone 885, energy points 226. Ding, player Storm Angel is on a killing spree, reaching an astonishing 228 consecutive kills. Who can stop him? The spectators in the live stream room went wild. The chat exploded with messages. Little Pig, run fast. Storm Angel is amazing. No wonder he was once the top player in Zone 886. He's easily crushing those trash players from Zone 885 without breaking a sweat. Awesome. This is so awesome. I'm getting pumped up just watching. I'm going to kill too. See you later, guys. No sooner had Awesome finished speaking than he exited the live stream room. But just a minute later, the dungeon announcements rang again. Player King of the World from Zone 885 has killed player Awesome from Zone 886, energy points 88. Immediately, Awesome rejoined the live stream, seemingly unfazed by his defeat. I'm back, brothers. Storm Angel, keep it up and accumulate more energy for our zone. I'll send you some gifts. Gifts started to flood the live stream. Player Awesome sent Flower X99. Player Awesome sent Rocket X1. Player Wind and Snow sent Chocolate X52. Zhang Yi was amazed to see that Storm Angel, at just level 23, could easily defeat high-level players from Zone 885. Observing closely, he finally found the answer in Storm Angel's Golden Longbow, Golden Bow of the Dead. This level 22, 3-star weapon endowed Storm Angel with incredible destructive power, allowing him to kill almost all enemies before they even got close. Driven by curiosity, Zhang Yi opened the energy leaderboard. To his surprise, Storm Angel was ranked second in the dungeon with 17,538 energy points. The first place was held by King of the World from Zone 885 with a staggering 25,200 points. The kill rankings mirrored this. Meanwhile, the dungeon announcement interface kept updating with the battle on the other side. Ding, player King of the World from Zone 885 has killed player War General from Zone 886, energy points 155. Ding, King of the World double kill God Sword, energy points 328. Ding, King of the World has reached 312 consecutive kills. Ding, King of the World is on a killing spree. Ding, King of the World is unstoppable. Who can stop him? The situation was clearly polarized, with Storm Angel and King of the World towering over their respective zones like colossal mountains. Their energy and kill counts far exceeded those of other players in their zones by more than tenfold, and all this happened within just a day and a half of the dungeon opening. Both sides pinned their greatest hopes on their respective leaders, eagerly anticipating a monumental showdown between these two powerhouses. As everyone held their breath in anticipation, a heart-pounding figure suddenly appeared on Storm Angel's live stream King of the World. Ding! Player AO Shirkun Xiong from Zone 885 has defeated Feng Bao Tianshi from Zone 886, looting 1754 energy points. Shortly after, another announcement echoed. AO Shirkun Xiong has ended Feng Bao Tianshi's legendary streak. This unprecedented clash between the top players of two zones is one for the history books. Outside the dungeon in Zone 886, the spectators were stunned into silence, staring in disbelief at the live stream showing Feng Bao Tianshi lying defeated at the feet of AO Shirkun Xiong. However, just 10 seconds later, Feng Bao Tianshi revived at full health, clearly opting for a respawn. Gasps filled the livestream chat. The revived Feng Bao Tianshi immediately engaged in a second duel with AO Shirkun Xiong, but the outcome was the Sami was defeated within seconds. Weighing the risks of losing levels and more energy points, Feng Bao Tianshi chose not to respawn this time, waiting for his body to auto-refresh after 10 seconds. In the final second before the livestream cut off due to Feng Bao Tianshi's death, AO Shirkun Xiong flipped the camera the bird, a clear sign of provocation. Back in the bustling streets of Hope Town, the spectators erupted in chatter. No way! Even Feng Bao Tianshi couldn't beat him? That AO Shirkun Xiong from Zone 885 is insane. Player A exclaimed. Player B frowned and analyzed. Did you notice how insanely fast his attack speed was? Damn, that guy's even more arrogant now. Our strongest player got wiped out in seconds. Who can stand against him? Well, Feng Bao Tianshi is strong, but he's not the strongest, player C sighed. If only Inua Qingcheng were here. By the way, why hasn't Qingcheng entered the dungeon all day today? Player D chimed in. Yeah, with Inua Qingcheng's skills, he could easily take down AO Shirkun Xiong. Where is he? Meanwhile, in the cross-zone chat between zones 885 and 886, AO Shirkun Xiong sent a barrage of taunting messages. Is this the best your zone 886 has to offer? I've killed so many of your players, and not a single one has lasted more than 5 seconds against me. I finally meet your top-ranked player, and he's still a pushover. Is this really the level of zone 886? Is there no one else who can fight me? These provocations quickly ignited the fury of zone 886 players. Feng Bao Long Wang, Zone 886, male, level 23 warrior shot back. What's there to brag about? If our captain hadn't been set back in levels recently, you wouldn't stand a chance against him. You only won because of the level gap. Xiao Luo Li, Zone 886, female, level 23 priest wasn't far behind. You didn't just defeat our top player. If you faced our real top player, you wouldn't even get a chance to touch him. You'd be instantly wiped out. Do you believe that? AO Shirkun Xiong sneered. Oh, you have such a master in your zone? Where is he then? And why hasn't he shown up? AO Shwep chimed in. I bet your so-called top player is too scared of our AO Shirkun Xiong to show his face. Probably hiding somewhere, trying to level up in peace. Haha. Meanwhile, in a restaurant in Hope Town, Zhang Yi was leisurely enjoying a hot pot, casually scrolling through the chat messages. Even Han Yuru, sitting across from him, couldn't help but ask, Zhang Yi, aren't you mad at what they're saying about you? Zhang Yi calmly replied, do you see them mentioning me? I'm not the top player of our zone. Han Yuru frowned. Aren't you? You're the number one on our zone's leaderboard. I'm no master, Zhang Yi said, picking up a piece of beef. I'm just an average player. Han Yuru was silent for a moment, then remarked, well, you've got a great mindset. Zhang Yi smiled and reminded her, if you don't eat soon, I'll finish all the beef. I don't believe you can eat that much. Han Yuru looked down at the hot pot and was surprised. Ah, it's really all gone? You ate all the beef. Seeing Han Yuru's conflicted expression, Zhang Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Don't worry, we'll order more. Eat up, so you can sleep well. Hannah hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up. Zhang Yi, are we really not going into the dungeon? There seems to be a lot of good stuff we can get in there. She looked around to make sure no one was nearby, then leaned in close to Zhang Yi and whispered, we don't have to kill anyone, just farm some monsters and gather some energy. What do you think? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow and asked casually, energy wars without killing? What's the point? Do you want to go in? A flicker of anticipation flashed in Hannah's eyes as she countered. What about you? Will you go? If you go, I'll go. Zhang Yi shrugged. Even if we both go in, we won't be spawned at the same starting point. Hannah pondered for a moment and then seriously suggested, Why don't you live stream it? I'll watch your stream and send you gifts. I got a lot of silver coins from today's quest. I can send you flowers. She looked earnest. Zhang Yi chuckled. Just eat your meal and go to sleep. Hannah pouted, but didn't press further. After finishing their meal, they left the restaurant and walked into the Hope Inn across the street. The other players in the restaurant immediately started gossiping. No wonder Inua Chung isn't in the dungeon all the time. He's with his girlfriend. I'm jealous, but it's kind of a waste. If he were in the dungeon, Ao Shirkun Xiong wouldn't have a chance to be so arrogant in Zone 885. Dungeons aren't mandatory. If Inua Chung doesn't want to fight, we can't force him. Zhang Yi still booked 2 separate rooms. After settling Hannah in, he was about to leave when she suddenly asked, "Are you going out to grind levels later?" "Yeah," Zhang Yi replied, a bit surprised. "How did you know? You haven't been in your room the past few nights and only come back in the morning. You must be grinding levels all night by yourself." Hannah blinked. "Can I come with you tonight?" Zhang Yi thought for a moment. The efficiency of solo farming in the 3rd level of the Undead City was indeed lower without Hannah's support. He nodded. "All right, get a few hours of rest to recover your energy. I'll wake you around 10. Back in his room, Zhang Yi lay on the bed, his gaze falling on the top name on the Energy City leaderboard. Ao Shirkun Xiong. A sly smile played on his lips as he muttered, "Good luck, Xiongda. Go for it." At 10 p.m., Zhang Yi woke up to find the screen flooded with red notifications from the game. The glaring red text stood out starkly in the darkness, with 3 consecutive announcements ruthlessly declaring the dominance of the player. Ao Shirkun Xiong from server 885. Ding player Ao Shirkun Xiong from server 885 achieved a 400 kill streak, unparalleled and invincible. Ding player Ao Shirkun Xiong from server 885 tops the energy leaderboard, unmatched. Ding player Ao Shirkun Xiong from server 885 leads the kill leaderboard, unrivaled. Such red notifications were extremely rare, as the usual announcements were in white text. The red not only signified the importance of the information, but also indicated that it couldn't be blocked, forcibly appearing on every player's screen. Zhang Yi squinted his eyes, recalling scenes from his previous life, where Ao Shirkun Xiong mercilessly dominated Wang Zhetian Xiab in the City of Energy and later conquered the hidden dungeon, the Dragon Emperor's Tomb. He had to admit, this player was indeed formidable. A glance at the energy and kill leaderboards revealed the overwhelming dominance of the Ao Shir family. They occupied at least 6 or 7 of the top 10 spots. In contrast, server 886 had only 2 players, Storm Angel and King Supreme, barely making it onto the lists. King Supreme's presence on the leaderboard was entirely due to a 3-star Skeleton King battle ring. At this stage, 3-star equipment was considered true artifacts, and there were probably fewer than 5 pieces in the entire safe zone. More importantly, all these 3-star items came from the Skeleton King. Before entering the dungeon, Wang Zhirong had spared no expense to enhance King Supreme's Skeleton King battle ring to the top level of 25. This enormous attack power boost allowed King Supreme to easily defeat weaker opponents from server 885. However, looking at the overall situation, the average combat power of players from server 886 was significantly inferior. Jiang Yi remembered that the disparity wasn't this vast in his previous life. He realized that the recent clash he had instigated between Wang Zhetian Xia and the Storm family had caused both teams' players to drop 6 or 7 levels. This setback hadn't been fully recovered yet, further widening the gap with the Ao Shir family. The regional chat channel was filled with taunting remarks from server 885 players. Zhang Yi watched coldly, easily seeing through their strategy. Provoke the players from server 886 into seeking revenge in the dungeon, only to be ambushed and killed in return. This was undoubtedly the quickest way to gain energy. Unfortunately, the players from server 886 fell right into the trap, their anger driving them to hunt down players from server 885 in the dungeon. However, the result was often counterproductive, with most ending up being killed instead. The dungeon announcement interface kept refreshing, almost exclusively showing messages of server 885 players killing those from server 886. This situation was not surprising. The Ao Shir family alone had 2,000 to 3,000 members, their average strength far surpassing that of ordinary players. In the dungeon, encountering a member of the Ao Shir family almost certainly meant death for a player from server 886. As a result, the energy gap between the 2 servers rapidly widened. By the end of the first day, the difference had already reached a staggering 15.72 million to 11.98 million. After quickly scanning through this information, Zhang Yi got up and went to Hanyaru's room. He gently woke her, and the 2 of them set out to the city of the undead in the dead of night. The city of the undead was even more desolate at night than during the day, shrouded in darkness. Hanyaru instinctively clutched her clothes tighter, following closely behind Zhang Yi as they made their way to the 3rd floor. Time was of the essence, and Zhang Yi knew they had to pick up the pace. So, once again, they spent the entire night battling in the dungeon without rest. By 8 a.m. the next morning, sunlight streamed into the room. Han Yiru stretched, creating a perfect arc in Jiang Yi's line of sight. He couldn't help but gulp. At 21, Han Yiru seemed even more developed and alluring than 3 years ago. Noticing Zhang Yi's gaze, she softly asked, "Do I look good?" Zhang Yi quickly averted his eyes, a bit flustered. "We should go back and get some rest," he said hastily. With that, he crushed a return scroll. Han Yiru covered her mouth with a smile and followed suit. Back in Hope Town, the place was as bustling as ever. With fatigue consumption halved in the dungeon, many players chose to stay up all night farming in the City of Energy. The battles in the City of Energy were also heating up, reaching a fever pitch. In Zone 885, the player known as Ao Shirkun Xiong had his kill count frozen at 800 after an hour, like a statue. Clearly, this formidable player had logged off and fallen asleep. Even with fatigue consumption halved, the intense gameplay was enough to exhaust anyone. However, even though he temporarily left the battlefield, surpassing his achievements remained an almost impossible task for other players. In Zone 886, no player could match Ao Shirkun Xiong. This powerhouse possessed a legendary talent 5 times attack speed, making him nearly invincible in combat. Zhang Yi quickly scanned the energy and kill rankings and compared the total energy of the 2 safe zones. The result was shocking. Zone 880 SAXS performance was abysmal in comparison. After returning to the safe zone, Zhang Yi and Han Yiru didn't stop for food, but went straight to an inn and booked a room to rest. This scene was witnessed by a few passing players, some of whom had seen the duo do the same thing the previous night. They couldn't help but wonder, are young people these days really this energetic? It seemed like all they did was eat, fight monsters, and get a room. This time, Zhang Yi didn't set an alarm and fell into a deep sleep. He woke up only when Han Yiru knocked on the door with food. "Are we still going to the City of the Undead this afternoon?" Han Yiru asked, placing the food on the small table by the bed. "Yeah," Zhang Yi nodded, sitting next to her on the bed. While enjoying the fried rice she brought, he said, "I'll go alone this afternoon. You stayed up all night. You should rest." Han Yiru firmly shook her head. "I'm going with you. You don't have to push yourself so hard." Zhang Yi tried to persuade her. "I do," Han Yiru replied earnestly, a hint of anxiety in her voice. "I don't want to fall too far behind you." She hesitated, fear flashing in her eyes. Zhang Yi keenly sensed Han Yiru's thoughts. She was afraid of repeating the past. 3 years ago, the significant gap in their abilities led Zhang Yi to leave her. Now, Han Yiru feared that her lack of strength would make her a burden and that she would be abandoned again. "Fool," Zhang Yi said softly, not explaining further, but conceding. "All right, we'll go together this afternoon. But you can't follow me tonight. If you keep this up, your body won't hold up." Hearing Zhang Yi agree to let her come along, Han Yiru's face lit up with a smile. Okay. After replenishing their supplies, they ventured into the City of the Undead again. Their goal for the afternoon was clear. Complete the hidden quest that was already 95 done and gather rare materials. Time passed by the minute, and finally, as another afternoon drew to a close, Zhang Yi collected the last piece of the divine bone. With his bag full of 1,000 divine bones and undead wills, Zhang Yi felt a sense of accomplishment. It was the first time he had spent so much time and effort on a single quest. Just as Zhang Yi was about to leave with Han Yiru to complete the Undead Exorcism quest and then return to submit the hidden quest, a forced announcement suddenly echoed through the regional channel. Zone 885, Ao Shirkun Xiong, male, level 26 archer, Inua Qing Chung. If you dare, come to the Energy City for a showdown. The loser shall never approach Han Yiru again. This sudden challenge caused a stir in the gaming world, drawing everyone's attention to the upcoming duel. A message that bypassed all blocks and silences, forcibly popping up a dialogue box for all players to see, costing a whopping 100 gold coins per message. This sudden notification left Zhang Yi in shock. How had Ao Shirkun Xiong learned about him? And how did they even know he was with Han Yiru? After all, Zhang Yi had never met Ao Shirkun Xiong before, not even during his relationship with Han Yiru 3 years ago. He had never heard of her having such a prominent cousin. Zhang Yi turned to look at Han Yiru, who quickly shook her head, her face innocent. "It wasn't me, I didn't say anything." She paused, then seemed to remember something. "All right, I might have mentioned it accidentally last time when Wang Zhirong Yao came to the 885 district to save me." Realizing the situation, Han Yiru suddenly opened the regional chat channel and started typing a message. Zhang Yi curiously asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm going to give him a piece of my mind," Han Yiru explained while continuing to type. "Otherwise, he'll think you're too scared to enter, because of him." Zhang Yi was silent for a moment before slowly saying, "What if I told you that the reason I didn't go to Energy City was really because I'm afraid of the Ao Shir family?" Han Yuru was stunned, looking at Zhang Yi in disbelief. You're lying. You aren't even afraid of Wang Zhetianxia. So how could you be afraid of a family whose background you don't even know? Zhang Yi continued. Since the leader of the Ao Shi family, Ao Shi Kun Xiong, is your cousin and he happens to like you, being with him would be more beneficial for you than staying with me. Zhang Yi. Han Yuru suddenly shouted at Zhang Yi, tears streaming down her face. Zhang Yi's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected his joke to make Han Yuru cry. Caught off guard, Zhang Yi quickly tried to comfort her. I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Why are you crying? What do you take me for, Jiang Yi? Han Yuru cried. Do you think I'm with you because there's something to gain? No, that's not what I meant, Zhang Yi frantically explained, evidently still unable to handle Han Yuru's tears. Han Yuru wiped her tears, calmed down, and said, let's go turn in the quest. With that, she walked over to the undead merchant to submit the quest. Zhang Yi followed closely behind, submitting the level 7 difficulty undead exorcism quest again. Amidst the golden glow of the generous rewards, the system notification sounded. Ding, congratulations. You've reached level 29. You need 3 million experience points to reach the next level. Under normal circumstances, it would take about 2 to 3 days to reach level 30. After completing the quest here, the two used return scrolls to go back to Hopetown. Zhang Yi asked Han Yuru to wait at the restaurant while he eagerly headed to the blacksmith shop. On the way, Zhang Yi overheard the whispers of passersby. Look, isn't that Inua Ching Chung? Ao Shi Kun Xiong just taunted him in the district chat, and he didn't even respond. And now, he's just strolling around town. Yeah, maybe even Inua Ching Chung is scared. Ao Shi Kun Xiong is really formidable. I didn't expect Ao Shi Kun Xiong to be interested in our district's Han Yuru. How interesting. Check the regional channel. Ao Shi Kun Xiong is spamming again. Many players around opened the regional chat interface and saw Ao Shi Kun Xiong's messages flooding the channel. Inua Ching Chung, what? Don't even have the guts to say a word. The bunch of losers in your district are no challenge to me. They say you're the top player in District 886. Let me see how strong you really are. You're such a coward. Do you even deserve to be with Han Yuru? I'll give you a chance. Back off from Han Yuru, or I'll storm District 886. Even if I have to take her by force, Han Yuru will be mine. Zhang Yi's indifference made the people of District 885 restless. Is your district's top player really this cowardly? He doesn't even dare to say a word. So cowardly. Truly birds of a feather flock together. Despite the private discussions, publicly, the players of District 886 defended Jiang Yi. Our Inua Ching Chung just doesn't think it's worth fighting you. Do you really think he's scared? With Inua Ching Cheng's strength, he could easily defeat your Ao Shi family. I can tell you from personal experience, Inua Ching Cheng is not someone you can mess with. It was rare to see even Wang Zhirong Yao defending Zhang Yi. The more the players of District 886 defended him, the more antagonistic the players of District 885 became. Really? Then let him come to the dungeon for a duel. Don't just be a coward. Who's a coward? You're the coward. Your whole family is... Stop yapping. Come to Energy City and prove yourself. Bring it on. Who's afraid of who? The chat channel was ablaze with arguments, but as the key figure in this dispute, Zhang Yi calmly walked through the crowd and arrived at the blacksmith shop. He found Il once again and triggered the dialogue. Young man, you're here. Did you finally collect those divine bones and undead essences for me? Yes, Zhang Yi replied, taking out all the divine bones and undead essences from his bag and handing them to Il. Il's eyes lit up with excitement. I can't believe you actually completed this task. Wonderful. With these top-tier materials, I can forge powerful weapons and equipment for the soldiers who protect this town. As Il finished speaking, a pleasant notification sounded in Zhang Yi's ear. Ding, congratulations. You have completed the advanced hidden quest to acquire rare materials. Rewards: experience 2 million, gold coins 100, level 3 enhancement stones 50, human reputation 2400, skill scroll 1, skill book, ice magic 1, mage undead set 7 pieces 1, intimacy with the blacksmith 100. He unexpectedly received a full set of the 2-star level 30 necromancer gear that Zhang Yi had been painstakingly collecting. This pleasant surprise left Zhang Yi overjoyed, making him feel that his daily grind in the city of the undead was finally paying off. He had initially estimated it would take another week to gather the complete set, but the quest rewards saved him all that effort. In addition to the necromancer gear, the other rewards were equally valuable. A rare magic scroll that permanently added 5 skill slots and a level 30 ice spell skill book caught Zhang Yi's eye. This powerful ice spell not only dealt 160 magic damage, but also had a 60 chance to freeze enemies for 1.8 seconds. Even if the freeze effect didn't trigger, it would still reduce the enemy's movement speed by 30 for 3 seconds, with a 12-second cooldown making it quite practical. Zhang Yi was ecstatic, repeatedly marveling at how the rewards exceeded his expectations. He quickly did the math. By level 30, he could learn Necromancer Storm with his leveling skill slots, and the rare scroll would give him 5 more slots, just enough to learn the ice spell and upgrade his green lightning chain to its blue version. Although most rewards required him to be level 30 to use, they undoubtedly boosted his motivation to reach that level. Looking at his experience bar, he still needed nearly 1 million XP. Zhang Yi resolved to level up to 30 the next day. He then headed to the blacksmith shop, using the level 1 enhancement stones he had gathered in the City of the Undead to synthesize higher level stones. With a 15 discount from his level 3 familiarity with the blacksmith, he saved quite a bit on synthesis costs. Considering he wasn't level 30 yet, Zhang Yi decided not to enhance his gear immediately and stored the synthesized stones and necromancer set in his backpack. Leaving the blacksmith shop, Zhang Yi went to the restaurant to meet Han Yuru for dinner. After the meal, he excused himself to rest, but snuck back to the City of the Undead once his fatigue recovered. To avoid worrying Han Yuru, he made sure to return before 5 a.m., as she usually woke up at 5:30. This all-nighter made Zhang Yi realize that solo grinding was less efficient than teaming up with Han Yuru. After returning to the inn, he took a nap. Around 7 a.m., he heard Han Yuru knocking on his door and stretched, pretending to have just woken up. However, his act didn't fool Han Yuru. She immediately noticed the signs of his late-night gaming and said with concern, "Did you go out again last night? Look at those dark circles. You're starting to look like a panda. You always tell me not to overwork myself. But what about you?" Feeling a bit guilty, Zhang Yi tried to play it cool by getting up and walking to the window. Looking at the bustling street, he remarked, "People are so eager to grind in dungeons. It's crazy." Han Yuru put down her raised hand, and after a moment of hesitation, she said, "Zhang Yi, I brought you your favorite meat buns. Eat them while they're hot. Shall we head to the City of the Undead afterward?" "Sure," Zhang Yi replied, noticing the level 25 tag above Han Yuru's head. He added, "Let's aim to get you to level 27 today." Since training with Jiang Yi, Han Yuru's skills have improved dramatically. Clad in a full set of 25 undead gear, she has transformed from an obscure character in Server 886 to a top-tier player. At this point, the average player level in Server 886 is just reaching level 25. However, this level is still not enough to meet Zhang Yi's expectations. Their goal is to reach level 30, the threshold for entering the Tier 3 main city. Zhang Yi is unwilling to leave Han Yuru behind in the novice village while he ventures alone to the main city. Today is Monday, and new survival quests have refreshed. According to the rules of the Apocalypse game, starting from the 3rd week, unless under special circumstances, the system randomly assigns different survival tasks to each player based on their abilities. As Zhang Yi checked his own quest, he asked, "What's your first survival task?" Han Yuru immediately opened her quest interface and replied, "To have a total equipment star rating of over 10 stars within this week." Zhang Yi looked at her in amazement. "Why is your task so simple?" Han Yuru pouted, "Simple? I only have 7 stars on my equipment right now." "What's your task?" "The same as yours," Zhang Yi responded. Han Yuru was pleasantly surprised. "Really? What a coincidence. Your task is also to have a total equipment star rating of 10 stars. Zhang Yi frowned and explained, 14 stars, plus an average equipment level of 25. Han Yuru was stunned. Even though they both had ordinary survival tasks, the system's difficulty assessment mechanism was so harsh. However, for Zhang Yi, this task was not difficult. As long as he reaches level 30 and equips the 2-star undead set, the total star rating for his 7 equipment pieces will reach 14 stars. In fact, Zhang Yi has already completed the first half of the task. He just hasn't met the average level 25 requirement yet. The two closed their quest interfaces and set off for the Undead City. These past few days, they have been traveling back and forth between the Undead City and Hopetown. After breakfast, they arrived at the Undead City again and accepted a high-level, 7-star difficulty Undead Exorcism quest from Alo, then proceeded to the 3rd floor to start farming monsters. Just as Zhang Yi raised his glimmering staff and the battle was about to commence, a loud system announcement suddenly echoed in the air. "Ding, congratulations to player Dai Wu for becoming the first player in the 8th region to reach level 30, achieving the highest level milestone, and earning a reward of 100 gold coins and 2,000 prestige." A clear ding echoed throughout the game world as the server-wide announcement suddenly rang out. "Attention all players. The Tier 3 main city is now open. All safe zone teleportation arrays will be activated in 3 days. Players who reach level 30 can use the arrays to travel to the main city." This announcement was broadcasted 3 times, causing a sensation across the entire game world. Zhang Yi heard the announcement and furrowed his brow. He thought incredulously, has someone already reached level 30? Since the game Apocalypse launched, Zhang Yi had been almost tirelessly completing quests and leveling up. With his god-tier talent and dragon bloodline starting advantage, coupled with completing 2 hidden quests and securing the first server-wide kill of the Skeleton King, he had reaped significant rewards. Yet, despite all this, his leveling speed still couldn't match that of a player named Dai Wu. The announcement not only surprised Zhang Yi, but also set the cross-district chat channels in the 8th major region ablaze. A player from District 452 exclaimed, "Oh my god, this Dai Wu is a monster. The top player in our district is only level 27. How did she get to level 30 so fast? Could she be cheating?" A player from District 118 speculated, "Maybe she's from the demon race? They get a 20 experience boost, so they level up faster." A player from District 99 chimed in, "That seems likely. And, judging by the ID, she might be a girl." The level 30 achievement being snatched by Dai Wu was undoubtedly a significant loss for Zhang Yi. But given the situation, he quickly adjusted his strategy. He had to reach level 30 before the teleportation arrays activated and be among the first to enter the main city. Zhang Yi knew that for players aiming for the top, entering the main city even a day late could mean a huge setback. The highest level monsters in the safe zone were only level 30, and the quests there offered minimal rewards. In contrast, the high-level quests and monsters around the main city promised much richer returns. Reaching level 30 himself wasn't a problem for Jiang Yi, but helping Han Yuru reach level 30 within 3 days posed a challenge. So, they resumed their previous teamwork. Zhang Yi took on both offensive and tank roles up front, while Han Yuru provided support from a safe distance. The two seamlessly started their leveling grind. After completing a level 7 difficulty Undead Exorcism quest, the Golden Light finally bathed Zhang Yi at 4 p.m., and he reached level 30, as he had hoped. The system's pleasant notification sounded. "Ding, you have qualified to enter the main city. You can use the teleportation array to travel to the main city when it activates in 3 days. Ding, your level has reached the cap. Experience gained will now accumulate, and you can break the level cap upon completing the second class change." Zhang Yi let out a sigh of relief and looked at Han Yuru, who had reached 26.5 progress to level 27. While it was a bit behind schedule, with the evening ahead, reaching level 27 seemed achievable. Eagerly, Zhang Yi opened his inventory and used a skill scroll. "Ding, you have used a rare magic skill scroll. Congratulations, you have gained 5 skill slots." With the accumulated slots from leveling up, Zhang Yi now had 9 free skill slots. He immediately took out the blue lightning chain, purple freezing spell, and purple undead storm skill books to learn and upgrade his skills. A series of pleasant notifications followed. "Ding, congratulations, you have learned a new skill. Purple freezing spell. Ding, congratulations, you have upgraded your skill to blue lightning chain, replacing your green lightning chain. Ding, congratulations, you have learned a new skill. Purple undead storm." Just as Zhang Yi was about to take out the undead set to enhance his equipment, he heard a rumbling sound nearby. Turning his head, he saw Han Yuru clutching her flattened stomach, looking embarrassed. Zhang Yi realized they hadn't eaten since arriving at the undead capital that morning. "Hungry?" Zhang Yi asked. Han Yuru nodded sheepishly. Zhang Yi chuckled. "All right, let's head back and grab some food." With that, they each crushed a return scroll, transforming into white light and disappearing from the undead capital. At the restaurant, they ordered a grilled fish. Han Yuru, having been hungry all day, eagerly started devouring the meal. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, took his time. He pulled out a full set of undead gear from his bag, preparing to enhance it with level 2 enhancement stones. He picked up the undead staff first, but encountered an unexpected problem when he tried to use the enhancement stone. A system prompt suddenly popped up. Ding, enhancement failed. Low-level enhancement stones cannot be used on high-star equipment. Zhang Yi was stunned, staring at the undead staff in his hand with confusion. Isn't this a 2-star undead set? He carefully examined the item's attributes, only to discover undead staff part of the mage's undead set. Quality, 3 stars. Attack power, 120. Additional attributes, intelligence 14, agility 14. Durability, 1616. Class restriction, mage beastmaster. Description, a staff formed by the power of the undead, possessing immense destructive power. If you can collect the entire undead set, it will bring you unexpected effects. Zhang Yi's eyes widened in surprise. It's actually 3 stars. Could it be a system bug that rewarded him with a 3-star undead set? He quickly checked the other 6 parts of the undead set in his bag, only to find that only the weapon was 3 stars, while the others were level 32-star items. It seemed like the hidden quest reward was designed this way. Getting a 3-star weapon was already satisfying for Zhang Yi. He immediately took out level 3 enhancement stones and began enhancing the undead staff. Ding, enhancement successful. Congratulations, your equipment undead staff has reached enhancement level 1. Ding, 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 enhancement successful. Congratulations, your equipment undead staff has reached enhancement level 25, unlocking the exclusive talent. Splash Attack. Seeing the talent of the 25 undead staff, Zhang Yi was once again stunned. Splash Attack passive. Each time the wielder attacks, there is a 1 chance to deal 20 of attack power as damage to all enemies within the attack range, without triggering aggro. This talent was incredibly powerful, with an attack range even wider than the level 50 mage Ultimate Ice World. The only downside was the somewhat low damage, requiring a high enough attack power to unleash its true potential. Earlier, Zhang Yi was contemplating whether he should give up his 3-star flowing light staff to complete the undead set. Now, holding a 3-star undead wand in his hand, his regret was finally resolved. As he glanced over the entire set, the only slight disappointment was the missing death boots. However, Zhang Yi quickly brushed off this concern, thinking he could always switch the boots back later. Besides, the full dark-themed undead set looked more cohesive and aesthetically pleasing, and the set bonuses were more comprehensive. Eager to enhance his gear, Zhang Yi took out 150 level 2 enhancement stones and began the reinforcement process on the rest of his undead set. As dazzling lights flashed across his equipment, system notifications kept ringing in his ears. Soon, a perfect 30 level, 2-star 25 mage undead set, along with a 3-star undead wand, appeared before him. He meticulously examined the attributes of each piece. Undead wand 25, attack 420, intelligence 49, agility 49, including enhancement bonuses. Talent. Splash Attack passive. 1 chance to deal 20 attack damage to all enemies within range without generating aggro. Undead ring 25. Attack 280, intelligence 35, intelligence 35. Talent. Top tier severe injury passive. 120 damage. Undead robe 25. Health 630, stamina 35, endurance 35. Talent. Top tier damage reduction passive. 100 damage reduction. Undead hat 25. Health 595, stamina 35, stamina 35. Talent. Life conversion passive, converts 12 of the wearer's maximum attack power into health. Undead pants 25, defense 192, endurance 35, agility 35. Talent. Hit slowdown passive, reduces the attacker's attack speed and movement speed by 5 for 3 seconds, stackable up to 2 layers. Undead boots 25, defense 175, agility 35, endurance 35. Talent. Speed boost passive, increases movement speed by 4 for 3 seconds upon taking damage, stackable up to 3 layers. Undead necklace 25, energy 350, agility 35, agility 35. Talent. Advanced energy attack passive. Each attack deals additional damage equal to 10 of maximum energy. Zhang Yi quickly equipped the dark-themed undead set and eagerly opened his status panel to check his attribute changes. Inua Ching Chung. Level 30, First tier, Beast Master. Race, Human. Revival count 5. Talents, God level enhancement, God level talent. Intelligence, 294 endurance, 105 agility, 189 stamina, 105. Magic attack, 1112 physical defense, 493 magic defense, 450. Health, 2620 energy, 840. Experience, 1230, 125, 0000, cannot level up, experience accumulation capped at 10 times. Currency, 1190 gold, 35 silver, 25 copper. Life skills, basic scouting. Reputation, 21,812. Special status, Dragon Bloodline LV1. Description, a beast master about to undergo the 2nd tier transformation, gradually becoming stronger. Seeing his attack power break into 4 digits, Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel excited. These stats are unbeatable. Just then, the system issued 2 consecutive notifications. Ding, congratulations on activating the 2-star undead set, mage 7-piece set, gaining set attribute. Casting speed 55. 2-star full mage set 50. 3-star weapon provides an additional 5 bonus. Ding, congratulations on completing the weekly survival task, Equipment Master, at normal difficulty. Since your revival count has reached the maximum of 5, you have received a bonus spin on the reward wheel. Your survival task has been upgraded to elite level. Check the task details in the task interface. Zhang Yi immediately opened the reward wheel and used the newly acquired level 1 spin. The system notification sounded again. Ding, congratulations. You have received 50 gold. Spin experience 1. 1 more point needed to level up the reward wheel to level 2. This time his luck wasn't as good as the last, and he didn't get a blue skill book, but 50 gold was still a decent reward. Zhang Yi thought that completing another survival task for another spin would significantly increase the wheel's rewards. Next, he checked the upgraded elite level survival task. Elite Hunt. Kill at least 3 elite monsters of equal or higher level within this week. Zhang Yi didn't think this task was too difficult and planned to post a bounty in the area to find a few elite monsters easily. With that, Zhang Yi settled down to enjoy his meal. After finishing his meal, Zhang Yi opened a regional chat channel. The first thing he saw was the players from District 886 expressing their despair. Unbelievable, a message popped up. The top player in their district, AO Shirkun Xiong, is insanely strong. With that legendary talent, he's unstoppable. Anyone from our district who faces him gets obliterated. We can't even put up a fight. Soon after, another player named MOMO chimed in. There are just over 5 hours left before the dungeon ends, and the energy gap between our districts is so huge. It looks like there's no way to turn this around. We've definitely lost this energy war. Unwilling to give up, Wang Zhirong Yao responded. I've been grinding in Energy City for the past 2 days without leveling up. In fact, I even lost 2 levels and didn't say a word. I'm still fighting now. Can you guys show some backbone? No sooner had he finished speaking than a dungeon announcement rang out. Ding! District 885 player AO Shizhu Zai has killed District 886 player Wang Zhirong Yao. Energy points 356. Wang Zhirong Yao was instantly furious. Damn it. Killed again. How are the AO Shir families so powerful? It's like they're on steroids. I give up. I'm gonna sleep. Zhang Yi closed the chat interface and went back to the inn to rest with Han Yuru. Meanwhile, the battle in Energy City was raging on. Dominating the energy leaderboard with 180,000 points was the level 27 archer AO Shirkun Xiong, who was wreaking havoc in the streets. He shot and killed a fleeing warrior from District 886, prompting another dungeon announcement. Ding! District 885 player AO Shirkun Xiong has reached a 782 kill streak. Unstoppable, overflowing with arrogance. AO Shirkun Xiong began singing triumphantly in the cross-district channel. Being invincible is so lonely despite his off-key singing. The girls from District 885 were showering him with praise. The players from District 886 were utterly exhausted and ignored the taunts and provocations from District 885. Apart from the occasional retort from Wang Zhirong Yao, everyone else remained silent. The chat channel gradually quieted down. Even Wang Zhirong Yao had run out of steam. Then, around 6 in the evening, an unexpected dungeon announcement appeared. Ding! Attention, District 880 SXS top-ranked player Inua Ching has entered the dungeon. With the announcement of the cross-district event, the previously silent chat channel erupted in excitement. Messages from countless players flooded in, overwhelming the entire channel. Holy crap! The top player from District 886 is here. Finally, Ching Bro has arrived. I'm so pumped. Go Master! Avenge us! Welcome Master! The trash from District 885 better start trembling. Players from District 886 were ecstatic, cheering loudly. However, the players from District 885 were unimpressed, even mocking. Oh, so the cowards from District 886 finally came out? Not hiding anymore. Probably just here to scavenge the near-finished dungeon for a participation reward. Didn't expect you to show up. Too bad the dungeon's almost done. What's the point? Think you can turn the tide? As the players from both districts exchanged barbs, Zhang Yi suddenly spoke up. Almost done? Isn't the dungeon just starting? Immediately, Zhang Yi's information appeared in the regional channel. Inua Qingqing, District 886, male, level 30 Beastmaster. This astonishing level caused an uproar. Even AO, Shirkun Xiong was momentarily surprised, but quickly regained his composure. 3 days of grinding quests and mobs outside. Naturally levels up fast. AO, Shirkun Xiong sneered. But a high level doesn't mean much. Zhang Yi calmly responded, oh really? Are you ready? I'm coming for you. AO Shirkun Xiong had long planned to use the Energy City dungeon to crush Zhang Yi, to show Han Yuru who the real champion was. He immediately replied, fine, send me your coordinates. I'll come find you. Hold on, I've got something to do first, Zhang Yi said nonchalantly. Taking this opportunity, AO Shirkun Xiong opened a cross-district live stream. Despite the high cost of 12 gold coins per minute, which left many players astonished, AO Shirkun Xiong's intention was clear, wanted Han Yuru to witness him crushing Jiang Yi, the trash. Meanwhile, in a hotel, Han Yuru learned that Zhang Yi had entered the dungeon and immediately sent him a private message. Didn't you say you weren't going into the dungeon? Zhang Yi leisurely wandered through the dungeon, replying slowly. Did I say that? I don't think I did. Han Yuru thought carefully and realized Zhang Yi had never explicitly said he wouldn't enter the dungeon. She quickly opened the live stream interface and found that Zhang Yi hadn't started streaming. After a moment's hesitation, she entered AO Shirkun Xiong's highly popular live stream. On the other side, AO Shirkun Xiong was both fighting monsters and monitoring his live stream. Seeing Han Yuru join the stream, he smirked. Just watch, Han Yuru, he thought triumphantly. I'll show you with my strength that I deserve you more than that loser who abandoned you? As Zhang Yi strolled through the streets of Energy City, a message suddenly popped up in the District 886 chat channel. Ching bro, why aren't you streaming? A lot of our district's people are forced to watch AO Shirkun Xiong stream to see you. Yeah, start a stream. We'll all come to your stream and send you gifts. These messages gave Zhang Yi an idea. This could be a good opportunity to make some money, he thought, and immediately started his first ever live stream. As soon as Zhang Yi's live stream went live, players from Zone 886 flooded in like a tidal wave. Many abandoned AO Shirkun Xiong stream to join, including Han Yuru. The viewer count skyrocketed, and the chat was flooded with comments. When AO Shirkun Xiong saw the message, player Yuru has left the live stream, his face darkened instantly. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Fine, go ahead and watch him meet his end." He then hastily posted in the regional chat, demanding Jiang Yi's location. However, despite his repeated calls, Zhang Yi remained silent. Is this guy hiding somewhere farming monsters? AO Shirkun Xiong muttered to himself, a puzzled look flashing in his eyes. Players from Zone 886 had eagerly rushed into Zhang Yi's stream, expecting an epic showdown. But when they saw Zhang Yi aimlessly wandering the streets, they were all taken aback. The chat was filled with confusion. What is Inua Ching doing? Is he lost? Who knows, he seems to be looking for something. In Energy City, Zhang Yi deliberately chose deserted, remote paths, wandering alone for over 10 minutes. Finally, he stopped in front of a 20-story building. This should be it, Zhang Yi murmured to himself before stepping inside. The entire building was empty, not even a monster in sight. Zhang Yi walked into the elevator and pressed the button for the second floor. The viewers were completely baffled, expressing their confusion in the chat. What on earth is Inua Ching doing? No idea. All I remember is last time when everyone was fighting the Skeleton King outside. He was inside a noodle shop, eating ramen. Zhang Yi pressed a sequence of 7 buttons in the elevator. Eventually, the elevator stopped on the 8th floor. As the elevator doors slowly opened, a black treasure chest appeared before him. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi crouched down and opened the mysterious chest. Suddenly, a prominent instance announcement popped up in the view of all players. Then congratulations to player Inua Ching for discovering the ultimate treasure of Energy City. Rewards. 1. Energy gain 50 until the end of the instance. 2. 100 teleport scrolls. The treasure wraith has been released, and the seal of Energy City has been unlocked. For the next 3 hours, all players in the instance cannot voluntarily exit unless they die. This announcement was like a bombshell, instantly causing a massive uproar in the game world. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.